Lin Feng, I don't think you're good enough for me. Let's just delete each other. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, his head throbbing with pain. Grabbing his phone from the bedside table, he glanced at the screen, and a wave of bitterness surged through his heart. Ha ha, bro, you actually sent that message to the campus bell? You've got to be kidding me. The mocking laughter of his roommates echoed around him. Lin Feng's cheeks reddened slightly, and he wished he could crawl into a hole and disappear. Last night's dinner party had been filled with laughter and toasts, masking the disappointment he felt deep inside. He had failed the National Pharmacist Certification exam, eliminated without suspense. His roommates' attempts at comfort had turned into drunken banter, and in a moment of alcohol-fueled impulse, he had sent a bold confession to Chu Jiao, the frosty campus belle. Her reply, however, was nothing short of a ruthless rejection. Pathetic, Lin Feng muttered under his breath, clenching his fists tightly as anger and frustration threatened to erupt like a volcano. Just as he was spiraling into despair, a crisp notification sound suddenly chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have unlocked the invincible pharmacist system, starting from infancy, ****. Lin Feng froze, a flood of questions rushing through his mind. What the hell was this? Before he could react further, the voice of the system chimed again. Ding! Apologies, this system is 20 years late. Reconfiguring your tasks now, ****. Ding! Task has been issued, ****. You have been born. Take deep breaths of this world's fresh air and embrace the new beginning. Task, take 10 deep breaths of fresh air. Reward, 1 SSS plus grade talent entry draw. Invincible pharmacist system? At that moment, a spark of hope ignited in Lin Feng's heart. He lived in a world where every citizen had the chance to awaken a unique profession. Decades ago, the appearance of spatial rifts had reshaped the Order of Blue Star. People could awaken to combat roles, become mages, or even excel in life-oriented professions. He, however, was a rare god-tier support role, a pharmacist. But without an innate talent, he had been left in the dust, overlooked and forgotten. After 20 long years of waiting, the system had finally arrived. This system is kind of odd. The task seems ridiculously easy. Lin Feng quickly got dressed and stepped out of his dorm room. A refreshing breeze greeted him the moment he stepped outside. From behind, his roommates chuckled. Did we take the prank too far? Doesn't matter. After graduation, we'll all go our separate ways anyway. Lin Feng's resolve hardened. Leaving their laughter behind, he walked out into the sunlight. The warm rays bathed his face as he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've completed 1 deep breath of fresh air, ****. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've completed 2 deep breaths of fresh air, ****. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've completed 3 deep breaths of fresh air, ****. With each breath, Lin Feng's anticipation grew. Ding! Congratulations, host! Task completed, ****. Ha ha, that was way too easy. Lin Feng exclaimed in excitement. Ding! Would the host like to begin the SSS plus grade talent entry draw, ****. Yes, draw it now. Lin Feng could barely contain his excitement. Ding! Initiating the draw. Please wait, ****. A massive golden machine appeared in his mind, its interior filled with rapidly spinning golden entries. Stop! Lin Feng shouted. The machine slowed to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the SSS plus grade talent entry, Spirit of the Apothecary God ****. Spirit of the Apothecary God, this was beyond extraordinary. 0 material loss during production, a 100% success rate, and even a chance to enhance the potency of medicines multiple times over. In a world where pharmacists were in short supply, possessing such a talent was akin to gaining an invincible edge in battle. Joy surged through Lin Feng. If word of this reached the higher-ups, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. He immediately pulled out his phone, ready to inform his advisor of the incredible news. But just as he unlocked the screen, Xu Zhao's message popped up again, the red notification dot glaring at him, ****, let's just delete each other. Lin Feng smirked coldly, disdain flashing in his eyes. Fine, then watch as I rise beyond your reach. He quickly typed a reply, ***delete. But as he hit send, an error message appeared, failed to send. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Guess I was still too naive. Deleting the chat history, Lin Feng shifted his focus to his advisor's contact. With swift, decisive taps, he sent a simple yet powerful message. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao, the advisor for the pharmacist department, sat by the window. Dressed in a sharp black business suit, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her youthful appearance suggested she was no older than 23. She exuded a natural grace, her demeanor both professional and composed. In her hands was a stack of certification reports. As she flipped through them, the results were clear, nearly all of them had passed with flying colors. But when she reached the last report, her fingers paused, and her expression darkened. The report read in bold letters, score, 45. Status, failed, ****. This is just too ridiculous, isn't it? She murmured to herself, a hint of doubt rising in her heart. Glancing at the name, she immediately understood, Lin Feng, the only student in the entire grade with no career aptitude at all. She shook her head helplessly. If I report this result, his future will likely be spent as a factory worker in a pharmaceutical plant. What a waste! In her mind, Lin Feng, though diligent and eager to learn, was undeniably hindered by his lack of career aptitude, a glaring flaw. As she lamented the boy's bleak future, her phone suddenly buzzed. Ding! She picked it up and froze at the sight of the message from Lin Feng. Counselor, are you in your office? I have earth-shattering news to share with you. Earth-shattering news? Zhou Yao furrowed her brows in confusion. He hasn't sent me more than 2 messages all year, and now he's reaching out suddenly? Could it be that he wants me to falsify his records, to alter his grade? She immediately dismissed the thought. Such a request was not only unethical but also a violation of school regulations. But what if it wasn't about grades? The thought struck her, and she quickly replied on her phone, come on over. I'm in the counselor's office waiting for you. Upon seeing the reply, Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he took long strides toward the administrative building. A glimmer of hope burned in his chest. Today, perhaps, things would change. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked heavily on the wooden door of the counselor's office, the sound echoing through the quiet hallway. Come in. A crisp voice called from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. The familiar sight of the counselor's office greeted him. Several teachers from the same department were busy with their tasks. His gaze quickly locked onto Zhou Yao, who stood by the window. Lin Feng, if you've got some earth-shattering news, just say it already. Zhou Yao's weary expression softened slightly with anticipation. Today had been overwhelming for her as she worked on the pharmacist qualification results and prepared job recommendations for graduating students. She was swamped. Counselor, I have something important to discuss. Can we talk privately? Lin Feng's voice was low, tinged with nervousness. He understood the gravity of the situation. Awakening an SSS plus pharmacist aptitude would undoubtedly create a sensation, possibly drawing unwanted attention from those with ill intentions. After careful consideration, he decided it was best to proceed cautiously. Zhou Yao raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng, just say it. Everyone here is a familiar face. There's no need to hold back. But, if you're hoping I'll help you change that 45 on your qualification test, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Her words were firm and resolute. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the room shifted. All eyes turned to Lin Feng. 45 points? At a university level, that was almost laughable, barely scraping the bottom. The teachers' gazes were filled with a mix of curiosity and disapproval. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. All right, I won't beat around the bush. Counselor, I've awakened an SSS plus aptitude. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Yao froze. A flicker of disbelief flashed through her eyes. Awakened an aptitude? That's fantastic news. Wait, did you say an SSS plus pharmacist aptitude? Her voice instantly rose, and her expression shifted from confusion to utter shock. SSS plus. Such an extraordinary aptitude level. Career aptitude rankings ranged from D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, to the legendary SSS+. Awakening an SSS+ aptitude was incredibly rare, akin to spotting a unicorn. Those who did often received special treatment from the state. Are you joking? Do you realize the consequences of lying to your counselor? Zhou Yao's face grew stern. The other teachers in the room also cast skeptical looks at Lin Feng. The room fell silent, save for the steady determination in Lin Feng's gaze. Counselor, I swear, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, we can go test it right now. Golden Mountain Vocational Academy was equipped with aptitude testing machines. Lin Feng remembered the same equipment being used during yesterday's pharmacist qualification exam. His poor performance wasn't due to a lack of aptitude but rather because the test questions hadn't allowed him to fully showcase his potential. Alright, if you're that confident, let's go test it now. Zhou Yao's expression grew serious, her tone carrying a note of authority. But let me make it clear, if this turns out to be a lie, I will personally recommend your expulsion. A poor grade is one thing, but I will not tolerate dishonesty. With that, Zhou Yao led Lin Feng straight to the testing room. Minutes later, they arrived at the testing room. Inside, a tall, rectangular testing device stood quietly. Its interface featured a circular testing frame, just large enough to accommodate a single hand. Lin Feng, place your hand inside. Zhou Yao's voice held a trace of anticipation. You know how the process works. If the machine reacts and lights up gold, it will confirm your SSS plus aptitude. I'll remind you one last time, if you're lying, now is your chance to come clean. Lin Feng took a deep breath, silently vowing in his heart, today, he would prove to everyone that an SSS plus level talent as a pharmacist was no mere rumor. Results speak louder than words. There's no need for me to say more. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped forward. His hands trembled slightly as he slowly extended his right hand into the circular testing frame that had already been activated. The lights of red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, indigo, purple, and gold flashed instantaneously, each one representing a talent level ranging from D to SSS+. As the machine roared into operation, the room was filled with an air of tension. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire space in an instant, as if declaring something extraordinary. Golden light? Zhou Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, is this truly an SSS-level talent? He stood frozen in place, his mouth slightly agape, as though it might drop open at any moment. SSS plus talent. A once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Alright, Lin Feng, I've confirmed it. You possess an SSS plus level talent. Zhou Yao exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with shock and reverence. This is monumental, I must immediately report this to the principal and inform the nation. He quickly pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. He took a few deep breaths, struggling to contain his excitement, while Lin Feng stood to the side, a surge of exhilaration welling up within him as he opened up his system interface. Open the panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, pharmacist. Level 1, 0/20 experience points, apprentice, unlocks the first super formula at level 5. Health, 100 out of 100. Mana, 100 out of 100. Speed, 11. Strength, 22. Defense, 33. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God, SSS+. Skills, none. Experience points, 0. Inventory, none. Reaching level 5 unlocks the first super formula? Only 20 experience points to reach level 2? Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. He knew this system was anything but ordinary. Typically, experience points could be earned through tasks like defeating monsters or using resources, but he was confident the system would provide more efficient methods now that it had been activated. Does the system offer any special ways to earn experience points? He asked silently in his mind. Ding! Upon crafting potions, experience points will be granted based on their usage and effectiveness. Healing potions, destructive attack potions, enhancement potions, etc., will yield experience points based on the user's improvement and the quantity used. Impressive! Lin Feng silently praised, barely able to contain his excitement. This system was a gift from the heavens, though 20 years late, it was well worth the wait. His eyes lit up as a thought crossed his mind. I took out loans just to attend this specialized college, but if I can dedicate myself to the nation, those tuition fees won't be an issue anymore. While he was lost in his hopeful musings, a sudden crash at the door startled him. A burly middle-aged man in a suit and black-rimmed glasses burst into the room, flanked by several pharmacists and academy leaders. He strode directly toward Lin Feng, his expression a mix of solemnity and exhilaration. Are you Lin Feng? The man's fiery gaze seemed to pierce straight into Lin Feng's soul. It was Principal Blood Red of Jinshan Academy, a berserker who had recently retired from the battlefield. His imposing presence radiated authority, and he was both a formidable warrior and a guardian of the nation, committed to nurturing future heroes. Yes, Principal, I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng straightened his back, his tone resolute. Blood Red scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, barely able to suppress his excitement. What a remarkable talent! Lin Feng, I heard from your instructor that you awakened an SSS plus level talent. Can you tell me exactly what it is? His deep voice carried an unshakable weight. My talent is called Spirit of the Medicine God. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. 0 material loss, 100% success rate, and a chance to amplify the effects of the potion. As these words left his mouth, the room fell into a stunned silence. Blood Red's shock was beyond measure. A pharmacist, a rare profession in China, blessed with an SSS plus level talent. 0 material loss, 100% success rate, this was practically defying the laws of nature. Though not a pharmacist himself, Blood Red understood the complexities and risks of potion making. Even a slight mistake could result in an explosion. Does this mean that a potion with a potency of 1 could be enhanced to 2, 3, or even higher when crafted by you? Excitement gleamed in Blood Red's eyes. The pharmacists standing behind him gasped audibly, their astonishment plain on their faces. "This is unbelievable," a young pharmacist couldn't help but exclaim in awe. "Student Lin Feng, would you care to give us a demonstration?" The elderly man with a white beard spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant like a great bell. "Dean Li, isn't this asking him to take on a high-level challenge?" Shui Hong commented with a trace of concern in his tone. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, his gaze landing on the old man. He was none other than Li Yinian, the dean of the Department of Alchemy and the most senior pharmacist in the academy. In the past, Li's teachings in class had greatly benefited Lin Feng. Spirit Restoration Elixir? That is no ordinary potion. Li Yinian frowned slightly. "I've tried countless times and never succeeded." "Don't worry, Dean Li, I can make it for you," Lin Feng responded with a confident smile, an unshakable belief radiating from his heart. "All right, I'll fetch the ingredients right away. But don't push yourself too hard if it proves too difficult," Li Yinian said with a wry smile, evidently uneasy about his own request. "Trust me, Dean Li, I've got this." Lin Feng's voice was firm, filled with unwavering determination. "Very well, the alchemy lab is just next door. Please, Lin Feng, show us what you can do." Li Yinian nodded, a glimmer of expectation lighting up his eyes. Lin Feng stepped into the alchemy lab, and shortly after, the rare ingredients were delivered. As he laid eyes on the precious materials, his heart tightened. Spirit infusion grass, golden cherry blossom, fire toad core. These are all incredibly rare. No time to hesitate. Let's begin. Making up his mind, Lin Feng instantly activated his innate talent. A brilliant aura emanated from him, as though he were a deity descended to earth. He began the process, following the alchemical methods he had painstakingly learned, refining, extracting, and fusing. Every step was as delicate as walking on thin ice. The slightest mistake could result in catastrophic failure. Outside the protective barrier, the onlookers waited with bated breath. "Dean Li, do you really believe he can successfully concoct the spirit restoration elixir?" someone asked, skepticism written all over their face. "These are precious ingredients, and with ferocious beasts roaming the wilds, gathering them carries immense risk. Believe in him, the future god of alchemy." Li Yinian answered resolutely, his eyes brimming with hope and trust. Li let out a light cough and chuckled. "It's fine. I'm getting old, and it's time to let the younger generation take charge. Besides, hasn't Lin Feng awakened an SSS plus level innate talent? This is the perfect opportunity to test his potential." As they conversed, the instruments in the lab displayed a dazzling golden light marked with SSS plus, making hearts race with excitement. The best way to test such a talent was, naturally, through practical application. If the SSS plus talent was as extraordinary as it claimed to be, creating such a high-level elixir should be a breeze. Inside the lab, Lin Feng moved like a warrior, his actions swift and precise. The effects of his SSS plus talent were in full force. His fingers danced nimbly, manipulating the ingredients as though they were mere playthings. Half an hour later, the potion finally took form, and a rich, intoxicating herbal fragrance filled the air. Li Yinian froze in place, shock surging through him. These were ingredients that had given him endless trouble during his own attempts. Their volatility was nerve-wracking, and any misstep could lead to an explosion. Yet now, under Lin Feng's control, the materials fused effortlessly, as if they were responding to his commands. The other alchemists widened their eyes in disbelief, too stunned to speak. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of medicinal energy erupted from the potion, enveloping the entire lab in its aroma. Even through the walls, everyone could feel its potent essence. This is the scent of a fully formed spirit restoration elixir. Li Yinyan's astonishment grew even deeper. He had never imagined that the elixir, which he had failed to create countless times, would be brought to life in Lin Feng's hands. Is this the power of an SSS plus level pharmacist? It's absolutely incredible. Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces glowing with uncontrollable joy. A few minutes later, Lin Feng walked out of the lab, holding a vial of potion radiating medicinal energy. His gaze was sharp, and an interface of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Spirit Restoration Elixir. Grade, Advanced. Spirit Resonance, capable of awakening the spiritual essence of plants and beasts. Effects, long-lasting efficacy, replenishes vital energy, detoxifies, prolongs life, and can amplify medicinal potency threefold. Just glancing at it reveals the potion's details. Its spiritual resonance is strong enough to awaken the essence of plants and beasts. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. And it can amplify its effects threefold? I can't believe my first attempt at making this potion turned out this remarkable. He focused on the effects section, his emotions surging. Most advanced potions couldn't even tap into the latent spirituality of their ingredients, yet the spirit restoration elixir contained immense spiritual energy that was typically impossible to unleash. Deanly, the potion is most effective when consumed fresh. Please, drink it now, Lin Feng urged, his eyes glinting with anticipation. There might just be a surprise waiting for you. Li Yinian furrowed his brows, his hands trembling slightly as he held the vial. Oh, a surprise, you say? Could it really amplify the effects? If that's the case, I owe Lin Feng a great deal of gratitude. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and drank the potion in one gulp. The moment the liquid touched his throat, his eyes widened dramatically, as though he had felt an extraordinary power surging within him. Green specks of light seeped out from the surface of Li Yinyan's body, like stars in the night sky, as if igniting flames of hope. Within him, the air was thick with the potent aroma of medicinal energy, surging into his body like waves stirred by a violent storm. He stood there in a daze, feeling the miraculous transformation take place, his heart brimming with ecstasy. The efficacy of this spirit-replenishing elixir, it's beyond imagination, far more powerful than any medicine I've ever taken. Just as he was immersed in joy, an even greater surge of medicinal energy began brewing within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, making his heart race uncontrollably. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, reverberating through the air like a peal of divine thunder. Li Yinian took a deep breath, the astonishment and disbelief on his face growing even more pronounced. This medicinal potency, it's doubled from before. His pupils dilated sharply, and his breathing quickened. This can't be possible. The ingredients I used shouldn't be capable of producing such a potent spirit-replenishing elixir. Could it be the activation of the legendary triple effect talent? Suddenly, the surrounding air shimmered with phantom-like images of plants and fierce beasts. The medicinal energy materialized into illusory forms, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, the entire crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their faces frozen in shock. It's the spirit of the ingredients, an apothecary exclaimed excitedly. This is the soul of the medicinal ingredients, a phenomenon that only manifests when the medicinal potency reaches an unimaginable peak. Li Yinyan's heart overflowed with joy. My heavens, this is an unimaginable gift. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, his once white hair began to darken visibly, while the wrinkles on his face vanished in an instant. It was as if he had turned back, the hands of time, regaining at least a decade of youth. The apothecaries watching were utterly flabbergasted, struggling to believe the miracle unfolding before them. Such unparalleled medicinal efficacy, truly unprecedented and unmatched. A potion that was originally meant to release a potency of one had somehow unleashed a potency of three. The thought of what higher-level potions could achieve under this effect was simply mind-boggling. Lin, your talent is truly heaven-defying. Li Yinyan's voice trembled with emotion, his face radiating excitement. Principal Xiehong, I strongly recommend reporting this to the state immediately. A talent like this must not be overlooked, another apothecary urged. Anxiously, gifted apothecaries are already rare in Huaxia, and now that someone of this caliber has appeared, the nation must ensure their protection. Li Yinyan's entire body trembled with excitement, and Principal Xiehong couldn't suppress his own emotions either. He immediately nodded. I'll contact General Zhou from the military district right now. Quickly pulling out his phone, Xiehong dialed a concealed short number. Meanwhile, Lin Feng turned to the gathered leaders and said, Deanly, I'll head back to prepare for my class. The first class of the afternoon was only 5 minutes away, and Lin Feng was determined not to let his studies fall behind. Li Yinian smiled wryly, his admiration for Lin Feng deepening. Stable and grounded, this young man was a rare gem indeed. As Lin Feng turned to leave, he took out a glass vial containing another potion. Deanly, I managed to make an extra vial during the process. You can take your time with it. Li Yinian froze in astonishment as he accepted the vial. This was lossless potion crafting? The same amount of ingredients, yet he had managed to produce an additional vial? Thinking back to all the materials he had wasted in his own crafting attempts, a pang of regret struck his heart. Lin, thank you. You may go now, Li Yinian said gratefully, as Lin Feng walked away. At this moment, Xiehong finished his call and approached Li Yinian, his expression grave. Deanly, I have bad news. General Zhou doesn't believe our report about an SSS plus tier apothecary talent. He even hung up, accusing us of exaggeration. Li Yinyan's face flushed with anger. Those narrow-minded old fools in the capital. We now have someone who could elevate Huaxia to unimaginable heights, and they choose to dismiss it? Immediately, he issued a command. Prepare a plane. I'll go to the capital myself. Xiehong was stunned by the fury in Li Yinyan's eyes. He understood all too well. Li Yinian was not just an ordinary teacher at this humble vocational college. In his younger days, he had made countless contributions to the nation, earning a medal of special honor. Even now, he remained a force to be reckoned with. He could have enjoyed a peaceful retirement, but with the rampant threat of fierce beasts and the precarious state of international relations, akin to a powder keg ready to ignite, danger was omnipresent. Even as he nurtured the nation's future, Li Yinian never ceased his work in potion crafting. He created spirit-replenishing elixirs to extend his own lifespan, so he could continue serving the country. And above all, he shared a deep, decades-long friendship with the military district's top general. Dean Li, I'll go with you. Without hesitation, Sehong began arranging for a military aircraft to take them straight to the capital. Not long after, the capital's military district stood under ironclad security. Inside an office, an elderly man with dark circles under his eyes and a persistent cough sat in a military uniform, poring over critical documents. Beside him, a young officer named Zhang Zhan, his shoulders adorned with 5 stars, poured steaming water into a cup, adding a few goji berries for good measure. Xiao Zhang, don't let me handle uncertain calls in the future. The nation is in a critical situation now. I must focus all my energy on the fight against the clergy guild and responding to sudden beast outbreaks. Zhang Zhan nodded heavily. Understood, Chief. He took a sip of goji berry tea, inhaled deeply, and was just about to relax when hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Mr. Li, you can't go in. Chief Zhou is handling state secrets. A short-haired officer swiftly blocked the doorway, his stance firm and unwavering. But Li Yinian let out a cold snort. State affairs? Are nurturing and discovering national talent not equally urgent matters? Step aside. Even if it costs me my old life today, I'm going in. The commotion outside reached the chief's office. Zhou Shanghua, who had been reviewing documents, abruptly paused. Zhang Zhan immediately reacted. Chief, let me handle this. Just as he was about to open the door, it burst open. Li Yinian barged in, his tone urgent. Old friend, it's been far too hard to see you. Zhou Shanghua looked up, momentarily stunned. Li Yinian? For a brief moment, he couldn't quite recognize the man standing before him as his old classmate. Li Yinian cracked a slight smile. It's me, Li Yinian. What's wrong? Has it only been a few years and you've already forgotten me? You may not recognize me, but surely you recognize this medal, don't you? At the mention of the medal, Zhou Zhanggui immediately came to his senses, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Ha ha, of course, I recognize it. Old friend, what's brought you here in such a hurry? Li Yinyan's expression grew serious. Old friend, just now, the crimson-clad principal of Jinshan Vocational Academy contacted you. He said they've discovered an SSS plus talent alchemist. I heard you didn't quite believe him, so I had no choice but to come tell you myself. The people in the office were stunned. Could the call about the SSS plus alchemist have been true? Old friend, are you sure about this? Li Yinyan's anxious voice sliced through the air like a sword. Absolutely, without a doubt. I knew you wouldn't believe me right away, so I brought proof. Li Yinyan said confidently, his eyes gleaming with determination. Zhou Zhanghua, as a military chief, had a naturally cautious nature. Every decision he made could affect the destiny of the entire nation. Oh, then let's see it directly. Zhou Zhanghua felt a spark of anticipation. Time was as precious as gold to him. Li Yinian nodded and placed a box containing a vial of potion on the table. What's this? Zhou Zhenghua's gaze sharpened as he noticed the vial glowing with a faint green light inside the box, his heart skipping a beat. That's right, old friend, Li Yinian said firmly. This was crafted by a third-year student at our academy named Lin Feng. His talent is an SSS plus grade alchemist spirit, with a success rate of 100% and even a chance to amplify the potion's effects. As Li Yinian explained, Zhou Zhenghua's emotions were a whirlwind of shock and expectation. During the earlier phone call, he had only received a brief introduction from the principal. At the time, he'd been signing documents, stunned but skeptical. Quick, let me see the video. Zhou Zhanghua urged impatiently. Li Yinian played the recorded footage of Lin Feng crafting potions. As the images unfolded, Zhou Zhenghua's heartbeat quickened, and his breathing grew heavier. If this is real, the country's shortage of top-tier alchemists will be completely resolved. His heart raced with exhilaration. This was a talent of national importance. Old friend, your gray hair is gone. It must be the effect of the spirit-refining potion. He looked at the rejuvenated Li Yinian, his heart swelling with joy. Stop with the chatter and try it for yourself, Li Yinian said excitedly. Originally, I only prepared half a vial, but this kid's talent exploded, and he managed to craft 2. I used one, and the other is for you. Zhou Zhanghua froze, utterly astonished. Zero material loss. Was this the power of an SSS plus talent? Zhang Zhan, standing nearby, attempted to intervene, but Zhou Zhenghua quickly waved him off. My old friend is my comrade in arms. I trust him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Zhenghua uncorked the vial and downed it in one gulp. Boom! As the potion entered his body, Zhou Zhenghua's surface shimmered with dazzling green light. Moments later, a harmless surge of spiritual energy erupted outward with a subtle sound. This is the spirit essence of the potion. Zhou Zhenghua's eyes widened in disbelief. This level of spiritual energy, typically found only in rare, top-grade elixirs, was now coursing through his body. Before everyone's eyes, his gray hair turned black at a visibly rapid pace. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out significantly, and his complexion became ruddy and youthful. Zhang Zhan's heart was struck with shock. He had seen Zhou Zhenghua take various potions before, but he had never witnessed such a powerful effect. How is it? Li Yinian asked, his face full of anticipation. Zhou Zhenghua nodded heavily, his entire body trembling with excitement. Good. Amazing. I feel an endless surge of strength, as if I've returned to 10 years ago. With this kind of potion, why would I ever need goji berries again? His expression suddenly turned solemn, his eyes shining with determination. I'm issuing a top-secret directive right now. Lin Feng will be included in China's key talent development program. Mobilize all national resources to support him fully. At the same time, Zhang Zhan is appointed as his personal bodyguard. There must be no mistakes. As his words fell, the short-haired woman beside him quickly recorded the orders, and the directive was issued instantly. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghua's face was filled with unwavering conviction. China's future now brimmed with hope because of Lin Feng. Zhang Zhan, upon receiving the order, turned decisively and immediately headed toward Jinshan Vocational University. Li Yinian and Xiehong followed closely behind, their pace filled with urgency and tension. Meanwhile, inside the room, Zhou Zhenghua paced back and forth, his face lined with worry. He summoned the short-haired woman again. Shout I. Prepare everything immediately. I need to convene an emergency meeting with the other leaders. There's a major issue we must discuss. In the pharmacology class at Jinshan College, the atmosphere among the students was entirely different. The classroom was packed, yet some students had discreetly taken out their phones, fully absorbed in their games. Lin Feng sat alone in the corner of the classroom, isolated, with no one willing to sit near him. In stark contrast, his roommates huddled together, whispering and gossiping about him. Have you heard? He's the only one in our class who failed the pharmacist certification exam, one student sneered. What a waste. He'll probably end up as a factory line worker at some pharmaceutical plant, another added with disdain. And get this, I heard he got drunk last night and actually sent a love confession to Chu Jiao, the campus belle. She immediately blocked him and deleted his contact. It's hilarious. The surrounding students burst out laughing. Even the female teacher standing at the podium couldn't help but chuckle quietly, clearly amused by the gossip. On the other side of the classroom, Chu Jiao, the campus beauty dressed in a short skirt and black stockings, shot a frosty glance at Lin Feng, feeling a wave of disgust. How dare this toad try to court her? It was laughable. In her heart, her perfect prince was Luo Chen, the wealthy heir of Tianjin Pharmaceuticals. If she could secure him, her future life would be far more luxurious than just middle-class comfort. Luo Chen, sitting beside Chu Jiao, cast a dismissive glance at Lin Feng. A loser who can't even pass the pharmacist test dares to go after the campus belle? Tonight, I'll make sure she knows how to behave. His tone was smug and arrogant, his gaze soon shifting back to the blackboard as the classroom discussion grew lively. Everyone, look, this is Zhang Zhan, the youngest 5-star general in China. The teacher pointed to the screen, which displayed a photo of a young man. Word has it that General Zhang's profession is shadow assassin, and he's already reached level 69. That's terrifying. The classroom erupted into excited chatter, with the female students screaming in admiration for the handsome general. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and a young man in a military uniform, with 5 shining stars on his shoulder, stepped inside. His presence radiated masculinity and an aura of lethal precision, silencing the room instantly. Who here is Lin Feng? He asked, his voice thunderous. The classroom was thrown into chaos. Students widened their eyes in shock, glancing back and forth between the man at the door and the photo on the screen. They were one and the same. I am. Lin Feng stood abruptly, his gaze locking firmly on the young man at the door. His heart raced with emotion. The moment had come, his destiny was about to shift. All eyes in the classroom turned to Lin Feng. Him? Murmurs filled the air as students whispered to one another, their disbelief palpable. Why would a military officer of such stature come looking for this so-called failure? Especially someone who hadn't even awakened the talent for pharmacology? Why, you're General Zhang Zhan, the 5-star general of China's military district? The elderly teacher at the podium gasped, her voice trembling with excitement. This young general, the youngest in history, was one of the nation's brightest leaders. No one could have imagined he would appear here in person today. Lin Feng's roommates were frozen in place, their minds blank. This surreal scene felt like a dream. Their so-called loser roommate had somehow drawn the attention of such a monumental figure. Even Chu Jiao, the campus belle, couldn't help but be captivated. Her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, as if fantasies of grandeur were playing in her mind. As for Luo Chen, who had been so composed moments ago, his expression faltered. His gaze met Zhang Zhan's for a brief instant, but he quickly averted his eyes, as if intimidated. His heart raced uncontrollably. Why is he here for Lin Feng? Could there really be some sort of connection? Zhang Zhan nodded slightly, his gaze firmly locked onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I need to speak with you. Would you mind stepping out for a moment? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that less than a day after submitting his report, he would already attract the attention of someone with 5 stars on their epaulette. Such a high-level response left him momentarily unsure of how to react. Of course, he replied. Under the gaze of the entire class, Lin Feng slowly walked out of the classroom. As the door closed behind him, the classroom instantly erupted into a cacophony of whispers and speculation. I wonder what General Zhang Zhan wants with me? Lin Feng asked, standing at the doorway. He looked at Zhang Zhan, whose aura exuded strength and masculinity, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Zhang Zhan scanned the surroundings, a faint, mysterious smile tugging at the corner of his lips. This matter is highly classified. Let's find a more discreet location to talk. Sensing the weight of the moment, Zhou Yao quickly suggested a suitable place. Both Zhang Zhan and Lin Feng nodded in agreement and followed her to the counselor's office. Once inside, the office was empty, leaving only the two of them. General Zhang, please speak directly. I'm ready, Lin Feng said solemnly. Zhang Zhan's expression turned serious. First of all, congratulations, Lin Feng. Your SSS plus aptitude as an apothecary has drawn the attention of Chief Shou. You've been officially included in the National Level Talent Development Program. The country will fully support your growth. Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement. To be valued so highly by the nation. The Talent Development Academy at Huaxia Capital University, the cradle of countless top-tier professionals, was a place he had only dared to dream of. When do you plan to start at the Talent Development Academy? Zhang Zhan asked, cutting straight to the point. Secondly, he continued, his voice as resolute as thunder, I, Zhang Zhan, a 5-star general of Huaxia, profession, shadow assassin, level 69, will personally be in charge of your security. Zhang Zhan's words were firm, leaving no room for doubt. Rest assured, I won't interfere in your personal life. However, when it comes to matters involving the nation or your personal safety, I will act without hesitation. These two revelations struck Lin Feng like twin bombs, leaving him momentarily stunned. The favor from Chief Zhou was already overwhelming, but having Zhang Zhan as his protector filled him with profound gratitude. Thank you to both Chief Zhou and yourself. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his emotions surging wildly. However, as for the first matter, I must ask for your understanding. I'd like to finish my studies at Jinshan Vocational Academy before joining. Zhang Zhan nodded. That's within our expectations. If you wish to leave immediately, I can report it, and you could depart as early as today. Lin Feng silently vowed to himself that no matter how challenging the path ahead, he would give it his all and become someone truly worthy of trust and responsibility. This is privilege. This is what it means to value talent. Lin Feng understood clearly, Huaxia was facing crises both within and without. The nation urgently needed gifted individuals. Domestic instability, shortages of potions, weapons, and supplies, these all posed constant threats. Meanwhile, across the vast coastline, sea beasts could attack at any moment, and hostile powers like the divine guilds of the Eagle Nation watched closely in the shadows. Then I'll leave my safety in your hands, General Zhang, Lin Feng said firmly, his tone resolute and full of conviction. After their discussion, the two stepped out of the office. Zhou Yao, who had been waiting at the door, immediately approached them. General Zhang, I have two matters to discuss regarding Lin Feng, Zhou Yao said, her expression serious, her tone urgent. Zhang Zhan stopped in his tracks, his demeanor equally stern. Go ahead. The first concerns Lin Feng's student loan, and the second is about his previous failure to pass the apothecary certification due to his lack of awakened talent at the time, Zhou Yao stated concisely. The loan will be cancelled immediately. No problem, Zhang Zhan said without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with determination. Any obstacles in Lin Feng's path, eliminate them all. Before Zhou Yao could respond, Lin Feng interjected, Counselor, General Zhang, I don't need much to be forgiven. As for the apothecary certification, I'd prefer to retake the exam. Zhang Zhan nodded decisively. No problem. I'll arrange the retake. After Lin Feng left, Zhang Zhan turned to Zhou Yao and spoke in a low voice. Chief Zhou wanted me to pass along his gratitude to you for recognizing such an extraordinary talent. Zhou Yao scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest, her face full of dissatisfaction. He can keep his gratitude to himself. Everything I do is for the country, not for him. He's not that important. Zhang Zhan seemed unsurprised by her reaction. I know. However, Chief Zhou also emphasized that you should keep a close eye on Lin Feng in the coming days. Ensure his safety and well-being are top priorities. Xiao Yao, don't be so upset. After all, you've been here for quite some time. Your father's been worried. Stop. Zhou Yao covered her ears, cutting him off firmly. I don't want to hear it. This moment, filled with a mix of warmth and friction, hinted at the undercurrents between two powerful figures. Beneath their exchange, the tides of fate were shifting, shaping a future yet to unfold. I won't listen, like a turtle ignoring scriptures. Zhou Yao clutched her ears and fled, as swiftly as the wind. Watching her graceful figure fade into the distance, Zhang Zhan scratched his head helplessly. The tangled emotions between father and daughter were complexities not even a national leader could resolve, let alone him. Perhaps the newly appointed SSS plus ranked pharmacologist might be their breakthrough. Zhang Zhan, like a shadow, transformed into a streak of black and stayed tightly on Lin Feng's tail, his heart vigilant. This kid can't afford any mistakes. Meanwhile, in the national leaders' conference room in Kyoto, a few elderly men, their hair stark white and their faces worn with fatigue, gathered together. The atmosphere was tense. What on earth is old Zhou up to now? We're all already swamped. Exactly. That old guy always pulls these sudden stunts. If he doesn't give us a satisfactory explanation this time, I'm going to lose it. With the current instability in the situation, our resources are stretched thin. If the super nutritional elixir project at Huaxia Kyoto University succeeds, we'll have much more confidence to face the challenges ahead. One sigh after another echoed in the conference room, the air heavy with gravity. Just then, the door to the meeting room was flung open. Zhou Zhenghua strode in wearing his military uniform, his aura commanding and unstoppable. Xiao Dai, is the projection ready? The short-haired woman beside him, Sun Dai, quickly began the setup. Old Zhou, pulling another one of your surprise moves? If you don't deliver results this time, we won't let it slide. Exactly, and don't think we forgot, you still owe us a meal of that braised delicacy from last time. You'll have to make good on it today. Amidst the playful jabs, the group hadn't even gotten a clear look at the newcomer's face before launching their complaints. Yet when their eyes finally landed on Zhou Zhenghua, now looking entirely rejuvenated, everyone froze in shock. Old Zhou, where's your gray hair? Is that really you? I almost didn't recognize you. Brother Zhou, did you take some kind of miraculous elixir? You look 10 years younger. Amid their astonishment, Zhou Zhenghua smiled faintly. No need to get so worked up. My transformation is precisely the reason I called you all here for this meeting. Xiao Dai, is it ready? All set. Sun Dai nodded, activating the projection. A video showcasing a certification for a superhuman talent level unfolded before the group. Brother Zhou, what's with this footage? Asked an elderly man in a traditional Tang suit, puzzled. Brother Tang, patience. Zhou Zhenghua responded with a sly smile. Haven't you been searching for a way to enhance vitality? You've come to the right place this time. As the video continued, the calm expressions in the room began to shift to astonishment. And when the screen displayed the certification for an SSS plus ranked pharmacologist's talent, the shock struck like thunder, reverberating in their minds. SSS plus talent. A global anomaly, a god-tier pharmacologist. The group's amazement only deepened. When footage of the Vitality Restoration Elixir appeared, the conference room erupted into chaos. Tang Chang, the elderly man in the Tang suit, trembled as he stood up, slamming his hands on the table. A genius. A true genius of Huaxia. This is a blessing for our nation. Brother Zhou, you must protect this individual at all costs. Our hope lies in his hands. The other leaders echoed in agreement, faces alight with excitement, their exhaustion swept away entirely. Brother Zhou, Tang Chang couldn't help but ask, do you have any more of Lin Feng's Vitality Restoration Elixir on hand? It's not about being selfish, he explained hurriedly. The international situation is precarious, and things are chaotic. Domestically, we're old, and our bodies can't keep up. If we had more of that elixir, we could fight day and night without faltering. Zhou Zhenghua shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, the elixir was personally delivered by my old classmate, Li Enian. There was only one vial left, and I've already consumed it. The moment his words fell, the atmosphere in the room cooled noticeably. The bright prospect of a genius pharmacologist's future seemed to be overshadowed by uncertainty once again. But even in this gloom, a spark of hope ignited in their hearts. "If any of you need it," Zhou Zhenghua said firmly, "I'll immediately prepare the necessary materials and send them to Lin Feng to craft more." Just as he finished speaking, Tang Chang's eyes lit up with an idea. He interjected urgently, "Brother Zhou, while the vitality restoration elixir is indeed difficult to make, it's still considered an advanced grade potion. Now at Huaxia Kyoto University, Professor Zhu Gui recently uncovered a formula for something called the Soul Restoration Elixir from the number 1 Huaxia ruins," he continued. "The materials for it have already been gathered, but the crafting process is extremely challenging. All attempts so far have failed. Why not have Lin Feng give it a try? If he succeeds, we old-timers would truly benefit. I'd be working 48 hours a day, not just 24. He chuckled bitterly, though his eyes gleamed with hope. Zhou Zhenghua paused for a moment after hearing this, then said worriedly, "The key issue is Brother Zhu's temperament. If he finds out such a precious medicinal herb is being used to make a mental rejuvenation potion for a college student, I'm afraid our director's office will be turned upside down." Tang Chang laughed, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, even if he comes storming in, I'll take the heat. Young people deserve more opportunities." Zhou Zhenghua, reassured, nodded with a faint smile. "All right, I'll contact Xiao Zhang right away and see if student Lin Feng is willing to help." Tang Chang beamed with enthusiasm. "Then I'll owe you one for this, brother. Tonight's dinner is on me. How about some braised pork stew?" The meeting room burst into laughter at his suggestion. At Jinshan Vocational College, Lin Feng quickly packed up his things after class and hurried back to his dormitory. As he stepped inside, he found the room empty. Wasting no time, he activated his system interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, pharmacist. Level 1-0/20 XP, apprentice, unlock first super formula at level 5. HP, 100 out of 100. MP, 100 out of 100. Speed, 11. Strength, 22. Defense, 33. Mental power, 44. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God, SSS+. Skills, none. Experience points, 50. Inventory, empty. I already have 50 experience points? Lin Feng muttered excitedly to himself. What am I waiting for? Time to level up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 2. A surge of energy radiated through his body. Lin Feng's senses sharpened, and his strength, constitution, and speed all improved. So this was what leveling up felt like. Still have 30 experience points left. Let's keep going. He had only crafted 2 potions, yet he had already earned 50 experience points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3. Another wave of energy coursed through his body. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan as his senses became even keener. He threw a punch, and the force it carried was wild and violent. While he wasn't yet at the level of a professional fighter, he was no longer an ordinary person. Awesome, he shouted. Just 2 more levels, and I'll unlock the first super formula. The thought sent a surge of excitement through him. System, open the interface. How much experience do I need to reach level 4? Host, Lin Feng. Profession, pharmacist. Level, 3. Experience required for next level, 100 XP. Lin Feng frowned slightly but quickly chuckled. It wasn't a problem. As long as he had potions, the experience points would come rolling in. As he pondered his next steps, the door slammed open with a loud bang. 3 disheveled dorm mates barged in, carrying patched-up meal containers. Well, if it isn't Lin Feng, back in the dorm, sneered a tall, skinny guy. Yeah, wonder if you'll embarrass yourself in front of the campus bell again. Don't trip and fall this time, chimed in another with a mocking grin. Lin Feng smirked coldly, disdain flashing in his eyes. These 3 losers had no right to act arrogant in front of him. Shut up, he barked, his voice icy and commanding. The sudden chill in his tone silenced the trio, leaving them stunned. You dare talk to us like that? The pudgy dorm leader glared, clenching his fists as if ready to teach Lin Feng a lesson. But when his fist landed on Lin Feng, it made only a dull thud. Lin Feng stood motionless, casually brushing off the dust from his shoulder. Is that all you've got? The dorm leader recoiled, clutching his hand in pain. How's your defense so strong? Want to try again? Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Unwilling to back down, the 3 charged at him together. Lin Feng countered with a swift sidekick. 3 solid thuds later, the trio crashed into chairs, with the dorm leader spitting blood from the impact. Pathetic, Lin Feng muttered, shaking his head. His gaze was cold and filled with contempt. You dare lay a hand on me? I'll report you to the counselor, one of them stammered, trembling as he tried to sound threatening. Lin Feng let out a chilling laugh, slowly approaching them. If you can't speak like a human, maybe you shouldn't even try to act like one. Boom! With one decisive kick, the dorm leader fell unconscious. The other two yelped as the sound of cracking bones echoed in the room. At that moment, Zhang Zhan appeared like a phantom, his eyes glinting with a sharp, murderous intent that filled the room with an oppressive aura. The trio felt as if they had been plunged into an abyss, their fear overwhelming. Lin Feng, how do you want to handle this? Kill them or let them live? Zhang Zhan's voice was cold and devoid of mercy, as if the three were nothing more than insects to him. They're already crippled. Leave them to the law, Lin Feng said decisively. The door swung open again, and Zhou Yao walked in, holding a file. She furrowed her brows slightly. I see you've dealt with them. I'll handle the aftermath. These three faked their test results. All of their grades are fraudulent. Forging records is a serious crime, they could face up to 50 years in prison, Zhou Yao stated, her voice carrying the weight of judgment. Lin Feng nodded, a cold smile playing on his lips. People like them didn't deserve sympathy, they were nothing but parasites in society. Let's go. We'll find you a new place, Zhang Zhan said in a low voice. He had already discussed it with Lin Feng and arranged for him to have a private residence, solely for studying in pharmaceutical work. The new pharmaceutical academy is ready for you. Zhou Yao will oversee everything to ensure your comfort. Zhang Zhan's tone was firm. Lin Feng smiled faintly, a sense of anticipation rising within him. His journey was just beginning. Lin Feng, there's something important I need to discuss with you. Zhang Zhan knocked on the door, his expression serious, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart and immediately stood upright. General Zhang, please speak. I will do whatever it takes for the nation. Just now, Chief Zhou called me. He hopes you can help create a certain potion, Zhang Zhan said directly, wasting no time. What kind of potion? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, his heartbeat quickening. It's an extraordinary recipe discovered by Professor Zhu from the Huaxia University during his exploration of Huaxia's ruin number 1. It's called the Divine Elixir, Zhang Zhan explained slowly, his words carrying a sense of urgency. This potion can repair aged cells and delay aging. Many of the nation's leaders are growing older, and with the current complex international situation, their health is deteriorating under the strain, he continued. The last time you crafted the spirit nourishment pill, it made Chief Zhou look 10 years younger. They urgently need this elixir to boost their vitality and face the looming challenges. The ingredients are already prepared, but top-tier pharmacists have repeatedly failed to produce it. It's extremely difficult to refine. An extraordinary recipe. A mysterious formula from an ancient ruin. Lin Feng's heart trembled as his fighting spirit ignited. In this world, ruins and secret realms were scattered everywhere, serving as sanctuaries where the strong sought to improve their powers. Tell Chief Zhou, I have no problem. Just get the ingredients to me as soon as possible. Lin Feng's voice was resolute, his confidence unwavering. Zhang Zhan was slightly taken aback. He had agreed so easily, as if this were child's play. Unable to suppress his doubt, he reminded Lin Feng, are you sure you want to decide this quickly? This is an extraordinary potion, and the difficulty is immense. Lin Feng smiled with confidence, shaking his head. I trust my talent. Refining this potion? I can handle it with one hand. With the system backing him, what was there to fear? His heart burned with desire, eager to level up quickly and unlock his first super formula. He wanted to know what exactly was a super formula. Alright, I'll contact Chief Zhou immediately. Zhang Zhan gripped his phone tightly, his eyes gleaming with hope. In the capital, inside the conference room of the nation's leadership, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. I need to see Chief Zhou and Chief Tang, now. An elderly man in a white lab coat stormed in, his voice thundering like a drum. You're sending a college kid to make the divine elixir? Are you all joking? Before Zhu Gui's words could settle, Zhou Xinghua greeted him with a relaxed smile. Professor Zhu, what an unexpected guest. Zhu Gui, still fuming, demanded angrily, you're letting an inexperienced young man handle such a complex formula? Are all your top-tier pharmacists on vacation? His sharp tone cut through the room like a blade, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. Zhou Xinghua calmly poured himself a cup of tea and said, Professor Zhu, please calm down. This decision was reached after careful deliberation. Zhu Gui sneered at the tea in Zhou's hand, his disdain unmistakable. I've dedicated my life to the development of top-tier pharmaceuticals. This decision is absolutely unacceptable. Tang Chang interjected, Professor Zhu, don't rush to conclusions. Watch the video first. Zhu Gui's frustration boiled over as he thought to himself, a video? What could a video possibly prove? Zhou Xinghua, however, stepped in front of him, his expression serious. Professor Zhu, trust us. Once you see the video, you'll understand. Tang Chang nodded in agreement. Old Zhu, if you don't trust Joe, at least trust me. This was my decision, and I'll take full responsibility for it. The tension in the room began to ease. Reluctantly, Zhu Gui sat down heavily. Fine. Let's see what magic this video has to offer. As the video played, information about Lin Feng gradually unfolded before their eyes. Zhu Gui's once angry expression shifted to shock, and then to utter disbelief. This, Chief Zhou, does Huaxia truly have an SSS plus level talent in pharmaceuticals? He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. And his gift allows for zero material loss, with a 100% success rate? This is unbelievable. Zhu Gui's astonishment grew with every revelation. And there's even a chance for enhanced efficacy during crafting? Zhou Xinhua and the other leaders exchanged knowing smiles. In their hearts, they understood, times are changing. The younger generation is like a rainbow after the storm. It's time for us to step aside. After a moment of silence, Tang Chang added, Professor Zhu, if you don't believe me, trust in the evidence. This decision wasn't made lightly. The young people of today are extraordinary. Tears welled up in Zhu Gui's eyes as he raised his glass of water and downed it in one gulp. Truly, the heavens bless Huaxia. No matter how long it takes, I, Zhu Gui, will be the first to try this potion. I'll wait right here. At the same time, Lin Feng, a student at Jinshan Vocational College, was fully immersed in concocting potions. I can only focus on one potion at a time. My mental energy is clearly insufficient, he muttered with a sigh, pondering, if I could unlock a skill that allowed me to multitask, my efficiency would improve drastically. Right then, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! New mission released. Infants spend most of their time sleeping. Adequate sleep is the foundation of rapid growth. Please ensure sufficient rest. Mission, sleep for 10 hours. Reward, 1 professional skill lottery draw. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Finally, it was here. He could now draw a skill entry. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Just sleep? No problem. Quickly finishing the potion in hand, he locked the lab door and headed straight back to his dormitory. Though it was still afternoon, Lin Feng lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Congratulations, host. 1 hour of sleep completed. Ding! Congratulations, host. 2 hours of sleep completed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhang Zhan observed Lin Feng while leisurely munching on chocolate. His eyelids grew heavier as he watched. After all, brewing potions drained mental energy, and sleepiness was perfectly natural. In the early hours, before dawn broke, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. With the flick of a switch, light filled the room, and his watch displayed the message. Ding! Congratulations, host. 8 hours of sleep completed. Only that much? His heart tightened. Just 2 more hours, and the mission will be complete. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fall back asleep. Adults definitely don't recover energy like kids. 8 hours of sleep feels like barely enough. An idea struck him. Maybe exercise will tire me out faster. Or, should I try a potion? Springing out of bed, Lin Feng began an intense workout, over 100 squats, 50 push-ups. He didn't stop until his entire body was heated and exhausted. Finally, he collapsed back onto his bed and slipped into sleep almost instantly. From a shadowy corner, Zhang Zhan observed everything with mounting confusion. What kind of lifestyle is this? Sleeping so early in the afternoon, then waking up in the middle of the night to exercise? But seeing Lin Feng's lights go out again, Zhang Zhan could only continue his half-asleep, half-watching vigil. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission completed, 10 hours of sleep. The sudden system notification jolted Lin Feng awake. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been rewarded with 1 professional skill lottery draw. Would you like to begin the draw now? Fully alert, Lin Feng's face lit up with excitement. Start the draw. In his mind, a golden roulette machine began spinning rapidly, sparkling with countless golden skill entries. Stop. At his command, the machine slowed to a halt, and the flashing light condensed into a single message. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill entry, Ring of Multitasking. Awesome. Lin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. This skill allowed him to brew multiple potions simultaneously while consuming only 1% of his mental energy. As long as I produce enough, my experience points will skyrocket. The problem of only being able to brew 1 potion at a time had vanished like smoke in the wind. The appearance of the Ring of Multitasking was nothing short of a miracle. No time to waste, let's get to work. Just as Lin Feng was about to rush out the door and head to the potion lab, the roar of a military vehicle echoed across the campus. Curious eyes turned toward the source. The arrival of a military vehicle was undoubtedly unusual on school grounds. Could something big be about to happen? Chu Jiao, the campus belle who was out early for her fitness routine, caught sight of the vehicle and couldn't hide her curiosity. Her gaze wandered, searching for Zhang Zhan, but instead, through a small gap, she spotted Lin Feng busily moving inside the potion lab. Lin Feng? What's he doing in the sealed potion lab? Just last night, every department at Jinshan Vocational College had received an announcement. The potion lab in the Western District had been completely locked down, and no one was permitted to approach. She had assumed some important figure was inside. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect to see Lin Feng, who hadn't even awakened a talent, inside. What kind of storm was this going to brew? A tempest was clearly on the horizon. No way. Am I seeing things? Chu Jiao blinked in disbelief, rubbing her eyes to confirm what she had just seen. That toad with no potential, how could he end up there, she thought to herself, yet the image of his face remained vividly etched in her mind, refusing to fade. He was just called away by Zhang Zhan, one of China's 5-star generals, and now he's in the sealed potion lab on campus. What kind of secret is he hiding? Chu Jiao pondered deeply, then shook her head with a sneer. A useless nobody who hasn't even awakened a talent, what kind of secret could he possibly have? She stretched her stiff body, gritting her teeth against the pain. I never imagined that young Master Luochen could be so strong, she thought to herself, recalling the events that had just transpired. A hint of satisfaction welled up in her heart. If I tell him this piece of news, will it improve his impression of me? Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and sent Luochen a message, asking to meet him. At the same time, a military truck smoothly drove into the pharmaceutical building. Zhang Zhan finished briefing Lin Feng on the situation, to which Lin Feng immediately instructed, gather all the medicinal ingredients in the pharmaceutical room. General Zhang, please help me organize and sort them. There's still 1 hour before the first class begins. I need to complete all the refining at once. Lin Feng's voice was firm, cutting through the air like a sharp blade. Zhang Zhan froze, his face showing concern. Lin, are you sure you want to refine it all in one go? This is a top-tier prescription. It requires a significant amount of mana to sustain. Lin Feng gave a faint smile. I have enough mana for this right now. Although Zhang Zhan still harbored doubts, he had no choice but to comply. Within minutes, the ingredients were sorted and ready. Lin Feng stepped into the pharmaceutical room, took a deep breath, activated his innate talent halo, and began following the prescription to craft the medicine. Crimson Flamestone, Fire Dragon Gall, Golden Wind Grass. The ingredients moved through his hands like shooting stars streaking across the night sky, quietly merging. Lin Feng could feel the pressure building, yet he paid it no mind. The skilled distraction technique activated. A golden halo layered over him, instantly making him feel as if a great weight had been lifted. His refining speed was like lightning, and the mana consumption was only a mere 1% of what was required. Melting, extracting, melting again, the process was intricate, but in his hands, it became smooth and orderly. Outside, Zhang Zhan watched nervously, silently admiring his work. His technique, it's so refined. Not a single mistake. Zhang Zhan had never witnessed such skill in someone so young. He was both shocked and filled with anticipation. If something goes wrong, I'll have to step in immediately. A pharmacist with an SSS plus talent is far more valuable than any medicinal ingredient. At the same time, Shui Hong and Li Yinian were also deeply captivated. Li Yinian couldn't help but inch closer, only to be stopped by Zhang Zhan. Someone this young, yet capable of mastering such a complex pharmaceutical process. I feel utterly inferior, Li Yinian sighed, his heart filled with awe and respect. Zhou Yao, on the other hand, stood transfixed, his eyes locked on the young man in the room, seemingly drawn to his aura. Time passed in tense silence. Suddenly, a rich and aromatic medicinal fragrance began to waft out of the pharmaceutical room, leaving everyone outside wide-eyed in astonishment. Elderly, just one breath of this scent, and I feel completely rejuvenated. My dizziness is completely gone. Wow! Shui Hong exclaimed, utterly stunned. Zhang Zhan's face also betrayed his shock. He realized that the latent injuries in his body were mysteriously healing. Just a single breath of the fragrance had such miraculous effects. Zhou Yao took a deep breath and instantly felt his body become lighter, even his skin turning smoother and more elastic. He could hardly believe it. Not long after, Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and turned his gaze to the system interface. Item name, Divine Elixir. Grade, Supreme. Essence, harnesses the vitality of herbs and the explosive power of mythical beasts to create celestial phenomena. Effect, powerful restoration of aging genes, extends lifespan, with effects amplified up to fourfold. Harnesses celestial phenomena, fourfold effects? Lin Feng was struck with awe. The potency of this elixir exceeded all his expectations. A supreme-grade elixir capable of such earth-shattering effects was truly unimaginable. Carefully sealing the elixir, he placed it into a secure case and turned to Zhang Zhan with excitement. General Zhang, the mission is complete. Deliver this quickly. The medicinal effects dissipate fast, so make sure the leaders absorb it as soon as possible for the best results. Understood. Zhang Zhan's hands trembled slightly as he took the case, his heart filled with exhilaration. Lin Feng had truly succeeded. Everyone present stared at Lin Feng in stunned silence. Li Yinyan's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Suddenly, his curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, Lin Feng, such a complex operation must have consumed a lot of mana. How did you manage it? All eyes turned to Lin Feng, waiting for his response. Lin Feng was straightforward, smiling faintly. This morning, I unlocked a new innate skill called the Soul-Splitting Ring. It allows me to refine elixirs while consuming only 1% of the required mana. Boom! The entire room fell silent, the air thick with shock. Unlocked a new profession skill? Does that mean mass production is possible? Li Yinyan let out a helpless chuckle, shaking his head with a sigh. The younger generation always surpasses us. I truly feel my age. Zhou Yao and Xue Hong were equally dumbfounded, while Zhang Zhan was utterly astonished. If this news reached the higher-ups, it would cause an absolute sensation. I'll report your newly unlocked profession skill immediately. I'll head out now, Zhang Zhan said, clutching the elixir as he prepared to leave. Just as he turned, Lin Feng raised a hand to stop him. Wait a moment. Don't rush. This is an extraordinary potion I accidentally made an unexpected surprise. Lin Feng said with a grin, holding 4 vials of luminous liquid that instantly captured everyone's attention. Each one of you gets one. Trust me, this stuff will only benefit you. Absolutely no side effects, he declared with a tone of certainty, his words carrying an air of mysterious confidence. But let me warn you beforehand, it's best to use it somewhere private. We wouldn't want to cause a commotion, Lin Feng added, his smile deepening as he eyed them with a playful glint. Zhang Zhan halted in his tracks, his eyes brimming with envy. Really? I need to know too. Xue Hong blurted out excitedly, while Li Yinyan looked utterly incredulous. Zhou Yao, on the other hand, stood wide-eyed, secretly rejoicing that she had lucked into such a windfall without even lifting a finger. If you guys don't want it, I'll just keep them for myself, Lin Feng teased, his voice laced with mock provocation. The moment those words landed, the 3 of them immediately sprang into action, each grabbing a vial with eager hands and eyes gleaming with anticipation. Thank you. I owe you big time for this, Zhang Zhan said, tucking the vial away with a determined smile. He knew that this was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. This potion might heal my hidden injuries and make me stronger, strong enough to fight for my country, he thought to himself, his heart swelling with hope. The group quickly found a secluded spot to try out the potion. Xue Hong, unable to contain his excitement, clutched the vial tightly, his mind abuzz as though ants were crawling under his skin. I'll just take a sip. Just one, he murmured, carefully uncapping the vial before taking a decisive gulp. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy exploded within him, rolling through his body like thunder. The energy coursed through him like a rushing river, flooding every corner of his being. A few seconds later, Xue Hong felt as if all the blockages in his body had been cleared. His mind became razor-sharp, and his injuries visibly began to heal at an astonishing pace, as though he had been reborn. Just as he opened his eyes to process what was happening, an even more deafening explosion of energy erupted inside him. The potion's effects magnified fourfold, and a tidal wave of energy swept through his entire being. Ah, this feels amazing. Xue Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud, his body trembling with exhilaration and indescribable comfort. Meanwhile, above the dormitory, a strange phenomenon began to take shape. Shadows of a deer and a ferocious beast appeared in the sky, while the energy of the heavens and earth coalesced to create an illusion of rare herbs and mystical plants, their presence spreading over an area of dozens of square meters. The campus descended into chaos. Students and teachers alike looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look! Is that a celestial vision? Isn't it said that such phenomena only occur when a potion's energy reaches an extreme level? Do we have a master alchemist among us?" They exchanged shocked glances, struggling to make sense of what they were witnessing. This potion can actually cause a celestial vision, Xue Hong thought, his heart racing with excitement. His wounds had completely vanished, even his latent injuries were gone, leaving him feeling as if he had returned to his peak condition. "Ha ha! This is incredible," he shouted, unable to contain his joy. Back at the dormitory, Lin Feng glanced up at the sky, a wry smile playing on his lips. It seems the allure of this potion is no joke. Even just catching a whiff of it would make anyone restless. "I didn't expect them to drink it so soon," Zhou Yao muttered as she reached the dormitory entrance. Suddenly, she noticed the scene outside the window, her eyes flickering with astonishment. Could it be Xue Hong and the others using the potion? That celestial phenomenon. Did Lin Feng really make this potion? She wondered, her curiosity piqued. Without hesitation, she opened her vial, her mouth watering as the tantalizing scent filled the air. She could no longer resist. Here goes nothing. She downed the potion in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted within her, catching her completely off guard as it overwhelmed her senses. The energy was too intense, too concentrated. The sound of the potion's explosive effect reverberated inside her body, amplifying fourfold as the potion's power intensified. She felt like she was on the verge of suffocating. Above her, the illusions of plants and beasts also began to manifest. So, this is what an extraordinary potion feels like, she marveled. Her entire body felt cleansed. Her skin seemed to glow, her fatigue vanished, and impurities were expelled from her system, as though she had undergone a complete purification. Ah. She couldn't help but let out sounds of satisfaction, her cheeks flushed as she quickly hurried back to her dorm, brimming with newfound energy. Meanwhile, Lienian, just returning to his room, looked up at the celestial vision in the sky, utterly dumbfounded. This is the celestial phenomenon caused by a potion's immense energy. Could this be the result of Lin Feng's extraordinary potion? He speculated, his gaze falling on the vial in his hand, still emitting a rich, enticing aroma. His sharp eyes glinted with a mix of hesitation and longing. Forget it. They've all drunk theirs, I'll just take a small sip, he decided. Without further delay, he took a cautious sip. Warmth immediately spread through his body, like rain nourishing parched soil. His entire being tingled, the sensation akin to countless tiny ants crawling all over him. This is incredible. I can't take it anymore. He disregarded his appearance, tilting his head back and downing the potion in one swift motion. In that instant, the skies above Golden Mountain Vocational Academy shimmered with a vision of the spirit of medicinal herbs, as though deities had descended upon the earth. Is this truly a supreme-grade potion? Lienian exclaimed in astonishment. This potency is absolutely heaven-defying. It's so explosive, so exhilarating. He slumped into a chair, his eyes narrowing slightly as he indulged in this unprecedented sensation of euphoria. The faculty and students of the entire school were left utterly dumbfounded, their shock reaching its peak as 3 consecutive visions manifested in the air. The school's internal news channels were instantly overwhelmed, and the entire campus buzzed with discussions about this earth-shattering moment. Meanwhile, high above in the skies, Zheng Zhan, the officer tasked with escorting the potion, wore a grave expression. He swallowed hard, his throat parched. The interior of the military aircraft was suffused with a rich medicinal aroma, and the potion in his pocket was visibly evaporating at an accelerated rate. No choice. Lin Feng said the potion's potency disperses quickly, it has to be used immediately. Besides, drinking it shouldn't cause any major abnormalities. It won't affect the flight. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhan uncorked the vial and downed its contents in a single gulp. The moment the liquid touched his throat, his calm demeanor was replaced with sheer ecstasy, as though 1,000 roaring rivers surged through his veins. This potency, it's insane. He inhaled deeply, struggling to catch his breath as the potion's effects erupted within him. The quadrupled energy coursing through his body left him momentarily stunned, his breathing shallow and strained. The soldiers aboard the aircraft also began noticing something amiss. The cabin shook violently amidst turbulent airflow. Something's happening. The pilot raised his head slowly, his gaze shifting toward Zhang Zhan in shock. General Zhang, look at the sky. Zhang Zhan lifted his eyes, locking onto the heavens above. Visions of towering plants and ferocious beasts danced wildly in the skies, as though some ancient and mysterious force of nature was summoning them. This potion's effects are too overpowering. Lin Feng's innate talent must have amplified its potency. Zhang Zhan's heart was gripped with awe. The supreme-grade potion's power rivaled that of ultra-supreme-grade potions. Waves of even greater potency surged forward, forcing a low groan from Zhang Zhan as he struggled to contain it. Inside the cabin, soldiers suffering from hidden injuries and visible wounds felt their bodies rapidly recovering after inhaling just a few breaths of the medicinal aroma. Accelerate! I need to meet with the leaders as soon as possible. The pilot slammed the throttle forward, and the aircraft shot through the sky like a rocket. Back at the Kyoto military base, the atmosphere was taut with tension. The senior leaders paced anxiously, their eyes frequently darting toward the door. Among them, Zhu Gui was the most restless, his impatience evident. It's finally complete, he thought, his heart racing with anticipation. He could hardly wait to witness the legendary divine restoration potion for himself, nor suppress his curiosity about the extraordinary talent of the vocational student, Lin Feng. Bang! The door was flung open as Zhang Zhan strode in, carrying the potion case. Instantly, every gaze in the room locked onto him. Zhang Zhan, why do you smell of medicine? Zhou Xinghua suddenly stood up, his eyes alight with disbelief. And why do you seem more handsome and energetic than before? Zhang Zhan's face flushed slightly as he quickly explained, Commander Zhou, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the divine restoration potion in this case. I've successfully repaired my internal injuries and advanced to level 70 as a shadow assassin. His voice rang with conviction, a harbinger of the storm to come. A level 70 superclass professional. Zhou Jingwei gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. This is incredible. Our nation has gained another powerhouse. The effects of this potion have already been tested and proven. Leaders, please come and experience it yourselves. Zhang Zhan continued, his face glowing with excitement. Before he could finish, the leaders had already surrounded him, unable to contain their eagerness. When the case was opened, 20 vials of potion lay neatly within, emitting an intense medicinal aroma. 20 vials? Xu Gui froze, his face a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Is this truly a zero-loss, 100% success rate production? He knew very well that the amount of raw materials supplied should have been insufficient, yet the reality before him defied all logic and left him utterly stunned. As soon as the case was opened, the entire conference room was enveloped in the rich medicinal fragrance, lifting spirits and banishing fatigue instantly. Is this what a supreme-grade potion is like? Someone marveled. The concentrated aroma rivals that of ultra-supreme-grade potions. Even Zhu Gui couldn't maintain his usual composure. He stepped forward, picked up a vial, and scrutinized it closely. Then, he took a light sniff. The moment the fragrance entered his nostrils, it was like a bolt of lightning striking his mind. His aged body trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up in his eyes. Could such a divine fragrance truly have been crafted by a vocational student? His face was a canvas of shock and disbelief. In the next breath, he tipped the vial back and drank its contents in one gulp. What immense power! He felt an incredible surge of energy spreading rapidly through his body, coursing through every vein and meridian. His once gray hair began regaining its color visibly, strand by strand. This essence, it's nothing short of miraculous. This is undoubtedly the pinnacle of supreme-grade potions, he exclaimed with joy. I feel as though I'd become 10 years younger. Suddenly, he froze, his body emitting a series of crackling sounds. His eyes widened like full moons, and he slumped back into his chair. Director Zhou, don't worry. This is completely normal. Zhang Zhan quickly explained, secretly feeling a surge of joy. In an instant, Zhu Gui's white hair vanished, and the wrinkles on his face dissipated, as though he had returned to his younger years. Exhilarating! Absolutely exhilarating, he shouted, his eyes alight with fervor. I've never experienced such potent medicinal effects. Just then, an illusory vision of foliage and ferocious beasts appeared overhead, shrouding the base in an eerie phenomenon. The entire facility erupted into a state of emergency, with personnel bustling about. Leaders, look above. Something's not right, an official exclaimed in alarm. Zhou Zhanghua hurried to the window, craning his neck to look up. His expression froze in astonishment. This is a celestial phenomenon. Xu Gui quickly joined him, utterly speechless in his shock. My God, I've never concocted a potion capable of triggering a celestial phenomenon in my entire life. Yet today, after drinking just one vial, this happens. Esteemed leaders, I, Zhu Gui, am utterly humbled. Xu Gui stood up, his voice trembling with excitement, his eyes radiating admiration. Can I fly over now to meet this young man in person? I want to take him as my last and most treasured disciple. No, I should be his disciple. The conference room fell silent in an instant. The leaders exchanged looks, their astonishment making it difficult to even close their mouths. The sheer twist of events was too overwhelming. Xu, you're still young. There's plenty of time ahead, an elder leader chuckled and shook his head. For now, let's focus on what gift to give Lin Feng. Zhou Zhanghua interjected with a serious tone. After all, he's the one who solved that persistent issue for us. Xu Gui patted his chest confidently. Director Zhou, rest assured. The gift I prepare will be nothing short of extraordinary. Satisfied with the response, Zhou Zhanghua stepped forward, picking up another vial of potion. Gentlemen, I'll go first. Tang Chang, unwilling to lag behind, quickly stepped up and snatched a potion. Last time, Zhou took the spirit-replenishing potion. This time, I won't miss out. As the potion slid down his throat, Tang Chang froze, his gaze unfocused, as if struck by lightning. The other leaders followed suit, each reacting similarly, standing stock-still in amazement. The conference room filled with the rich aroma of the potion as surreal visions flickered in and out. Everyone felt a profound transformation within their bodies, white hair turned black, wrinkles vanished, as though they had been granted a second youth. Ha ha! I feel 20 or 30 years younger. Xu Gui laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the room. If we gave this to young people, would they turn back into babies after drinking it? Another leader joked, instantly lightening the atmosphere further. As everyone basked in the illusion of youth, Zhang Zhan slowly stood up, his expression unusually grave. Leaders, there's another matter I must report. Noticing his seriousness, Zhou Zhangwei immediately gestured for him to speak. Shang, go ahead. What is it? It's about Lin Feng, Zhang Zhan began, his voice low and weighted. At the mention of Lin Feng, the room fell into a hush, all ears focused intently. This morning, Lin Feng unlocked a new skill, called Ring of Split Consciousness. It allows him to mass-produce potions while consuming only 1% of his mana bar for each batch. The moment the words left his mouth, the leaders reacted as if struck by thunder, exchanging stunned glances. Shu Gui, who had just taken a sip of water, actually spat it out in shock. What did you say? A new skill? He nearly leapt out of his chair. So, this means he can achieve both precision and mass production. What a genius, another leader exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Shu Gui smiled bitterly, his eyes moist, overwhelmed with emotion. The other leaders, too, were visibly energized by the revelation. This was, without a doubt, earth-shattering news. Shang, the next steps are up to you, Zhou Zhangwa said firmly, his tone tinged with expectation. If Lin Feng needs anything, activate his privileges immediately, there's no need for further approval from me. The other leaders nodded in agreement, their enthusiasm palpable. Oh, Zhang, also let Lin Feng know that we urgently need energy-restoring potions, Zhou Zhangwei added, his voice tinged with urgency. Can he brew some lower-grade potions for us? The more, the better. Zhou Zhangwa's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If he has the time, we'd greatly appreciate his help. Zhang Zhan hesitated for a moment, then rubbed his hands with a hint of embarrassment. A faint blush rose to his face. Understood. I'll reach out to Lin Feng right away. He saluted and hurried off. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's desk, 2 vials of potion sat quietly. He allowed himself a smug grin. What had been a request to brew 10 vials had resulted in 13. This was thanks to his extraordinary talent, 100% success rate with 0 wastage. Send these 2 vials of medicine to mom and dad, Lin Feng thought. His parents were getting older, and these would be perfect to help them improve their health. He carefully stored the medicine, making plans in his mind. I just used 1 vial myself. How effective was it? System, open the panel. As the thought crossed his mind, a transparent interface appeared before him. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 3, 0 out of 100 experience points. Apprentice. Super Formula number 1 unlocks at level 5. Health, 300. Mana, 300. Speed, 56. Strength, 78. Defense, 98. Spirit, 105. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God, SSS+. Skill, Circle of Focus. Experience points, 368. When Lin Feng saw the experience points, he froze in shock. He had already accumulated 368 points. I can level up to 5 now, can't I? Excitement bubbled up in his chest. Once he reached level 5, he would unlock the first super formula. System, use the experience points to level up. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up to level 4. In an instant, Lin Feng felt his strength, defense, and spirit undergo a dramatic surge. His fists had doubled in hardness. A casual punch could easily smash through a door and even withstand a blow from a brick. His spirit power was now abundant, allowing him to multitask and control even more complex alchemical processes. He checked the panel again and grinned. To reach level 5, he only needed 200 experience points, and he still had 268 remaining, more than enough. System, continue leveling up. Ding! Congratulations, host has reached level 5. Ding! Congratulations, host has unlocked the qualification to draw for the first super formula. Would you like to begin the draw? The moment of the super formula draw had arrived. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement, and he immediately shouted, "Draw!" At his command, the alchemical formula roulette in his mind began spinning. Various formula entries flashed before his eyes. Stop! He took a deep breath and called out decisively. Ding! Congratulations, host has drawn the super formula, Death God's Destruction. Death God's Destruction. This is an ultra-destructive attack-based alchemical formula with a wide range and immense destructive power. Once detonated, even high-level superhumans and fierce beasts within its effective radius will perish. The potion emits a strong medicinal fragrance, and upon use, it converts the destroyed lifeforms into medicinal energy. Note, use with caution. Potency and destructive power are proportional. Dosage must be carefully controlled. Formula ingredients: poison windflower, armored beast brain extract, mystic crystal or acetylene core stone, barium krypton stone. As he examined the list of ingredients, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. This is practically a god-tier potion. A destruction potion? Isn't this basically a biochemical nuke? If he could amplify the potion's potency 5 or 6 times, the resulting power would be unimaginable. Moreover, the potion's fragrance, like a seductive rose with deadly thorns, was dangerously alluring. Should I report this to the government? Lin Feng chuckled bitterly, his heart filled with unease. If this leaks abroad, it could cause international panic. Recently, Lin Feng had been closely following the news. The coastal regions of Huaxia were facing an immense crisis. Countless sea beasts were gathering, preparing to breach the nation's defenses. The situation was dire, and time was running out. This wave of beasts was enough to trigger a Tier 3 beast tide. Beast tides were classified into 9 levels. Tier 1, 1,000 beasts. Tier 2, 5,000 beasts. Tier 3, 10,000 beasts. Tier 9, Apocalypse level, a million beasts, capable of obliterating an entire nation. The Huaxia coastline was already teetering on the brink of chaos, with Tier 3 beasts amassing, a harbinger of apocalyptic doom. This is no trivial matter. A Tier 3 beast tide is a catastrophic disaster. Conventional weapons? Useless. Small-scale nuclear bombs? Futile. These beasts, with their thick hides and immense resilience, were virtually immune. If I can create the destruction potion, it'll be a life-saving miracle. Lin Feng's heart surged with determination. If he succeeded, neither Tier 3, Tier 4, nor even Tier 5 beast tides would stand a chance. One missile, boom! A single explosion, and the beast tide would be reduced to ashes. But the ingredients? He frowned, troubled. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The door creaked open, and Zhang Zhan, clad in military uniform, walked in. General Zhang, how was your trip to the capital? Lin Feng asked. The leaders are extremely satisfied with the divine replenishment potion you crafted. The results were remarkable. Zhang Zhan replied without reservation. The leaders have instructed me to inform you that, for any resources you need, there's no need for special approval. You can directly requisition them from the national treasury. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. This was like rain falling from the heavens in a drought. However, Zhang Zhan continued, the commander has another request. The coastal regions of Huaxia are in urgent need of energy potions. Chief Zhou asked me to inquire if you could possibly brew some low-level potions? Low-level potions? To him, that was a piece of cake. As long as his mana bar was sufficiently full, he could brew as many as they needed. No problem. If the nation needs it, I'll get started immediately, he agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then I won't disturb you any further. Should you need anything, just call for me. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly called out, General Zhang, don't rush off just yet. I have an urgent request. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. A resolute gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, as if heralding an even greater storm on the horizon. Zhang Zhan halted in his steps, abruptly turning back with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Speak! His trust in Lin Feng was deeply ingrained. He knew this young man was unquestionably loyal to the nation. Now that Lin Feng had gained unrestricted access to the National Medicine Vault, things had become much simpler. If a necessary ingredient couldn't be found, appealing directly to the nation's leaders was always an option. General Zhang, I won't hide this from you, Lin Feng began in a low, restrained voice, tinged with excitement. While you were in the capital, I advanced and unlocked a new professional formula. This formula is called Reaper of Destruction. If successfully crafted, its effects could rival a nuclear bomb or even surpass it. His words exploded like thunder, shaking Zhang Zhan to his core. What? Zhang Zhan was dumbstruck, his face full of disbelief. A new formula? Stronger than a nuclear bomb? He repeated Lin Feng's words, his emotions surging wildly, unable to regain his composure. The echoes of Lin Feng's revelation seemed to confirm his suspicions. Lin Feng, you're not mistaken, are you? Does such a formula truly exist? A potion with such devastating power? Zhang Zhan's heart raced uncontrollably, utterly unable to fathom the implications. He understood that potions crafted by alchemists were generally categorized as offensive, supportive, or enhancement-based. Offensive potions were usually toxic substances, but a formula capable of rivaling a nuclear bomb? Such a thing was unheard of. If this could be produced, it would be an unparalleled weapon against the beast tide, he thought to himself. Lin Feng shook his head and handed the written formula to Zhang Zhan, his gaze unwavering. You're not mistaken. With a potion of such destructive power, we would be able to confront this beast tide in Huaxia. Here is the list of required ingredients. Please, help me procure them, I'm counting on you. Though his tone was calm, in Zhang Zhan's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. Zhang Zhan's hands trembled slightly as he took the list of ingredients. His mind was already racing. Understood. I'll find them at once. By tomorrow morning, the ingredients for the low-level potions won't be an issue. I'll personally ensure their delivery, Zhang Zhan declared firmly before vanishing into the night. The next morning, a convoy of military trucks surged into Jinshan Vocational Academy like a tidal wave. Soldiers armed with rifles swiftly unloaded crates filled with ingredients into the potion-making building. The escort team consisted entirely of seasoned veterans fresh off the battlefield, their intimidating presence striking fear into the hearts of nearby faculty and students. What's going on? Why are they unloading so many sealed crates? A teacher exclaimed in surprise. Could there be some kind of secret research happening in the potion-making building? Students speculated amongst themselves. As the morning sun rose, the soldiers' hawk-like gazes deterred anyone from approaching. Yesterday's strange celestial phenomenon is gone today. Something's definitely fishy. The students grew increasingly suspicious and backed away cautiously. Inside the potion-making building, Lin Feng was awakened by the sound of crates being moved. He opened his dormitory door to find a group of menacing combat professionals overseeing the operation. Berserkers, axe warriors, mechanical shooters, blood shadow bladesmen. Lin Feng silently marveled at their presence. The ingredients for the low-level potions have arrived. Time to get to work, he thought with excitement, deciding to check his system panel. With a single thought, his system interface appeared before him. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 50/400, Apprentice. Unlock second super formula at level 10. HP, 500/500. Mana, 500/500. Speed, 256. Strength, 269. Defense, 211. Mental power, 450. Talent, Spirit of the Alchemy God, SSS+. Skill, Ring of Focus. Formulas, 1. Reaper of Destruction, Super Destructive Potion. Experience points, 310. At level 10, I can unlock another formula? Lin Feng was overjoyed, realizing that his experience points had already reached 310. It seems the effects of high-quality potions are indeed remarkable. However, as the level increases, the number of professionals also grows, and so does the amount of experience points. He pondered silently, a boundless fighting spirit igniting in his heart. This time, Lin Feng was destined to create a legend. As a god-tier support professional, Lin Feng's growth speed had already surpassed the limits of ordinary imagination. Most combat-oriented professionals needed to temper themselves on the edge of life and death to quickly enhance their strength. Take the berserker Xue Hong, for instance. He had undergone numerous life and death trials to achieve his current power. Or shadow assassin Zhang Jianjun, whose body was covered in scars, each a testament to his journey to the top. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked to the door of the alchemy room. Outside the door, the counselor Zhou Yao was busy counting herbs. Seeing her, Lin Feng's heart stirred slightly. "Good morning, counselor," he called out, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. Startled, Zhou Yao's blood surged to her face, which flushed a delicate pink, blooming like a spring flower. "Lin Feng? Why are you up so early today? I went to bed early yesterday, and when I heard the sound of you moving the herbs, I decided to come by and take a look," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Oh, I'm sorry about that," Zhou Yao said, her cheeks reddening further, making her look even more enchanting. "Counselor, you're looking much better today. It seems the restorative elixir worked wonders yesterday," Lin Feng observed keenly. "Did you level up?" Zhou Yao paused, her blush deepening. "You're really observant. Thanks to the restorative elixir you made, I thought it would take much longer to reach level 36. But after drinking it yesterday, my strength surged, and I leveled up twice in a row." 2 levels in one go. Lin Feng was startled, though not entirely surprised. Exceptional potions not only repaired damaged cells but also had astonishing effects, capable of boosting the strength of low-level professionals by several levels almost instantly. As an elemental mage, Zhou Yao's rapid 2-level increase was within the realm of expectation. However, to boost strength even faster, targeted potions are key, Lin Feng thought to himself. He had only gained experience points from this venture, so he resolved to brew more potions to help others in the future. Now that the herbs are ready, there's no need to waste time. "Counselor, could you help me organize them all in one place?" Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. "Of course." Zhou Yao nodded without hesitation, her swift and efficient manner revealing her capable nature. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng felt his fighting spirit ignite. He knew the low-tier spirit energy pills he was about to craft would make a significant impact on the battlefield. His goal wasn't just to improve himself but to enable his entire team to unleash unparalleled strength in combat. Although Zhou Yao wasn't an alchemist, her understanding of potion making was commendable. As a university counselor, her role wasn't always aligned with her profession. She was more focused on providing psychological and practical support to students. All set, Zhou Yao's crisp voice echoed in the laboratory. Lin Feng glanced at the neatly arranged herbs and nodded, his tone serious. Counselor, making these pills can be risky. Please step outside for your safety. Alright, be careful. I'll wait outside for you, Zhou Yao replied, though she couldn't shake a peculiar feeling in her heart. Like an obedient student, she waited quietly outside. Lin Feng glanced back at her. At just 23 years old, Zhou Yao was young and promising, likely here to gain experience. Elemental mages have incredible explosive power on the battlefield, Lin Feng mused silently. Taking a deep breath, he activated his innate skill, and waves of inspiration surged through his mind. Powdering, shaping, gelling, baking. A series of procedures flashed through Lin Feng's mind, filling him with an overwhelming sense of control. Before long, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Zhou Yao, watching through the glass window, was transfixed. Lin Feng's movements were fluid and graceful, his skill far surpassing that of ordinary alchemists. It's done, Lin Feng murmured softly, holding the freshly crafted pill in his hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. He quickly opened his system panel, his eyes drawn to a line of data. Item name, Spirit Energy Pill. Tier, Low. Spiritual properties, activates plant and beast spirits. Effects, amplifies energy output, accelerates combat recovery, no side effects, potency can stack up to 5-fold. A low-tier pill that can summon plant and beast spirits? This effect is insane, Lin Feng exclaimed, his heart racing with joy. If this pill were brought to the battlefield, soldiers who consumed it would feel as if they had taken a high-tier energy potion, leaving their enemies utterly defenseless. At the thought, a shiver ran down his spine. He couldn't help but imagine, if I could craft a pill with 100-fold potency. Let's have the counselor give it a try first, Lin Feng said excitedly as he walked out of the alchemy room. Zhou Yao, still in shock, asked in disbelief, "You're done already? That was so fast." Counselor, when evaluating a guy, it's probably best not to use the word fast, Lin Feng said with a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Ha! Zhou Yao was momentarily confused but instinctively felt something was off. Here, this is a freshly made low-tier energy pill. Try it, you might be surprised by what it does. Lin Feng handed over the pill. Zhou Yao took it, and as soon as it touched her tongue, a wave of warmth surged through her. The pill's effects erupted instantly. She nearly let out a scream as its power, 5 times stronger than expected, flooded her, almost shattering her very soul. Cough, cough. Lin Feng, are you sure this is a low-tier pill? She stammered, barely able to find her voice. In her mind's eye, the shadow of some mythical herbal deity seemed to flicker. This effect, it's unbelievable. Zhou Yao was utterly shaken, realizing that Lin Feng's talent and skills were nothing short of a national treasure. Could you contact the military and arrange for immediate delivery? General Zhang has an urgent mission to handle, Lin Feng said, wiping his hands, his tone resolute. Something urgent? Zhou Yao asked, her curiosity piqued. What other tricks did this kid have up his sleeve? She quickly pulled out her phone, typing a message, "Old dang, the low-tier energy supplement pills you asked for are ready." Not long after, a storm was brewing at the Kyoto military base as they awaited the arrival of this new force. Several crates of energy pills were flown into Kyoto via military aircraft. High-ranking officials gathered in the conference room, the atmosphere tense and electric. Zhou Xingua sat at the head of the table, holding the message Zhou Yao had sent him. A slight smile curved his lips. Old Deng's involvement meant there might still be a chance to mend his relationship with his daughter. Lin Feng, this young man, was proving to be his lucky star. He pocketed his phone and turned his attention to the small white pill, no larger than a fingernail, resting on the table before him. Inwardly, he mused, why did Lin Feng choose this particular pill? Commander Zhou, this is just an ordinary pill with the weakest effects. Convenient to use, but nothing special, Tang Chang, one of the officers, remarked with a puzzled expression. Zhou Xinghua, already aware of the pill's true potency, smiled faintly. I provided a list of formulas and let Lin Feng choose. I trust his judgment. Shao Dai, bring in Shao Hai. Moments later, a burly man burst into the room, panting heavily, his t-shirt soaked in sweat. Shao Li, drained all your energy already? Zhou Xinghua asked. Sun Li nodded, his voice weak. Completely gone. Not a drop left. Good. Gentlemen, this is my newly appointed bodyguard. Sun Li recently retired from active duty on the battlefield, Zhou Xinghua introduced confidently. Class, Brawler. Level, 56. I had him deplete every last ounce of his energy. Now, we'll test the pill. But a word of caution, don't blink. Sun Li frowned, skeptically eyeing the tiny pill on the tray. This little thing? Can it really replenish energy? Honestly, I'd probably need a handful of these to feel anything, he muttered to himself before finally popping the pill into his mouth. The moment the pill dissolved, a burst of energy surged through his body. Sun Li's brows furrowed, and within seconds, the pill's fivefold potency erupted. Boom! His eyes widened as waves of energy coursed through him, even streaming visibly from his nostrils. "Commander, this is a low-tier pill," he exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "This is insane. I feel like I'm being overcharged with energy." He sat on the ground, dazed yet exhilarated, as his energy reserves fully replenished. Above his head, the faint outlines of mystical plants and fierce beasts appeared. The other officers were stunned. "This powerful? Are you kidding me? Good thing Zhu Guo isn't here. He'd probably rush off to Golden Mountain Academy to beg this kid to mentor him." Zhou Xinghua, having witnessed the scene, was equally astonished. He immediately issued orders. "Shout I, dispatch all the low-tier energy pills to the coastal front lines. And make sure to warn them, these pills are not ordinary. Don't overuse them, or their heads might explode. Don't say I didn't warn you." "Yes, sir." Sun Dai swiftly left the conference room. Sun Li stood up, his energy brimming, his excitement barely contained. "This is incredible. Commander, it's absolutely incredible." Zhou Xinghua nodded, his eyes sharp with determination. "Gentlemen, after inventorying the shipment, we have a total of 100,000 pills." 100,000? The officers gasped, drawing in sharp breaths. "This Lin Feng kid is a genius. Not only does he have exceptional talent, but now he's developed this new skill. He's practically a walking alchemy factory. And the potency of these pills, it's terrifying," one officer added, still in awe. Zhou Xinghua smiled, his heart swelling with pride. This batch of pills couldn't have come at a better time. With the front lines on the brink of a beast tide, morale is bound to soar. A few minutes later, the military aircraft stationed at the base took off once more, heading straight for the front lines with lightning speed. At the same time, at Jinshan Vocational College, there was only half a month left until graduation. The remaining courses were all about job placement recommendations. Some professors, who had never even experienced employment themselves, were lecturing seriously in the classroom. Lin Feng, however, didn't seem to care. As a professional student, his future career path was already clear. 1. Pharmaceutical factories. 2. Pharmaceutical research institutes. 3. Pharmacist. 4. Others. After class, Lin Feng basked in the ease of college life, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. "This feels amazing." On his way to the cafeteria, a figure slowly approached him. "You're Lin Feng, right? Do you have a moment? Let's talk." Lin Feng turned around to see Chu Jiao, the campus belle, dressed in a short black skirt and stockings. Her silky black hair framed a delicate, fair face. "No, I don't." Lin Feng refused without hesitation. Chu Jiao was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She had actually been turned down. "You dare reject me?" Her heart was burning with anger, but she suppressed her irritation. "Then when will you have time?" Lin Feng frowned, a sense of vigilance rising within him. He had no desire to get involved with her. "Sorry, I'm very busy these days," he said coldly. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Without looking back, Lin Feng walked away, leaving Chu Jiao standing there in shock, fury boiling within her. She stomped her foot in frustration. "If it weren't for young Master Luo's orders, why would I even bother seeking you out? This is infuriating." With that, Chu Jiao stormed off angrily. Lin Feng, meanwhile, entered the restricted pharmaceutical building. Suddenly, a deep voice called out from behind him, "General Zhang." Zhang Zhan paused briefly and stepped forward. "I didn't expect Lin Feng's spiritual perception to be this sharp." Lin Feng gave a faint, self-deprecating smile. "Just a lucky guess. By the way, General Zhang, how is the search for the medicinal ingredients going?" Zhang Zhan replied slowly, "The formula you provided requires 88 ingredients in total. So far, I've notified the National Treasury, and we've located 55 of them. They are currently being transported." Lin Feng's heart tightened as Zhang Zhan continued. "As for the remaining 33, I've dispatched troops to search through special secret realms and ancient ruins within Huaxia. We should have an update in just a few days." "A few days?" Lin Feng's brows furrowed deeply. He had been closely monitoring the situation along the coastline, and the circumstances were dire. "General Zhang, I'm afraid we can't afford to wait even a week." Zhang Zhan fell into a brief silence, clearly aware of the urgency of the situation as well. "The beast tide is imminent. We must act fast." Determination ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. "We cannot allow Huaxia to fall into crisis. If the beast tide breaks out, no one will be able to stop it." Zhang Zhan's voice was low, carrying an oppressive weight. A flicker of resolve crossed Lin Feng's face. "General Zhang, did you report my formula to the government?" Zhang Zhan shook his head, his expression grim. I have the authority to directly mobilize resources, but as for the formula itself, it hasn't been reported yet. Lin Feng's heart sank. Just as he suspected, the information had been kept under wraps. Zhang Zhan was clearly concerned that if the formula were fully disclosed, it would attract intense attention from the higher-ups. I'll confirm the situation with the ingredients within 3 days, Zhang Zhan said in a resolute tone, his gaze sharp. But as for reporting the formula, it's best if we hold off for now. There are traitors among us, and they might leak the information to enemy nations. That would put you in great danger. Chu Zhao's approach was likely influenced by Luo Chen from Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, Zhang Zhan added, his voice tinged with caution. Behind them lies the shadow of the Eagle Nation's forces. Traitors! Lin Feng's heart jolted. His earlier suspicions were instantly validated. He understood now Luo Chen was no ordinary figure. Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, a multinational giant, might appear glamorous on the surface, but underneath, it was a quagmire of vested interests. I'll keep an eye out, Lin Feng replied firmly. As for the medicinal ingredients, I'll leave it to you, General Zhang. If anything changes, please notify me immediately. One more thing, Lin Feng added as an afterthought. Could you arrange for the delivery of more ingredients for refining low-level energy pills? He knew the country was in desperate need of such consumables. He handed a small pouch of low-level energy pills to Zhang Zhan before turning to leave. Zhang Zhan held the pills, his mind full of questions. Taking one out, he placed it into his mouth. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of medicinal energy coursed through him. Boom! A powerful energy erupted within his body, instantly restoring his previously depleted strength. He looked up, eyes gleaming with determination, and thought to himself, this formula must not fall into the hands of traitors. This kid, always full of surprises. These low-level energy pills could fetch millions apiece on the market. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhan swiftly stashed the pouch into his pocket and wasted no time in springing into action. In a luxurious palace within the military base of the Eagle Nation, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, dressed in a military uniform, stared intently at the intelligence report in his hand, his brows furrowed deeply. What the hell is going on? What are you people doing? One of our pieces embedded within the leadership of Huaxia has been eliminated? General Misili roared in fury. A foreigner with a broad face standing nearby hurriedly explained, General Misili, it wasn't our intention to lose that piece. The people of Huaxia are simply too sharp, even the slightest move and they catch on. However, while we lost one piece, we uncovered an absolutely astounding piece of information. Misili paused, his eyes narrowing with interest. What information? With a crisp clap of hands, a classified report was swiftly delivered into his hands. As Misili read through the document, his anger quickly morphed into shock. This is the good news you're talking about? Their old elites are using some kind of drug to regain physical strength comparable to their prime years? Efficiency has increased? Isn't this a direct threat to our plans? The foreigner with the broad face, however, smirked mysteriously. Please, keep reading. Misili gritted his teeth and continued flipping through the pages. Gradually, the fury on his face was replaced by astonishment. Huaxia has produced an SSS plus grade pharmacist? A pharmacist with zero material waste, a 100% success rate, and even enhanced potency? How is that even possible? It's been years since anyone on this planet has seen such talent in this profession. Are you certain this intelligence is accurate? The broad-faced foreigner nodded firmly. We sacrificed a piece to obtain this information, it was worth it. Huaxia has been guarding this secret with extreme caution. Misili's heart raced with excitement as he immediately issued an order. Instruct the intelligence department to spare no expense in finding this SSS plus grade pharmacist. They must serve the interests of our Divine Order Guild. As the order was given, a flurry of activity erupted among the foreign operatives. On the coastline of Huaxia, the atmosphere was tense. Military aircraft, tanks, and warships converged along the borders. Stretching across thousands of miles of coastline, a formidable force of 100,000 job changers had gathered soldiers, archers, mages, and support roles of all kinds. Among them, warriors dominated in numbers, and the air was charged with a volcanic intensity, ready to erupt at any moment. Support roles were scarce, and blacksmiths worked tirelessly to forge weapons and repair defensive facilities. A massive wall, reminiscent of the Great Wall, separated the interior of Huaxia from the sea. The beach was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts, each as large as a small villa. Their savage fangs and terrifying claws sent shivers down anyone's spine. Exhausted warriors gathered along the coast, anxiously awaiting reinforcements. The supply planes are here. Supplies have arrived. Just then, a berserker suddenly raised his head, his eyes locking onto the sky. The camp erupted into cheers. A giant transport plane landed steadily, and unloading began immediately. A middle-aged man wearing a military cap stepped forward, saluting resolutely. "Welcome. I'm Wu Lei, 4-star general of the Coastal Defense Command." Sun Dai, holding a folder, responded politely, "Hello, I'm Sun Dai, assistant to the chief executive's office in the capital. Here is your first batch of energy supplement pills. The specific usage instructions are detailed in this document." Wu Lei eagerly accepted the folder, but his expression darkened as he read. "Assistant Sun, am I reading this correctly? Only 200,000 low-grade pills? We just finished a battle with the sea beasts, and the warriors have already exhausted their stock of potions. If this is all we get, how are they supposed to recover?" Anger flared within Wu Lei's heart. His warriors had risked their lives in battle, only to be given these meager low-grade pills? Sun Dai shook her head, her tone firm. "General Wu, I suggest you read the detailed instructions carefully. And as a friendly reminder, these energy supplement pills are far from ordinary. I recommend that lower-level warriors take only one pill each." With that, she boarded the military plane and departed swiftly, leaving behind an angry and perplexed Wu Lei. Standing atop the wall, Wu Lei frowned deeply as he flipped through the pill instructions, his anxiety mounting. Finally, he ripped open a pack of pills and, without hesitation, popped one into his mouth. Boom! In an instant, the pill's fivefold potency surged through his body like a raging torrent. It felt as though a thunderclap had exploded in his mind, nearly blasting the top of his skull off. Holy crap! What kind of low-grade pill is this? Its effectiveness surpasses high-grade potions. This pill even has special effects. He felt his entire body surge with energy, as if a volcano had erupted within him. The overwhelming power coursing through his veins made his blood boil with exhilaration. "Men, distribute all these energy supplement pills immediately. Each person is allowed only one. If anyone dares to take more, I'll personally make sure they regret it." The soldiers nearby sprang into action, swiftly handing out the pills to each warrior. "Is this all the supplies we get? The nation only gives us this little? How are we supposed to defend the border like this? This energy is nowhere near enough. How can we stop the sea beasts from coming ashore?" Complaints and roars of discontent echoed through the ranks. Wu Lei's fury ignited as he raised his flaming sword high. A fire dragon roared into existence, soaring skyward. "Listen up! Stop complaining and just eat it." His words carried a fiery energy, shaking the hearts of everyone present. The flames crashed onto the corpse of a fierce beast on the ground, incinerating it in an instant. "Brothers, swallow it. Let's see what kind of miracles this so-called low-grade pill can create." The soldiers quickly swallowed the tiny pills, no larger than a fingernail. Boom! The medicinal power surged straight to their minds, nearly knocking them unconscious. Some of the lower-ranked soldiers even staggered, almost passing out. This is supposed to be a low-grade supplement? Even if a dragon showed up, it'd leave crying now. Unbelievable. I feel like I could take on 7 sea beasts at once. The soldiers' exhilarated voices rang out one after another, and their morale soared instantly. It was as if every one of them had transformed into an unstoppable warrior on the battlefield. Meanwhile, hidden live-streaming devices transmitted the scene back to the homeland, where every corner of Huaxia held its breath in anticipation. As the threat of sea beasts loomed closer, tension gripped the nation's leaders, especially Zhou Zhenghua, who oversaw military affairs. His sharp, hawk-like eyes scanned the screen, observing as the warriors regained their strength. A faint smile of relief surfaced on his face. Indeed, Lin Feng's so-called low-grade supplements multiply the effects several times over. This not only conserves the nation's resources but also greatly boosts morale, he mused to himself. Just then, Sun Dai rushed in, knocking anxiously on the door. "Director Zhou, we've received an urgent message from the medicine depot." "Speak." Zhou Jinghua's heart tightened. "General Zhang Zhan has used the special privileges you granted him to transport all 54 types of medicinal ingredients from the national treasury." Sun Dai's tone was urgent. "What? 54 types of ingredients?" Zhou Jinghua's brows furrowed. "How many trucks would that take to haul?" "Not only that, but he's also mobilized 50 warriors, mages, and support personnel, all above level 30, to venture into secret realms and ruins within Huaxia to gather more ingredients." Zhou Zhenghua's heart skipped a beat. Although he had granted Zhang Zhan full authority, he still wanted to monitor the situation to see if additional support was required. "Keep this quiet. Make sure no other officials find out," he ordered firmly. "Even if they do, tell them it was my decision." Sun Dai hesitated for a moment but, seeing Zhou Jinghua's resolute demeanor, nodded in agreement. "Lin Feng, what are you up to? Are you hiding something?" Zhou Zhenghua gripped his teacup tightly, his brows deeply furrowed. He was aware that spies had recently been uncovered, and information about the leader's use of divine supplements had already leaked. Internal investigations were ongoing. He had a strong hunch that Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan might have noticed something unusual and were deliberately keeping secrets. Interesting. Lin Feng, I'll see for myself what treasure you're hiding, he murmured, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Just then, the abrupt ringing of the phone broke the silence. Hello? What? Lin Feng has just produced another 500,000 low-grade energy supplement pills? Zhou Zhenghua shot to his feet, nearly dropping the phone. This kid, he's defying all reason. My old heart can't take this anymore. Contact the coastal front lines immediately and have the pills sent over at once, he commanded, his voice tinged with excitement. At this moment, in Jinshan Vocational Academy, Lin Feng had just finished packaging the low-grade energy supplements. The remaining tasks were handed over to Elder Zhang, Shuihong, and the advisor, Zhou Yao. Lin Feng, your new professional skill now allows you to simultaneously produce multiple types of potions? Li Yinian asked excitedly as he sealed the pills. Wiping his hands, Lin Feng paused in thought before replying. For low-grade pills, 500,000 is my limit. For mid-grade potions, that number would be halved, and the higher the grade, the fewer I can make. He knew well that if he also utilized potions to replenish his energy, he could produce 1,000,000 pills. But to keep a low profile, he chose to understate his abilities. Monster, you're an absolute monster, Li Yinian exclaimed. Your speed is comparable to an industrial factory. By the way, this batch of 500,000 low-grade energy supplements has an explosive effect that's 7 times stronger. Lin Feng's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with determination. This is going to benefit so many people. Li Yinyan's eyes sparkled with admiration, silently anticipating what was to come. A grand and epic battle was on the horizon, and their efforts would become the strongest shield guarding Huaxia's coastline. Remember, make sure they use it cautiously. If it's for those with lower levels, try to limit their usage. Otherwise, too many people might end up losing their minds from the overwhelming potency of the medicine. As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 men froze in place as if they'd been struck by a paralysis spell. 7 times? Are you saying a low-grade pill can unleash 7 times its normal potency? That's even better than high-grade pills. Alright, carry on. I just expended a lot of mental energy while preparing the potion. I need to head back and rest for a while. Lin Feng felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Perhaps the casual words he had just spoken had stirred up unexpected waves. Just as he took a few steps forward, a shadow emerged from the wall, slowly taking shape. General Zhang, you always appear out of nowhere. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks and turned to face the rugged-looking man standing before him. Lin Feng, the 55 types of medicinal herbs retrieved from the National Treasury have already been delivered in secret to the storage room on the basement floor of the Alchemy Tower, Zhang Zhan said with a firm nod. As for the remaining 33 types, we've deployed 50 specialized troops to search for them. So far, we've located 32. The last one, however, is extremely rare and might not even exist within Huaxia's borders. Lin Feng's heart leaped with excitement. He hadn't expected the progress to be this swift. Seeing the faint exhaustion on the soldier's face, he offered words of reassurance. It's all right. Just tell me the name of the final herb. The horn of a meteoric beast. It's an imperial-grade feral beast, rumored to have gone extinct long ago, Zhang Zhan said slowly. In the secret realms of Blue Star, the lowest level of this beast is 60. Lin Feng's heart tightened. A minimum of level 60? If not for aligning himself with the nation, attempting to track down such a beast for its medicinal material would have been nothing short of a fool's dream. But don't worry, Zhang Zhan continued. I've already notified the base's auxiliary professionals in the Cyber Intelligence Division to conduct a global search. The moment a meteoric beast is spotted, I'll be informed immediately. Lin Feng nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. After all, such matters were best left in the hands of the state. Just then, Zhang Zhan's phone rang abruptly, its urgent tone breaking the moment. General Zhang, a level 65 meteoric beast has been spotted off the Huaxia coastline. It's approaching the shore. Zhang Zhan's entire body tensed, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Mobilize the team immediately. Prepare for departure, he bellowed, his voice thunderous and charged with an irresistible momentum. A spark ignited in Lin Feng's heart. He could feel the stirrings of an unprecedented adventure on the horizon. His gaze turned resolute, his pulse quickening as if he were destined to become the protagonist of this hunt. Lin Feng, the meteoric beast has appeared. It's closing in on the Huaxia coastline and will soon breach the perimeter walls. Lin Feng's heart thudded, but he nodded without hesitation. I'm heading there right now. I must bring back the meteoric beast's horn. Wait, General Zhang. Lin Feng suddenly called out, swiftly retrieving a freshly crafted low-grade energy replenishing pill and handing it over. This is a pill I just refined, with 7 times the potency. Take it with you. Zhang Zhan looked at the pill in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Thank you. I'll put it to good use. He took the pill and disappeared from sight in an instant. Lin Feng took a deep breath and returned to his dormitory. The depletion of his mana bar left him feeling drained. He quickly took out a low-grade replenishing potion he had prepared earlier and swallowed it without hesitation. Boom! The potion's effects surged through his body, and his mana bar instantly filled to its maximum. System, open the panel. He couldn't wait to see how much progress he had made. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level 50/400 XP. Apprentice, unlocks the second super recipe at level 10. HP, 500/500. MP, 500/500. Speed, 256. Strength, 269. Defense, 211. Spirit, 450. Talent, Spirit of the Alchemy God, SSS+. Unlocked recipes, 1. Death's Destruction, Super Destruction Potion. Skills, 1. Ring of Distraction. Experience points, 1290. Wow, I've already accumulated 1,290 experience points? He distinctly remembered that the last batch of low-grade pills had only netted him around 900 experience points. Looks like I'll need to focus on producing higher-grade potions in the future to boost efficiency. Lin Feng resolved inwardly. System, level up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 6 in their profession. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shedding the apprentice title. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the novice title. A surge of powerful energy boiled within Lin Feng's body. His speed, mental strength, and defense increased rapidly, and his perception range expanded significantly. When he punched, it was as if he could hear the sound of air being torn apart. My speed is now 6 times faster than an average person's. I could easily punch and kill a bull. Finally, I've been promoted from an apprentice to a novice. This was a glory assessment that every professional had to face. The higher the level, the better the assessment. Apprentice, novice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master. Each rank was harder to achieve than the last. But Lin Feng's level 6 was definitely not the level of an ordinary pharmacist. He might even be stronger than the average warrior. Awesome! Now I need 800 experience points to reach level 7. Perfect, I can push for another level. Without hesitation, he activated the upgrade once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 7 in their profession. Awesome! Even stronger energy surged into his body, further enhancing the power of his punches. His speed improved by 50% on top of what he had gained at level 6, and his defense became astonishingly strong. Ordinary swords and knives could hardly pierce him. System, open the panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, pharmacist. Level 70/1600 experience points. Novice, unlock the second super formula at level 10. Health, 500/500. Energy, 500/500. Speed, 556. Strength, 569. Defense, 411. Mental power, 850. Talent, Spirit of the Pharmacist God, SSS+. Unlocked formulas, 1. Destruction Reaper, Super Destruction Potion. Skills, 1. Ring of Distraction. Experience points, 90. Ha! I've gotten even stronger, but the next upgrade will require 1,600 experience points. At this rate, level 9 might need over 2,000, and level 10 will likely require 4,000. Thinking about this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a jolt of realization. It was hard to imagine how Zhang Zhan, Huaxia's youngest 5-star general, managed to level up his shadow assassin profession. Even with the system's support, which set Lin Feng apart from other professionals, leveling up was still an uphill battle. I must resolve this beast tide quickly. If I can trigger an explosion with the destruction poison, I'll absolutely be able to break through to level 10. A fiery determination flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Reaching level 10, that would mean unlocking the second super formula, and his leveling speed would skyrocket. His heart raced uncontrollably at the thought, but with excitement came concerns as well. Crafting such a super formula would undoubtedly consume an immense amount of mental energy. It might even exceed his current energy reserves. The thought sent a wave of tension through him. Ding! Mission released. The system's notification sounded like a thunderclap, jolting him out of his thoughts. Breast milk is the key to maintaining your health and growth. Sweet and nourishing, drink it in large gulps. Mission, consume 2,000 milliliters of breast milk. Reward, 1 draw for a professional skill. Lin Feng froze. Drink breast milk? What kind of absurd mission was this? Was he really supposed to drink breast milk like a baby? His face flushed with embarrassment as he imagined the scene of someone catching him in the act. The thought was unbearable. If he had a pregnant wife, it might have been excusable. Drinking some excess milk would be understandable. But he was single. Am I supposed to find a postpartum woman? That's insane, he muttered, cursing under his breath as he decided to try other types of milk first. He rushed to the campus supermarket, grabbing every kind of milk he could find: yogurt, probiotic milk, pure milk, flavored milk, anything drinkable ended up in his basket. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He devoured them all in one go, trying every single type of milk. However, the system remained silent. Don't tell me, I really have to try breast milk? Lin Feng paced back and forth in his room, anxiety written all over his face. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. As long as it's breast milk, right? So, where can I find pure cow or goat milk? Once he had this idea, he immediately thought of his mentor, Zhou Yao. General Zhang Zhan had just left, the medicinal ingredients had just arrived, and Zhou Yao was likely at her busiest. Perhaps he could ask her for help. At that moment, a familiar knock came from the door. Lin Feng, are you in there? It's your advisor. Lin Feng's heart raced, and a mixture of anticipation and nervousness flickered across his face. At this moment, he knew he had to seize the opportunity. His heart trembled as the saying proved true: speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Here. Without hesitation, he opened the door. Standing at the doorway was Zhou Yao, her eyes scanning the room cautiously. Her tone carried a hint of reservation. I wonder if I can come in. I hope I'm not intruding on your personal time? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Not at all. It's an honor to have our counselor grace my humble abode. A trace of unease flashed across Zhou Yao's face. Memories of the awkward dorm inspections conducted by female counselors at the school surfaced in her mind, and the last thing she wanted was a repeat of that embarrassment. After all, she wasn't much older than the students she managed. It looks like you've settled in well. She nodded, as if letting out a small sigh of relief. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll do my best to help, she added with a touch of concern in her voice. No worries, then. I'll head out now. Her gaze swept over the room one last time, her cheeks faintly flushed, as she prepared to leave. Just as she turned, Lin Feng reached out to stop her. Counselor, don't be in such a hurry. Hearing him call out, Zhou Yao's heart skipped a beat, and her face betrayed a hint of panic. I actually have a small request, Lin Feng said directly, without beating around the bush. Zhou Yao frowned slightly, her chest tightening. As a counselor, she was accustomed to handling such moments. Despite a flicker of irritation, she quickly composed herself, knowing her responsibilities came before personal feelings. Go ahead. As long as it doesn't breach professional ethics, I'll see what I can do. Lin Feng hesitated, gathering his courage. Could you help me get some fresh cow's milk or goat's milk? Specifically, the kind that's freshly milked from the animal and pasteurized, he clarified. Zhou Yao froze, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment and complexity. She couldn't help but wonder, does he have some unusual preference for this sort of thing? Noticing her puzzled look, Lin Feng quickly explained, please don't mention this to anyone else. I can't explain the reason, but I hope you'll understand. Hearing this, Zhou Yao interrupted her own train of thought and nodded. All right, I'll take care of it. I'll go handle it now so as not to disturb your rest. She offered a slight smile before leaving the room. Lin Feng lay back on his bed, his heart brimming with anticipation as he quickly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, tension gripped the coastline along the strait. 50,000 low-grade energy restoration pills had been distributed, yet many lingered uncertainly. After all, these pills were life-saving treasures capable of instantly restoring one's peak condition. Roar! A thunderous bellow shattered the uneasy calm. A sea beast over 100 meters in length emerged from the ocean's surface. Its blood-red eyes burned like flames, its back bristled with sharp spikes, and the horn protruding from its nose gleamed with a deadly, venomous sheen. It's a starfall beast. A soldier's face turned pale. Level 65. The news spread through the ranks like wildfire, and everyone held their breath. Online viewers erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Damn it! The starfall beast is attacking. Quick, defend the city. A level 65 starfall beast? The regular troops are doomed. We're finished. China's luck has run out. To attract such a monstrous starfall beast, the warriors along the coastline opened fire desperately. Advanced technological laser weapons streaked through the air in dazzling arcs. But in the next instant, the starfall beast unleashed a blast of primal energy breath, obliterating all technological weaponry in its path. The lasers dissolved into nothingness. The lower-ranked warriors were gripped by terror, their eyes reflecting the despair consuming them. In Beijing's military command center, high-ranking officials convened urgently, their eyes glued to the developments on the coastline. The atmosphere was as heavy as storm clouds, ready to burst at any moment. Zhou Xingguo's brows knitted tightly together, the weight of the crisis pressing down on the entire room. A level 65 starfall beast, with its razor-sharp venomous horn, could easily tear through city walls. Its recent energy blast had rendered nearly all technological weaponry useless. How could a starfall beast appear in the Pacific region, heading straight for China? Someone exclaimed in shock. There must be something wrong with the ruins in the ocean depths. I suspect the Eagle Nation is behind this, another official declared angrily. Exactly. Zhou Xingguo interjected sharply, his expression as dark as a storm. It's those Eagle Nation bastards again, leading the charge with their allies. Their coalition and divine guild seem to have no end to their schemes against China. The room erupted in an uproar, the officials' furious voices rolling like thunder. We only have two options now. Zhou Xingguo took a deep breath, his voice resolute and commanding. First, activate the backup forces plan. Summon level 70 professionals to completely annihilate the Starfall Beast. Second, deploy nuclear weapons and eliminate it in one decisive strike, stopping it in its tracks. When these two plans were mentioned, everyone fell into deep thought. The reserve force plan was China's last resort in the face of a crisis. Once activated, there would be no turning back when confronting hostile powers like the Eagle Nation in the future. And if a nuclear bomb were detonated, the coastline would be rendered a lifeless wasteland, and China's symbolic front would be completely devastated. It was not a measure to be taken lightly. As the group wavered in indecision, Chief Tang's gaze suddenly locked onto a familiar figure in the live broadcast footage. Is that Zhang Zhan? Zhou Xingguo exclaimed, a flicker of light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, but why is he on the front lines? Another leader questioned, equally puzzled. Brother Zhou, wasn't he assigned by you to protect Lin Feng? Chief Tang frowned. A sudden thought flashed through Zhou Xingguo's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Could his target be the Starfall Beast? For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense and full of anticipation. Everyone's attention was fixed on Zhang Zhan, as if he held the key to resolving this crisis. On the coastline of China, the tension was palpable, like the calm before a storm. The low-level transcenders exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with fear. Ahead of them, a level 65 Starfall Beast loomed like a moving mountain, its oppressive presence crashing down like a tidal wave, suffocating everyone. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the Starfall Beast charged forward, smashing through the city wall defenses in an instant. Stones exploded in all directions, debris raining down like a storm. The live broadcast spread across the globe, and foreign transcenders couldn't help but scoff. If it comes to it, just nuke the thing. Wu Lei was seething with rage, gritting his teeth. This beast is relentless. Just as despair began to spread, the roar of a military transport aircraft pierced through the sky. Moments later, a figure leaped out from the cabin like a missile, hurtling directly toward the Starfall Beast. Zhang Zhan raised his binoculars in astonishment. The figure was small but exuded an overwhelming aura. Level 70. A chill ran through him, and murmurs rippled through the crowd around him. Good heavens! Is that a high-level transcender from China? Why have we never heard of him before? He looks so young. Could it be Zhang Zhan? That's right. It's General Zhang Zhan. The news exploded across live-streaming platforms, and viewers erupted with excitement and awe at the revelation that China had gained such a young and formidable level 70 warrior. Wu Lei, recognizing his face, couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. They had once been peers, but Zhang Zhan had long since risen to heights that left others in the dust. Stacked damage, activate. Zhang Zhan's voice boomed like thunder as he unleashed his skill. The enemy's damage output was reduced by 50%. Though the effect was brief, it was enough to turn the tide of battle. Passive counterattack, activate. Confidence radiated from him as he reflected the enemy's attacks back upon itself. Shadow clone. His body split into three shadowy figures, each identical to him, multiplying his combat strength in an instant as they launched an assault on the Starfall Beast. Shadow Blade, activate. A supreme weapon materialized in his hands, and Zhang Zhan descended like a divine warrior. The energy of the battlefield surged, igniting the flames of combat. His momentum was like a nuclear blast, breaking the sound barrier as he charged at the Starfall Beast. The sea roared and churned. The tension was electrifying as soldiers stood frozen in awe, witnessing this spectacular showdown. Meanwhile, back at the Kyoto military base, Zhou Xingguo watched anxiously, his brows tightly furrowed. He knew all too well the toxic potency of the Starfall Beast's sharp horn. Its venom was lethal even to level 70 warriors. Boom! The waves receded as Zhang Zhan was struck by the horn, its venom spreading swiftly, shadowing him like a specter. A wave of fear swept through the onlookers. Kill him already, someone shouted in the live broadcast, the atmosphere thick with unease. At that critical moment, Zhang Zhan calmly retrieved a potion Lin Feng had given him. he tilted his head back, downing it in one gulp. The medicinal power surged through him like a flood, instantly expelling the venom from his system. Above him, the phantom of his spirit beast expanded, radiating an aura of unmatched power. Let's test this level 70 skill, Death Assassination, he murmured to himself. Energy gathered in his hands, forming a black shadow that condensed into a dagger mid-air. With a swift motion, he hurled it straight at the Starfall beast. In that instant, the entire Chinese coastline seemed to fall silent, leaving only the black shadow as the focal point. The climax of the battle was at hand. Countless transcenders held their breath, their eyes fixed on Zhang Zhan as he unveiled his newly unlocked skill. Is this General Zhang Zhan's new ability? Wu Lei, a dragon tamer, felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. At that moment, the Starfall beast let out a deafening cry, its eyes flickering with terror as it attempted to flee. But with a sharp sound, the dagger struck like lightning, piercing straight through the beast's heart. It's done. Zhang Zhan, the weakened, tore off the beast's horn with unwavering determination, his eyes glinting with the light of victory. Returning to the military airfield, the armed transport aircraft was already prepared. Zhang Zhan swiftly delivered the spoils of battle to Gold Mountain Professional Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lay on his bed, slowly opening his eyes as the shrill ring of his phone broke the silence like an alarm. He immediately checked the news about the Chinese coastline. Nothing escaped his watchful eye. When he saw General Zhang Zhan, at level 70, effortlessly slay a level 65 Starfall beast with absolute power, Lin Feng's heart shook violently. The breath he had been holding back surged out like a tidal wave. So this is the power of a level 70 Shadow Assassin? Completely invincible. Their combat strength is practically on par with a nuclear bomb, he thought. Especially that first skill, anyone below level 70 doesn't stand a chance. Lin Feng also noticed that during the fight, Zhang Zhan had used the potions Lin Feng personally crafted. To his surprise, Zhang Zhan had used them all in one gold potions with 7 times the potency. This alone made it clear how energy-intensive activating a level 70 skill could be. I need to prepare more potions for General Zhang, Lin Feng thought to himself. The materials for the destruction potion are ready. The only thing missing is a way to replenish mana faster. Just then, a knock came at the door. Lin Feng opened it to find his advisor, Zhou Yao, holding 2 bottles of milk. Lin Feng, here's the milk you requested. And this is goat milk, both freshly collected, Zhou Yao said with a warm smile, handing them over. Thank you. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he took the bottles. No problem. If you don't need anything else, I'll take my leave, Zhou Yao said with a polite nod. Got it. Thanks a lot, advisor. Lin Feng watched Zhou Yao depart before hurriedly opening the bottle of milk. 500 milliliters of milk, just 1,000 milliliters to complete the task. Let's do this. He took a deep breath and gulped down a mouthful. The rich, creamy flavor filled his nose instantly. Although there was a slight tang to it, he didn't care in the slightest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 50 milliliters of raw milk. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng's excitement soared. It works! He drank furiously, finishing the first bottle in no time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 100 milliliters of raw milk. After emptying the first bottle, Lin Feng let out a milk-soaked burp and immediately cracked open the second bottle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drinking 600 milliliters of raw milk. When the second bottle was drained, another system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You've earned a skill lottery reward. Wiping the milk from the corner of his mouth, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. Start the lottery. In his mind, countless skill names spun like the reels of a machine. Stop. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill, Power Surge. Power Surge, the host's mana pool thickness will increase by 100 times for 10 minutes. Note, no side effects, but the skill will have a 7-day cooldown after use. In that moment, Lin Feng almost lost control of his emotions. A 100-fold increase in mana for 10 minutes? With his current mana pool, this would make him surpass even level 50 alchemists. Just imagining the possibilities. Crafting potions while stacking effects with the Ring of Focus, wouldn't his production rate skyrocket? Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Feng quickly composed himself, grabbed his things, and dashed out the door, heading straight for the alchemy lab. As soon as he stepped out, his phone vibrated. A message from Zhang Zhan had arrived. All alchemy ingredients are ready. My mana pool is now sufficient to control the creation of the destruction potion. Lin Feng thought, a confident smile spreading across his face. No time to waste, let's get started. At the entrance to the lab, he spotted Zhang Zhan standing upright, his face marked with scars and exhaustion radiating from his body. This is an energy potion I prepared for you, Lin Feng said, pulling out a shimmering vial from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan hesitated briefly before taking the potion and downing it in one gulp. Boom! Energy surged into his body like a flood, and his expression transformed instantly. How do you feel? This is a potion with 9 times the potency, Lin Feng said with a smirk. 9 times? That's insane. Zhang Zhan shook his head in disbelief, silently marveling at Lin Feng's ever-improving potion quality. Drinking it feels incredible. I think my energy's fully restored. Thanks. Gratitude and surprise flashed in Zhang Zhan's eyes. Seeing that Zhang Zhan had recovered, Lin Feng wasted no time and got to work. He carefully extracted a small portion of the ingredients, thinking to himself, this kind of ultimate weapon must first be tested on a small scale. Once it succeeds, I'll move to mass production. Lin Feng, I trust your alchemy skills, but if this destruction potion explodes, wouldn't it flatten the entire school? Zhang Zhan asked, a hint of worry crossing his face. Lin Feng chuckled softly, exuding confidence. General Zhang, don't worry. My talent guarantees a 100% success rate. Anything I craft will only succeed, it will never fail. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan's concerns gradually eased. He nodded and took a step back, standing outside the glass observation window to watch Lin Feng begin his work. Lin Feng took a deep breath and methodically placed each ingredient into the cauldron. According to the recipe, this potion would transform into a liquid of immense power, an elixir so rare that even master alchemists might never encounter such precious materials in their lifetimes. As the SSS plus level divine spirit of medicine talent activated, he began to operate frantically. This was merely an experiment, and he didn't want to prematurely unleash his divine power's explosive professional skills. After all, once activated, it would take a week to recover. He relied on the thickness of his own mana bar to persevere through the concoction process. If that wasn't enough, he had over 1,000 energy-restoring potions at his disposal. With a flurry of precise operations, the medicinal ingredients in front of him swiftly melted. In the blink of an eye, a gray liquid began to surface, exuding a rich, intoxicating aroma that assaulted his senses. Lin Feng was suddenly overwhelmed with an irresistible urge. He exclaimed in shock, hastily downing an energy-restoring potion, instantly replenishing his depleted mana. So terrifying, he thought, his heart pounding as the impulsive desire from just moments ago sent chills down his spine. This has only just begun, and my mana bar is almost empty? Lin Feng sensed that something was wrong. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he took a deep breath, quickly grabbing a prepared potion and chugging it down. Gulp! With one bottle, his mana bar shot back to its peak state, and he resumed the concoction process. In less than half a minute, his mana was depleted again. Repeatedly replenishing, Zhang Zhan, watching from the outside window, felt his heart pounding nervously. This was his first time witnessing an alchemist burning through mana with such intensity. Imagining the power of the potion being created, he couldn't help but feel tense. Time ticked by, and the rich aroma gradually began to waft out of the pharmacy. Zhang Zhan observed the gray-black potion inside, his instincts resisting it, yet the alluring fragrance seemed to create illusions in his mind. The more he stared, the more he believed this must be a god-tier elixir with miraculous restorative properties. By now, the entire campus was filled with the potion's aroma. Countless students and teachers had been captivated by the scent, their eyes glazed as they wandered, trying to locate its source. In her office, Zhou Yao caught a whiff of the fragrance in the air. Her gaze turned hazy, and an uncontrollable desire surged within her. This aroma isn't right. Could Lin Feng be concocting some kind of supreme restorative potion? Her thoughts tensed. She quickly stood up, splashed her face with cold water to clear her mind, and contemplated for a moment before heading straight to the pharmacy building. Li Yinian, having just finished a lecture, furrowed his brows as the pervasive aroma reached his senses. He muttered under his breath, "What's that kid up to this time?" Before the words even left his mouth, he was already striding toward the pharmacy building. Meanwhile, Shui Hong, who was resting in the principal's office, also noticed the aroma. His expression grew grave. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at the door of the pharmacy room. However, when they saw the unhealed scar across Zhang Zhan's face, they instinctively paused. They had all witnessed the harrowing battle on the front lines. Recalling how Zhang Zhan had single-handedly ventured deep into the Huaxia front lines and slain a level 65 meteorite beast, they were filled with both concern and excitement. What shocked them even more was that Zhang Zhan had already broken through to level 70 and successfully defeated the meteorite beast. Yet here he stood, as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng is working on a new type of potion inside. You'd better keep your distance, Zhang Zhan advised them. The three exchanged puzzled glances. How could a potion with such a pleasant aroma be dangerous? It's not like it was poison. Still, they chose to heed his warning and refrained from approaching further, instead observing through the glass window. When they saw the potion Lin Feng was concocting, as well as the unused medicinal ingredients nearby, Li Yanyan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Level 40 Armored Beast Essence Blood? Level 51 Dawn Spirit Herb? Wait, isn't that the remnant horn from the meteorite beast you killed, General Zhang? How did it end up here? The more he looked, the more alarmed he became, his breathing growing rapid. Could it be that Zhang Zhan's trip to the front lines was for the sake of that horn? Astonishing! Li Yanyan's gaze was locked onto the potion Lin Feng was brewing. A strong sense of unease welled up within him. As someone who had awakened the S-rank alchemist talent, Heart of Perception, his sensitivity to potions far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to analyze and process their properties 2 or even 3 times faster. This made his intuition particularly acute. Through the glass window, he could clearly perceive certain information emanating from the potion. But as he analyzed further, his expression suddenly changed. He detected a terrifying surge of energy condensing within it, an energy akin to a superweapon, as dreadful as a nuclear bomb. This energy was expanding visibly, and if it continued to grow, it would reach a level capable of destroying the entire school within less than a minute. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, General Zhang, what exactly is Lin Feng concocting in there? Why does it feel like this energy rivals that of a supreme-grade elixir, no, perhaps even a divine-tier potion? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Yao, the elemental mage, turned her gaze toward the room as well. Her perception was equally sharp, especially under the influence of light magic, which allowed her to sense Lin Feng's professional talent. Unfortunately, she could only discern the effects brought by the light. At this moment, however, the potency of the potion left her utterly astonished. As a high-level advanced professional, Xue Hong also felt uneasy amidst the fluctuating energy waves. The group's expressions grew increasingly grim as a palpable fear began to take hold of their hearts. Zhang Zhan shook his head helplessly and said slowly, Lin Feng is currently crafting a new type of offensive potion with unparalleled destructive power. As for the specifics, I'm afraid I can't disclose them right now. The 3 people present inhaled sharply. Could such a fragrant yet destructive potion possibly trigger an earth-shattering event? Just then, a sudden surge of energy rippled out from the pharmaceutical lab, shaking everything around it. Inside the lab, Lin Feng's heart pounded like thunder, and the air was thick with tension. He had already consumed over 200 vials of low-level energy supplements. The energy within his body erupted like a volcano, and the depletion of his stamina bar came to an abrupt halt. In front of him, a bubbling potion of destruction glimmered with an eerie light in his hand. Carefully, he transferred it into a specially designed vial, crafted with materials he had painstakingly obtained from Zhang Zhan, capable of withstanding the corrosive power of such a potion. Yet Lin Feng was fully aware that the potion's destructive capacity extended far beyond its appearance. It contained a super-destructive energy akin to that of a nuclear bomb. If subjected to a violent impact, the potion would unleash an explosion of unmatched magnitude. Phew, finally, it's done. He exhaled deeply, a hint of uncontainable excitement flashing across his face. Now, I just need to test its explosive effects. Lin Feng gently placed the vial into a secure storage box, a flame of anticipation igniting in his heart. He opened the system interface again to scan the potion. Name, Reaper of Destruction. Grade, Special Traits, capable of triggering intense natural phenomena. Effects, the potency of the potion is its destructive force. Once subjected to a violent impact, the potion's energy will convert entirely into destructive power. Upon release, it not only obliterates all living beings within range but also converts the destruction into feedback energy, amplifying its potency. The explosion can cover a 300-kilometer radius, with the effect stacking up to 8 times. Grade unknown? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Just as he had suspected, his SSS plus grade enhancement talent had likely rendered the system incapable of accurately assessing the potion's power, possibly even making it limitless. The explosive force of this potion was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Imagine 8 nuclear bombs detonating simultaneously. The sheer scale of destruction would be unimaginable. The entire coastline could be wiped off the map. A surge of fervor rose in Lin Feng's chest. Stepping out of the lab, he found the 4 individuals at the door staring intently, their eyes fixed on the storage box in his hands. Li Yinian was so excited he nearly jumped, while Zhang Zhan had already sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from the potion. Dean Li, Counselor, Principal, you're all here. Lin Feng greeted them with a smile, secretly pleased with himself. General Zhang, mission accomplished. It's ready. His voice brimmed with confidence. Please deliver it to the front lines for testing. I recommend equipping the potion onto missiles or bomb warheads and deploying it over a 300-kilometer radius populated solely by sea beasts, Lin Feng suggested firmly, as if everything was well within his grasp. This single vial may not seem like much, but once it detonates, it could level 100 mountains. As for the extent of the destruction, I can't predict it. As he finished speaking, Zhang Zhan's expression was one of pure shock. Oh, and General Zhang, please report this to the higher-ups so they can prepare a strategy against the beast tide, Lin Feng added, before downing another energy supplement potion. Exhaustion began to creep in. Lin Feng, I'll make sure to brief the leaders about the potential risks of this test and ensure that the overall strategy remains unaffected, Zhang Zhan said with a solemn nod. As Zhang Zhan left, the remaining three were still in a daze. A super potion? Comparable to a nuclear bomb? Testing? It all sounded like a far-fetched fantasy. Dean Li, Counselor, Principal, I trust that you've all signed confidentiality agreements, Lin Feng said, his voice low but resolute. What happened today regarding the potion's creation must remain a secret. The consequences of any leaks would be unimaginable. The three nodded firmly, their expressions resolute. Lin Feng believed they wouldn't betray his trust. Even if adversarial forces led by the Eagle Nation became aware of this, what could they do? He secretly anticipated the earth-shaking changes this potion would bring to the future. Now, we wait for the test results of the Reaper of Destruction potion. With the beast tide approaching, we must quickly begin crafting even more potent destructive potions. Lin Feng's words were like the beat of a war drum, stirring the hearts of those around him. As he walked away, Zhou Yao's gaze followed him, a peculiar scent lingering in her mind, a faint whiff of milk, like that of pure cow or goat milk. Had he been drinking it? She shook her head, dismissing the strange thought, and quickly returned to her workstation, an unshakable sense of unease rising within her. Not far from Golden Mountain University, in a luxurious villa, Luo Chun lounged lazily on the sofa, the tablet in his hand flickering with dazzling light. The screen displayed shocking news: Zhang Zhan, a level 75-star general from Huaxia, had slain a level 65 starfall beast. However, Luo Chen's attention was drawn to an even more urgent matter. Sea beasts were surging from the depths of the ocean like a tidal wave, charging relentlessly toward the coastline. Young Master, the Priesthood Guild of the Eagle Nation just sent word. They are sparing no effort in searching for Huaxia's top-tier alchemist, determined to recruit such talent, said Chen Jiao, an elderly man standing nearby, his expression grave. Based on our covert network in Huaxia and the movements of their high-ranking officials, this seems to be closely linked to Golden Mountain Vocational University. Oh, Uncle Chen, what makes you say that? Luo Chen set down the tablet and leisurely picked up his wine glass. The liquid swirled gently, as if trembling in anticipation of the storm to come. The pharmaceutical building at Golden Mountain Vocational University has been sealed off. Military trucks frequently deliver supplies in and out. Zhang Zhan, who was always by Premier Zhou Zhengguo's side, suddenly vanished from the capital and appeared at the university. And then there's that irresistible aroma of alchemy lingering in the air. Chen Jiao's voice was deep and thunderous, tinged with unease. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, falcon-like, as he stared out the window. If we piece all of this together, perhaps my suspicions are correct. There really is a top-tier alchemist at Golden Mountain Vocational University. A 5-star general dispatched to investigate, 3 roommates imprisoned, and now residing in the pharmaceutical building. Lin Feng, could it be that you are that top-tier alchemist? A sinister smile spread across Luo Chen's face. A worthless nobody who hasn't even awakened a vocational talent. How could someone like that possibly become a top-tier alchemist? As he pondered, Chu Jiao entered, her slender figure hugged by a revealing short skirt. She walked lightly, interrupting his thoughts. Young Master Luo, you called for me? Instantly, Luo Chen's expression softened, warm as a spring breeze. Ah, Xiao Jiao, come here. I have a task for you. Chen Jiao bowed slightly and quietly left the room, leaving only the two of them behind. What would you have me do, young Master Luo? Chu Jiao's voice was as soothing as a mountain spring, refreshing and sweet. A sly, devilish grin tugged at Luo Chen's lips. Earlier, I was giving you face. Have you forgotten our agreement? Kneel, and I'll tell you, little pet. His voice was low and commanding, carrying a dangerous allure that seemed to awaken something hidden deep within her. In that moment, the air grew thick with tension and anticipation, as if a storm was brewing, its outcome impossible to predict. Chu Jiao half knelt on the floor, her fair, slender thighs trembling slightly as she slowly inched closer to Luo Chen. Her eyes gleamed with a mix of reverence and expectancy. Master, whatever you need, just command me, she said softly. Luo Chen smiled faintly, a hint of triumph flashing in his eyes. Good. It seems my training has been effective. Remember, you must always act this way from now on. How did you fare with the task I assigned to you last time? He inquired, his tone carrying an unyielding authority. Chu Jiao hesitated for a moment, a trace of shame crossing her face. Master, I failed. Luo Chen let out a cold snort, the corners of his mouth curving into a wicked smile. Failure comes with consequences, you know. Do you still desire wealth and power? You should know what you need to do. Hearing his words, Chu Jiao lifted her trembling eyes slightly, a wave of unease washing over her. Yet, she nodded in submission. I understand, Master. I will serve you well. She slowly bowed before Luo Chen, though her heart churned with suppressed loathing and shock. She forced those feelings deep down, out of sight. Luo Chen's voice, cold and sharp as a blade, cut through the air. Your task now is to get closer to Lin Feng. Make her completely infatuated with you. Find an opportunity to take her out. He commanded softly, his gaze piercing. Yes, Master. Chu Jiao gritted her teeth and nodded, her inner turmoil suppressed with nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto military base, high-ranking officials sat frowning, their attention fixed on the projection screens displaying rapidly updating video feeds. Huaxiao's coastline was facing an unprecedented crisis. Thousands of sea beasts emerged, their momentum unstoppable. Most of the creatures were between level 1 and level 20, but a few had reached levels 20 to 40. Despite the lower average levels, their sheer numbers were enough to overwhelm the 100,000 strong troops stationed along Huaxiao's coast. Commanders, the reconnaissance units report that nearly 10,000 sea beasts have gathered underwater and will launch a full-scale assault within 3 days, a military officer reported gravely, his tone urgent. This beast tide could reach level 3, he added, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. Level 3? The weight of those words struck the commanders like a blow, and they collectively inhaled deeply, their expressions turning somber. No nation on Earth could withstand an onslaught from 10,000 sea beasts. These creatures were like moving mountains, massive, resilient, and terrifyingly powerful. Although humanity has enhanced physical strength through professional advancements, they remain insignificant compared to these ferocious beasts. How could they possibly fend off the assault of tens of thousands of sea monsters? Brother Zhou, if there's no other way, we should prepare to launch the nukes and activate the contingency plan. Tang Chang stood up, gazing out the window, his heart weighed down with an indescribable heaviness. Zhou Zhenghua sighed, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag to ease his anxiety. I believe the heavens will not abandon China. There must be a way. The other leaders also lit their cigarettes, silently puffing away, as a heavy atmosphere filled the room. Suddenly, the door was flung open. A soldier in uniform, with 5 stars on his shoulders, strode in with a commanding presence. Leaders, there's no need to worry, I bring good news. Zhou Zhenghua looked up and was startled to see Zhang Zhan, who was covered in wounds but exuded unwavering determination. Xiao Zhang, you're back? Yes, sir. And I bring news that can save the nation and resolve the crisis along China's coastline. Zhang Zhan declared directly, his tone brimming with confidence. The room fell silent in an instant. Zhou Zhenghua, unable to contain his excitement, urged, Xiao Zhang, please, sit down and tell us everything. Zhang Zhan shook his head, his expression grave. There's no time to waste. I need to share the plan to break this crisis and request your support immediately. Go ahead. Zhou Zhenghua steadied himself, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Just a few days ago, Lin Feng's professional level advanced again, unlocking a new super formula. Zhang Zhan began without hesitation. The code name for this formula is Death of Destruction, he announced, his voice thunderous, shaking everyone in the room. Death formula? Death of Destruction? The leaders were visibly shaken, their eyes collectively focusing on Zhang Zhan. Was it possible? Had they truly unlocked a formula capable of such devastating power? Suppressing his own excitement, Zhang Zhan spoke with firm resolve. The destructive potential of this formula surpasses anything you can imagine. If fused correctly, its explosive power will exceed that of a nuclear bomb several times over. In fact, stronger than a nuclear bomb? Zhou Zhenghua's face turned pale as shock overwhelmed him. The other leaders were similarly stunned. Some nearly burned their fingers on their cigarettes before snapping out of their daze. General Zhang, are you certain about this? Tang Chang was the first to ask, his eyes glimmering with a newfound hope. Zhang Zhan glanced at his watch, his expression serious as he nodded firmly. There's no time to lose. Lin Feng has already handed me a sample of the formula. According to Lin Feng, to counter the unpredictable risks at the front line, the formula must undergo significant impact to unleash its destructive effect. As such, this experiment requires the formula to be loaded into a missile warhead and secretly deployed to the front line for testing. Time is of the essence. His words struck like thunder, shaking everyone in the room to their core. After a brief pause, Zhou Zhenghua finally reacted, slamming the table with conviction. I approve. Tang Chang immediately raised his hand. I support it too. The other leaders quickly voiced their agreement, and the room erupted with a sense of urgency and resolve. Once the motion passed unanimously, Zhang Zhan wasted no time and headed straight for the front line. Shortly after, a missile warhead, secretly transported, was delivered to the front line. What? The warhead isn't loaded with explosives but with a formula instead? Xiao Lin's face was filled with disbelief as he questioned the decision. Xiao Lin, a level 62 master blacksmith and one of China's top weapons experts, was responsible for developing advanced nuclear and missile technology. He had played a crucial role in defending the nation against countless beast tides in the past. This is absurd. Do you really think a formula can unleash more power than a missile? This is madness. He questioned furiously, his anxiety evident in his tone. Have the leaders lost their minds under the pressure of the beast tide? His voice carried a mix of unease and doubt. However, everyone knew that only a breakthrough could determine whether they survived this life-or-death challenge. This formula might be their sole chance to change the tide of battle. Though anger burned within him, Xiao Lin could only grumble under his breath. How important is this experiment anyway? The formula must be perfectly integrated with the warhead. A nearby officer hurried to calm him down. Master Xiao, please ensure the mission's success. The nation is counting on you. Despite his skepticism, Xiao Lin understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he saluted and declared, "Fine. I trust the leaders and the nation. I'll see it through." As the military aircraft roared into the skies, carrying the formula and warhead like a thunderbolt toward the front line, the air at the battlefield was suffocating with tension. Smoke from the earlier combat still lingered. Wu Lei, preparing to receive the shipment, felt his heart race as he saw the aircraft's hatch open. Descending from the plane was none other than Zhang Zhan, the 5-star general who had once slain the level 65 Starfall beast. Wu Lei couldn't help but tremble in awe. When Wu Lei saw the middle-aged man stepping out of another armed helicopter, he froze completely. Xiao Lin, the top-tier forger of Huaxia, he's here on the front lines? Thousands of thoughts raced through his mind as he wondered silently, is he here just for a test? Zhang Zhan walked briskly toward Xiao Lin, extending his hand for a firm handshake. Master Xiao, it's been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. Xiao Lin's emotions surged, but his sharp senses quickly picked up on something unusual about Zhang Zhan. Wait a minute, has General Zhang's strength increased? And at such a rapid pace. Just luck. Zhang Zhan smiled faintly, his tone resolute. Let's skip the small talk and get started. Xiao Lin nodded, immediately transitioning into work mode, suppressing his lingering doubts for the moment. General Zhang, I have a few questions about this experiment. If it's the chief's orders, there's no need for too much discussion. Just tell me what you need. Zhang Zhan's straightforwardness left Xiao Lin momentarily stunned. This directness, a hallmark of military men, made him appreciate the no-nonsense approach. For others, this might be a challenge, but for a master like you with your professional gift, filling a missile with an agent should be a piece of cake. Zhang Zhan explained, and that was precisely why they had sought out Xiao Lin. Possessing a super talent known as the Heart of Forging, he had a 50% increased success rate in high-precision work. While Lin Feng's unparalleled SSS plus talent was a global phenomenon, Xiao Lin's S-grade ability was already enough to make the world's top forgers pale in comparison. All this trouble just to fill an agent into a missile? Xiao Lin frowned slightly, puzzled by the seemingly trivial task. General Zhang, are you really banking on my talent for something this simple? He asked, clearly dissatisfied. If it's just about loading an agent, this feels like overkill. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhan opened a case beside him. Master Xiao, please take a look. This agent has power equivalent to a nuclear bomb. What? Xiao Lin's expression instantly shifted, a mix of shock and disbelief coloring his face. An agent capable of destructive force on par with a nuclear weapon? Was this really a forger's responsibility? General Zhang, are you sure about this? Xiao Lin asked, staring intently at the container of the agent, his mind still grappling with doubt. Yet, the alluring scent emanating from the agent was impossible to ignore. Noticing his hesitation, Zhang Zhan offered a cryptic reminder. Master Xiao, have you ever heard of the phrase "a rose with thorns"? Hidden within this fragrance lies danger. Before his words could fully register, Zhang Zhan slowly opened the case containing the agent. In an instant, a small glass vial, holding no more than 100 milliliters of liquid, came into view. A strong, intoxicating aroma wafted out, saturating the air. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Flocks of birds in the sky, as if sensing prey, swarmed toward the agent. Nearby plants and flowers seemed to sway in unison, yearning to absorb the enticing fragrance. Even the soldiers began to lose control, their bodies moving involuntarily toward the source. Stop! Zhang Zhan roared, his voice thunderous. A wave of black aura surged out from him like a tidal wave, jolting everyone back to their senses. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. The sheer intensity of the moment was overwhelming. This was merely a sealed agent, yet its presence alone filled the air with an oppressive, almost suffocating energy. SHT. Wu Lei couldn't stop himself from cursing under his breath, the raw allure of the agent scattering like smoke under the force of Zhang Zhan's dark energy. Shaolin, now free of doubt, took a deep breath. What? What kind of monstrosity is this agent? General Zhang, I'll handle this myself, Shaolin declared, quickly donning his specialized equipment to retrieve the agent from its container. A mix of nervous anticipation and excitement surged through him. At this moment, it felt as if the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for his next move. With an almost feverish determination, Shaolin took the vial and carefully placed it into the missile's warhead. His heart raced wildly, the sound of its pounding echoing in his ears. If this missile were to launch, the sheer impact would instantly unleash the destructive power of the agent, leading to unimaginable consequences. All right, Shaolin exhaled deeply as the minutes ticked by. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, glinting under the harsh light. 20 minutes later, he finally stepped back, removing his gear. His eyes gleamed with exhilaration. It's done! At this moment, Shaolin's face was alight with unrestrained excitement. Never before had he encountered an agent of such terrifying potency. Its diffusion speed was lightning fast, and its level of danger was a solid 5 stars. General Wu, the deployment is now in your hands, Shaolin said, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Wu Lei nodded, a glint of battle-hardened resolve flashing across his face. I'll pilot the fighter jet myself and fire this missile. Even my fire dragon senses the danger in this agent. Above them, the fire dragon, a massive, majestic creature, circled in the sky, as if waiting for Wu Lei's command. It was ready to intervene should anything go wrong. The fighter jet roared to life, ascending rapidly into the sky. Wu Lei gripped the controls tightly, heading straight for the gathering of ferocious beasts. Below, the soldiers on the battlefield looked up, their faces filled with confusion. A fighter jet? This isn't a battle a fighter jet can handle, one soldier shouted. Exactly. And that missile? It won't even scratch a level 10 sea beast, another soldier chimed in. Meanwhile, an Eagle Nation reconnaissance plane hovered silently in the distance, observing the scene. What are the Waxians up to? Sending a fighter jet, are they planning to fight those sea beasts head-on? A reconnaissance officer sneered. Ha, and with just one missile? What a joke, another mocked. As the mocking comments continued, the roar of fighter jets suddenly pierced the air, and missiles were launched instantaneously, hurtling directly toward the gathering of nearly 100 ferocious beasts below. In that fleeting moment, the level 24 Mangya sea beast didn't even bother to open its eyes. The missiles approached. With a deafening explosion, the destructive agent shattered instantly, expanding and fusing like volatile molecules. A peculiar, medicinal fragrance spread across the ocean, jolting the slumbering sea beasts awake, their dazed eyes fixated obsessively on the alluring agent. This aroma, it's utterly irresistible, the soldiers exclaimed one after another. I can't control myself, one soldier nearly charged forward. Suddenly, the power of annihilation erupted. Boom! The once blue ocean and sky instantly turned a sinister gray-black. Torrents of searing energy surged outward like a flood, engulfing a 10-kilometer radius before continuing to spread. Sensing the looming danger, the ferocious beasts tried to flee. Yet, as if frozen in place, they found themselves unable to move. Roar! We're doomed! Boom! An overwhelming energy burst forth, amplifying the agent's potency to 8 times its original strength. The coverage expanded to a radius of 300 kilometers. Above, a massive vortex formed in the sky, while the roars of the beasts echoed to the heavens. What kind of bomb is this? A reconnaissance officer from the Eagle Nation gasped in horror, his eyes filled with dread. What terrifying weapon have the Huaxia people created? This is even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Another reconnaissance officer's face turned pale. At that moment, their reconnaissance aircraft was struck directly by the destructive energy, disintegrating within seconds. In the distance, soldiers who witnessed the incident stood frozen, their faces etched with shock. What the hell did that plane just drop? This is beyond terrifying. Wu Lei was utterly dumbfounded, his heart pounding with disbelief. He had initially assumed that quickly ascending would be enough to escape the blast radius. But the agent's power far exceeded his expectations. That sudden 8-fold expansion had even affected his fighter jet. Xiaolong, he urgently called out. A massive fire dragon descended, and Wu Lei immediately leaped onto its back. Yet, even the fire dragon instinctively tucked its tail in fear of the spreading destructive energy, accelerating its retreat. From afar, Zhang Zhan observed the scene with a mix of bewilderment and dread. The agent's devastating power sent chills down his spine. Thinking about the small vial he had personally transported to the capital, his heart raced with fear. If even the slightest mishap occurred, we're finally safe. Zhang Zhan exhaled deeply, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. If that timed explosive had detonated in the heart of Kyoto, he'd undoubtedly go down in history as a traitor. At that very moment, the entire event was being broadcast live to Kyoto. The senior leaders stood motionless, as though rooted to the ground, their eyes glued to the screen. Zhou Xingguo's initial shock quickly gave way to unrestrained joy, and he laughed heartily. This is fantastic. With this kind of agent, even a level 3 beast tide poses no threat. Lin Feng, your creation is nothing short of a miracle. Tang Chang and the others nodded in agreement, their excitement palpable. Ever since we learned that Lin Feng is an SSS plus level pharmacist, we still haven't met him in person. Shouldn't we make a trip to see him ourselves? Zhou Xingguo immediately shook his head. There are enemy spies even among our higher ranks. A move like that would only draw unwanted attention. If Lin Feng's whereabouts were exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's wait until Lin Feng finishes his studies at Jinshan Vocational University and comes to Huaxia Kyoto University's Talent Development Academy. We can meet him then. As they discussed, Sun Dai hurriedly entered the room, her expression grave. Chiefs, the information department has just issued an urgent notice. A large number of ferocious beasts have re-emerged within the depths of the Pingyang ruins. Among them are sea beasts as high as level 40, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even after accounting for the ones just eliminated during the test, nearly 20,000 sea beasts are converging on Huaxia's coastline. It's estimated, the beast tide level may surpass level 3. The news was like a bolt from the blue, and the leaders' faces instantly turned grim. 20,000 sea beasts, what did that mean? The 100,000 troops stationed along the coastline would be utterly incapable of resisting such a monstrous wave. Our hope lies with Lin Feng. His destructive agent may be the key to averting this crisis. Meanwhile, the coastline lay in ruins. The explosion from the destructive agent had completely obliterated everything within a 200-kilometer radius. Soldiers stood still, their eyes fixed on the gray-black wasteland, their hearts filled with awe. I feel my strength growing rapidly, one soldier exclaimed in astonishment. I feel it too. What kind of super weapon is this? It not only destroys sea beasts but also releases energy, another soldier said in disbelief. Standing silently in place, Shaolin took a deep breath. A surge of immense power erupted within him, shattering his long-standing bottleneck. His level soared instantly. Is this the realm I've been striving toward? He stared in shock at the glowing panel above him, which now displayed the brilliance of level 63. Incredible! This potion is even more powerful than a nuclear bomb. He couldn't hold back his excitement, thinking to himself, is this really just the power of a standard potion? If the dosage was increased, could it destroy the entire Pacific? As the fervor burned in his heart, he turned to Zhang Zhan. General, I don't know which master alchemist created this potion, but I have a request. When I reach level 60, I unlock the blueprint for a new device called the Eye of Heaven. It can hover in the air, automatically scan and identify targets, and it has impressive stealth and self-destruct capabilities. The testing is complete, but we lack a suitable explosive. If we could replace the explosive core with the destruction potion, it would completely solve the beast tide problem. Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up as inspiration struck him. All right, I'll discuss this with the alchemist and report it to the state. This time, we owe it all to you. Shaolin nodded, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Could the creator of this potion be Professor Zhu Gui from Huaxia Capital University? Hearing this, Zhang Zhan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, either. Shaolin frowned slightly, his mind clouded with doubt. Zhang Zhan suddenly lowered his voice and said solemnly, this matter involves national secrets, Master Shao. Please don't delve any further. Shaolin sighed helplessly and chose to remain silent. However, Zhang Zhan's thoughts were in turmoil. If the world discovered that the creator of this destruction potion was merely a college student, it would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. He turned to gaze at the horizon, unease rising in his chest. The destruction potion had clearly provoked the sea beasts, and now an unstoppable beast tide was approaching. Zhang Zhan quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lay lazily on his bed, watching a live stream of the beast tide on his tablet. Seeing foreign viewers frantically commenting and exclaiming in shock filled him with satisfaction. Although he had mastered the potion's formula, he hadn't expected the explosion to devastate a 300-kilometer radius of the sea. If I increase the dosage and stack it with my innate abilities to achieve 10 times the effect, even a third, fourth, or fifth level beast tide would be a piece of cake. Lin Feng thought smugly. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, General Zhang. Got it. I'll start preparing the next batch of the potion right away. Lin Feng quickly composed himself, got dressed, and prepared to head to the lab. But before that, he wanted to see how much experience he'd gained from this latest explosion. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level 70/1600 EXP, Novice, unlocks second super potion formula at level 10. HP, 700/700. MP, 700/700. Speed, 556. Strength, 569. Defense, 411. Mental power, 850. Talent, Spirit of the Potion God, SSS+. Unlocked potion formulae, 1, Grim Reaper of Destruction, Super Destruction Potion. Skills, Ring of Focus, Divine Power Burst. EXP, 5200. What the? Lin Feng's eyes widened. That single explosion earned me over 5000 experience points? From the livestream and Zhang Zhan's report, he knew the potion had wiped out at least 500 sea beasts, all between levels 10 and 30. Such power was incomparable, even to a nuclear bomb. System, use all the experience to level up. Ding. Congratulations, host, your profession level has increased to level 8. Ding. Congratulations, host, your profession level has increased to level 9. A surge of immense energy rushed through his body, expanding the mental space in his mind and greatly enhancing his sensory perception. His strength, speed, and defense nearly doubled. Ah, this feels amazing. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. System, show me the updated stats. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level 90/4500 EXP, Novice, unlocks second super potion formula at level 10. HP, 700/700. MP, 700/700. Speed, 789. Strength, 765. Defense, 799. Mental power, 1029. Talent, Spirit of the Potion God, SSS+. Unlocked potion formulae, 1, Grim Reaper of Destruction, Super Destruction Potion. Skills, Ring of Focus, Divine Power Burst. EXP, 400. My mental power has reached 1029? But the next level requires 4500 experience points. Such a small amount of experience was so easily earned. Looks like I need to keep pushing. Lin Feng adjusted his clothes, his face calm and determined. Without hesitation, he strode toward the pharmaceutical lab, a surge of anticipation blazing in his chest. At the entrance, Zhou Yao stood anxiously, her eyes locked on Lin Feng. From the live broadcast of the coastal frontline, she had already learned that the potions Lin Feng had created were no longer ordinary concoctions. Horror! Thoughts raced, this terrifying creation unprecedented and unparalleled. The global community of job changers must be abuzz, talking about those potion explosions that resembled nuclear blasts. And yet, none of them realizes. All of this is the work of a mere college student. Lin Feng. Her thoughts were a tangled web of shock, expectation, and hesitation. Counselor, you're here just in time. Lin Feng cut to the chase, wasting no time on small talk. If you're not scared, then help me measure out the ingredients. I need to keep making more potions. Zhou Yao's heart tightened. Though she had her differences with her father, she knew that in times of national crisis, she had no choice but to give her all. Even if fear lingered in her mind, there was no room for retreat. Looking at the man before her, younger than herself, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Perhaps this was the guarantee of his unwavering success. All right, Zhou Yao agreed without hesitation, rolling up her sleeves and getting to work. Her movements were quick and precise, every action as smooth as a professional pharmacist's. Horror. Talent for learning was astonishing. After only 2 short years, she'd become a counselor at Jinshan Vocational University, even earning titles like Most Beautiful Counselor along the way. Activate talent. Lin Feng shouted, his voice filled with determination. A dazzling halo effect, reminiscent of spirit rings, burst forth. Around him. Spirit dispersal ring. Activate. His strength surged, and the volume of potions he could process increased dramatically. At that moment, over 20,000 sea beasts had already gathered along the coastline, with even more converging rapidly. The threat level was nearing a Tier 3 crisis, and Lin Feng decided to prepare his potions as if facing a Tier 4 catastrophe. This batch of potions was bound to unleash an unprecedented potency. A faint smile played on his lips. 10 times the potency. How terrifying. As Lin Feng accelerated his work, the potion began to bubble, and something unusual began to manifest. A destructive energy spread subtly through the air, the potted plants in the lab withered in an instant, and water in the nearby tank evaporated under an invisible force. Using his spiritual sense, Lin Feng detected the horrifying energy brewing within, his gaze narrowing sharply. That energy was enough to unleash destruction several times over. Outside the lab, Zhou Yao felt the overwhelming energy pinning her to the spot, her heart pounding wildly. Just one more step, and it'll be complete. Lin Feng pressed on with all his might. At his feet lay hundreds of potion vials, low and mid-grade supplements he had meticulously prepared in advance. Boosted by his innate talent, the potion's potency skyrocketed to 9 times its usual strength, rivaling the finest of concoctions. Hold on, it's almost done. As Lin Feng prepared to initiate the final step, an aura of destruction began to seep outward. Overhead, dense clouds gathered above Jinshan Vocational University. The sky turned a foreboding gray-black, the ominous clouds swirling like an apocalyptic omen. Boom! From within the clouds, a phantom beast emerged, its colossal form gradually taking shape. A single horn jutted from its head, its body bristling with spines and crackling with electric energy. It was as though the mythical thunder beast had been summoned. Look, there's a gigantic phantom beast in the sky. People in the surrounding area cried out in shock. The awe-inspiring sight left everyone in stunned silence. That phantom beast, isn't it the stellar doom beast that General Zhang slew on the front line? Why is it appearing above us? Is this the end of the world? Mom, I want to go home. Panic spread like wildfire, the cries of terror swelling into a cacophony that engulfed Jinshan Vocational University. Even the military station nearby noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky and quickly mobilized. Could something have happened at the potion building? Hurry, we need to check it out. Just as the soldiers were about to move, a shadow streaked through the air like lightning, landing on their shoulders. No need to panic. Everything is under control. General Zhang, the soldiers exclaimed, their faces brimming with astonishment. Hold your positions. I'll investigate. With that, Zhang Zhan vanished, his figure a blur as he sped toward the pharmaceutical lab. Looking up at the sky, Zhang Zhan's heart tightened. The oppressive energy weighed on him, making him feel an unsettling discomfort. It seems the potion Lin Feng is crafting this time. Its power is absolutely monstrous. This phenomenon alone is enough to foreshadow the terrifying potential of his destructive potion. At that moment, behind the Starfall beast, another ferocious figure emerged. A level 71 Thunder Frog? Its massive body hovered in mid-air, flickering with lightning that seemed to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth. The radius of the lightning storm expanded instantly from 100 miles to 200 miles. Before Zhang Zhan could even process his astonishment, the shadow of yet another fierce beast erupted, its overwhelming presence pressing down like an unstoppable force. The lower-level job changers began trembling uncontrollably, some were so paralyzed by fear that they were frozen in place, sealed by sheer terror. Is this the descent of the feral beasts? No, this isn't over. There's more. Just as Zhang Zhan thought the crisis had passed, he suddenly felt the energy of the world stir once more. In the next moment, the shadows of several plants materialized in the air. Slender willow branches, fluttering willow leaves, an enormous super willow tree, accompanied by kilometer-long vines and towering ancient trees. All of them were medicinal plants, yet their spiritual energy had mobilized the forces of heaven and earth, triggering an ominous phenomenon. However, every plant bore a gray-black hue, emanating a powerful aura of destruction. Zhang Zhan stood frozen, his mind reeling with shock. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pharmaceutical building, Chu Zhao, the campus belle in a short black skirt, was staring at the celestial phenomenon in terror. The intense pressure weakened her legs, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. She had come here intending to look for Lin Feng, but to her dismay, she was met with such a terrifying display of heaven and earth's fury as soon as she arrived. Lin Feng, where are you? Please come back, she prayed, despair washing over her like an unrelenting tide. Who could stop this? Who could save them? The crisis loomed ominously, and everyone was about to face an unprecedented challenge. Boom! A deafening roar tore through the sky, as if the heavens themselves had been rent asunder. The thunderous sound echoed across the Golden Mountain Vocational University, causing all the teachers and students to look up in horror. Fear spread across every face like wildfire. Chu Zhao fainted outright from sheer fright. And yet, in the blink of an eye, the phenomenon vanished. The suffocating atmosphere was replaced by a mysterious medicinal fragrance that wafted through the air. Lin Feng, meanwhile, had just finished dividing his newly formulated potion into 3 specially crafted vials, each holding 200 milliliters. These vials, along with the potion case, had been custom-made by Xiaolin, one of China's top blacksmiths. The materials were unique, boasting exceptional durability. Additionally, the case was equipped with advanced technological safeguards, capable of monitoring any abnormalities and ensuring the potion would not leak. Phew, finally done. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the vials. As he activated the system, a clear panel of information appeared before him. Name, Reaper of Destruction. Level, Spirituality, capable of triggering intense celestial phenomena. Effect, its potency lies in its destructive power. Once subjected to a violent impact, the potion's effects will transform entirely into destructive energy. Upon release, it converts the annihilated lifeforms into feedback energy. The resulting explosion can cover a radius of 1,000 kilometers, with an effect multiplier of 12. 1,000 kilometers? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes reflecting disbelief. A 12-fold effect multiplier, what did that even mean? Even sea beasts at levels 40 or 50 would stand no chance of survival against such devastation. Hurriedly locking up the potion case, he rushed to find Zhang Zhan. At that moment, Zhang Zhan stood straight as a rod, and when he took the potion case, it felt as though a mountain had landed on his shoulders. The overwhelming weight left him panting heavily. General Zhang, 3 vials of potion, each 200 milliliters, with a coverage radius of 1,000 kilometers, Lin Feng spoke rapidly. 12 times the destructive power, handle it with extreme caution. Even a level 50 sea beast won't escape this destruction. Zhang Zhan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, his eyes blazing with determination. A coverage radius of 1,000 kilometers, and 12-fold potency. This is nothing short of a natural disaster. Leave the transport mission to me. I won't let you down, Zhang Zhan declared resolutely. Without delay, he activated the protective measures on the potion case, boarded a prepared vehicle, and sped off toward the airport. Soon after, he was aboard a military aircraft, heading straight for the coastline. At the same time, along the Chinese coastline, the potion's ferocious power had already left a trail of carnage across the sea. The media was in a frenzy, speculating whether China had developed a new type of weapon, one capable of catastrophic destruction without the need for conventional explosives. Reconnaissance planes and dragon riders from various nations approached the area to investigate, but when they surveyed the scene in the ocean, their expressions turned to sheer horror. Hundreds, even thousands of sea beasts were congregating, poised to launch an attack at any moment. The oppressive atmosphere surged like a tidal wave, leaving everyone breathless. At the Eagle Nation's military base, Miss Li, who was smoking a cigarette, glanced at the intelligence report. A sly smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Good. If this horde of sea beasts launches an assault, not even nuclear bombs will stop them. As long as Huaxia's coastline is breached, their strength will be significantly weakened. This is to our advantage, said the foreign man with a broad face, nodding. In agreement. This time, we can also fan the flames, turning Huaxia into the battlefield of these ferocious beasts, while attracting more geniuses to our side. Miss Li couldn't suppress a smile, the brewing conspiracy surging within his heart like a dark tide. Prepare the latest development from our Eagle Nation blood rage capsules. Target, Huaxia's coastline. The commander's voice roared like thunder, shaking the entire command center. This drug can enhance the primal instincts of sea beasts by 30%. Once the beast tide erupts, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves far and wide. Following his command, the massive doors of the chemical storage facility swung open with a loud rumble. Dozens of bombs filled with blood rage capsules were quickly loaded onto military aircraft. Just as the aircraft roared to life and ascended into the sky, another plane silently descended upon the military base along Huaxia's coastline. As the aircraft came to a stop, Zhang Zhan stepped out of the cabin, a case of reagents clutched in his hand. Under the sunlight, his silhouette was like that of a war god descending to earth. General Zhang, we've been expecting you. Xiao Lin, dressed in a blue work uniform, hurried forward to greet him, shaking his hand firmly. Good work, Zhang Zhan replied succinctly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Time is of the essence. Let's get started immediately, Zhang Zhan commanded as he strode forward. The beast tide was imminent, every second counted. Xiao Lin's heart was a mix of excitement and trepidation. Holding the reagent case, he could feel the destructive power surging within. He then retrieved a pristine bomb casing from his backpack. This is a blueprint I unlocked at level 60, named Eye of Heaven. It's specifically designed for kamikaze weapons, he said, his eyes alight with determination. This time, we'll encase the super reagent in it, and it will surely hold back the beast tide. A national crisis calls for everyone to play their part. As one of Huaxia's top blacksmiths, Xiao Lin had yet to forge a super weapon for the nation, but seeing his blueprint come to life at this critical moment filled his heart with uncontainable pride. Alright, now we just wait for the chance to deploy it. Xiao Lin swiftly assembled the bomb and activated its advanced program. A blue fissure slowly opened, revealing a massive eye within, as though a divine being was gazing down upon the earth. As energy surged through it, mechanical wings unfurled silently, propelling it into the air with unparalleled majesty. The warriors stationed along the coastline were left in stunned silence at the sight. Wu Lei stood nearby, his face filled with awe. Weapon codename, Eye of Heaven. Legend has it this is the superweapon crafted by Smith Shaolin when he reached level 60. It can monitor the battlefield comprehensively, assess combat situations, and simulate strike scenarios. Most importantly, it's designed for precise kamikaze attacks. Wu Lei's voice grew increasingly animated. Previously, the Eye of Heaven carried nuclear warheads. Now, armed with this devastating reagent, its impact is beyond imagination. The battle trumpet had sounded. Who would emerge victorious in this war against the beast tide? Everyone held their breath, their hearts ablaze with unyielding resolve. Wu Lei took a deep breath, his nerves taut. The reagent before him possessed the destructive power of a nuclear bomb without any pollution, a terrifying prospect. That's its true horror, he thought. As the Eye of Heaven ascended, its wings unfolded, hovering over the coastline. Its blue radar screen shimmered, scanning a range of 1,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, at Jinshan Vocational University, Lin Feng, biting into an apple, was captivated by the scene. Huaxia has been hiding such a formidable blacksmith, he exclaimed in amazement. The Eye of Heaven truly lives up to its name. It can see through everything, releasing its reagent in times of crisis to create devastating effects. Lin Feng nodded in admiration, countless ideas flashing through his mind. If he could combine his new reagent with the technological weapons crafted by this blacksmith, their combat power would soar to unimaginable heights. At the Kyoto military base, senior leaders were also witnessing the scene. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Jinghua's face. This is the Eye of Heaven, a superweapon crafted by Master Shaolin based on a blueprint he unlocked at level 60. Unfortunately, Huaxia lacks an explosive material that surpasses nuclear energy. Another leader sighed. If we had one, we'd have no problem holding back a level 3 beast tide. Everyone understood the stakes. The Eye of Heaven had previously, with the aid of nuclear weapons, successfully repelled 2 level 2 beast tides. However, it had failed to completely stop the last one, leaving Huaxia's coastline ravaged, cities reduced to ruins, and countless civilians displaced. Shaolin had been deeply remorseful, vowing to find an alternative to nuclear energy for a super explosive material. Now, as they watched the Eye of Heaven reactivated, it seemed Shaolin had rediscovered his fighting spirit. Back at Huaxia's coastline, the Eye of Heaven soared into the sky as a crimson glow spread across the ocean. Towering sea beasts roared mightily, their deafening cries echoing to the heavens and shaking the earth. Their mountain-like bodies surged toward the shore, the oppressive atmosphere thickening the air, making it hard to breathe. They're here! Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei shouted in unison. Quan Zilong peered over the ocean through the Eye of Heaven. His heart surged with emotion. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, the moment to finally confront the scars of the past. Roar! A massive sea beast emerged from the depths, its overwhelming presence instantly enveloping the entire coastline. A level 55 parse beast, Wu Lei muttered as he adjusted his modified binoculars for a closer look. Its defense is as strong as superalloy metal, specialized in charging through fortifications. Even a nuclear strike couldn't kill it in the past, and now, it's back. A wave of awe and apprehension swept through him. Prepare for battle, he commanded. A fire dragon beneath his feet ascended into the sky, carrying him aloft. Gripping a flaming longsword, he let out a thunderous roar. Flames erupted from the blade, surging like a descending dragon and crashing into the ocean with an earth-shaking impact. The pressure emanating from the advanced dragon tamer instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the warriors below. Roar! Thousands upon thousands of parse beasts began surfacing, madly charging toward the coastline. Lin Feng, watching the scene unfold on his livestream, furrowed his brow. Beyond the parse beasts, even more massive sea creatures loomed in the distance like floating islands. Their sheer numbers were terrifying. Let's see if my destruction serum can truly hold back this beast tide, he thought to himself, his mind racing. Although the current wave was categorized as a Tier 2 beast tide, its overwhelming scale was far beyond anything imaginable. All of this was being broadcast live to the Kyoto military base. As the beast tide drew closer, a tense atmosphere spread among the senior officials, including Zhou Zhenghua. This was a critical moment, one that could determine the survival of the entire nation. Have the neighboring 3 provinces been fully evacuated? Zhou Zhenghua's voice was deep, his gaze sharp and unwavering, like an eagle's. The evacuation notices were issued a week ago, and the majority of the population has already been relocated, Sun Dai quickly responded, her expression tinged with tension. Chief Tang nodded slightly, though his brows remained furrowed. What about Lin Feng's parents? They live near the coastline. Have they been evacuated? General Zhang has already dispatched personnel to pick them up. They should be en route to Kyoto by now, Sundai said, her tone carrying a hint of relief. Both Zhou Zhenghua and Tang Chang exhaled softly, but their relief was fleeting, replaced by the weight of the situation. This time, our nation is facing unprecedented pressure, Zhou Zhenghua declared, his voice thunderous, shaking everyone to their core. If the front lines collapse, evacuate the 3 provinces immediately and retreat westward. Chief Tang's decision was resolute and uncompromising. Now, we can only place our hopes on Lin Feng's super serum. May it hold back the onslaught of the beast tide. Zhou Zhenghua nodded heavily, his gaze filled with unyielding determination. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated courtyard in Jianghe City, an air of crisis hung thick. Wife, we have to leave. Lin Zhang, his hair completely white, clutched his wife's hand tightly. His voice was urgent, like a fire raging through dry wood. The beast tide is coming. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. His face was etched with anxiety. I'm not going. What if Xiaofeng can't find us? Chen Mei's eyes brimmed with reluctance and worry. Call Xiaofeng. He'll find a way to reach us. If something happens to him, I won't be able to live with myself. Lin Zhang sighed helplessly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wife, there's no signal here anymore. We're less than 100 kilometers from the coastline. Look at those dark clouds, they're terrifying. His words struck Chen Mei like a warning bell, shaking her resolve. We have to go. If we stay any longer, it'll truly be too late. Lin Zhang's tone was like thunder, firm and commanding. Our son has a strong destiny. He'll be fine. He kept reassuring her, trying to break through her stubbornness. Lin Zhang, why haven't you left yet? Everyone else has already evacuated. The village chief arrived, his voice filled with urgency as he searched for the remaining villagers. Chief, my wife refuses to leave. She insists on waiting for Xiaofeng's call, Lin Zhang said, his face full of helplessness. Get moving. Xiaofeng will be fine, the village chief shouted, his tone brimming with urgency. Yet Chen Mei still clung to her phone, her gaze fixed on the sky, hoping for news of her son. Suddenly, the roar of a military helicopter with a distinctive emblem broke through the tense silence, its engines tearing through the air. A massive beast shadow descended from above, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed with a deadly light. From the helicopter, a man in military uniform leapt down like a war god, striding purposefully toward them. Are you Lin Feng's parents? His voice was steady and firm, his eyes sharp as a blade. The 3 of them instantly realized the gravity of the situation, their hearts pounding. I am. Lin Zhang shouted, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. I'm his mother. Has something happened to Xiaofeng? Chen Mei immediately stood up, her voice trembling with anxiety and fear. At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn. He's fine. Lin Feng is doing very well, the man said confidently. I'm an officer from the Kyoto Military Command, acting on direct orders to escort you both to Kyoto. Please, come with me. Lin Zhang and Chen Mei froze in place, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. His son? Orders from the military? If Xiaofeng is safe, then I'll go with you. Chen Mei stood up immediately, without a moment's hesitation. Since it was the military, there was no room for doubt. They rushed toward the capital at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, on the coastline, Zhang Zhan received news that Lin Feng's parents had been safely evacuated. He let out a sigh of relief. Clenching his fists tightly, his gaze turned razor-sharp as he scanned the sea beasts before him. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. To battle! Mechanical gunners and frost archers immediately activated their skills, launching a frenzied attack to block the sea beasts from coming ashore. The gloomy sky was suddenly pierced by dazzling lights, as if declaring war against the sea beasts. The sea beasts roared in fury, but their frenzied assaults barely harmed the humans. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as a surge of energy slammed into the coastline. The once impenetrable walls cracked in an instant. A massive sea beast, as large as a small island, charged toward the shore, its mouth gathering a concentrated energy blast, ready to deliver a fatal strike. In a flash, a beam of light erupted, blasting a gaping hole in the wall. Countless sea beasts swarmed through the breach. Damn it! The sea beasts are here. Stop them at all costs. Wu Lei's commanding voice echoed like thunder as the warriors reacted swiftly. The berserkers, their vitality drained, didn't hesitate to swallow the pills distributed by Lin Feng. The pills melted instantly, their potent energy surging straight to their skulls. Ah! Incredible! Damn sea beasts, I'll fight you to the death. One warrior, stripped to the waist, instantly regained his peak strength and charged at a sea beast. I'm in too. Give me 2 more. Energy poured into his body like a tidal wave, transforming him into a raging beast. He launched a ferocious attack on the sea beasts. A single punch sent a sea beast, 10 times his size, flying through the air. Zhang Zhan and Xiao Lin were dumbfounded, especially Zhang Zhan, who never imagined Lin Feng's potions could be this powerful. The warriors threw themselves into the battle with fervor, their bare bodies clashing against the thousands of sea beasts, their blood boiling with adrenaline. With every pill they consumed, their aura intensified, and they charged forward once more. The live broadcast of this scene shocked foreign adventurers. My God, are these really human adventurers? They're like wild beasts. What's going on? Sea beasts are attacking, wipe out Huaxia for me. The footage was also transmitted back to the office of the top leaders in the capital, leaving them all speechless. Even Lin Feng was stunned. He hadn't anticipated that his low-tier energy replenishment pills could be used in this way. He stared at the continuously rising experience points on his interface, his heart brimming with excitement. Keep eating, keep fighting. The more you consume, the faster the growth. Though the increase was small, the true powerhouse was still the destruction potion Lin Feng had created, whose power was unimaginable. Just as the beast tide began to falter, a fighter jet from the Eagle Nation breached the Pacific skies. Several bombs dropped from the jet, exploding into pink particles that rained down on the sea beasts. The previously subdued sea beasts' eyes turned blood red, roaring madly as they surged toward the shore in twice the numbers. Damn it! Why are the sea beasts suddenly going berserk? Wu Lei's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes locked on the onrushing horde of sea beasts. The next second, the Eye of Heaven flashed, transmitting information into Xiao Lin's mind. Look, something's wrong here. The footage showed the fighter jet releasing the particle agents, which caused the formerly calm sea beasts to become abnormally enraged and filled with hatred toward humans. This battle was far from over. Zhang Zhan's face turned ice-cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade. This is the rage-inducing particle agent developed by Berkheimar of the Eagle Nation when he was at level 60. Whether human or beast, once exposed to it, they become uncontrollably violent and lose all sense of reason. Wu Lei clenched his fists, fury burning in his chest. The Eagle Nation. The lackeys of the Divine Guild utterly despicable. At that moment, the sea beasts surged like a tidal wave, blanketing the horizon. The warriors' hard-won advantage evaporated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, numerous adventurers were severely injured, their screams echoing across the battlefield. All units, retreat to the coastline. Wu Lei's order rang out, and the adventurers quickly fell back. The once-high battle spirit was now suppressed. As they looked back at the endless swarm of sea beasts, their hearts sank. A second-tier beast tide had instantly escalated to third tier. Warning! Over 30,000 sea beasts have gathered around the strait. Among them, 50% are between levels 10 and 20, 30% are between levels 20 and 40, and 20% have surpassed level 40. Warning! The beast tide's level continues to surge, approaching level 4. The number of sea beasts has reached 50,000. A level 4 beast tide is imminent. They are heading straight for the Huaxia coastline, expected to cover an area no more than 1,000 kilometers wide. A level 4 beast tide. When the news from the Huaxia prediction unit arrived, the entire scene was thrown into chaos. No one could have anticipated that the beast tide would escalate to level 4 so rapidly. Once, a nation was completely annihilated overnight, even with an 80th level powerhouse, due to a level 4 beast tide. A level 4 beast tide, no country could withstand it. The message quickly reached the office of the head officials in the capital. Zhou Zhenghua, who originally thought the tide wouldn't even reach level 3, was so shocked he collapsed into his chair. The other officials all took deep breaths, their faces dark and grim. Ladies and gentlemen, should we consider abandoning the coastline and relocating the population to the western highlands? The sea beasts won't dare to venture inland. That might be our only chance for survival. Zhou Zhenghua sighed heavily. Losing the eastern region would be a devastating blow to Huaxia. This is exactly what Eagle Nation wants. It would cripple us, setting our development back by decades. At that moment, Sun Dai relayed reconnaissance intelligence from the front lines. According to our investigations, the sudden emergence of this beast tide is the result of Eagle Nation deploying their military aircraft to scatter rage particle agents. Zhou Zhenghua slammed his hand on the table, his voice thundering with fury. Eagle Nation again. And behind them, it must be the shadow of the Divine Guild. Despicable. Absolutely despicable. He turned his gaze toward the live feed of the floating Eye of Heaven, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Let's hope the Eye of Heaven, carrying the destruction agent, can succeed. We must win this. The Eye of Heaven hovered like a blazing sun, scanning the battlefield with a piercing light. The soldiers at the front lines, their expressions heavy, retreated cautiously. The sea beasts surged like a dark tidal wave, roaring and shaking the heavens. Quick, deploy the destruction agent, a commander's voice rang out amidst the chaos, filled with anxious anticipation. We must stop the sea beast's advance. Xiao Lin, a seasoned blacksmith who had transitioned careers years ago, witnessed such a massive beast tide for the first time. He couldn't help but think to himself, I've never seen anything like this before. As the command was issued, the Eye of Heaven swiftly moved, diving straight toward the center of the sea beast horde. Its wings spread wide, like a divine entity piercing through the clouds, emitting shockwaves that radiated outward, as if the will of heaven had descended. The sea beasts collectively raised their heads, their furious roars reverberating through the sky. At that moment, a massive tail suddenly lashed out, striking the Eye of Heaven and dragging it down, swallowing it whole in an instant. Detonate! Xiao Lin's heart tightened as he immediately issued the explosion command. The sea beast that had swallowed the Eye of Heaven froze, its eyes widening as its massive body began to swell rapidly, growing to the size of a small mountain within moments. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as gray-black energy surged out from the Eye of Heaven, tearing the surrounding space apart with the force of the agent's energy. The sky split open, revealing a suffocating illusion. A monstrous starfall beast opened its colossal eyes, emerging from the rift. Behind it, a horde of towering sea beasts roared in unison, as though responding to a summons. The spirit of the agent materialized, and the overwhelming celestial illusion distorted the space, leaving the defending soldiers utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Could all of this truly have come from a single bomb? The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of the agent, as if they had stepped into a dreamlike realm. What kind of weapon is this? One soldier muttered to himself in shock. Suddenly, the gray-black energy expanded rapidly, doubling, tripling, until it reached 12 times its original potency. The space around them twisted, and the deafening roar of destruction filled the air. Roar! 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 The sea beasts, lured by the fragrance of the agent, began to vanish silently, leaving behind only piles of white bones. A gust of wind swept through, scattering even the remains into nothingness. Even the level 40 sea beasts could only struggle for a few seconds before disintegrating into oblivion under the power of the destruction agent. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of the agent, leaving the soldiers in awe. The sea beasts, they're just gone? The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances. At that moment, the dense energy and fragrance of the agent spread further. Cracks and bursts of energy erupted from within their bodies. I leveled up. I actually leveled up 3 times in one go, one soldier exclaimed in delight. I leveled up too, and unlocked a new class skill. This is unbelievable, another shouted excitedly. Victory without lifting a finger, this is unreal. Cheers erupted among the troops. Wu Lei stood on the coastline, taking a deep breath. The energy that had long been dormant within him finally began to stir. Damn, I leveled up too? He was overjoyed to discover that he had unlocked a new Dragon Mastery talent. Dragon Mastery Void Rend. Activating this skill, a rift tears through the void, instantly teleporting the user to the targeted location. A beaming smile lit up his face. I can actually teleport long distances now. Ha ha ha. Wu Lei burst into excited laughter. Watching this unfold, Zhang Zhan's face softened into a gratified smile. Congratulations! Congratulations! A surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins, his blood boiling with excitement. Boom! A deafening sound erupted from within Zhang Zhan's body. Could it be that I'm about to level up too? In an instant, the number 71 appeared above Zhang Zhan's head, dazzling and awe-inspiring. Simultaneously, a concealed skill surfaced before his eyes, its description brimming with potential. Blood Shadow Technique, unconditionally increases blood energy by 5%, amplifies Berserk Aura by 5%, and enhances stealth by 5%. Unconditional stacking? Zhang Zhan's heart raced wildly, his shock written all over his face. Does that mean I can keep stacking it indefinitely, with no restrictions? This is absolutely game-breaking. Zhang Zhan took a deep breath, his chest swelling with exhilaration. Just moments ago, they had forcefully repelled a massive sea beast tide. Tens of thousands of sea beasts had been obliterated, leaving not even a trace of corpses behind. We did it! We successfully stopped a level 4 beast tide. The joyous cry swept across the battlefield like a tempest. At the same time, the earth-shaking news spread rapidly worldwide. At the Kyoto military base, the senior officials erupted in excitement, pounding the tables in delight, their laughter echoing like thunder. We actually managed to fend off a level 4 beast tide. No other country in the world has ever achieved this, but we did it. Lin Feng's annihilation elixir is nothing short of miraculous. Tang Chang's eyes gleamed as he suddenly noticed something unusual. Did you all realize that after the sea beasts disappeared, they seemed to turn into energy? Indeed. What a pity we weren't there in person, we could have leveled up too. Astounded by the elixir's potency, they all sensed that this battle's rewards extended far beyond the surface. This time, Lin Feng is bound to earn unparalleled merit. The intel from Zhang Zhan reveals that Lin Feng only used one of the 3 doses of the elixir, and it unleashed such a colossal force. This formula, it might very well rival god-tier blueprints. Seal the remaining 2 doses as national treasures. Although Zhou Jingguo's face was alight with excitement, he quickly calmed himself and began analyzing the situation. Beside him, Sun Dai took a moment to steady her emotions, swiftly recording every detail. Meanwhile, in his dorm room, Lin Feng stared at the live broadcast on his phone, his face brimming with emotion. The atmosphere on the battlefield had completely infected him, and he thought to himself, this elixir is insanely powerful. If I used all 3 doses at once, I might be able to wipe out every single sea beast. The international community was abuzz with the news of China successfully repelling a level 4 beast tide. Experts worldwide were scrambling to decipher what kind of superweapon China had employed. Observations revealed an intoxicating, unearthly aroma lingering at the battlefield, and numerous job changers had broken through their limits, leveling up rapidly. This turn of events completely upended the plans of the United States, which had been scheming to take advantage of the situation. Their strategy crumbled on the spot. As the crisis subsided, Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, the Annihilation Reaper elixir has detonated, granting you a massive influx of experience points. Would you like to level up now? It's here! Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. He eagerly summoned his system interface, anxious to see just how much experience this explosion had yielded. System, open the panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 90/4500 XP, Beginner, unlock second super formula at level 10. HP, 900 of 900. MP, 900 of 900. Speed, 789. Strength, 765. Defense, 799. Mental power, 1029. Talent, Spirit of the Alchemy God, SSS+. Skills, Spirit Fragmentation Ring, Divine Power Surge. Unlocked formulas, 1. Annihilation Reaper, Destruction Elixir. Experience points, 54,000. Whoa, over 50,000? Lin Feng's jaw dropped, his shock almost sending him leaping off the bed. So this is the result of using low-grade energy pills combined with a single dose of the Annihilation Elixir. It's accumulated such an insane amount of experience points. Without hesitation, Lin Feng made up his mind. His voice was firm. System, use all the experience points to level up. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up to level 10. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up to level 11. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up to level 12. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up to level 13. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up to level 14. As a series of notification tones rang out, Lin Feng felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body like a flood. The energy within him erupted in an instant. His mental strength reached an unprecedented level, and the world around him seemed to expand 5 or 6 times within his perception. Even his defensive capabilities were rapidly improving. Phew! This feels amazing, truly amazing. Lin Feng exclaimed, feeling his entire body brimming with power, as if he could move mountains and shake the heavens. Next time, I won't need as many mental replenishment potions, and crafting potions will become much easier. He muttered to himself, satisfaction evident on his face. Ha! I've reached level 10, so why hasn't a new formula unlocked? Lin Feng was puzzled. Just then, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new profession tier, Beginner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the second entry of the super potion formula, Enhanced Holy Power. Enhanced Holy Power eliminates the weak genetic cells in humans, enhances overall genetic quality, increases the number and level of innate ability awakenings, suppresses the growth of harmful cells such as cancer, and improves the physical fitness of the population. Formula ingredients. 1. Genetic bloodlines of 10 super beasts above level 70, 0/10. 2. Spirit of millennia-old plants. 3. Genetic enhancement materials, golden silver grass, divine serpent flower, etc. Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated. Isn't this the human genetic enhancement potion? This kind of thing only appeared in top-tier science fiction movies, yet now it had fallen into his lap? This is monumental news, not just for Huaxia, but for the entire Blue Planet. His heart was filled with excitement. If I reveal this to the higher-ups, it'd no doubt stir up a frenzy, he thought, though the smile on his face gradually faded. But, Lin Feng furrowed his brows, thinking about the spies within Huaxia's upper echelons. His current level was still low, it was better to act discreetly for now. He decided to wait for the right opportunity to report it to the nation. Yes, I'll entrust the initial search to someone reliable, like General Zhang, he resolved firmly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng made up his mind. System, show the panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 14, 0/9500 experience points. Beginner, unlocks the third super potion formula at level 15. HP, 1400 of 1400. MP, 1400 of 1400. Speed, 1289. Strength, 1265. Defense, 1299. Mental power, 1539. Innate talent, Spirit of the Potion God, SSS+. Skills, Ring of Divided Focus, Divine Power Burst. There's still so much potential, so many possibilities waiting for me. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with determination and anticipation. Unlocked formulas. 1. Death Reaper, Super Destruction Potion. 2. Enhanced Holy Power, Human Super Enhancement Potion. The thickness of my MP bar has reached 1400. This means my ability to craft potions has improved. Lin Feng's excitement was palpable, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. He could already feel that he was just one step away from unlocking the third super potion formula. Once I gather 9,500 more experience points, I can level up to 15 and unlock even greater power, he thought to himself, unable to suppress his excitement. Imagining the surge of power that awaited him, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. With the second super potion formula, my power will grow even faster, maybe I can even get close to the fourth formula. Taking another deep breath, Lin Feng steadied his emotions and turned to leave the potion tower, ready to attend class. Now that the beast wave had subsided, the coastal military and civilians were about to return, and he needed to prepare for his own future. As he stepped into the classroom, a figure appeared behind him. Chu Zhao, dressed in a black silk miniskirt, her face a mix of disdain and anger. But that anger was quickly swallowed by reality. Inside the classroom, everyone was busy with graduation and career plans, while the job-changing individuals were finalizing their future paths. Chu Zhao, however, appeared lost. As an alchemist, her innate talent was only rated at a B level. If she continued working at a pharmaceutical factory, her future would undoubtedly be dull and uneventful. However, if she could use her beauty to climb the social ladder by latching onto Luo Chen, the young master of Tianqian Pharmaceuticals, her fate could change drastically. Determined, she decided to endure humiliation for now and complete the task given to her by young master Luo Chen. With that, she took the initiative to remove Lin Feng from her blacklist and sent him a friend request on WeChat. Lin Feng's phone suddenly buzzed. When he picked it up, he was surprised to see a friend request. Little Feng brother, please accept my WeChat request. I have something good to share with you. The tone left him utterly dumbfounded. Chu Zhao actually said something so syrupy sweet. Memories of her previous rejection flashed through his mind, and he thought to himself, coming to me again? Something's definitely up this time. I'd like to see what she's plotting. Lin Feng smirked slightly as he accepted the friend request. Not long after, a suggestive message popped up. No cilantro, brother Feng, are you free after class? I'm so bored. Let's grab a coffee together. This message seemed to tease his curiosity. Lin Feng felt his heartbeat quicken, followed by an unspoken sense of anticipation. He smiled faintly and mused, looks like this is going to be interesting. Yet, his expression turned serious as turbulent thoughts coursed through his mind. Wind rises, sorry, I don't have time. He quickly muted the bothersome messages, feeling a wave of relief. 5 minutes later, his phone buzzed again. No cilantro, brother Feng, I'm wearing a stunning black stockings outfit right now. Aren't you tempted? No cilantro, I've got bunny costumes, schoolgirl uniforms, and sailor outfits in my dorm. You can pick whichever you like. How boring. Lin Feng curled his lips in disdain, his mind wandering elsewhere. The class bell rang, snapping him back. Lin Feng swiftly packed his bag, eager to escape this awkward situation. Just as he prepared to leave, a soft, sweet voice called out from behind him, Lin Feng, what will it take for you to have a coffee with me? It was Chu Zhao, the campus belle, gazing at him with her large, watery eyes. I've asked you so many times already. Are you really going to keep ignoring me? She shouted angrily, her voice as loud as thunder. Nearby classmates turned their heads, utterly stunned. The top beauty of the school is chasing after a nobody? This is unbelievable. Lin Feng halted his steps, letting out a cold laugh before responding ruthlessly, sorry, I'm not interested in you. Nor do I have the time. With that, he turned and walked away without so much as a backward glance, leaving Chu Zhao frozen in place, her face shifting rapidly between anger and helplessness. This guy actually dared to reject the campus belle? Is he insane? The surrounding students erupted into whispers, their faces full of disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure trailed silently behind Lin Feng. However, an even more powerful aura suddenly emerged, startling the pursuer into fleeing in terror. Reduced to nothing but a wisp of smoke, the figure dissipated into thin air. As Lin Feng entered the pharmaceutical building, he abruptly stopped, turned around, and said coldly, "General Zhang." A dark silhouette materialized nearby. Zhang Zhan looked at him, astonished. "You sensed me? Your strength has grown again?" Lin Feng smiled faintly, a gleaming emblem suddenly appearing above his head. Level 14 Alchemist. Zhang Zhan's eyes widened in shock. "Level 14? Your advancement speed is simply unreal. I've been making some potions lately. After using them, my level just went up," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, though pride sparkled in his eyes. "This kind of speed is unheard of." Zhang Zhan frowned. "But you need to be cautious around Chu Jiao. She has ulterior motives and wants something from you. Earlier, I noticed an assassin trying to make a move on you. While they didn't intend to harm you, they weren't up to anything good either." Lin Feng froze, his mind now on high alert. He had indeed sensed a presence earlier, but his strength hadn't been sufficient to counter it. "If you hadn't intervened, I might have been captured," he admitted silently. Additionally, Zhang Zhan said, "Chu Yao has been spotted entering the residence of Luo Chen, the young master of Tianqin Corporation. I suspect there's something shady between them." The mention of Luo Chen made Lin Feng's expression darken. Chu Yao had always been opportunistic, clinging to wealthy figures whenever she could. Tianqin Pharmaceuticals practically monopolized China's industry, and their shady dealings were no secret. But why would their young master show up at a vocational college? That was highly suspicious. "By the way, General Zhang," Lin Feng began directly, "I might need the nation's help in sourcing some rare herbs." This was his first collaboration with Zhang Zhan, and he knew that being straightforward would earn him more trust. "Oh, have you uncovered another groundbreaking formula?" Zhang Zhan's heartbeat quickened, an uncontrollable anticipation flickering in his eyes. Lin Feng smiled softly and nodded, his gaze brimming with confidence. "Indeed, General Zhang. With my rank increased, I've just unlocked a legendary formula today. This blueprint is exactly what our nation needs. It could create a gap so vast between our awakened ones and those of other countries that they'd never catch up." Lin Feng's voice was resolute, each word resonating with undeniable power. "Human gene enhancement elixir," he enunciated each syllable, his tone imbued with unparalleled determination. "This potion has the power to completely change a person's destiny. Global research has shown that the success of transitioning into a new profession and awakening innate talents depends half on potential and half on luck. If one could enhance their own abilities by 50% and boost their luck by another 50%, the chances of success would increase dramatically. Imagine this: an ordinary civilian with a frail body, someone who doesn't even qualify for career transitioning, suddenly succeeds in doing so after genetic enhancement. Or even more astonishing, someone who initially couldn't awaken any talent at all manages to activate abilities that far surpass those of ordinary people with the help of this potion. What an earth-shattering transformation! The previously slow pace of leveling up would suddenly skyrocket to unimaginable speeds. At that point, in an era where ferocious beasts run rampant, humankind would no longer be weak but instead become a formidable force. Zhang Zhan's face showed a mix of shock and exhilaration. A human genetic enhancement potion? He could hardly believe it. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. This project was restarted 3 times in the past, but every attempt ended in failure. Zhang Zhan's voice trembled slightly. "Not only in Huaxia, but countries all over the world have been researching this potion, and yet all efforts have failed. If such a potion for universal enhancement could truly be created, the golden age of career transitioners in Huaxia would no longer be a mere fantasy." Zhang Zhan's heart surged with excitement, as if he could already see the brilliance of the future. "Lin Feng, tell me the materials you need. I'll personally venture into the ruins. No matter how perilous the journey, I will make sure to find them for you." Zhang Zhan's gaze was firm and filled with an unyielding resolve. At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn, and the era of the strong was about to arrive. Lin Feng's eyes reflected the same determination as he nodded. "All right, this concerns the future of Huaxia's career transitioners. I'll entrust the task of gathering these materials to you, General Zhang Zhan," he said solemnly. Zhang Zhan took the list of materials Lin Feng handed him, and his brows furrowed deeply the moment he read it. A flash of astonishment flickered across his eyes. 10 vials of blood from level 70 beasts? The spirit of millennia-old plants? Gene-enhancing materials? The difficulty of obtaining these items nearly made him hesitate. Level 70 beasts were nothing short of nightmares, and the spirit of millennia-old plants was guarded by level 80 super beasts, practically unimaginable. Ever since the rift between dimensions appeared, career transitioners had been few and far between globally. Facing an endless tide of ferocious beasts was akin to throwing eggs against a rock. General Zhang Zhan, if you find it too difficult, there's no need to force yourself, Lin Feng said gently, though his tone carried a resolute undertone. Zhang Zhan took a deep breath, his eyes like blazing flames, showing no sign of retreat. Leave it to me. I'll give it everything I've got. I know that the Huaxia medicine vault has the blood of 3 level 70 beasts stored away for research. We can use that. As for the remaining 7 materials, there are over a dozen ruins within Huaxia's borders. Searching through them shouldn't be too hard. And, regarding the millennia-old plant spirit, 20 years ago, a scouting team discovered a super plant spirit guarded by an 80-level space rift beast. After so many years, it should have reached the millennia mark by now. It's time to rally our forces and take it. I'll issue an order for material collection and synchronize the search globally to save time. Zhang Zhan's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, and his plans were already forming in his mind. Lin Feng smiled faintly, feeling a deep sense of relief. This was a golden opportunity for Huaxia's strength to leap forward. However, you must remain cautious of Luo Chen and the forces behind him. They may pose a threat to you, so be extra vigilant. Zhang Zhan's tone became somber. Don't worry. Luo Chen wouldn't dare make a move against me, Lin Feng replied confidently. Even if he tries, I'll be prepared. Oh, by the way, General Zhang Zhan, if you're venturing into dangerous ruins, I can prepare some small-scale destruction potions for you. They'll definitely come in handy. Small-scale destruction potions? A look of surprise flashed in Zhang Zhan's eyes. He saluted Lin Feng before turning into a shadow and disappearing into the night, filled with excitement. Lin Feng turned back, ready to handle other matters, his heart brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, near the Golden Mountain Vocational University, a shadowy figure appeared outside a villa. The figure stepped forward, revealing the appearance of an elderly man, who suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. Young master, forgive me. I failed. Chen Jiao knelt on the ground, trembling all over as if he had suffered a severe blow. Luo Chen stared at him coldly, anger flickering in his eyes. What did you say? Miss Chuyao originally tried to invite that guy out, giving me a chance to strike, but he was too cautious and refused her outright. Just as I was about to act, another terrifying shadow assassin intervened. Chen Jiao coughed up blood again, his face growing even paler. Looks like I'll have to take action myself. Luo Chen sneered, his eyes revealing a ruthless determination. A shadow assassin? Zhang Zhan. Luo Chen's brows furrowed deeply, a subtle unease gripping his heart. He knew all too well that Zhang Zhan, now a level 70 shadow assassin, was a force to be reckoned with. Chen Jiao panted weakly, fear gripping his heart. It seems he doesn't intend to kill you. Otherwise, you'd already be a corpse. Luo Chen shook his head and spoke calmly. This shows that Lin Feng's identity is far from ordinary. He's no longer the same man he used to be. Chen Jiao fell silent. Just then, his phone vibrated, and the screen lit up with a concealed black email. As he opened it, his heart skipped a beat. The upper echelons of Eagle Nation have issued orders to thoroughly investigate the SSS Plus ranked Alchemist and locate the super alchemist capable of halting the beast tide. The message hit like a bombshell. Luo Chen's heart raced wildly. He knew exactly what this meant. If that alchemist was found, Tianchen Pharmaceutical Group would receive special subsidies and lifetime protection from Eagle Nation, a monumental opportunity that could not be ignored. If we secure that certification, becoming the world's #1 pharmaceutical company would be within reach. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The protection of the Divine Guild would mean an unrivaled status on the global stage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I must seize it. His gaze turned resolute, his decision made. Lin Feng, you are the key to my success. I'll spare no expense to win you over. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto military base, Zhou Xingguo was engrossed in his work when a yellow dossier was suddenly delivered to him. On the cover, bold characters read Global Procurement Plan, with an urgent processing label. He froze, waves of shock surging within him. A global procurement plan, at all costs? This is major news. A storm of global proportions was silently brewing. Zhou Xingguo stared blankly, his mind racing. When his eyes fell on a familiar name in the document, he jolted. Zhang Zhan? He was the one initiating this global procurement plan? This is no simple matter. Zhou Xingguo pondered deeply. He flipped open the file, his heart tightening as he scanned the listed materials. Many of the rare medicinal ingredients were entirely absent from Huaxia's national reserves. This mission would require a worldwide search, though there might still be a glimmer of hope. But blood essence from a level 70 beast? Zhou Xinguo was dumbfounded. This type of precious material was considered a national treasure by any country. Every drop could be used to concoct miraculous potions, and even the beast's bones were invaluable. What exactly is Zhang Zhan planning? He wondered, suspicion creeping in. Could this be another earth-shattering scheme involving Lin Feng? He rubbed his temples, a faint unease settling in. Yet considering the current situation and the incident with the destruction elixir, he chose not to delve too deeply. After all, he did have some trust in these two individuals. Deep down, he even began to feel a spark of anticipation. Never mind, I'll just sign it. He quickly scribbled his name on the document and summoned Sun Dai for further processing. As soon as Sun Dai entered and saw Zhang Zhan's name, she stopped in her tracks. "Commander, I have an urgent matter to report." Zhou Xinghua, still scanning the file, replied casually, "Go ahead." "Just now, General Zhang Zhan, under the authority you granted, accessed the National Treasury and requested the withdrawal of the last 3 vials of level 70 beast blood essence." Sun Dai's voice trembled slightly. "Moreover, he has issued a super recruitment order to gather all warriors, mages, support specialists, and archers above level 60 to venture into Huaxia's long-sealed ancient ruins and secret realms." Zhou Xinggua's hand shook, and his pen clattered to the floor. Shocked, he exclaimed, What? He wants to take the 3 vials of level 70 beast blood essence? And mobilize all personnel above level 60 to explore ancient ruins and secret realms? Is he trying to strip Huaxia down to its very bones? Just as his anger flared, his phone buzzed. A message from Zhang Zhan appeared on the screen. "Commander Zhou, please allow me and Lin Feng to keep a super plan confidential from you for now. We ask for your full support. Once completed, you will witness an unprecedented Huaxia." Zhou Xinghua took a deep breath, his emotions surging. A super plan? An unprecedented Huaxia? Images flashed through his mind, Huaxia's warriors roaring in defiance as they tore through sea beasts in vast oceans, even the elite fighters of Eagle Nation bowing in awe before them. Could they really achieve such a dream? Though the thought seemed far-fetched, if they could indeed recreate something as monumental as the destruction elixir, he couldn't help but feel tempted. "Forget it. I'm old now. I should leave daring ventures like this to the younger generation." After a long moment of contemplation, he nodded slowly. "I trust their decisions will only benefit Huaxia." Sun Dai's eyes widened in shock, astonished by the commander's rare willingness to delegate authority. Zhou Xinghua had always been cautious and meticulous, yet now he was repeatedly placing his trust in others. It was truly unexpected. At the same time, Lin Feng had already learned of Zhang Zhan's plan and headed to the pharmaceutical lab. After taking 2 days to rest, he was rejuvenated and quickly immersed himself in his work. He produced a large number of low-level and mid-level potions, which were then transported to the front lines. Although the beast tide had receded, the looming threat remained. No one could predict when the sea beasts lurking within the underwater fissures would re-emerge. The production capacity of the potion factory could not meet the demands of the frontline warriors. More and more soldiers began calling out for Lin Feng, yearning for those miraculous potions that were easy to carry and offered rapid recovery. "Unfortunately, it'll take another 4 days for my divine power to fully recover. Otherwise, I could start crafting the high-tier potions right away," Lin Feng sighed, contemplating silently. Zhang Zhan's team was expected to depart in 2 days' time, heading toward ancient ruins and secret realms to hunt for the mysterious level 70 feral beast. Exploring the depths of the Huaxia ruins number 1, searching for the spirit of 10,000-year vegetation, along with globally sourced medicinal herbs, this is going to be an unparalleled adventure. A fiery determination ignited in Lin Feng's heart. Though he refrained from unleashing his divine power explosively, he adjusted the potion ratios, precisely controlling the destructive potion's energy and blast radius. "As long as I can severely wound this level 70 feral beast and acquire its body and essence blood, I'll cement my name in history." With that thought driving him, he wasted no time and began crafting potions. As he distributed and refined the medicinal ingredients, Lin Feng activated his innate talent and the skill of the Ring of Divided Minds. Instantly, a radiant halo surrounded him, and an enigmatic aura spread throughout the campus. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, subtly drawing the attention of those nearby. Zhang Zhan and Zhou Yao had already been waiting at the doorway, tense yet filled with anticipation. "Lin Feng won't run into trouble this time, will he?" Zhou Yao's eyes betrayed a hint of worry as she glanced at the beads of sweat forming on Lin Feng's forehead, her heart tightening involuntarily. "He looks like he's pushing himself too hard. I can see it too. He's giving it his all," Zhang Zhan said, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. His tone was steady yet resolute. "Let's just wait and see how it all unfolds. These past days, he's drained so much of his energy bar, sacrificed so much for the country." Zhou Yao's expression shifted slightly, her concern for the young student evident. Although Lin Feng's awakening to an SSS plus grade talent had thrust him into an extraordinary realm, in Zhou Yao's eyes, he was still just a regular university student. I'm telling you, Lin Feng possesses a transcendent gift. He's destined to accomplish great things. Zhang Zhan suddenly turned to Zhou Yao, his gaze unwavering. Even though you're swamped with duties, protecting him from the world and never even meeting him in person, you must know he's someone worth paying attention to. The air seemed to freeze momentarily. Zhou Yao was taken aback, her heart rippling with unease. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself and mask her emotions. Do you think he's really that exceptional? Opportunities like this are rare. Seizing a good man isn't something you should hesitate over, Zhang Zhan said with a faint smile, his tone carrying a hint of encouragement. Zhou Yao's heart skipped a beat, her gaze drifting past Zhang Zhan to land on Lin Feng. This young man, could he really be the light she had been searching for? At that moment, Lin Feng completed his potion crafting. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, as though issuing a silent challenge to the world. General Zhang Zhan, are you speaking on behalf of that old man? Zhou Yao suddenly demanded, her voice tinged with anger. Her face flushed as beads of sweat rolled down her forehead like a rushing stream. Is he trying to meddle in my personal life again? Her voice trembled with rage, her heart filled with disappointment toward the father who seemed incapable of valuing her feelings. Zhang Zhan furrowed his brows slightly, sensing the tension in the air but pressing on regardless. Of course not. I just think that outstanding men are rare. Right now, only we know the true situation with Lin Feng. You should seize the opportunity. If I were a woman, I'd have made my move already. But I'm pretty sure Lin Feng isn't interested in men. Zhang Zhan's comment earned him a sharp glare from Zhou Yao, who retorted angrily, how do you know? What if he's gay? Even if he's straight, he could still be turned, couldn't he? Zhang Zhan couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded by her response, silently musing to himself. The university environment is certainly liberal. Sexual orientations aren't easy to pin down these days. Yet he began to regret speaking so hastily, realizing it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. As the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate, the faint aroma of the freshly prepared potion wafted out from the lab, instantly drawing both their attention. Inside, Lin Feng was surrounded by a mountain of potion vials. In a whirlwind of activity, he downed over 100 energy-replenishing potions in one go, even chugging the bottled ones in quick succession. The sheer intensity of his energy consumption was nothing short of astounding. That fragrance, is someone brewing potions in the lab again? Students across the campus began murmuring among themselves, their chatter growing louder. I bet only Professor Li Yinian could concoct such fragrant potions. Just then, Li Yinian passed by them calmly, his black hair swaying as his crimson blood aura surged with overwhelming vigor. The students were awestruck by his commanding presence and quickly fell silent. Li Yinian smiled faintly, his gaze drifting toward the pharmaceutical lab. Could Lin Feng be crafting that terrifying destructive potion again? It's very likely, Xuehong replied. I just received a classified document. The national leader has specially approved Lin Feng's destruction potion as a top-tier national strategic resource. Such a national treasure having more in stock could easily handle even a level 4 beast tide. Even if the Divine Court Guild wanted to make trouble for us, they'd have to think twice, he added. Exactly, Li Yinian nodded, his face full of confidence. Nuclear bombs, though powerful, no longer held absolute dominance over ferocious beasts in this era of universal occupational transformation. The emergence of the destruction potion perfectly filled this gap. Let's hope Lin Feng stays steady. If the potion explodes, our entire university would be doomed, Xuehong sighed helplessly. Li Yinian chuckled lightly. I trust Lin Feng and his SSS plus talent. His success rate is 100%. With that, he and Xuehong reached a consensus and quickly took action to prepare for the upcoming situation. Meanwhile, in the pharmacy lab, Lin Feng was panting as he inspected the fruits of his labor. Before him were 20 vials of miniature super potions. Each vial contained only 20 milliliters of potion, stored in the sleek and futuristic vials provided by Master Shaolin. These vials were marvels of technology, their intelligent designs flawless. Per Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan's request, Master Shaolin was working overtime to produce miniature Eyes of Heaven devices. Once the potions were sealed within these devices, it would represent a massive breakthrough for carrying them into secret realms or ruins. Lin Feng calculated silently in his heart. If they encountered a level 70 ferocious beast, the power of these potions should, at the very least, leave it critically injured. The potion case before him shimmered with a mysterious glow. Let me take another look at this batch of potions, he muttered, his gaze falling on the potion's specifications. Name, Reaper of Destruction. Grade, unknown. Spirit level, invokes celestial phenomena. Effect, when subjected to a violent impact, the potion transforms into destructive force, with an explosion radius of 100 meters and potency amplified by 18 times. What the? Lin Feng's heart raced wildly. He had initially thought this batch would merely enhance the potion's efficacy slightly, but to his astonishment, it had reached an 18-fold increase. Based on his previous formulas, even 15-fold would have been impressive. 18-fold was simply mind-blowing. Still, with Master Zhao's eyes of heaven, the destructive power should be controllable. It shouldn't spiral out of control, he reassured himself inwardly. At least, the potion wouldn't obliterate beasts to the point where nothing was left. After carefully packing 2 potion cases, Lin Feng prepared to leave. As he stepped out, Zhang Zhan's expression grew exceedingly solemn, while Zhou Yao's face lit up with excitement, her eyes fixed on the potion cases. General Zhang, we must not fail in this mission. Please ensure these potions are sealed within the eyes of heaven. Lin Feng's tone was firm. I've already reduced the potion's explosive yield as you suggested. With this, we should be able to severely wound beasts above level 70, Lin Feng continued. And with this miniature destruction potion, the power will double, though the damage radius remains unchanged. He knew that in the ruins and secret realms of Huaxia, there were terrifying beasts exceeding level 80. Their goal wasn't to take down these bosses directly but to swiftly complete their objectives, retreating with minimal losses. Zhang Zhan saluted Lin Feng with a determined expression. Thank you. I'll head to the Kyoto military base immediately to distribute these powerful weapons. Wait for my good news. We will succeed. With that, Zhang Zhan turned and marched briskly toward the military aircraft, his footsteps resolute and confident. As Lin Feng watched him leave, he silently hoped that this time, they would create a miracle. After General Zhang departed, Zhou Yao gave Lin Feng a peculiar look, her eyes gleaming with a hint of playful teasing. Lin Feng, did you finish the goat and cow milk I got you last time? Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself how that had been a last resort, a poor excuse he'd asked his counselor to help with. Not for now. I've switched to dry rations lately. The milk had a bit of a gamey taste. Zhou Yao suddenly understood and squinted her eyes. Makes sense. You've been brewing a lot of potions lately. The energy consumption must be high. If you need anything, just let me know. All your expenses are fully reimbursed until graduation, Zhou Yao said with a snap of her fingers before turning to leave. Wait, don't forget your potion master certification exam is in 2 weeks, she reminded him before walking off again. Lin Feng nodded, watching Zhou Yao leave as countless thoughts swirled in his mind. In 2 weeks, he would head to Huaxia Kyoto University. He looked forward to the top-tier students and professors there, imagining how quickly he could grow in such an environment. Who says support class alchemists can't fight on the front lines? Just wait, I'll show everyone what it means to be a master of potions on all fronts. Filled with passion, he yawned, a wave of fatigue washing over him. He turned back to his dorm room to rest. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia Kyoto military base, military aircraft descended like a downpour. High-ranking transfer professionals, marked by their glowing badges, disembarked one after another. Old Wu, long time no see. I heard you've been diving into secret realms abroad, raking in piles of wealth. A burly warrior laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the base. You support class folks sure know how to fatten your wallets. Another mage sneered loudly. Standing to the side was a man with a large belly, a metallic cigarette dangling from his lips. On his back, he carried an assortment of weapons, and the striking level 70 insignia above his head drew everyone's attention. Wu Kuang, that's not cool of you. You've already leveled up to 70? What kind of upgrades have you made to your gear? Come on, admit it. Did you ask Master Sha to craft them for you? An elderly man, exuding an aura of decay, said coldly. You're one to talk. I recall you being at level 67 the last time we met, and now you're at 69. You're leveling even faster. Wu Kuang retorted, unwilling to back down. The two immediately started bickering. As more high-level professionals above level 60 gathered, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. By the way, what's the big deal with this National Assembly? A young warrior suddenly asked. Is it another urgent mission? Wu Kuang's face lit up with anticipation, recalling the beast tide from a few days ago, his heart pounding with excitement. Just then, a military aircraft descended rapidly. A figure clad in a military uniform, with 5 stars on his shoulder, stepped down slowly. His overwhelming presence instantly swept over the crowd like a tidal wave. The insignia on Zhang Zhan's chest gleamed, level 72, Shadow Assassin. The crowd froze in astonishment, their hearts filled with awe. As expected of China's youngest 5-star general, his rate of growth is simply monstrous. It's been a while since we last met, and it looks like many of you have leveled up quite a bit. Zhang Zhan's voice broke the silence, igniting the crowd with excitement. General Zhang, your strength has improved once again. A group of professionals eagerly surrounded him, their voices buzzing with admiration. Where's Wu Lei? Didn't he come? Zhang Zhan suddenly asked. Wu Lei, the commander of the frontline defense forces, was someone Zhang Zhan knew would never back down from contributing when the nation called upon its strength. After all, participating in national operations was bound to come with significant benefits. The sea beasts at the front have retreated for now, but this time, we must set out together. Zhang Zhan's thunderous voice resonated in everyone's chest. There's still a chance of another outbreak, but we're down to just 2 super serum bombs holding the line, Wu Lei thought to himself. These sea beasts weren't fools, they wouldn't act recklessly in the short term. Just then, a colossal fire dragon, like a divine beast that blocked out the sky, slowly soared over the military base, leaving everyone in awe. In the next moment, it landed with a thunderous crash at the airfield, sending clouds of dust into the air. The scene was apocalyptic. Apologies for the delay. Wu Lei leapt down from the dragon's back, his steps brisk as the wind as he strode directly toward the crowd. Seeing Wu Lei, several familiar faces were stunned. Wu Lei, you've leveled up too. Whoa! Did you get some benefit from the super serum on the front lines? When's the next batch of super serum coming out? I want to get in on it too. Humph, a bunch of freeloaders, Wu Lei sneered, a confident smile tugging at his lips. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd, instantly silencing the chatter with his imposing presence. The commotion among the crowd grew louder, but Zhang Zhan quickly intervened to cut through the noise. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's cut to the chase. With Zhang Zhan's calm yet authoritative tone, the surrounding area fell silent. All eyes turned to him, waiting to hear the purpose behind this national assembly. You've all witnessed the beast tide, and some of you have even fought in it, Zhang Zhan began, his voice like a thunderclap. To be frank, a new super serum is being developed by the nation's top alchemist. This serum could very well change everything. This super serum concerns every single one of you. If we succeed in crafting it, everyone will benefit. His voice was deep and magnetic, drawing everyone in. And let me give you a hint, the rewards this time are unprecedented. It's tied to the nation's very prosperity. The crowd erupted in excitement. Something that could benefit everyone? And with rewards so massive? Who wouldn't want to get in on this? General Zhang, stop teasing us and just tell us the mission, someone shouted excitedly. Even if we get seriously injured, we'll see it through. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Zhang Zhan quickly transmitted the mission details directly into everyone's minds. As the information unfolded, everyone was left utterly stunned. The blood of a level 70 beast, the spirit of 10,000-year-old flora, and a host of other rare alchemical ingredients. A mission like this would challenge even the world's highest-level professionals. This time, it's a battle of life and death. Wu Lei's eyes burned with determination, his lips curling into an audacious grin. Who dares charge forward with me? General Zhang, it's not that we don't want to complete the mission, it's just that it's far too difficult. A few soldiers hesitated, their faces filled with worry and frustration. We can handle smaller beasts, but the high-level monsters lurking in the secret realms. Their voices trailed off, but Zhang Zhan had anticipated this. With the stakes so high and the mission so daunting, the battlefield was set for a clash that would test the limits of their courage and unity. Look at this! With a wave of his hand, 20 orbs radiating a mysterious glow, known as the Eyes of Heaven's Will, appeared before the crowd. These are Master Shaolin's latest intelligent weapons, Zhang Zhan's thundering voice rang out, reigniting the group's fighting spirit. Each one is equipped with a destruction serum, specifically designed to counter beast tides. When faced with a super-level ferocious beast, release it, and anything within 100 meters will be critically wounded. And there's more, he added, his eyes sparkling with hope. Any sea beast killed by the destruction serum will be converted into energy and fed back to you all. Really? The crowd surged closer to the Eyes of Heaven's Will, the faint but intoxicating aroma of the serum filling the air. With these eyes, we'll definitely complete the mission. A soldier clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Let's go! Those secret realm beasts are nothing to us now. Morale surged like a rising tide. The group quickly formed teams and stormed into the Huaxia secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan, carrying the remaining 4 smaller Eyes of Heaven's Will, made his way straight toward Huaxia's #1 ancient relic. Wu Lei, Wu Quan, Wang Badian, are you ready? Zhang Zhan asked with a cold smirk. The trio responded in unison, always ready. A flash of light streaked across the scene, and their figures disappeared into the entrance of the relic. At the same time, Huaxia's state media released a global procurement announcement, causing an instant uproar. The procurement list, which included rare medicinal herbs and the blood essence of 10 level 80 beasts, sent the global market into a frenzy. For the first time, the Huaxia government offered sky-high prices for scarce materials, sparking a worldwide bidding war. Many of the listed herbs were legendary in some countries, names known but never seen. And now, Huaxia's procurement center had issued shocking terms. As long as the requirements were met, price was not a concern. Professional guilds sprang into action, and those with information about the herbs were willing to take risks. Huaxia's massive order promised enormous profits, an opportunity too enticing to pass up. However, the news triggered a strong reaction within the military bases of the Eagle Nation, particularly among the leadership of the Divine Order. Huaxia hasn't acted this boldly in years. They must be planning something big. The senior members of the Divine Order wore grim expressions. General Miss Li slammed the table, his fury barely contained. Investigate. I want a full investigation into what Huaxia is up to, he roared, his voice laced with icy determination. And what about that SSS plus great alchemist? Hasn't he been found yet? General Miss Li, Huaxia has placed the highest security around this super alchemist. Our informants can't get anywhere near him, reported a foreign intelligence officer, his face pale with tension. If we wait any longer, we'll be at their mercy. Miss Li thundered, his voice shaking the room. You have 10 days. If you can't locate that alchemist, you can leave the Divine Order. The intelligence department can disband too. The oppressive atmosphere in the office was suffocating. Everyone held their breath, fearing the general's wrath. General, please calm down. The officer, trembling, spoke cautiously. Although the top-level intelligence team has no leads, young Master Luo Chen of Tianjin Pharmaceuticals has sent us new information. But, they have a request. Tianjin Pharmaceuticals? Miss Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised an eyebrow. You mean that company that once tried to sever ties with Huaxia and integrate directly into the Eagle Nation? The officer nodded emphatically. That's right. What's their request? Do they want to join the Divine Order? Miss Li sneered. Yes, they're seeking protection from the Divine Order, the officer added hastily, and global support to expand their pharmaceutical network. Miss Li chuckled coldly. Interesting. If they can offer me something truly worthwhile, perhaps even locate that super alchemist and bring him to the Divine Order, I might consider it. But let's not kid ourselves. A pharmaceutical company means nothing to us. We could easily replace them and establish countless new ones. Tell them this, if they can secure that alchemist within 10 days, I'll entertain their proposal. As his orders were relayed, the message swiftly reached Luo Chen's phone, where he lounged on a sofa. Luo Chen smirked as he read the text. Those old foxes in the Divine Order are as cunning as ever. Handling Lin Feng on our own is nearly impossible, he murmured to himself. But, there's always a chance. A sly grin spread across his face. Shu Yao, I'm afraid I'll have to sacrifice you this time. For the future of Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, I'll take this gamble, he thought, steeling his resolve. No matter the cost, he was determined to seize victory. In the alchemy tower, Lin Feng awoke from a dream, stretching lazily and feeling refreshed. He quickly turned his attention to the international news. Reports of a fourth-tier beast, tide being obliterated by an unknown serum bomb were sweeping the globe like a storm. Countries everywhere were scrambling to uncover the secrets behind the mysterious serum. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Even if the formula for the destruction potion is leaked, it's almost impossible for any pharmacist to replicate it successfully. The materials are scarce, and failure would devastate an area spanning several kilometers. He had noticed that the Huaxia military had suddenly halted some of its purchases of pharmaceutical supplies, relying instead on domestic resources. Clearly, this was connected to his plan to mass-produce potions. With his talent, without national support, domestic pharmaceutical companies would eventually be forced out of business by him. However, Lin Feng understood deep down that relying solely on his strength, it would be difficult to sustain the production of low-level potions. The key was still to depend on domestic pharmacists. He needed to first elevate the genetic potential of the entire population, allowing the domestic pharmaceutical industry to thrive while completely eradicating toxic entities like Tianjin Pharmaceuticals. At this moment, he glanced at the recent financial report of Tianjin Pharmaceuticals. Despite having top-tier financial analysts on their team, they were struggling to withstand the impact. Just as he was about to start crafting potions, his phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. When he saw the sender's name, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Finally, you couldn't hold back? Even though General Zhang isn't here, with my current strength, who would dare to act recklessly? Lin Feng tapped to accept the message request and immediately received a text. Hello, Lin Feng, this is Luo Chen. I need to discuss something with you. Could we meet at the campus cafe? On campus? Smart kid, Lin Feng thought to himself. He knows that General Zhang is watching over me. so he doesn't dare to make any sudden moves. He quickly replied, "Alright, see you at the cafe in a bit." When Luo Chen saw Lin Feng's prompt reply, he was clearly surprised, not expecting him to agree so quickly. Shortly after, Lin Feng donned a windbreaker and headed to the cafe. As he stepped out of the potion lab, he faintly sensed a shadow following him. The omnipresent protection of General Zhang gave him complete peace of mind. Walking into the cafe, Luo Chen was already waiting, waving at him. "Lin Feng, over here." Lin Feng immediately noticed the girl beside Luo Chen, dressed in a sailor uniform, Chu Jiao. Her expression turned slightly awkward upon seeing him. Twice she had extended invitations to Lin Feng, only to be rejected. Inevitably, she harbored some resentment. A regular student with no notable background dares to reject Luo Chen's invitations? Unbelievable. "Young Master Luo, I'm here. Let's get straight to the point," Lin Feng said directly, wasting no time. Luo Chen smiled. "Lin Feng, your time is indeed precious. How about we chat over coffee? With the school beauty accompanying us, I'm sure you won't feel lonely." Lin Feng sneered inwardly, not even sparing Chu Jiao a second glance. School beauty? Just a decoration. He turned to the waiter and said, "Just a coconut latte for me." Soon, 3 cups of coffee were served. Lin Feng took a sip and cut straight to the chase. "Luo Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush." Luo Chen smiled faintly. "It seems there's little that escapes your notice. Lin Feng, you probably know a bit about me, but allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Luo Chen, the young master of Tianjin Pharmaceuticals." His voice was deep and commanding, each word carrying a sense of pressure. "You should know that Tianjin Pharmaceuticals is one of the largest multinational corporations in the world, specializing in pharmaceuticals and employing the best potion masters. Today, I'm extending to you a sincere invitation. Join Tianjin Pharmaceuticals. The terms are yours to name." For a moment, the school beauty Chu Jiao, sitting beside them, was stunned. Waves of shock surged through her heart. What's going on? Someone who hasn't even awakened their potion-making talent is being invited to join Tianjin Pharmaceuticals? Has Luo Chen lost his mind? "Young Master Luo, isn't this invitation a bit too risky?" Chu Jiao began to question, but before she could finish, Luo Chen's gaze turned icy and sharp, like a blade stabbing straight at her. Her heart skipped a beat as she felt an overwhelming sense of danger, a silent, suffocating mental assault. Sitting across from them, Lin Feng also felt the pressure, his heart trembling slightly. Luo Chen isn't a potion master? But he vaguely sensed that Luo Chen's identity might be even more complex. A hazy thought emerged in his mind: if he's truly not a potion master, then he's likely an extremely rare profession, a role player. Lin Feng's intuition sharpened. Role players can disguise themselves as any profession, even adopting the specialized identities needed for espionage. Moreover, Lin Feng recalled that the level of a role player determined the level of professions they could mimic. A level 10 role player could only impersonate level 10 professionals at most. Yet the killing intent Luo Chen exuded earlier was far from ordinary. I am sorry, young Master Luo. I spoke out of turn." Chu Jiao stammered, her face pale, hastily apologizing in a trembling voice. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng remained calm and composed. He took a light sip of his coffee, his gaze sharp and piercing as he stared directly at Luo Chen. "Young Master Luo Chen, you've certainly hidden yourself well. If I'm not mistaken, your profession should be that of an impersonator, correct?" The air instantly froze. All eyes turned to the two of them, and the tension in the room escalated rapidly. Luo Chen's words left Chu Jiao stunned, her face full of shock. "I didn't expect my identity to be uncovered so quickly by Lin Feng." Luo Chen smiled faintly, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. "That's right. I am a level 13 impersonator." "Then, what about Lin Feng's identity?" Luo Chen continued, his tone laced with curiosity and intrigue. "Let me guess, you must be an SSS plus talent awakened super alchemist, am I right?" Those words struck like a thunderclap. Chu Jiao's heart sank to the bottom. What? Lin Feng is an SSS plus talent alchemist? How could that be possible? She had just learned that Luo Chen was an impersonator, and now, in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng turned out to be an SSS plus alchemist. Her mind was like a turbulent storm, overwhelmed by waves of anxiety. Had she unwittingly become a mere clown in this drama? No way. That's absolutely impossible, she muttered, shaking her head in denial, desperately trying to reject this reality. Someone like Lin Feng, how could he possibly awaken as an SSS plus talent alchemist? Images of Lin Feng in the alchemy building flashed through her mind. At the time, she thought she was mistaken. Now, she realized she had overlooked someone truly extraordinary. An SSS plus alchemist signified unparalleled honor, limitless resources, and even the attention of the nation. The weight of this realization hit Chu Jiao like a hammer, leaving her heart in turmoil. No wonder Luo Chen kept urging me to approach Lin Feng, it was all part of his plan. Bitterness filled her heart, and her eyes betrayed a mixture of emotions. Everyone here knows what's going on. I won't waste my breath. Lin Feng spoke calmly, his tone carrying a trace of disdain. As for your request for me to join your Luo Chen group, I'll have to decline. Luo Chen hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so straightforward. He smiled faintly and said, what conditions would make you change your mind and join us? Money? Women? Whatever you desire, we can provide. Even Chu Jiao, the campus belle, doesn't she tempt you? He smirked devilishly. 100 billion salary per year, endless resources. For advancement, and the protection of the Divine Guild. Wealth and glory beyond your parents' wildest dreams, can you resist? Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer, utterly dismissive. To him, such superficial temptations like wealth and women were meaningless, long since beneath his notice. Get lost, he snapped coldly at Chu Jiao. Startled by his words, Chu Jiao froze, wanting to probe further but finding herself suppressed by Lin Feng's indifference. She felt unwilling to let it end like this, but before she could speak again, Lin Feng cut her off. Young Master Luo Chen, do you plan to use me to save Tianqian Pharmaceuticals? You're not qualified. Lin Feng's voice was icy as he spoke, turning to leave. Lin Feng, you'd better think carefully. Behind me stands the Divine Guild. Luo Chen shouted angrily, his face darkening. Bring it on. Lin Feng smirked disdainfully, walking away without a care. Luo Chen clenched his fists in fury, his anger boiling over, almost to the point of explosion. Young Master Luo Chen, please don't be upset. Chu Jiao hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him, only to be slapped across the face, falling onto a chair. Get lost, you useless woman. Luo Chen roared, consumed by jealousy and rage toward Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already hummed a tune, leisurely heading back to the alchemy building. His mind was entirely focused on the development of his super alchemy formula, eagerly anticipating the moment of its completion. At the same time, deep within the number 1 ancient ruins of Huaxia, Zhang Zhan had just slaughtered countless low-level beasts and was staring at the experience points in his possession. General Zhang, the number of beasts around us is increasing. Where exactly is the spirit of the 1,000-year flora? One of his team members asked anxiously. Zhang Zhan opened the prepared dungeon map and double-checked it repeatedly. There's no mistake. The map clearly indicates this location. Why haven't we found it yet? He muttered to himself, his face filled with doubt. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavens. Bright blue eyes emerged from the ground, spanning thousands of meters. A massive mouth opened wide, causing the earth to crumble. Finally, a radiant, luminous 7-colored fruit, brimming with spiritual energy, revealed itself before the stunned crowd. That's the rainbow spirit tree. It's truly the spirit of 10,000 years plants. Zhang Zhan's heart surged with ecstasy, his excitement so intense he nearly leapt into the air. He had thought the spirit of 10,000 years plants was impossibly rare, yet here it was right before him. Just as he was about to activate the containment box given to him by Master Quan, a pair of blue eyes suddenly turned blood red, locking onto them with a piercing gaze. The air instantly froze, as if time itself had come to a halt. Level 80. A level 80 boss. A spatial rift beast. Zhang Zhan's heart skipped a beat, a mix of terror and shock coursing through him. The beast before him exuded a suffocating pressure, making it hard to even breathe. Roar! The beast let out a deafening roar. Zhang Zhan immediately activated his innate skill, and the blood energy within him surged like a flood. The sealed space loosened ever so slightly, but their health bars were plummeting at a terrifying speed. Within moments, they were all down to critical health. This is a level 80 spatial rift beast. Quick, drink my recovery potion and take the spirit of 10,000 years plants out of here. Zhang Zhan shouted anxiously. The 3 teammates, seeing their health bars depleting rapidly, immediately uncorked the potion bottles and chugged them down. General Zhang, are you sure these little bottles of potion will work? Wu Kuang asked nervously, the pressure emanating from the beast in front of them unlike anything he had ever experienced before. I've never encountered a level 80 beast before. Even slightly weaker ones would require high-grade potions, maybe even supreme-grade potions. Before the words finished leaving his mouth, Wu Kuang felt a warm current surging through his body. In the next second, his health bar shot back to full. Holy crap! General Zhang, what kind of potion is this? This can't be just a regular potion. How is it stronger than the supreme-grade potions I've used before? Wang Badian, equally shocked by the sudden surge of power, was left speechless. He felt his entire body brimming with strength, as though he could take on 8 enemies single-handedly. If I'd known this potion was so powerful, I'd have been the 7 times a Night King. Wang Badian quipped, his tone playful as he pounded his chest, seemingly forgetting the imminent danger. "No, scratch that. I'd be the 49 times a night king," he added with a laugh, momentarily lightening the mood. "Stop the chatter and get moving. We have to defeat this spatial rift beast." Zhang Zhan roared, his fighting spirit igniting. The entire team felt their morale soar, their eyes gleaming with the fire of battle. For the spirit of 10,000 years plants, charge. United as one, they launched a ferocious assault on the colossal beast. "Stop dawdling, run!" Zhang Zhan thundered, his voice booming like thunder. He swiftly activated the containment device, and the spirit of 10,000 years plants was forcibly sucked into it in an instant. The spatial rift beast let out an enraged howl, and the space around them began to freeze, tension thick in the air. "It's over. The spatial rift beast is about to unleash its ultimate skill, spatial lockdown," Wu Lei exclaimed in horror. "The legendary spatial lockdown. Any creature caught within it cannot escape, unless..." Zhang Zhan's voice trembled slightly. "Unless they possess spatial-related talents or abilities." At that moment, all three of them were drained of their energy, despair creeping into their hearts. "Drink! Hurry, drink it all! Don't hold back!" Zhang Zhan shouted, tossing them several more bottles of potion. The three teammates exchanged incredulous looks, stunned. Were these potions really this effective? If we drink like maniacs and burn through energy at an insane rate, we might create a chance to break free of the lockdown, Wu Lei quickly deduced. Without hesitation, they uncorked the potions and downed them like a flood bursting through a dam. The effects exploded through their bodies like a volcanic eruption, transforming their near-exhausted forms into something akin to ironclad warriors. "This is incredible. To taste such potent mid-grade recovery potions in my lifetime, what a fortune," someone exclaimed with a laugh that shattered the despair hanging over them. "Push forward 100 meters. I'm going to deploy the destruction potion." Zhang Zhan's eyes burned with determination. He activated the Eye of Heaven. A deep, mechanical eye slowly opened, emitting a powerful force that enveloped several kilometers around them, as though a deity had descended. "Holy crap! This is Master Zhao's level 60 blueprint, the Eye of Heaven." Wang Badian was utterly shocked. Could Zhang Zhan be planning to use the Eye of Heaven to obliterate everything here? Unease surged within him as he shouted, "Fall back. Put at least 500 meters between us and it. I'm releasing the destruction potion stored within the Eye of Heaven." Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. At the same time, Wu Lei poured all his energy into breaking free of the lockdown. Having witnessed the power of the destruction potion before, a sense of dread bubbled within him. "Eye of Heaven, unleash!" Zhang Zhan commanded. In an instant, everyone retreated to over a kilometer away. Zhang Zhan calculated the distance with precision, activating the Eye of Heaven's mechanism. A scorching light erupted, as dazzling as the sun itself. "Damn it! The spatial rift beast is enraged. It's about to unleash another ultimate skill." Wang Beishan's voice trembled with fear. "I can't breathe." He felt his health bar lock up, and despair surged through him once again. The scythe bugs swarmed in like a storm, madly gnawing at the power locking down the space. Wu Kuang, carrying his weapon, pressed a button with all his might. The illusory metallic shell fell to the ground, transforming into a super defensive weapon. "Don't panic. The Eye of Heaven, which conceals the destruction elixir, can stop even an 80th level spatial rift beast," Zhang Zhan roared. As the Eye of Heaven activated, its flickering brilliance lit the surroundings. An ethereal hand of the heavens tore through the spatial blockade ahead, revealing a crack. Instantly, the Eye of Heaven moved toward it. "Holy crap, that's insane!" Wang Badian exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. Master Quan's reputation truly precedes him. The two Eyes of Heaven advanced on the spatial rift beast. It let out a frenzied roar, but it was already too late. Boom! With a deafening explosion, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the device, turning the surrounding world into a black and gray void. The spatial rift beast's eyes widened in terror, seemingly sensing the horrifying energy. The super-destructive force descended in an instant, shattering even the spatial lock. "This is absolute power." Zhang Zhan's voice thundered like a storm. "Roar!" The beast's furious howl echoed like rolling thunder, shaking the entire space. In that moment, the 80th level spatial rift beast was torn apart, its massive body collapsing like a towering mountain crumbling to the ground, its fall resounding with a heart-stopping crash. Is this the end of an 80th level super beast? The four onlookers were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. The air was thick with the aroma of the elixir, like the triumphant blast of a battle horn, quickening their pulses. The smaller creatures that had been pursuing them vanished instantly under the destructive force, as though they had never existed. "Did we really just kill an 80th level beast?" Wang Beishan's voice trembled with exhilaration. "Oh my god, this is the craziest moment of my life. Wu Quang shouted like a wild ape, completely disregarding the image of a professional warrior. Wait, why is the air filled with such a sweet scent? Another teammate suddenly noticed and exclaimed, hold on, it's the aroma of medicine. They inhaled deeply, the fragrance like nectar soothing their souls. Boom! The sound of level-ups echoed like thunder. Their bodies seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, and the level indicators above their heads lit up. Level 64. I leveled up? No way. The beasts I killed shouldn't have been enough to level me up. Could it be this medicinal aroma? Is it true that the aroma released by the destruction elixir can help people level up? Wang Beishan's eyes sparkled with disbelief. At that moment, both Wu Lei and Wu Quang also advanced, the glows of level 63 and level 66 radiating from their bodies. I leveled up too. Wu Lei was so excited he almost jumped in the air. This is incredible. Next time we team up, you have to bring me along. Wang Batian couldn't stop grinning ear to ear. They had ventured into the secret realm, risking life and limb, fearing they might never come out again. But this time, they had truly experienced what it felt like to be carried to victory. Alright, no more wasting time. Let's get back to the real world. With the spatial rift beast's corpse stashed away, the four of them quickly made their way toward the exit. But upon returning to the real world, they noticed that their comrades who had ventured into other secret realms were eerily silent. Did they run into some kind of danger? Zhang Zhan wondered aloud, just as he was about to speak further. Suddenly, beams of light flashed before their eyes. Familiar figures began appearing, their faces brimming with excitement and their bodies exuding the same rich medicinal aroma. They did it! The four exchanged glances, their hearts surging with emotion as the air filled with the joy of victory. Commander Zhang, mission accomplished. We didn't let you down, one of the team members reported, barely able to contain their excitement. That eye of heaven was absolutely mind-blowing this time, another exclaimed enthusiastically. And that super destructive elixir, it was like a hammer smashing down on those ancient beasts, leaving them gravely injured. The group chimed in, their excitement contagious as the jubilation spread. Zhang Zhan smiled faintly, as though he had anticipated this outcome. His experience on the front lines had made him familiar with such otherworldly elixirs, yet he still found it hard to believe that this one had been crafted by a mere college student. Alright, everyone, start cataloging the spoils. Zhang Zhan's voice rang out like a trumpet call, spurring everyone into action. With this level 80 spatial rift beast's corpse added to the haul, our gains are already substantial, he said while tallying up. But the shortage of medicinal ingredients remains a pressing issue. Where exactly is the global procurement plan at? Just then, a notification tone chimed from his phone. Commander Zhang, the procurement plan is 96% complete, his assistant's voice came through, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Lin Feng received Zhang Zhan's message. Is it almost ready? But we're still missing one herb? It's nowhere to be found on the global market, and even guild expeditions to ancient ruins have come up empty? Lin Feng frowned, unease stirring in his heart. To craft this super genetic enhancement potion, not a single ingredient can be missing. Once something is left out, both the success rate and the effectiveness of the potion will be severely compromised. As he sank into deep thought, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! New mission released. The sun is shining bright. Sunbathing helps absorb calcium, eliminates bacteria, and keeps you healthy. Be a sunny, radiant young man. Mission objective, sunbathe for 10 hours without any covering. Mission rewards, 1 skill lottery draw. Bonus reward for quick completion, a small gift. Additional reward, 1 professional equipment lottery draw. Another lottery draw? Lin Feng's heart jolted, and a surge of excitement washed over him. The lottery might just be the key to solving his current dilemma, especially with the addition of a professional equipment gift pack. He quickly reviewed the contents of the gift pack, weapons, support devices, even defensive tools, everything was included. Nice, he thought, feeling a wave of relief, and prepared to act immediately. Gotta go sunbathe now. He was brimming with excitement, but suddenly a question popped into his mind. What does without any covering mean? Does it mean going completely nude? The thought made him hesitate. As a grown man, a naked sunbath seemed a bit inappropriate. But with sunlight spilling onto the balcony, he decided to stop overthinking. No one's watching anyway. I'll just wear some big boxers and get it done. Swiftly, he stripped off his clothes, leaving only a pair of underwear, then dragged a table to the balcony and lay down, basking in the warmth of the sun. However, after quite a while, there was no response from the system. Determined, he gritted his teeth and removed his underwear, burying himself completely under the sunlight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sunbathing uncovered for 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sunbathing uncovered for 10 minutes. As time passed, Lin Feng's whole body felt hot from the sun, yet his heart was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the potion lab, Li Yinian and Xue Hong were doing their rounds. Look, Lin Feng's dorm. Xue Hong's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the figure on the balcony. Old Li, that's Lin Feng, right? I had no idea he had such a great physique, he exclaimed. His skin is so pale, is he sunbathing for calcium absorption? Li Yinian added, leaning closer in curiosity. Or perhaps, indulging himself? Xue Hong joked with a chuckle. Li Yinian shot him a glare. Stop staring. If someone thinks we're spying, we'll be in trouble. Under the sunlight, Lin Feng's figure seemed to glow even brighter in their eyes, as if foretelling the brilliance and challenges awaiting him. Just as Li Yinian and Xue Hong were about to leave, a crisp voice called out behind them, Principal, Old Li, you're here too? They turned to see Zhou Yao walking toward them, a relaxed smile on her face. Ah, Counselor Zhou, you're here as well. Li Yinian quickly greeted her, though inwardly, he grew cautious. What's brought you here? Zhou Yao asked curiously. Well, as Lin Feng's counselor, I haven't seen him for a few days, so I thought I'd check on him, see if he needs anything, Zhou Yao replied, her tone full of concern. Li Yinian and Xue Hong exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit tense. Everyone had their own secrets, and if Lin Feng was engrossed in his training, being interrupted could ruin everything. We just checked on Lin Feng's dorm. Everything's fine, so there's no need to worry, Li Yinian quickly said, grabbing Zhou Yao by the arm, trying to steer her away. Zhou Yao's expression showed a hint of doubt, clearly wanting to ask further questions. Meanwhile, on the balcony of his dorm room, Lin Feng continued soaking in the morning sunlight. He shifted positions constantly, ensuring an even tan. No one wants patchy, unevenly tanned skin, after all. The day is still young, and today's sunshine is just perfect, he thought to himself, knowing that summer days offered a full 10 hours of sunlight. Time quietly slipped by, and suddenly, a mechanical voice chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sunbathing uncovered for 9 hours and 59 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sunbathing uncovered for 10 hours. Ding! Mission accomplished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 1 skill lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 1 professional equipment lottery draw. Ding! Would the host like to begin the lottery draws? Lin Feng froze, momentarily overwhelmed by the 2 lottery opportunities presented before him. The sheer thrill of it was incredible. What could I draw? Might it be the skill I need? He wondered, his heart racing with excitement. Start the professional skill lottery draw, he commanded without hesitation. The lottery mechanism in Lin Feng's mind slowly began to turn, carrying endless anticipation. Stop! As Lin Feng issued another command, the lottery machine came to an abrupt halt, and the suspense thickened in the air. In that instant, the possibilities of the future unfurled before him, as though countless opportunities were beckoning him forward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill entry, Master of Sutures. Master of Sutures, if lacking medicinal materials, you can perform dissection analysis to suture and refine the required materials. Note, this consumes a large amount of mental energy. Please prepare yourself mentally before use. Lin Feng's heart trembled, and the image of a professional doctor emerged in his mind. He hadn't expected this skill name to align so perfectly with pharmaceutical crafting. Wasn't this exactly the super skill he needed? Amazing! The problem of missing materials is perfectly solved. He clenched his fists in excitement. System, you're truly a treasure. After calming himself, Lin Feng turned his gaze to another reward. System, draw the professional equipment reward. As his command rang out, another dormant lottery machine began to spin, its speed accelerating rapidly. Lin Feng held his breath and decisively shouted, Stop! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the professional equipment blueprint, Revolver of the Godslayer. Revolver of the Godslayer, a weapon exclusive to pharmacists, but transferable to other professions. It can store potions and release them when needed. Additionally, it enhances the host's professional talents, skill entries, and equipment skill entries. Holy! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, his heart overflowing with joy. A weapon exclusive to pharmacists. And it could even be shared with others. This was beyond incredible. The ancient design of the revolver appeared vividly in his mind, and he was so thrilled he almost jumped up. Once forged, this would become a superweapon. Not only could it attack, but it could also release potions. Who would dare threaten him then? Even more importantly, completing future missions would grant additional skills, directly amplifying his combat capabilities to explosive levels. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng closed the system interface, eager to find a blacksmith. He uploaded the blueprint to a blacksmith bidding website, brimming with anticipation. Next, it's time to use the Master of Sutures skill to dissect and replace the missing materials. He impatiently typed the names of the required materials into the system. Ding! Master of Sutures is now analyzing. Ding! Analysis complete. Original material, golden sapling. Decomposed recipe option 1, innate herb, starfire blossom, earth rock. Decomposed recipe option 2. In an instant, several alternative recipes appeared before his eyes. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy as he immediately grabbed his phone to contact Zhang Zhan. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto military base, Zhou Xingguo's face was filled with exhilaration as he gazed at the mountain of high-level beast carcasses piled outside. Surrounding him, dissection experts were busy extracting the essence blood from the beasts. Excellent! I never thought Lin Feng's potion would wipe out the secret realm that had been troubling us, Zhou Xingguo said joyfully. The remains of more than a dozen beasts over level 60 are enough to replenish the strategic reserves of our nation's resources, he added. Next to him, Zhang Zhan nodded but then shook his head. Chief Zhou, there's still one medicinal material missing from the global procurement plan. What material? Zhou Xingguo asked, raising his head. Faced with the chief's curiosity, Zhang Zhan smiled faintly. I originally had an agreement with Lin Feng, but since you've asked, I won't keep it hidden. Lin Feng has recently leveled up and has begun crafting a super potion. In that moment, the atmosphere around them grew tense. Everyone present understood that this could be a turning point. As the term super potion was mentioned, Zhou Xingguo's heartbeat quickened, and a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. This might be the super potion that global leaders, especially us in Huaxia, have been desperately seeking. His voice trembled, his eyes brimming with expectation. If it's successfully developed, the genetic strength of the entire Huaxia population will be comprehensively enhanced. At this moment, Zhou Xingguo's breathing became more labored, as though he could feel hope within his grasp. Enhancing the genes of all Huaxia citizens, what would that mean? It was a breakthrough that every nation, every scientist, had dreamed of achieving, one that even the Divine Guild sought tirelessly. This is incredible. He stood up, his face full of awe and disbelief. I won't interfere with this project, nor will I inform the other chiefs. But if you complete this potion, you must notify me immediately. This will be a strategic resource that Huaxia must reserve. His voice was filled with anticipation and desire, as though he could already see the day Huaxia would soar. However, Zhang Zhan's expression suddenly turned grave. Furrowing his brows, he said, but we're missing a key ingredient. Without it, we cannot complete the potion. Zhou Zhenggui took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. Don't worry, I already understand the gravity of the situation. I'll issue an order for unions worldwide to help locate this medicinal herb, no matter the cost. Zhang Zhan, who had just exhaled in relief, was suddenly interrupted by the abrupt ringing of his phone. As he glanced at the caller ID, a look of surprise crossed his face. What is it? Zhou Zhenggui asked anxiously. Lin Feng has found an alternative solution for the medicinal herb. Zhang Zhan's eyes sparkled with hope. He provided me with several options. We must act quickly to gather these materials. Lin Feng's recommended ingredients were available in global markets, which was undoubtedly good news. Zhang Zhan immediately responded to the message and began mobilizing resources with urgency. In his heart, he thought, a global search will surely yield these crucial ingredients. The dawn of the super serum is within reach. At dawn, Lin Feng woke up from a dream with a sudden, electrifying thought flashing through his mind. He quickly grabbed his phone, and the screen displayed a message. Someone has accepted the commission to craft the revolver of death for me. Once I have this gun, my combat power will increase exponentially. Lin Feng thought with excitement. He threw on his clothes in haste and rushed out of the dormitory, heading straight to the pharmaceutical lab. General Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng greeted Zhang Zhan, who was already waiting at the entrance of the lab building, with gratitude etched on his face. It's nothing, this is my duty, Zhang Zhan replied with a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Time is critical, let's cut to the chase. Are the materials ready? Lin Feng asked impatiently. Zhang Zhan nodded, holding a bundle of gleaming medicinal ingredients in his hands. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement as he entered the lab, silently reciting to himself, I must locate the Golden World plant. With his skills activated, a clear formula emerged in Lin Feng's mind. In an instant, vivid images of the pharmaceutical process unfolded before his eyes. Let's begin. Lin Feng's mental energy, like an invisible hand, reached out to the ingredients on the table, diving into a frenzied process of creation. Time flew by. Within just 10 seconds, Lin Feng felt his energy reserves depleting rapidly. The consumption rate is insane, he muttered through clenched teeth. But I came prepared. Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed a vial of mental energy replenishment serum and downed it in one gulp. Within seconds, he consumed a second vial, repeating the action over and over. Before his eyes, the medicine began to take shape, a solid brown substance shimmering faintly. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy as he exclaimed inwardly, "Finally, it's done." Next up is the creation of the Human Gene Enhancement Serum. Lin Feng took a deep breath, turning to Zhang Zhan. "General Zhang, I need your assistance. Please help me allocate the ingredients." A spark of excitement flickered in Zhang Zhan's eyes as he quickly arranged the materials. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened as he activated his professional talent. The air in the lab seemed to grow heated in an instant. "The ingredients I'm using this time are exceedingly rare, especially the essence blood of a beast beyond level 70, it contains unparalleled energy." Lin Feng steadied his mind, preparing for what was to come. With utmost care, he dropped a single bead of the beast's blood into the mixture. Instantly, the lab filled with a turbulent, almost suffocating aura. Lin Feng's spirit was struck by the intense energy, but he shouted, "Begin," and dove headfirst into the process. The air in the room grew thick with the scent of the beast's essence as Lin Feng's mental energy battled the overwhelming pressure. Danger loomed, threatening to spiral out of control. Staying vigilant, Lin Feng quickly consumed energy replenishment serums, vial after vial, until the floor was littered with empty containers. Phew! The cost of crafting this serum is truly staggering. Lin Feng's forehead glistened with sweat, but his resolve remained unshaken. He pushed himself harder, pouring every ounce of his strength into the process. Finally, at the critical moment, a dense, blood-red aura exploded from his hands. As the serum stabilized, its color turned crystal clear. Lin Feng gazed down at it, overcome with elation. "It's done! This might very well be humanity's first true genetic enhancement serum. If humanity can use this, we'll finally stand a chance against the beasts." Lin Feng's face was pale, but his smile radiated confidence. Just then, Zhang Zhan, who had been anxiously waiting outside, rushed in as Lin Feng opened the door. Lin Feng handed the blood-red serum to him, his eyes filled with expectation. "General Zhang, the task is complete. I've successfully crafted the experimental prototype of the human genetic enhancement serum." Lin Feng's voice was resolute, like forged steel. "Please document this moment. I'll be the one to test it." Before Lin Feng could react, Zhang Zhan decisively snatched the serum. His expression was unwavering. "Lin Feng, you can't do this. I'll test it myself." Zhang Zhan's tone allowed no argument, his gaze firm. "Your role is too crucial, this concerns the future of China." Before Lin Feng could protest further, Zhang Zhan had already downed the serum in one swift motion. His movements were so fast, the stunned Lin Feng didn't even have time to stop him. In an instant, Zhang Zhan's body began to undergo dramatic changes. A blood-red aura surged outward, as if a slumbering beast had been awakened. His veins twisted and writhed as though seared by flames. Cells within him divided frantically, some decayed and died at a terrifying speed, while others seemed to gain newfound vitality, brimming with life. "What kind of potion is this?" Lin Feng's heart tightened as he stared intently at General Zhang Zhan, his face turning pale. The waves of excruciating pain swept over Zhang Zhan, causing the veins on his body to bulge as if his very bones were being reforged. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his breathing grew heavy, like a raging bull. Minutes later, Zhang Zhan slowly opened his eyes. The very air around him seemed to tremble. A ferocious killing intent erupted from within him, surging outward like a tidal wave. "Exhilarating!" Zhang Zhan roared with laughter, his voice booming like thunder. Lin Feng stood in shock, witnessing every moment. The crimson markings on Zhang Zhan's body began to fade, and a system notification rang in his ears. 74, 75, 76. This potion just boosted General Zhang Zhan by 4 levels. Lin Feng's heart pounded as he thought to himself, the blood essence of 10 fearsome beasts, coupled with the spirit of ancient flora, this is nothing short of miraculous. His genes have been fully activated, and Zhang Zhan's recovery rate will now be unparalleled. Lin Feng silently calculated. At this moment, Zhang Zhan tilted his head slightly upward, his expression brimming with excitement. "Lin Feng, I feel as though my body has been entirely unshackled. Every vein is flowing smoothly, my strength is endless, and my mind is sharper than ever." He could hardly contain the surge of excitement within him, his eyes burning with fervor. At this very moment, he had been utterly transformed, reborn, with a commanding presence that radiated like a war god descending to earth. "Excellent! If nothing else happens, I'll immediately begin producing the first batch of super potions." Zhang Zhan's voice reverberated, like a war drum, stirring the spirit. "To make this available nationwide, the required amount of ingredients will be unimaginable." A spark of hope ignited in Lin Feng's heart. This revolution was quietly beginning. "Every problem has a solution," Zhang Zhan said with a calm tone, though he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. "By the way, how many potions can you produce in the first batch?" Lin Feng's heart was tense, but he spoke with confidence. About 5,000. What? 5,000? Zhang Zhan's heart skipped a beat, his face filled with astonishment. He had expected Lin Feng to manage a few dozen, perhaps 100 at most, but this number was beyond his imagination. Good. If you're confident, then once the potions are ready, I'll report to the higher-ups immediately, Zhang Zhan said, his eyes gleaming with hope. This first batch of potions can be given to the elite job changers. It might help alleviate some of the pressure China is facing right now. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhan understood the gravity of the situation. China was currently under threat from the beast tides while also facing the oppression of the Divine Guild, standing isolated and alone. Yet despite these challenges, China still held its ground against numerous nations. Now, with the advent of the gene-enhancing potion, the strength of its job changers would soar, and surpassing their adversaries would soon be only a matter of time. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Zhan before turning to head back to the pharmaceutical lab. Enough talking, let's get to work. He took a deep breath and unleashed his full power. His innate talent and dual skills activated in an instant, and divine energy erupted from him. As it surged, halos of light surrounded him, causing the very space around him to tremble. Lin Feng's mental energy surged like a tidal wave. With a single sweep of his senses, he could perceive every movement within 100 kilometers. Outside, Zhang Zhan immediately felt a powerful mental force wash over him, as if an invisible energy had just swept through his body. He shuddered inwardly. Incredible! Is this Lin Feng's mental power at full strength? How is it possible for someone at his level to have such terrifying mental energy? As Zhang Zhan wrestled with his thoughts, Lin Feng had already begun the process of crafting the potion. The speed of his refining accelerated rapidly, and the ingredients emitted a horrifying blood-red aura, as though the entire space was trembling in response. Ever since Lin Feng's last attempt at crafting a destructive potion, which had caused an uproar with its overpowering medicinal aroma, everyone on campus had been watching him closely. Before Lin Feng departed for the capital to initiate his talent program, Zhang Zhan and the blood-red aura had naturally taken responsibility for ensuring his safety. They enlisted formation masters from the military to construct a superior concealment array and had rune masters engrave it to prevent any energy from leaking out. However, as Zhang Zhan sensed the terrifying blood aura emanating from the pharmaceutical chamber, his unease grew stronger. Sure enough, Lin Feng, pushing his energy reserves to their limit, unleashed a 100-fold burst of mental power, causing the potion pool to boil. The blood essence of beasts above level 70 churned violently, their massive forms materializing as blood-colored phantoms. Boom! The formation cracked under the impact of the beastly phantoms, with several fissures appearing. Blood-red energy began to seep through the cracks. At the same time, in the counselor's office, Zhou Yao was writing a graduation report when she suddenly looked up. Seeing the blood-red energy seeping into the sky, she cried out in shock, "Look! Why is there blood-colored energy in the sky? The energy is terrifying, as if a monstrous beast is about to be born." The other instructors turned their heads one after another, visibly alarmed. Zhou Yao suddenly jolted and dashed out. In the principal's office, Shui Hong and Li Yinian were deep in discussion when they were startled by the blood-red aura in the sky and the cracking array formation. Their faces paled in fear. "Quick, reinforce the formation. We must not let this blood-red energy seep through." Shui Hong immediately contacted the array masters and rune specialists. Days ago, Zhang Zhan had warned them that Lin Feng might be concocting a groundbreaking potion. The previous commotion had already put them on high alert. They had believed everything was under control, yet under the impact of this blood-red energy, the array was unexpectedly fragile. What kind of energy is this, to create such a horrifying scene? Shui Hong's heart was filled with unease and doubt. Before long, several array masters gathered swiftly in the pharmaceutical building to reseal the formation. Under their efforts, the cracks in the array gradually began to mend. However, inside the laboratory, Lin Feng seemed to be momentarily overwhelmed by the invasive blood-red aura, his eyes flickering with an eerie crimson glow. But with the aid of his spiritual power, he quickly regained clarity. "The essence blood of beasts above level 70 is indeed extraordinary," he muttered to himself, his gaze sharp. "If I combine it with this millennium-old spiritual herb, the resulting power will surely trigger an unprecedented phenomenon in the heavens and earth." He swept his spiritual energy outward, keenly sensing the tense atmosphere among the array masters and rune specialists outside. They were frantically repairing the formation, striving to fend off the surging blood aura. "My divine power has a time limit, I can't delay any longer." Lin Feng took a deep breath, and with a surge of spiritual power, he fused the millennium-old spiritual herb into his body. In an instant, the medicinal ingredients liquefied, blending with the essence blood of 10 level 70 beasts. The blood-red aura surged violently, like a deathly hand reaping life itself. The previously restrained beastly shadow coalesced once more, its form expanding from tens of meters to over 100 meters, its energy escalating at an alarming rate. The array masters and rune specialists working at full capacity exchanged horrified glances. This is bad. The array can't hold much longer, one array master shouted in panic. This is an ultra-premium formation, yet it can't even withstand this heavenly phenomenon. What kind of terrifying potion is being concocted in there? Another rune specialist roared, desperately reinforcing the seals. However, as the spiritual energy intensified, the blood aura multiplied exponentially. With a deafening crash, the sound of the array shattering pierced the silence. The array masters and rune specialists spat blood simultaneously, their faces etched with despair. The terrifying beastly shadows materialized in the skies, numbering 10 in total, stretching across hundreds of miles. Standing below, Li Yinian and Xue Hong felt an overwhelming beastly pressure that nearly suffocated them. It's over. Even this ultra-premium array formation, along with 5 level 60 array masters and rune specialists, can't suppress the heavenly phenomenon caused by Lin Feng's potion. Li Yinyan's heart sank, his eyes filled with shock and fear. At that moment, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were forewarning an impending storm that would shake the entire world. The entire campus was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. The 10 beastly shadows hovered in the sky, as if they could tear everything apart. Teachers and students exchanged fearful glances, their faces pale with terror, frozen in place. In a villa not far away, Luo Chen's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the extraordinary scene outside the window. His eyes widened instantly. Spatial rift beasts? Aren't they supposed to be sealed in the ruins of Huaxia Site No. 1? How could they manifest as ethereal projections? A jolt ran through his heart. Could it be Lin Feng? If he's truly created that kind of apocalyptic potion, what horrifying thing is he up to this time? He recalled the nation's recent frenzy over acquiring medicinal ingredients at all costs, even secretly transporting several batches to Jinshan Vocational Academy. The entire situation was highly unusual. Damn it! Lin Feng, if this is the path you've chosen, then don't blame me. A cold smile curled on his lips. You have no idea my talent as an impersonator is S rank in true imitation. Even if you're an SSS plus ranked alchemist, once I've locked onto you, I can consume all your secrets. You're merely my puppet. With that, he shoved Chu Jiao aside. Her eyes dulled as she slowly rose, moving as if under his control. In the pharmaceutical lab at Jinshan Vocational Academy, Lin Feng took a deep breath, focusing his energy. Before him, a vial of blood-red liquid gradually took shape. His hand paused, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. This attempt to create a human gene enhancement potion had nearly drained him completely. Even with 100-fold divine power, producing 5,000 doses of the potion had pushed him to his limits. Looking at the finished product before him, he revealed a satisfied smile. Finally, it's done. I wonder how much experience this potion will bring me. System, initiate a scan. Item name, Enhanced Sacred Hand, Human Gene Enhancement Serum. Grade? Spiritual effect, empowered by the essence of 10,000-year-old flora, it triggers the terrifying manifestation of ferocious beast phantoms. Efficacy, refines the body, eliminates obsolete and harmful genes, strengthens the programming of healthy genes, and unlocks hidden human genetic potential. This serum boasts a 20x potency. 20 times? Lin Feng stared at the astonishing multiplier displayed on the label, utterly dumbfounded. Ordinary gene enhancement serums were already capable of significantly altering human genetics, but a serum with 20 times the potency? That was like unlocking the full extent of human genetic potential. Imagine this, an elderly woman who could barely lift a feather suddenly punching a tiger after taking the serum, a newborn child capable of lifting weights heavier than 100 pounds, or an old monk devoted to science soaring into the sky in an instant. These fantasies might just become reality. After calming himself, Lin Feng carefully divided the serum into portions and neatly placed them inside a specialized storage case. General Zhang, it's done, he said excitedly. 6,000 doses in total. Please deliver the serum back to the capital. After completing this batch, I'll need a week of rest before starting production on the next series of super serums. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of exhaustion, while Zhang Zhan, standing by the doorway, felt his heart race as he locked his gaze on the serum case being handed over. This was the same gene enhancement serum that China had failed to develop 3 times before. Now, with 6,000 doses, it was enough to supply a small battalion. Excellent. I'll depart for the capital immediately. I'll be sure to provide the full details to the commander. Zhang Zhan secured the serum case inside a high-tech containment unit. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, in less than 10 days, you're set to graduate. According to protocol, the day after your graduation, you'll be enrolled at the elite academy. When the time comes, I'll arrange for a military aircraft to take us to the capital together." Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement. Gaining admission to the prestigious Capital University of China meant immersing himself among the nation's brightest minds, an environment where his growth would surely accelerate. Great! Before I leave, I'll use the remaining materials to produce as much as I can. Consider it my final project before graduating from the academy. 7 days would be plenty of time for his energy to recover. Based on his current plan, completing his second batch of the human gene enhancement serum would be no problem at all. Good. Zhang Zhan nodded, his figure blurring into a shadow as he disappeared into the night. Lin Feng took a deep breath and turned to leave. With the first batch of serum taken care of, I wonder how the progress on my death revolver is coming along. He pulled out his phone and quickly sent a message. At the Technology Research Center in the capital, a young man named Quan Zilong, dressed in a blue work uniform, was intently focused on the schematics of a firearm displayed on his computer screen. Death revolver, he murmured to himself. I can't believe I took on this job while drinking with my master last night. A frown formed on his face as unease crept into his mind. But, at my current level, this gun seems a bit beyond my capabilities. Just then, Xiao Lin's figure silently appeared behind him. Xiao Quan, what are you working on? Xiao Lin asked, his tone urgent. Quan Zilong flinched, momentarily startled. I'm studying these schematics, he replied, his eyes glued to the screen as if he hadn't fully registered Xiao Lin's question. I said, come help me organize the internal components of the Eye of Heaven. Xiao Lin frowned, stepping closer. His gaze fell on the computer screen displaying the detailed schematics of the death revolver, and for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Xiao Quan, what is this you're looking at? Only then did Quan Zilong snap out of his daze. Hastily turning around, he stammered, Master, I'm sorry. This schematic. I accidentally accepted this project on a freelance site last night while drunk. His face flushed with embarrassment. I thought it was just a simple firearm design, but today I realized, something's off. Quan Zilong muttered, his expression tinged with panic. Xiao Lin furrowed his brows, carefully examining the schematics. Suddenly, a wave of excitement lit up his face, impossible to suppress. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant, he exclaimed. Why didn't I ever think of a firearm design like this? The death revolver isn't particularly difficult to produce. The real challenge lies in the formula for the serum-based bullets, and the capabilities of the user. To truly unleash the weapon's full potential, the wielder must meet incredibly high standards. He fell into deep thought, silently marveling. For such a weapon to achieve devastating power, given the current standards of enhancement serums, there might not be anyone in the world capable of wielding it effectively. Not even he had ever attempted such a feat. Hand me the schematics, Xiao Lin said resolutely, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'll help you complete it today. Since you've already accepted the job, you must follow through. Xiao Lin, a top-notch forger with a natural passion for New Age weaponry, accepted the blueprint, and a flame of creation ignited within his heart. He immersed himself completely in the task, as though the entire world had come to a standstill for him. Deep into the quiet of the night, Lin Feng was just about to drift into sleep when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up swiftly, his brow furrowing slightly. Today? You'll finish it today? That's beyond my expectations, he murmured to himself. The difficulty of crafting this revolver of death is definitely not low. Lin Feng placed the phone back down, his heart filled with anticipation as he drifted off into sleep. Meanwhile, within the Kyoto military base, a gathering of high-ranking officials was underway. The atmosphere was tense yet brimming with energy. Zhou Zhenghua, what good news do you have for us this time? One of the officials asked eagerly. I heard your personal guard, Xiao Zhang, recently teamed up with a group of level 60 class changers to explore a secret realm on the Huaxia No. 1 ruins, another official interjected. They say he even used the Heaven's Eye destruction elixir to take down an 80-level boss. The official's eyes all focused on Zhou Zhenghua, and the room burst into animated discussion. Zhou Zhenghua, the head of Huaxia's military, held the most up-to-date frontline intel. Smiling faintly, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Brother Tang, when Zhou Zhenghua, come to you, you can bet it's something big. His tone was brimming with enthusiasm. Once you hear this news, you might not get a wink of sleep tonight. If those folks at the Divine Vocation Guild hear about this, they might not sleep for the rest of their lives. A slight smirk played on his lips, as though he could already picture their shock. Oh, news that explosive? The officials began to tease. What is it? Did a nuclear missile from Eagle Nation go off and flatten the Divine Vocation Guild's headquarters? Someone joked. Zhou Zhengwu couldn't help but chuckle. No, this news is even more earth-shattering than anything you're imagining. Stop keeping us in suspense. We can't wait any longer, the officials clamored impatiently. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Zhou Zhengwu cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Zhang, come in." At his call, Zhang Zhan stepped inside. His presence was like that of a wild beast, leaving the gathered officials momentarily stunned. Tang Chang's expression shifted as he thought to himself, "This aura, it's extraordinary." Zhang Zhan's demeanor was entirely different from before. His physique was more robust, his vitality brimming, like a predator poised to strike. "Honorable leaders, we meet again," Zhang Zhan said with a slight smile as he placed a sealed case of elixirs on the table. "Zhang Zhan, did your level increase again?" Tang Chang's sharp gaze instantly zeroed in on the key detail. "My current level is now 77. Zhang Zhan's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the room. "What?" The officials reacted as if struck by a hurricane, their eyes wide with disbelief. "I recall you were just level 70 not long ago. How did you jump to level 77 in just a few days?" another official asked incredulously. "This speed is faster than a missile," one exclaimed in astonishment. "You have to give a lecture to all our soldiers and share your experience. This is terrifying, it's inhuman." Tang Chang cursed in shock, though his face betrayed his amazement. Zhang Zhan smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his expression. The power of the gene enhancement elixir was indeed extraordinary. This time, he was determined to showcase Huaxia's strength and potential to everyone. "Some people are just born different, there's no comparison." Zhou Zhengwu laughed quietly to himself, barely able to contain his amusement. But when he saw Zhang carrying that sealed case of elixirs and heard about his leap to level 77, Zhou's smile froze. The shock he felt mirrored that of the other officials. At that moment, Zhang Zhan spoke slowly, "Honored leaders, the secret behind my rapid level up lies within this case." All eyes turned to the tightly secured case, which seemed to radiate a mysterious energy. The case, reinforced with multiple layers of sealing formations, was undoubtedly crafted by none other than the master forger, Shaolin. The officials couldn't help but wonder, what kind of elixir could be so extraordinary that it required such a specialized container? "You're saying the secret to your advancement is in this case? Could it be some kind of super elixir?" Tang Chang was the first to voice his skepticism. The other officials immediately recalled the destructive Heaven's Eye destruction elixir Lin Feng had crafted previously, a weapon so terrifying it could wipe out a level 4 beast tide with a single dose. The mere thought of another elixir like that, even in a vial no bigger than a thumb, sent shivers down their spines. If it was indeed something of such explosive power, the entire Kyoto region might be reduced to rubble. "Director Tang, your guess was correct. The vials of serum in this case were indeed created by Lin Feng." Zhang Zhan's voice carried a hint of mystery. "But, rest assured, directors, this time, the serum isn't a destructive concoction with devastating offensive power. Instead, it's something you will absolutely treasure, a super enhancement serum." The moment the words super enhancement serum left his lips, the heartbeat of every director in the room quickened, their eyes lighting up with sparks of anticipation. If this truly was an enhancement serum, it would undoubtedly benefit everyone. "General Zhang, stop keeping us in suspense," one of the senior directors couldn't help but shout. "We old folks are already bursting with excitement. Show us already." Seeing the eager faces before him, Zhang Zhan's heart stirred, and he decided to stop hiding the secret. This time, Lin Feng has created a super enhancement serum, human genetic enhancement serum. This is a breakthrough that no other country, not even Huaxia, has ever achieved. It is the pinnacle of enhancement technology, and it's finally a success. In an instant, the entire room seemed to ignite, the atmosphere surging with heat. The director's eyes gleamed with urgency and expectation, as if they were ready to leap forward and seize the serum case at any moment. Zhang Zhan allowed himself a slight smile, thinking to himself, "This is exactly the reaction I wanted. Human genetic enhancement serum." Zhang Zhan's words exploded in the meeting room like a bombshell. Tang Chang and the other directors exchanged shocked glances, nearly forgetting to breathe. For years, this project had been quietly underway in Huaxia, with countless attempts and failures. And today, it had finally succeeded. Is this real?" one director stammered, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. The beeping of his electronic watch seemed to cheer on his excitement. "It actually succeeded," another director murmured to himself, his hands trembling with exhilaration. "This is the pride of Huaxia. With such a serum, Huaxia is bound to reclaim its place at the pinnacle." Unable to contain himself any longer, Tang Chang stood up, his voice booming. The directors around him were equally electrified, their bodies trembling with energy as if fully charged. Zhang Zhan's lips curled into a faint smirk. I have personally tested the genetic enhancement serum, and its effects far surpass any prior research. As for your own experiences, you'll have the chance to feel it firsthand soon. The tension in the meeting room shot up immediately. The directors all seemed like leopards ready to pounce, their impatience palpable. General Zhang, quickly, open the case and show us. Tang Chang practically lunged toward the serum case, his eyes blazing with eager fire. Zhou Xinghua, equally swept up in the fervor, took a deep breath and fixed his gaze firmly on the case, his heart brimming with anticipation. Zhang Zhan slowly opened the serum case, revealing 100 neatly arranged 50-milliliter vials. The moment the case was opened, a pungent scent of blood mixed with a faint sweetness wafted out, instantly heating up the atmosphere in the room. So this is the legendary genetic enhancement serum? The hope for Huaxia's resurgence, one director exclaimed, his face alight with emotion that seemed ready to overflow. Zhou Xinghua's pulse quickened, and he felt his very cells surging with restless energy. That iron-like scent of blood was almost irresistible, as if a single sip would grant him unimaginable power. Lin Feng unlocked the formula just a few days ago, Zhang Zhan's voice echoed in the room, but due to various complications, I hadn't informed you all until now. Now, the first batch of serum is complete, and Lin Feng will soon enter Huaxia's capital university for further cultivation. This announcement swept through the directors like a storm. They had long heard of Lin Feng's extraordinary talent and had been eager to meet this future genius. At last, we'll get to meet Lin Feng, Tang Chang shouted with excitement. We must properly thank him. Absolutely. Someone who has contributed so much to the nation deserves to be honored. The other directors chimed in enthusiastically, their faces glowing with anticipation. I'll relay the news to Lin Feng, Zhang Zhan nodded, his gaze resolute. This time, Lin Feng has produced a total of 6,000 vials as the first batch. As for the distribution, I leave it to you directors to deliberate and decide. His voice was low and steady, but carried an undeniable authority. 6,000 vials? The directors exclaimed in unison, their eyes shining with astonishment. Lin Feng truly is a genius. At that very moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room reached a fever pitch, and everyone could feel the limitless possibilities of the future. Tang Chang had initially thought there were only 100 vials in this batch, which was already shocking enough, but when Zhang Zhan revealed a total of 6,000 vials, the entire meeting room erupted. The other directors were left stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. National strength relies on robust military power and exceptional talent. Tang Chang suppressed the tremor in his voice, speaking with conviction. Without a strong military foundation, a nation cannot take a single step forward. That's right, we must prioritize deploying this batch of serums for military and talent development. As Tang Chang's words fell, everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with approval. Zhou Zhenghua pondered for a moment, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Everyone, I won't hold back. This first batch of genetic enhancement serums must be used on the most urgently needed personnel, especially the top-tier talents and research institutions and the military. We old folks can wait a little longer. He smiled slightly, exuding a bold and magnanimous aura. As long as Lin Feng is around, there will undoubtedly be more serums to follow. With consensus reached, Zhang Zhan, accompanied by Zhou Zhenghua, quickly left the conference room with the genetic enhancement serums. Time was of the essence, and they had already decided to distribute the 6,000 vials to the most critical research units and key personnel. This batch of genetic enhancement serums was destined to bring a turning point for those fighters operating in perilous situations. Not long after, encrypted messages were sent to major research institutions and high-ranking individuals in the military, alerting them of this monumental development. At that very moment, the master forger Shaolin was fully engrossed in completing Lin Feng's revolver of the killing god. The gun's gold and silver barrel exuded an ancient elegance, and the slender form shimmered with a mysterious light. As he admired the nearly finished masterpiece in his hands, Shaolin couldn't help but marvel at its exquisite blueprint design and the sheer difficulty of crafting it. When he raised his right hand to grip the revolver, a powerful aura surged from the weapon. His forging skill, Omnisensory Trial, activated instantly. Omnisensory Trial creates a specialized virtual space to simulate a hyper-realistic environment for testing the equipment's functionality, with 100% accuracy. Although this skill lacked offensive power, it allowed Shaolin to test the revolver in a virtual scenario. The moment he took hold of the gun, a phantom-like image of the revolver materialized before him. With a deafening roar, an ethereal bullet shot out from the chamber. The air seemed to tear apart, as if the god of thunder himself had descended. Even the lightning in the sky appeared to be drawn toward the weapon. Shaolin was stunned by the sudden burst of energy, and the revolver slipped from his trembling hands to the ground. Shock filled his heart. Is this really just an ordinary revolver? If paired with the right type of serum, this would undoubtedly be a top-tier weapon of unparalleled quality. A wave of exhilaration and anticipation surged through him. As the revolver of the killing god hit the ground with a clang, the terrifying virtual environment dissipated instantly. The lightning in the sky also faded, leaving an eerie stillness, as if time itself had stopped. "Master, are you all right?" Quan Zilong rushed in hurriedly, his face filled with concern. "Why did you drop the revolver? Did something go wrong?" Quan Zilong's worried question was cut short as Shaolin raised his hand. To stop him, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Zilong, tell me the truth. Did you really get this blueprint from an online commission?" Quan Zilong's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Indeed, he had taken this commission from an online platform. Strictly speaking, employees of research facilities were prohibited from taking private orders, but Quan Zilong had a habit of scouring the web for extra gigs during his downtime. It was a way to earn some side income while also honing his forging skills. Could it be that his master had noticed something? Or was this some elaborate ploy by a rival faction? "Master, it's true," he stammered. "I accepted the commission from a reputable site. The delivery address is even registered to a technical college, and the name on the order is of a Chinese student." A college student capable of drafting such a blueprint? Incredible! A fiery light ignited in Shaolin's eyes. "Reach out to this person immediately. This revolver blueprint is no ordinary design. I just tested it with my professional skills. It has the potential to rival top-grade weapons." Quan Zilong froze in place. Top-grade weapons? Those were rare treasures. If paired with high-level firearm skills, they could dominate entire battlefields. He swallowed hard, a sense of unease creeping over him. "Don't worry," Shaolin reassured him firmly. "Follow up as soon as possible." "What about the revolver?" Quan Zilong's eyes lingered on the revolver of the killing god resting on the table. He couldn't help but calculate its worth. If it truly was a top-grade weapon, his commission fee would pale in comparison. However, a weapon forged by his master wasn't something that could be measured in mere monetary terms. Without the proper enhancement serum, this revolver is just an untamed beast that ordinary people can't wield. Keeping it would be pointless. Shaolin waved his hand dismissively. "We have the blueprint in our possession. Crafting another one in the future won't be an issue. You've already promised the client, so you must deliver it as agreed. Ship it out immediately." Quan Zilong nodded and quickly began the packaging process. After he left, Shaolin was about to close his eyes for a brief rest when an urgent message suddenly appeared on his internal communicator. Its contents made him freeze in place. "Top secret directive. Immediate deployment required." Without hesitation, he stood up and sprinted out of the research center, heading straight for the military vehicle already waiting at the entrance. The vehicle roared to life, speeding toward the military base. At the Kyoto military base, the transfer specialists had already gathered in full force. Seeing the words "top secret," they quickly assembled. Without hesitation, as Shaolin stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze swept across a sea of familiar faces, leaving him deeply astonished. What exactly is this top-secret matter that has summoned so many heavyweights? Shaolin pondered to himself. If all these experts were eliminated in one fell swoop, it would undoubtedly plunge the entire nation of Huaxia into chaos. "Master Shao, you're here too?" A voice interrupted his train of thought. "Indeed. Did you also receive the notice?" Shaolin turned to see the speaker. It was none other than Song Yang, the renowned master craftsman from Huaxia's Kyoto University. Both men were among Huaxia's top forging experts, though they had chosen different paths. Shaolin served the military, while Song Yang dedicated himself to nurturing talent. Once Shaolin's mentor, Song Yang, despite being 80 years old, appeared remarkably vigorous, a result of a revitalization drug provided by the state, making him seem 20 or 30 years younger. "Master, you look even younger than me. What's your secret?" Shaolin asked in surprise. Song Yang smiled faintly, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. "There's undoubtedly a secret behind this." The corners of Song Yang's mouth curled into a sly smile. It's quite unexpected. Thanks to the vial of serum gifted by the state, I've actually regained 20 years of youth. This is simply incredible," Shaolin exclaimed. "A serum? From the state?" In today's Huaxia, even the most advanced alchemists couldn't concoct a serum capable of reversing age. This was utterly astonishing. At that moment, a thought flashed through Shaolin's mind. Could it be the destruction serum? Was this serum created by the legendary genius alchemist rumored to have developed the destruction serum? His heart surged with anticipation, eager to meet this unparalleled alchemist. Could it possibly be Professor Zhu Gui, hailed as Huaxia's #1 alchemist? Song Yang sighed. Still, what exactly is the nation's secret this time? I only hope to contribute one last effort to the country before my time is up. You're just in your 50s, master. Youth truly is a blessing. With a sigh, Song Yang seemed to momentarily relive the peak of his younger years. Xiao Lin chuckled. Master Song, you're my mentor. Looking at you now, it seems we're about the same age. To fight side by side for our country, what greater joy could there be in life? Song Yang replied warmly. It was then that a figure with flowing black hair approached. The moment Zhu Gui appeared, he captured the attention of everyone present. You, your brother Zhu? Xiao Lin was stunned, mouth agape. Brother Xiao, it's been ages. I never imagined we'd reunite here, Zhu Gui said, visibly moved upon seeing Xiao Lin. This is fantastic. I never thought you, brother Zhu, would also appear so youthful. Xiao Lin marveled, unable to contain his curiosity. What's going on here? My mentor has also regained almost 20 years of youth. Is the serum he mentioned your creation? In his mind, Zhu Gui was undoubtedly capable of such a feat. However, the secrets surrounding the Eye of Heaven were not within Xiao Lin's jurisdiction to probe. After all, such matters were top-secret national intelligence. He could only speculate. If not Zhu Gui, then who else could craft such a mysterious serum? Brother Xiao, to be honest, I can't disclose much about the serum, Zhu Gui responded solemnly. This falls under state confidentiality, and even I don't have full access to the details. But I can tell you this, the serum, and even the so-called destruction serum, were not concocted by us old folks. Zhu Gui's tone grew more severe. The atmosphere became heavy as everyone's eyes locked onto Zhu Gui, awaiting his next words. What kind of secret could lie behind all this? Whose work is this? Xiao Lin's mind was in turmoil, his face filled with confusion. As he struggled to piece things together, a majestic figure stepped forward, dressed in a military uniform adorned with 5 stars, exuding an aura of authority. General Zhang Zhan, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Zhang Zhan advanced steadily to the front, flanked by soldiers carrying 10 oversized cases of serum, their expressions as unyielding as iron. Greetings, everyone. Since we're all familiar faces, I'll skip the pleasantries, Zhang Zhan began in a steady voice, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room. This is a top-secret assembly. No one is permitted to leak any information. Violators will bear the consequences. The gathered transfer specialists nodded in unison, their expressions solemn. Inside the serum cases before you are 6,000 doses of the human gene enhancement serum, Zhang Zhan announced. These serums have the ability to unlock latent genetic potential, pushing our capabilities to their absolute limits. You, as Huaxia's most critical contributors, will be the first group to benefit from this revolutionary advancement. Are you ready? Before his words had even fully settled, an explosive wave of excitement swept through the room. The human gene enhancement serum? This breakthrough, which had eluded nations worldwide, was now in Huaxia's possession. Unbelievable. Xiao Lin trembled all over when he heard the news, his breath quickened, and an uncontrollable joy surged in his heart. This means my level will skyrocket, and my innate abilities will become even stronger. He was so moved that tears almost streamed down his face. Even his mentor, Song Yang, was stunned, his expression full of disbelief. This is a super serum that benefits all of humanity, exclaimed Zhu Gui, a top-notch alchemist, his excitement evident. He knew how monumental this achievement was. Previously, the Divine Restoration Potion and the Destruction Elixir were both the creations of that genius university student, and now, an even more powerful serum had emerged. Now, the individuals whose names are called, please step forward to open and use the human gene enhancement serum. As the serum case was opened, the named individuals walked forward one by one. Finally, it was Xiao Lin's turn. His emotions surged as he stepped to the front, his gaze fixed firmly on that bottle of crimson gene enhancement serum. His hand trembled slightly as he picked it up. The moment the serum slid down his throat, there was a thunderous boom. The effects exploded within him at 20 times the usual potency. An overwhelming surge of vitality ignited within his body. His genetic structure rapidly reorganized, his blood boiled like fire, and every cell in his body seemed to scream with life. Instantly, his vision restored to a perfect 20/20, his hearing sharpened to the point where he could catch even the faintest of sounds from 100 meters away, and his sense of smell became as keen as a bloodhound's. Yes, this feels incredible. I feel like my entire being has been revitalized. I feel like the whole world is under my control. I'm back to being 20 years old. I could knock out a dozen people without breaking a sweat. He roared with excitement, his words brimming with an energy as fierce as a wild beast. Boom! A notification chime echoed. Above Xiao Lin's head, a glowing level plate appeared, boldly displaying level 65. The sight was so shocking that he nearly stumbled in disbelief. And it wasn't just him. The levels of others who had taken the serum were also skyrocketing, and any ailments or diseases they had vanished in an instant. Song Yang took a dose and immediately discarded his backup cane, exclaiming in delight, "I feel like I'm young again." Zhu Gui stood there, utterly dumbfounded, too overwhelmed to speak. An elderly man who had once hobbled with a limp suddenly tossed aside his cane after drinking the serum. He then began climbing a tree with the agility of a young man. This is true power. Xiao Lin's eyes burned with hope, the road ahead filled with limitless possibilities. In the next moment, Lin Feng, without hesitation, began performing Tai Chi. His movements were as light as a swallow, fluid and swift. The surrounding air seemed to ripple with his energy, as if every move he made could stir up a storm. And then, something utterly jaw-dropping occurred. A grandfather, well over 90 years old, suddenly leapt out of his wheelchair. With a powerful jump, he soared toward the treetops, his laughter echoing through the air like that of a mischievous monkey in his prime. The soldiers stationed nearby were left completely dumbfounded by the sight. Zhang Zhan froze in place, his heart shaken to its core. What on earth is happening? He had anticipated some chaos, knowing the effects of the gene enhancement serum were extraordinary, but he never expected it to allow a paralyzed summoner to regain vitality and climb trees with such ease. This man, once his teacher and as steady as a mountain, now seemed like a wild horse running free, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. As all 6,000 doses of the serum were administered, the entire military base descended into a frenzy. Thankfully, Zhang Zhan had gathered everyone in one place. If the serum had been distributed outside, it might have caused widespread panic across society. If the commander and Lin Feng hear about this, what would their reaction be? Zhang Zhan wondered silently, completely baffled by the scene before him. At that moment, in Jinshan Vocational College, Lin Feng had just completed crafting a new piece of equipment. He carefully opened a delivery box in his hands. His eyes lit up instantly. A sleek, silver-gold revolver lay inside. Its intricate silver engravings shimmered brilliantly, exuding a retro yet strikingly cool vibe, exactly as it appeared in the design blueprint. This gun was made with just $500? Lin Feng marveled inwardly. Thinking about the material costs, he realized the production expenses barely covered it. Overwhelmed with excitement, he quickly picked up the revolver of death. A familiar system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crafting the revolver of death. Ding! Loading basic information for the revolver of death. Item, revolver of death. Type, offensive weapon. Grade, super premium. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. Health damage, 0. Mana damage, 0. Capacity for damage-inducing serum, 0/6. Current affix, none. Ding! Reminder, please load damage-inducing serum bullets to complete the functionality of the weapon. This gun will become my ultimate weapon. Lin Feng's fighting spirit ignited. His gaze was firm, filled with anticipation for the battles that lay ahead. Super ultimate grade? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. The state of the revolver of death was simply extraordinary. All he had done was casually post a message online, and he ended up acquiring this unparalleled weapon at an unbelievably low price. It was like stumbling upon a priceless treasure. This revolver of death can be loaded with different types of potion bullets, and it can even hold 6 rounds at once, he thought to himself. If I inject the destruction potion into it, the power will be unimaginable. Just picturing the moment when a bullet was fired sent a shiver down his spine. But at the same time, an unease crept into his heart. If he couldn't control such immense power and ended up being obliterated by it instead, the consequences would be devastating. At that moment, the system's notification tone rang in his ears. Ding! A new task has been issued. Daily arm exercises can effectively enhance physical fitness and prevent the consequences of prolonged inactivity. Task: swing your arms 100 times. Reward: 1 chance to draw an additional skill for an offensive profession tool. It's here. The system is so timely. Lin Feng's face lit up with excitement. He originally hadn't planned on using the destruction potion, but now, as long as he could draw a skill to protect himself from its backlash, everything would fall into place. He might even be able to use the potion for self-defense or contribute it to his country as a revolutionary weapon. No time to waste, let's get started. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng immediately began swinging his arms in his dorm room. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 5 arm swings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 10 arm swings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 15 arm swings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 100 arm swings. Ding! You've earned 1 chance to draw an additional skill for an offensive profession tool. Would you like to start the draw now? Feeling incredibly refreshed, Lin Feng stopped and smiled. That was so easy. Let's draw. As soon as he gave the command, a massive lottery machine appeared, spinning rapidly. Stop, he shouted, and the machine came to an abrupt halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the additional skill, Recoil Immunity. Recoil Immunity, when using offensive potion tools, the added power will cause no backlash to the host. Awesome! Lin Feng was so thrilled he nearly jumped for joy. System, I absolutely love you. It was as if the system always provided exactly what he needed. It truly felt like a guardian angel watching over him. Without hesitation, he quickly took out a small vial of destruction potion, barely 50 milliliters in volume, and divided it into 6 portions. Though the potion seemed insignificant in size, it held devastating power. Just one shot could potentially obliterate the entire Golden Mountain Vocational University in a catastrophic explosion. Lin Feng carefully poured the potion into the bullet casings, sealed them tightly, and loaded the transparent potion bullets into the revolver. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised the revolver of death. Ding! Congratulations, host, for loading the revolver of death with potion bullets. Your profession tool is now fully equipped. Fully equipped? A spark of joy lit up his heart. Let me try adding the Recoil Immunity skill to the revolver as well. System, apply the Recoil Immunity talent to the revolver of death. Ding! Talent successfully applied. System, open the status panel. Tool, Revolver of Death. Type, Offensive. Grade, Super Ultimate. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. Health bar damage, 8 million. Mana bar damage, 0. Potion capacity, 6/6. Additional talent, Recoil Immunity, Passive. Ha! Lin Feng was stunned as he examined the stats. Speed, defense, and mental damage are all at 0? But the health bar damage is a whopping 8 million? He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Internally, he thought, this gun is absolutely insane. In this brutal world, the health bar was the ultimate indicator of life and death. A level 100 beast would have 10 million health points, while even a level 80 beast would still boast 8 million. Yet now, a single bullet from this gun could take down a level 80 beast. Such a feat was utterly mind-blowing. Lin Feng was shaken to his core, finding it hard to believe. No matter how powerful the destruction potion was, it shouldn't unleash such terrifying effects. But with the revolver amplifying its power, anything seemed possible. This is simply too overwhelming, he murmured, his thoughts racing. If I can create an even more potent version of the destruction potion, wouldn't I be able to unleash an even greater force? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng steadied himself, forcing his thoughts to calm. He holstered the revolver of the death god at his waist, his gaze firm as he opened the system interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 14, 0/9500. Beginner, unlocks third super formula at level 15. HP, 1400. MP, 1400. Speed, 1289. Strength, 1265. Defense, 1299. Spirit, 1539. Talent, Spirit of the Alchemy God, SSS+. Skills, Circle of Distraction, Divine Power Surge. Unlocked formulas, 1. Doom Reaper 2. Human Gene Enhancement Potion. Unlocked Profession-Specific Equipment Blueprints, 1. Revolver of the Death God, Offensive. Professional Equipment, 1. Revolver of the Death God, 6/6. Equipment Additional Skill, 1. No Harm Rebound, Offensive, Applied. Upgrade Points, 104,000. What? Over 100,000 experience points? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes shining with excitement. Could it be that the Human Gene Enhancement Potion I crafted has taken effect? I need to focus on creating more potions from super formulas. That's the only way to gain even more experience. His excitement surged, and his determination grew stronger. Next, it's time to unlock the third super formula. System, use all experience points to level me up. As Lin Feng's command was issued, the system reacted instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host's profession level has been upgraded to level 15. Ding! Congratulations, host's profession level has been upgraded to level 16. Ding! Congratulations, host's profession level has been upgraded to level 17. Every level up was a transformative leap in strength, a pivotal turn in destiny. Lin Feng's eyes burned with fervor, and an unrelenting fighting spirit ignited in his heart. He knew this was only the beginning, the challenges ahead would be even fiercer. Ding! Congratulations, host has unlocked a new level title, Intermediate. As the notification rang out, a powerful surge of energy coursed through Lin Feng's body, as though every cell was cheering in unison. His combat strength skyrocketed, like a volcano erupting, an unstoppable force. Draw a prize, he commanded decisively. The lottery machine spun rapidly, lights flashing across the screen, building an atmosphere of tension. Stop. Ding. Congratulations, host has drawn a super formula entry, Descent of the Healing God. Descent of the Healing God, a super recovery formula applicable to all professions. Upon use, it instantly restores all depleted resources to peak state while providing additional stat boosts. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. This was nothing short of miraculous. Ordinary recovery potions couldn't hold a candle to this. This formula was essentially a lifeline in the heat of battle. He envisioned soldiers on the front lines standing resiliently against waves of beasts, and his heart brimmed with hope. With this, even if the soldiers on the front lines face a desperate situation, they can still fight back, he murmured, his gaze unwavering. However, gathering the necessary ingredients wouldn't be easy. 100 different rare materials were required. Lin Feng understood that the best course of action was to entrust this monumental task to the nation. Once the second batch of gene enhancement potions is delivered, I'll focus on crafting the third formula. Lin Feng calculated in his mind, anticipation swelling in his chest. Just then, his advisor's call came through. Your Alchemist certification retest is ready to begin. Today or tomorrow? Let's do it this afternoon, Lin Feng replied briskly. At Jinshan Vocational University's testing room, retest candidates were anxiously waiting. As Lin Feng entered, Zhou Yao, his advisor, immediately approached him, her concern evident. You can request an exemption from the test. I can fight for it on your behalf. It's fine, advisor. If it's a retest, let's just follow the standard process. Lin Feng smiled faintly, handing her his backpack. Hold this for me. There's something important inside. Zhou Yao froze for a moment as she took the bag, but an unsettling feeling crept over her. Her right eyelid twitched incessantly, a heavy sense of unease weighing on her. Time passed, and Lin Feng finished the test and left. Lin Feng, can I ask you something? What exactly is inside your backpack? Zhou Yao's voice trembled with apprehension. Because of my professional talent, I have an acute sense for dangerous items. Ever since I held your bag, my right eyelid hasn't stopped twitching. Lin Feng smiled wryly, realizing he had underestimated her abilities. He had forgotten that she was an elementalist, a profession with heightened perception. There's a gun inside, but it gives me the same feeling as a nuclear weapon. Zhou Yao's voice shook with fear. Lin Feng's heart tightened. It seemed the destructive power of the annihilation serum bullets he had developed had been noticed. Although the outer shell could prevent the serum from evaporating, some had still leaked out. I'll handle it, don't worry, he reassured, while secretly contemplating, from now on, I must be even more cautious. Zhou Yao's heightened perception, like lightning and thunder, instantly captured the dangerous aura. Counselor, since you've discovered it, I won't hide it anymore. Lin Feng said with unshakable confidence, a sly smile playing on his lips. These past few days, I've started working on designs for a professional tool again. I'm planning to create a serum revolver that can fire serum bullets. The destructive aura you just sensed was actually a small amount of the annihilation serum that I injected into the bullet shell, turning it into a serum bullet. His voice boomed, his demeanor commanding. Zhou Yao froze. A serum revolver? And not to mention the annihilation serum, it was even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. She had witnessed its power firsthand. During a beast tide, the annihilation serum descended like a divine weapon, instantly obliterating a Tier 4 beast tide. Though each bullet contained only a minuscule amount of serum, it was annihilation serum after all. If it exploded, it could flatten the entire campus. This, Zhou Yao's face turned pale as waves of terror surged through her heart. But soon, she steadied herself, making an effort to suppress her shock, though her voice still trembled slightly. Lin Feng, are you sure these serum bullets won't detonate on their own? Lin Feng smiled casually. Don't worry. Under normal conditions, the annihilation serum requires a strong impact to fully fuse and unleash its effect. He blinked playfully. So, counselor, there's no need to be overly concerned. The written exam is over, let's proceed to the talent and combat tests. Lin Feng's tone was light, as if everything was under his control. Zhou Yao's tension eased slightly, but a faint unease lingered in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she silently prayed, please, let there be no accidents. With that, she led Lin Feng toward the testing chamber. Waiting impatiently at the door were Li Yinian and Shui Hong, their eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. The surrounding students were equally on edge, their nerves frayed by the fact that both the principal and the dean of the Alchemy Academy were personally overseeing the tests. They silently cursed their bad luck. Why did it have to be during our exam? Especially after hearing that 3 students had been sentenced to 50 years for cheating, they couldn't believe that exam misconduct could result in such severe punishment. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, a figure slowly emerged from the corridor, followed by a graceful and stunning young woman, Zhou Yao, the most beautiful counselor. Shui Hong and Li Yinian rushed forward immediately, their eyes shining with reverence and amazement. The other retake examinees widened their eyes in disbelief, thoughts racing. This retake student gets such special treatment? The tension in the air became palpable, mixed with a sense of excitement. Lin Feng's presence seemed to shine even brighter, as if heralding an impending storm. Lin Feng, we've been waiting for you. Shui Hong's voice boomed, his hands outstretched with eagerness. Li Yinyan's gaze burned with joy, his face beaming with delight. The other retake students were dumbstruck. This Lin Feng had earned such deference from the principal and dean of the Alchemy Academy? Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, as if they were witnessing a historic moment unfold. This scene, this atmosphere, was like the climactic moment of a blockbuster movie. Sensing the attention around him, Lin Feng coughed lightly, trying to ease the atmosphere. Shui Hong and Li Yinian quickly followed suit, awkwardly coughing to cover up their earlier overexcitement. Lin Feng, let's find a quiet place to talk. Shui Hong's tone was urgent, and Li Yinian immediately chimed in. Everyone, hurry into the exam room. The test is about to start. Li Yinyan's voice was like a drum urging action. The students stopped chatting and rushed into the retake classroom. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was led to a separate area, into a specially prepared testing room. Shui Hong and Li Yinian personally supervised the exam, with Zhou Yao accompanying them the entire time. As Lin Feng was being escorted away, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, Chu Jiao. Her aura was icy, her movements exuding a chilling detachment, as if she had become an entirely different person. That's not the Chu Jiao I know. What's happened to her? With his heightened intuition from his recent rank-up, Lin Feng immediately sensed something off about Chu Jiao. At this moment, she seemed like a lifeless shell, but now, he had to focus on the exam. Let's begin, Lin Feng said decisively, diving straight into the test as the combat evaluation kicked off in full swing. In the dimly lit room of the Villa District, 3 men dressed in black gathered together, their hands gripping gleaming blades, the atmosphere tense. To the left stood a young woman around 20 years old. She wore a blue dress, her cold gaze fixed on the ice sphere forming in her hands. She was a level 50 frost mage. On the other side, a girl in sportswear blushed faintly, her eyes flickering as she radiated an alluring illusionary aura. She was a level 45 supreme illusionist. Are you ready? Luo Chun broke the silence, his voice low and resolute. General Zhang Zhan, the top shadow assassin from Huaxia, has yet to return. We must act before midnight tonight. As agreed, I don't need you to kill Lin Feng. Just subdue him, render him incapable of fighting. At that point, I'll make sure he submits obediently. Once this task is done, the Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group will successfully join the Divine Guild, breaking away from Huaxia. And you will also become members of the Divine Guild, enjoying its protection. Luochen swirled his wine glass gently, his tone a mix of amusement and seriousness. The 3 shadow assassins raised their glasses of red wine in unison, declaring, since the Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group has always supported us, we will give our all for this mission. Their code names were Luo 1, Luo 2, and Luo 3. The woman in the blue dress, Lan Bing, spoke softly, once this task is done, I will apply to leave the Tianjin Pharmaceutical Group. I just want to live the life I desire. Luo Chen sneered inwardly but maintained a warm demeanor. As you wish. Meanwhile, the girl on the other side crossed her arms and scoffed, just a little brat. What's so difficult about this? A mere college student, I could handle him with one hand. Luo Chen shook his head and smirked coldly, sweetheart, don't get too complacent. Although General Zhang Zhan isn't by his side, there will definitely be high-level guards around him. According to the intel, there are at least 2 level 46 shadow assassins. So, you must go all out, leave no room for error. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles and clinked their glasses before drinking together. At Jinshan Vocational College, Lin Feng stretched his back and walked out of the testing room after finishing his exam. Congratulations, Lin Feng. You've passed the pharmacist professional test. The graduation certificate will be issued promptly. This was his era, and his brilliance was about to unfold. Principal Shui Hong and Dean Li Yinian had long known the truth, yet they still put on a serious expression and solemnly reminded Lin Feng, thank you, Principal Shui, Dean Li. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Lin Feng smiled faintly, his tone carrying a trace of ease. I still have some potions to craft. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Hong and Li Yinian immediately stepped aside, showing utmost respect. This scene left the nearby counselor, Zhou Yao, utterly stunned. The principal and dean treating a student with such reverence? It was legendary. Feeling a bit uneasy, Lin Feng took the chance to leave quickly, thinking to himself, at least the issue of retaking that exam before graduation is finally resolved. While other students were securing their internship placements, he didn't even need to intern and could go straight to the elite training academy at Huaxia Capital University. Phew! After enjoying a hearty lunch in the cafeteria, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed toward the pharmaceutical building. Just then, his sharp senses detected someone following him. Lin Feng frowned slightly and turned around, spotting a familiar figure. "Chu Jiao, what do you want?" he asked coldly. Chu Jiao's face was expressionless as she spoke slowly. "Lin Feng, I'll be waiting for you at the Ziyuan villa. If you don't come, she might not make it." Lin Feng's heart trembled, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Are you out of your mind?" He sensed a familiar aura emanating from Chu Jiao, Luo Chen's. His guard went up instantly. He hadn't expected Chu Jiao to fall under someone's control. Wait! Just as he was about to leave, Chu Jiao suddenly pulled out her phone, a hint of menace flashing in her eyes. "Lin Feng, perhaps you've already guessed who's speaking to you. I've told you before, the consequences of refusing to cooperate are more than you can bear." Her voice was low and icy. Lin Feng paused slightly, glancing at the phone screen. When he saw the woman on the screen, he was momentarily stunned. The counselor! What was she doing there? His mind was a chaotic mess. Lin Feng realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. He had to make a choice that would change everything. On the screen, Zhou Yao's figure lay unconscious on the ground, a sight that tugged at his heart. Chu Jiao, the vain and self-serving type, deserved to reap what she sowed, but Zhou Yao was different. She had once helped him, especially when she crafted low-level energy replenishment pills for him. Her actions had hinted at her connections to Huaxia's upper echelons. Zhou Yao, could she be connected to Chief Zhou? This suspicion sparked a flicker of joy in Lin Feng's heart. "Luo Chen, if you have a problem with me, why involve the innocent?" Lin Feng asked coldly, testing his opponent's limits. Luo Chen sneered dismissively. "Of course, I know she's Zhou Jinghua's daughter. My purpose in coming to Jinshan Vocational University was her, but now that you're here, she has lost all value. Using her to get to you, why not?" Lin Feng's heart trembled. Zhou Yao was indeed Chief Zhou's daughter. If Chief Zhou found out, Tianqin Pharmaceutical Group would be doomed. Yet at this moment, the Tianqin Group already seemed like a lost cause. "As you wish, I'll be there immediately." Lin Feng made up his mind. Though he was reluctant to reveal his true strength, he couldn't stand idly by while his counselor was in trouble. He swiftly exited the campus gates, where a convertible Maserati awaited him. Without hesitation, he got in and sped toward Ziyuan Villa. The moment he left, two figures emerged from the shadows, their expressions tense. "Damn, he's heading to Ziyuan Villa," one of them exclaimed. "Follow him. We have to stop him," the other commanded urgently. Meanwhile, three other figures appeared, charging ahead. The sudden development left everyone stunned. "Hey, don't be in such a rush. Stay and play with us." The shadowy figures clashed instantly, triggering an explosive battle. "Report to General Zhang immediately. This is clearly a premeditated operation." The situation shifted rapidly, tension thick in the air. As the taxi finally stopped, Lin Feng entered Ziyuan Villa. Surrounded by lush greenery and majestic mountains, the villa's luxurious interior was breathtaking. "Lin Feng, you're finally here." Luo Chen greeted him with a sinister smile. "Unable to summon certain people, huh? Troublesome indeed." Lin Feng's icy gaze swept across the room, sensing the oppressive atmosphere. "Your protectors have been held off. I must say, I admire your courage," Luo Chen smirked coldly. "But after today, the world will remember Luo Chen, the supreme alchemist, while Lin Feng, the vocational college student, will be no more." Lin Feng smiled faintly, his eyes sharp as blades. "If you brought me here just for this, I won't waste my time. If you want to target me, release Zhou Yao. You know the consequences, don't drag her into this." Luo Chen clapped mockingly, his laughter chilling. "Well said. Since you refuse to waste time, I'll cut to the chase. Release my counselor." Before his words even settled, a woman in a flowing blue dress stepped out, dragging a uniformed woman behind her. It was Zhou Yao. Lin Feng's spiritual senses instantly tightened, detecting an overwhelming pressure. This woman was undoubtedly a level 40 ice mage. Zhou Yao's mouth was gagged, but upon seeing Lin Feng, she shook her head frantically, trying to shout. Once shoved toward him, she quickly tore the cloth from her mouth. "Lin Feng, why are you here?" "This is all my fault," Zhou Yao said anxiously. "Don't say anything. We'll talk later," Lin Feng murmured, his gaze firm. "Let her go first." "I'll stay." Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, his tone laced with menace. "Counselor, surely you don't want your student to face danger because of you?" I said you could come, but neither of you is leaving. Do it! At Luo Chen's command, sparks of battle ignited instantly. With a wave of his hand, the once open door slammed shut, as if an invisible wall had sealed off the outside world. An elder in a flowing robe, his cloak shimmering like starlight, stepped forward with a sinister grin and began weaving intricate hand seals. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a black magic array formed, like storm clouds gathering before a tempest. The atmosphere froze, and the surroundings were sealed completely. A level 50 formation master? Zhou Yao's brows furrowed, her heart sinking. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes gleaming with disdain. To deal with me, you've brought so many high-level professionals? Luo Chen, you really overestimate me. Luo Chen's smirk grew even more cunning. An SSS plus alchemist, a rarity in the world, capable of crafting the super destruction potion, one must exercise caution. Super destruction potion? The crowd froze collectively, their faces painted with shock. That was a weapon on par with a nuclear bomb, capable of withstanding a level 4 beast tide. They also understood that the world's largest divine guild was desperately searching for this potion, offering rewards so generous, they were almost impossible to refuse. And now, this young man before them turned out to be the alchemist capable of creating it? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Luo Chen, since you know I possess the SSS plus alchemist talent and can create the destruction potion, aren't you afraid I'll detonate it and take you all down with me? Luo Chen snorted dismissively. Lin Feng, I don't believe you'd go down with us. Think about it, would those old geezers in Huaxia dare to let you? Even if you have the destruction potion, do you think you can actually use it? Sweetheart, don't dawdle, make your move. At her command, a young girl in a pink dress stepped forward, blowing a bubble with her gum, her eyes brimming with defiance as she stared down Lin Feng. I never would have thought the legendary super alchemist who created the destruction beast tide would turn out to be a mere college graduate. Since you're a so-called super alchemist, let's see what you're truly capable of. Her eyes glimmered, and heart-shaped patterns appeared within her pupils, radiating a dreamy glow. Innate ability, illusionary heart realm. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, sparks of battle igniting in the air. In the blink of an eye, everyone was swept into a surreal, pink-hued space. This is bad. Lin Feng, that's an S-class ability, illusionary heart realm. Zhou Yao's face turned pale. In here, she can control anyone's consciousness as if it were in the palm of her hand. There's no escape. Her voice trembled with urgency, laced with fear. And worse, she can materialize her illusions, attempting to rule over everything within her domain. That girl, she's the once missing prodigy the nation sought to recruit, sweetheart. I never imagined she'd end up siding with the Tianqian Pharmaceutical Corporation. Now, it seems she's become nothing more than a tool for the enemy. Before Zhou Yao could finish her sentence, another figure materialized within the pink realm, a woman in a flowing blue dress, wielding an icy staff and wearing a smug smile. Icebound freeze, she shouted, and a chilling frost swept across the area, freezing everything in its wake. This is bad. An ice mage at level 40? Zhou Yao exclaimed in terror. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. You've gone to great lengths for me, haven't you? His eyes glinted sharply, his demeanor unfazed. You think keeping me alive is your key to uncovering my secrets, your way out? But the moment you went against China, you signed up to pay the price. As Lin Feng was encased in ice, a glimmer of something strange flickered in Sweetheart's eyes. A heart-shaped beam shot straight toward Lin Feng's gaze. Arg! Lin Feng winced, a sharp pain piercing his mind as his consciousness was forcibly suppressed. Zhou Yao tried to activate her skills, only to be trapped in a formless binding array that rendered her powerless. She couldn't even make a sound. It's useless to struggle, you've been sealed. Without a level 50 formation master to break it, you'll never be able to use your skills again, Sweetheart said with a smug grin. Grinding her teeth, Zhou Yao spat back angrily. What you're doing will surely bring divine retribution upon you. Luo Chen, however, laughed maniacally. Let me absorb Lin Feng's innate ability first. Then we can discuss retribution. Just then, a shadow detached itself from behind Luo Chen. It was featureless, yet unmistakably humanoid. A level 20 impersonator? Zhou Yao gasped, realizing Luo Chen had been concealing his identity all along. The shadow lunged toward Lin Feng, and Zhou Yao was powerless to stop it. But at that critical moment, a sudden system notification rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill, Divine Power Surge has been fully restored. Bound in ice, Lin Feng chuckled coldly, a thought flashing through his mind. Perfect timing. Unleash! At his command, a surge of blue energy exploded outward, magnifying 100-fold as an overwhelming spiritual force burst from Lin Feng's body. His level indicator 18 lit up clearly. The dreamscape was instantly torn apart by the sheer force of his spiritual energy. Is this all you've got? A bolt of mental energy shot forth like lightning, slamming into Sweetheart. She staggered back, her face pale with shock. Level 18? Luo Chen's face drained of color. You told me his level was low. How does he have spiritual energy stronger than most level 50 professionals? This is insane. Lin Feng smirked, his expression icy. When it comes to me, there's nothing I can't do, only things you can't imagine. His gaze was sharp as a blade, his hand gripping his god-killer revolver, his aura fierce and unstoppable. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I think it's time I ended this. At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the air. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, tore through the remnants of the illusion and stepped inside. His presence exuded authority, dressed in a tailcoat with his slick-back white hair gleaming. Father! Luo Chen gasped, his wide eyes darting nervously around the room. Lin Feng, however, remained calm and indifferent. Father? Zhou Yao's mind went blank. The old man before her was none other than Luo Tianchen, the head of Tianchen Pharmaceuticals. It was unbelievable. She had thought this was merely a trap set by Luo Chen, but to find out it was orchestrated by his father all along? Insanity, it was utter madness. In that instant, Luo Tianchen yanked Luo Chen close and projected a shadowy duplicate that merged seamlessly into his son. Luo Chen's expression shifted from shock to vacant blankness, as though he'd become a mindless puppet. My child, don't blame me, Luo Tianchen said, his voice low and commanding. Our family has always had this tradition. Your talents will always be mine. The scene before Zhou Yao sent a chill through her heart. After Luo Chen was effortlessly taken down, Luo Tianchen slowly turned toward Lin Feng, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Lin Feng, I've been watching you for a long time. Today, I'll finally reveal my trump card. Your SSS plus apothecary talent should belong to me. The level plate above his head glowed brilliantly, level 65, the mark of a super advanced warrior. Zhou Yao's heart sank to the depths, despair washing over her. Yet, in this moment, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. A level 65 powerhouse? This was precisely the kind of challenge he had been waiting for. Come on, the more, the better. Lin Feng's lips curved upward, his gaze sharp as a blade, ready to face the incoming storm. Swoosh! A shadow, black as night, streaked toward Lin Feng like lightning, the oppressive force it carried palpable in the air. Meanwhile, high above Kyoto, the latest model of a fighter jet roared through the sky at supersonic speed. In the cockpit, Zhang Zhan clenched his fists tightly, flames of vengeance blazing in his eyes. Lin Feng, hang in there. I'm almost there. His fury was uncontainable. Past kindness could no longer temper his resolve. This father and son duo's treachery against Lin Feng was the ultimate threat. The mission is clear: eliminate the Luo father and son, and completely reform the Tianchen Pharmaceutical Group. Zhang Zhan's voice was low yet resolute. At several large military airbases near Jinshan, fighter jets took off like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Helicopters lifted into the air, and advanced warriors, those who had surpassed level 60, gathered rapidly, all converging on Lin Feng's location. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The suffocating calm before the storm was palpable. The two shadow assassins left behind by Zhang Zhan moved with precision, quickly locking onto their target, the purple garden villa nestled by the mountains and water. Above Jinshan City, the sky was filled with the deafening roar of jets streaking past. People looked up in bewilderment, their faces etched with confusion. Are we at war? Why are there so many fighter jets? And armed helicopters too? At that moment, in Jinshan Vocational University, Xiehong was deep in midnight training when his phone buzzed with an incoming message. What? Someone's trying to snatch him right under my nose? Do they think I'm a joke? Rage surged within him as he sprang to his feet, slamming his fist into the wall, shattering it instantly. His entire being shot out from the rooftop like a cannonball. Once the berserker mode was activated, he was nothing short of a wild beast, determined not to rest until his enemies were annihilated. The university students who had just finished evening classes stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief as they watched their principal lose control. Is that really the principal? Has he lost his mind? Is he heading out to kill someone? Some female students were so terrified they stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, Li Enian, who had just returned to campus, saw Xiehong charging out of the school gates. His legs went weak, and he hurriedly shouted, Xiehong, what's going on? But Xiehong had no room for distraction. His mind was consumed with one goal, saving Lin Feng at any cost. He ignored everything around him, his sole focus on reaching Purple Garden Villa and taking down the Luo father and son. With a furious roar, the level plate above his head lit up, its radiance showcasing his level 68 status. Leaping forward with immense power, he soared tens of meters at a time, leaving a trail of blood-red light in his wake as he sped toward his destination at 50 meters per second. Simultaneously, Zhang Zhan's fighter jet began a steep dive, aiming straight for the lake in front of Purple Garden Villa. At the moment of impact, he unleashed a devastating punch, the aura of a level 78 berserker surging like a tidal wave. Die, he roared, leaping from the jet and charging directly at the villa. By now, Xiehong had also arrived, and the airspace above was brimming with incoming fighter jets. Ground forces of high-level warriors were rapidly assembling as the situation escalated. Inside the villa, Lin Feng was trapped within a fortified array. Despite the advancing enemies, he showed no sign of panic. Zhou Yao stood in front of him, her heightened senses telling her that countless foes were closing in. All they needed was to hold on a little longer, and Lin Feng would be safe. In the face of the nation's stakes, even if I die, I cannot let anything happen to Lin Feng, she resolved silently. However, Lin Feng pulled her to his side, speaking calmly, "Instructor, have you forgotten that I hold a trump card of my own?" He swiftly reached into his backpack and drew out a silver-angled revolver, the Killing God gun. Pointing its barrel at the approaching enemies, his gaze was unwavering. "You've underestimated me. Now, let me show you the true power of my latest research, the Killing God gun. One shot from this gun is enough to obliterate any being with over 8 million health points." As he raised his hand, the destructive energy emanating from the weapon enveloped all the enemies before him. What is that gun?" Luo Chen asked in terror. "Your demise," Lin Feng replied coldly. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Ding! The gunshot rang out, and a powerful burst of energy erupted, setting off the destructive agent within. Inside the previously calm barrel of the gun, an unimaginable surge of energy expanded rapidly. At that moment, the supreme revolver, the Reaper of Death, unleashed its hidden might. A pair of gray-black wings slowly unfolded from both sides of the firearm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in, as if a massive hand had torn through the fabric of space itself. All enemies were locked in place, unable to move, their eyes filled with terror. Boom! The gray-black force of destruction surged outward instantly, enveloping Lin Feng and Zhou Yao within the protective embrace of a golden, shimmering hand. The illusion before them shattered, revealing the interior of the villa, which disintegrated in an instant. The entire mountain collapsed into ruin under the destructive power of that single shot. At that moment, terror reigned supreme. But it wasn't over yet. A single bullet shot out from the gun's barrel, expanding into a vortex of destruction. The force surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the sky for hundreds of kilometers, ripping apart the dark clouds, and transforming the heavens into an endless gray-black void. The starry expanse above seemed to be torn asunder by colossal hands, plunging into a deathly silence. Outside, the advancing job changers, especially Zhang Zhan and Xiehong, suddenly froze in their tracks. Their hearts trembled as they sensed a familiar and horrifying power. It was the same super-destructive agent that had once annihilated the beast tide along the Huahai coast. Now, it had returned. Other job changers who had arrived slightly later also stopped in their tracks, drenched in cold sweat. That horrifying energy had just flattened 5 towering mountains in an instant, tearing open the skies and leaving behind an abyss of endless darkness. Armed helicopters and fighter jets circling above were shaken so severely that they scrambled to retreat. Everyone silently counted their blessings. Thankfully, they hadn't stepped into the range of that devastating force. At the epicenter of the destruction stood a young man. In his hand, he held a silver-angled revolver, and with his left arm, he cradled a woman. Everything around them had been obliterated by the energy, leaving only the two of them unharmed. At this moment, faint wisps of smoke, rich with the scent of the destructive agent, slowly rose from the barrel of the Reaper of Death. In the next instant, a potent medicinal aroma spread through the air. Boom! The attending job changers caught the scent and immediately felt their strength surge within their bodies. While unleashing that shot, Lin Feng had already spotted traces of low-level feral beasts moving behind the 5 mountains. Thus, with that one shot, he had sent those restless beasts into the abyss of annihilation as well. A deafening roar echoed as the Reaper of Death trembled lightly in Lin Feng's hand. A visible crack had formed along the gun's body, and the barrel was severely damaged. Alarmingly, if it were used again, this divine weapon might very well explode. What kind of power is this? The surrounding job changers stared in horror at the scene of destruction, as if the end of the world had just unfolded before their eyes. The power of that single shot was utterly staggering. Zhang Zhan stood frozen in shock but quickly rushed toward Lin Feng, stopping right in front of him. With concern in his voice, he asked, "Are you two all right?" Lin Feng loosened his protective embrace around the instructor and gave a slight nod. "I'm fine," he said, though his gaze carried a deep and contemplative weight. Zhou Yao was still caught in the aftermath of the moment, silently feeling a profound sense of relief. What she had thought was certain death had instead become a testament to Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. That one shot seemed to rip apart the air itself, releasing a force she had never experienced in her life, an indelible memory. "Instructor, are you okay?" Lin Feng asked with concern, interrupting Zhou Yao's thoughts. I'm fine," Zhou Yao replied with difficulty, still dazed. "General Zhang Zhan, what brings you here?" Zhou Yao suddenly asked, as though trying to redirect her focus. "Was that shot really fired by you?" Zhang Zhan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he eagerly awaited Lin Feng's response. "Yes, it was my revolver," Lin Feng admitted reluctantly. "The power was indeed overwhelming, but at the time, I had no other choice. Otherwise, we might have." He paused, realizing that without the release of his immense divine power, Zhou Yao might have already perished at the hands of Luo Tianqian. Yet, the Luo family father and son, along with their lackeys, had all vanished without a trace. Zhou Yao nodded slowly, as if coming to an understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Feng turned to Zhang Zhan, a wry smile playing across his lips, knowing exactly what Zhang wanted to ask. "General Zhang, I know you're curious about the revolver," Lin Feng said preemptively. "But let's focus on cleaning up this mess first. We need to return to Jinshan Vocational University as soon as possible. I'll explain everything in detail then." Zhang Zhan nodded immediately, refraining from pressing further. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Lin Feng stepped into a military vehicle and disappeared into the night. Zhang Zhan remained behind, surveying the devastation with a heavy heart. He quickly issued orders for cleanup operations. The troops moved swiftly, searching for any remaining clues, but they found nothing. "This power, it's simply unfathomable," Zhang Zhan muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the now flattened mountain range. A deep sense of unease weighed on him as he contemplated the magnitude of destruction. "Principal Shui, do you have a cigarette?" he suddenly asked. Shui Hong froze for a moment, patted his pockets, and then remembered that Zhang Zhan never smoked. Pulling out 2 cigarettes from the depths of his pocket, he smiled bitterly. "Ever since I moved to the rear to recover, my wife has been strict. These are the last 2. Zhang Zhan nodded, took one without hesitation, and with a light rub of his fingers, ignited a spark of energy and blood. The 2 lit their cigarettes and took a deep drag. "How am I supposed to explain Lin Feng's shot to the public tomorrow?" Zhang Zhan exhaled a long puff of smoke, his expression complicated. "If it were just 1 mountain, that'd be one thing, but 5 mountains? What are we supposed to say? That a sinkhole swallowed them all?" Shui Hong shook his head helplessly. "Lin Feng's talent is truly monstrous," Zhang Zhan sighed. "In just a week, he'll graduate. We have to send him to Huaxia Capital University for proper training. If he stays here any longer, I'm afraid he'll completely destroy this school." "A genius is a genius, something beyond our comprehension," Shui Hong said with a bitter smile, though he couldn't help feeling deeply shaken. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Zhan quickly pulled out his phone and reported the situation to Zhou Zhenghua, assuring him that everything was under control. He gave a detailed account of Zhou Yao's abduction and finally prepared to take action against the traitors within Tianqian Pharmaceuticals. With everything settled, the 2 rushed off toward Jinshan Vocational College. The task of cleaning up the aftermath was left to others, but what weighed most on their minds was the secret of that revolver. Before long, in a conference room within the college's pharmaceutical building, Li Yinian, Shui Hong, Zhou Yao, and Zhang Zhan had all gathered. Lin Feng sat surrounded by the group, the tense atmosphere taut as a bowstring. Zhang Zhan's sharp gaze locked onto him as he spoke. "Lin Feng, I've already reported everything to Director Zhou. Director Zhou expresses his gratitude for saving the instructor and promises to host a banquet in your honor once you arrive in the capital," Zhang Zhan continued, his tone carrying a trace of expectation. "Additionally, Director Zhou is very interested in that revolver of yours." His eyes burned with intensity, as though trying to read Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng smiled wryly to himself. He had long anticipated that the power of this revolver of the Death God would cause a stir. But this gun, it was something only he could wield. Even if the authorities learned of its capabilities, taking it away would be futile. "Since you're all so curious, I won't keep it a secret any longer." Lin Feng smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the group. The tension in the room instantly heightened. "This revolver," Lin Feng said, pulling a silver-angled handgun slowly from his backpack, "is called the revolver of the Death God." The metallic surface gleamed under the light, its lines smooth yet ancient. "This is the revolver of the Death God?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. "It can unleash enough power to destroy 5 mountains." Lin Feng's voice boomed like thunder, shaking everyone present. The recently returned Principal Shui Hong turned pale, his entire body tense with fear. Even the hairs on his arms stood on end. "Lin Feng, don't point that thing at me," he stammered, his voice trembling with terror. "Just looking down the barrel. It feels like I can't breathe." Lin Feng blinked in surprise and quickly redirected the gun's muzzle toward the window. Zhang Zhan, standing nearby, frowned deeply, a wave of unease washing over him. This gun, the aura it emanates, it's terrifying, Zhang Zhan muttered, his tone low and cautious, his eyes brimming with wariness. The air in the room grew thick with the faint scent of medicine, almost suffocating. Zhang Zhan couldn't help but wonder Lin Feng was merely a pharmacist. How could he create such a powerful weapon? The seemingly ordinary revolver could withstand the devastating force of destruction potions. It defied all logic. How on earth did you manage this? Zhang Zhan asked, staring intently at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with both curiosity and astonishment. I was just experimenting with some new formulas, Lin Feng replied lightly, though turbulence churned within him. The challenges ahead were only beginning. Zhang Zhan, seemingly oblivious to his own thoughts, quickly adjusted his demeanor and pressed eagerly, who made this revolver of the death god for you? Its craftsmanship is at least top grade. And how many bullets do you have? You and the instructor walked away unscathed earlier. Does this gun possess some kind of extraordinary ability? Lin Feng gave a faint smile as he observed the stunned expressions around him. General Zhang, feel free to ask whatever you want. Without the support of the nation, even with SSS plus talent and top-tier potions, I wouldn't be able to truly unleash my potential, Lin Feng said firmly. Zhang Zhan took a deep breath, his expression serious as he continued to probe. This super weapon, if the nation learns of it, it'll undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. The entire world would be shaken. The others nodded in silent agreement, their hearts filled with awe. Supreme-level vitality restoration potions, destruction potions, a revolver capable of annihilating mountains, and that mysterious super potion you've kept hidden. Lin Feng, your value is equivalent to that of an entire nation. Lin Feng chuckled softly, his gaze calm yet resolute. General Zhang, ask your questions. I'll answer what I can. Lin Feng nodded, a sense of satisfaction rising in his heart. Actually, as soon as I finished the blueprint for the revolver god of death, I casually picked someone to take on the job of crafting it. Unexpectedly, this guy's skill exceeded my imagination. This gun is an ultimate grade weapon. Everyone was left dumbfounded, especially Zhang Zhan, who could hardly believe his ears. Randomly picked someone, and they managed to craft an ultimate grade weapon? This is absurd. In Huaxia, the number of people capable of creating ultimate grade weapons could be counted on one hand. Even top-tier crafting masters like Shaolin found it nearly impossible. Could it really be pure coincidence? Zhang Zhan shook his head and decided not to delve deeper. In his heart, all that mattered was protecting Lin Feng's safety. Everyone had their secrets, after all. Lin Feng lifted his teacup and continued, this revolver can hold 6 bullets in total. Earlier, I already fired one. He opened the cylinder of the gun, and everyone's gaze fixated on the silver and gold bullet inside. While Zhang Zhan wasn't particularly knowledgeable about firearm materials, the structure of this bullet was clearly extraordinary. This is the super destruction serum used to annihilate beast tides. Zhang Zhan exclaimed, suddenly realizing the truth. Among the 4 vials of serum, the remaining liquid matched this one. Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Lin Feng gave a wry smile. This is what was left from my last batch of destruction serum. As for why neither the instructor nor I were affected, it's because this revolver is imbued with my newly awakened skill, damage rebound immunity. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. A weapon with an offensive occupational skill? Such a concept was unheard of. What does this skill do? Zhang Zhan asked excitedly. Lin Feng didn't hold back. Just as the name suggests, once I activate this revolver, any attacks it makes won't harm me. Even if the weapon itself explodes, I won't take any damage. As his words landed, the room fell into an even deeper shock. Among them, Li Yinian, a man who had lived over half a century, couldn't help but marvel. Witnessing such a genius defying all logic, he thought to himself, if I had such an ability, I could practically ascend to the heavens and traverse the earth. Lin Feng, I have a question. May I ask you something? Li Yinian's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Old Li, feel free to ask. Li Yinian spoke slowly. Can the bullets for this revolver be infused with any kind of offensive serum? If I were also an alchemist, could I use your revolver god of death? And would it still be safe to use if I loaded it with my own serums? As his words fell, the room instantly plunged into silence. Zhang Zhan quietly pondered, the light of understanding flickering in his eyes. These were the very questions that had been on his mind. Lin Feng smiled wryly and replied, in theory, yes. However, to achieve truly devastating power, ordinary offensive serums might not suffice. If it were you, Old Li, using this revolver, there wouldn't be any problem. This gun is imbued with my offensive occupational skill, so the user won't suffer any backlash. That said, this revolver is still incomplete. I plan to add more offensive skills in the future, which will significantly enhance its power and safety. But I've already fired one shot, and the gun's structure has taken heavy damage. If I fire it again, it's likely to break completely. Lin Feng explained everything in one breath, leaving everyone in the room looking at each other in amazement. The sheer power of this gun was almost otherworldly. Of course, every weapon had its limits, and wear and tear were inevitable. But for Lin Feng's skills to integrate so perfectly with the firearm, it was as though divine intervention had been at work. This meant that anyone holding this revolver, even a level 1 support class professional, could potentially take down a level 50 or 60 boss in a single shot. Realizing this, everyone except Lin Feng's 4 closest companions was left utterly speechless. The pity, though, was that this revolver would be rendered useless after just one more shot, a heartbreaking loss. Zhang Zhan sighed with a bitter smile. Clearly, every possible question had now been addressed. In this era where career advancements were universal, strange occurrences were a daily affair. Yet Lin Feng's legendary feats had already left them all in awe. Could even more incredible events await in the future? This matter had to be reported to the nation immediately. Commander Zhou needed to know. Lin Feng, this gun is incredibly powerful, and anyone can use it with ease, Zhang Zhan said firmly, a resolute gleam in his eyes. Then I must be even more cautious. Lin Feng nodded slightly, a sense of vigilance settling in his heart. This is a spatial storage ring crafted by Master Shaolin, Zhang Zhan said as he placed a dark silver ring gently on the table, its aura exuding an air of mystery. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. A spatial storage ring. Judging by its level and the fact that it came from Master Shaolin, it was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Thank you. Without hesitation, he accepted the ring, his heart brimming with anticipation for future adventures. As he grasped the ring, an information panel suddenly appeared before him. Item, Storage Space Ring, Grade, Supreme, Storage Capacity, 5,000 square meters. Wear level, 0.000001%. Great stuff. Lin Feng was ecstatic in his heart. Alright, nothing more to see here, everyone disperse. Zhang Zhan's voice interrupted his thoughts. I need to report this immediately. The commander is anxious for an update. Lin Feng, you must take good care of this gun. Under no circumstances can it fall into the hands of evildoers. You know the consequences, Zhang Zhan said sternly, his tone heavy with seriousness. I understand. Lin Feng nodded firmly, silently making a vow in his heart. The meeting ended. Just as Lin Feng stepped out of the door, a voice called out to him. Lin Feng, thank you. Counselor Zhou Yao approached slowly, her face carrying a trace of gratitude. It's nothing, Counselor. You've taken such good care of me, how could I ever forget your kindness? Lin Feng smiled faintly, but his gratitude toward her deepened. You know everything? Zhou Yao paused, then smiled softly. Yes, Lin Feng replied with a nod, sensing that there was something unusual about her. I came to Jinshan Vocational University to gain experience, Zhou Yao said gently, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. You'll definitely find a bigger stage to shine, Lin Feng encouraged her, his heart filled with hope for her future. After chatting briefly, the two parted ways. Lin Feng returned to his dormitory, collapsing onto his bed, his heart racing with excitement. This recent crisis had given him the perfect opportunity to utilize a skill he had originally prepared for crafting genetic enhancement potions, Divine Power Burst. I'll save it for graduation day, consider it a gift to the school. A faint smile played on his lips. With that thought, he activated his system. The interface materialized before him. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 17, 0/58,000. Intermediate, third super formula unlocked at level 15. Health, 1700/1700. Speed, 1689. Strength, 1665. Defense, 1699. Spirit, 2039. Talent, Spirit of the Apothecary, SSS+. Skills, Ring of Focus, Divine Power Burst, Stitching Saint's Hand. Unlocked formulas, 1. Death's Destruction, Destructive Potion, 2. Human Genetic Enhancement Potion, Super Enhancement Potion, 3. Divine Healer's Arrival, Super Recovery Potion. Unlocked Profession Equipment Blueprints, 1. Revolver of the Killing God, Offensive. Profession Equipment, 1. Revolver of the Killing God, 5/6, note, 18% worn. Profession Equipment Skill, 1. Rebound Without Harm, equipped. Experience points, 54,000. What? Reaching level 18 requires 58,000 experience points? Lin Feng was shocked, but a new fire ignited in his eyes, ready to take on even greater challenges. Leveling up every professional knew it was no easy feat, but Lin Feng wasn't worried. With the system on his side, his progress was guaranteed. As long as he kept healing and blasting, his level would naturally rise. If only I could reduce the wear on my revolver of the killing god, its combat power would be unparalleled. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! New mission released. You're a growing baby, but some doubt your strength. Show them your power with a mighty splash. Mission, P 1 meter away and sustain it for 1 minute. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This task was as easy as pie, and the reward, a chance to draw a durability-enhancing skill for his weapon, was just within reach. Let's do this. Without hesitation, he grabbed a large bottle of mineral water and gulped it down in one go. His stomach swelled like a balloon. Now, when the time was right, he dashed to the restroom. Firepower unleashed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've peed 1 meter away for 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've peed 1 meter away for 20 seconds. Time ticked by. Lin Feng's face turned red with effort, feeling as if he might explode. Hurry up, come on. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Finally, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission completed. You've earned 1 draw for an offensive profession equipment skill. Would you like to spin now? Lin Feng pulled up his pants, his heart brimming with joy as he returned to his dorm. That performance had drained him, leaving him as dry as a desert. But it was worth it. His infant water pump may have been new, but his veteran water cannon was still in pristine condition. Spin the wheel. Back in his room, Lin Feng immediately issued the command. As the instruction was given, the spinning machine roared to life. Stop, he shouted when the time felt right. The machine came to a halt, and the screen flickered to reveal. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the skill modifier for offensive equipment, Wear and Tear Nemesis. Wear and Tear Nemesis, when applied to any offensive equipment, it reduces wear and tear by 99% after use. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. This skill was practically heaven-defying. With such a massive reduction in wear and tear, wasn't it essentially the same as being indestructible? Without hesitation, he pulled out his revolver, a weapon that had already fired once and was riddled with cracks. A sly grin crept across his face. With this enhancement, the battles to come would be like giving wings to a tiger. With this skill's assistance, the usage of the Revolver of Death is going to skyrocket. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination, like a predator locking onto its prey. System, apply Wear and Tear Nemesis to the Revolver of Death, he commanded without a second thought. Ding! Congratulations, host. The skill Wear and Tear Nemesis has been successfully applied to the Revolver of Death. A swirl of golden gray energy rapidly enveloped the revolver, seeping into its battered frame. In an instant, the seemingly worn-out gun transformed, its body reinforced to a metallic resilience that was indomitable. System, open the panel for the Revolver of Death, Lin Feng said eagerly. Equipment, Revolver of Death. Type, Offensive. Grade, Supreme Class. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. HP damage output, 8 million. Max potions capacity, 5 out of 6. Skill modifiers, passive, no injury rebound, passive, Wear and Tear Nemesis. Phew, the wear and tear issue is solved. He exhaled deeply, a smile of satisfaction tugging at his lips. Now, the remaining 5 bullets. I'll have to decide which lucky targets deserve them. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, his mind drifting to the tasks ahead. He needed to produce some basic potions in the morning. News he had read on his phone yesterday began replaying in his mind. Tensions on the Huaxia front lines were escalating again, with the beast tide showing signs of unrest. 10,000 soldiers on the front lines have already retreated for recovery, but another 50,000 have been deployed along the coastline to combat the beast tide, he mused, recalling intelligence provided by Zhang Zhan through military channels. With the super-destructive potions boosting morale, even if a Tier 4 beast tide strikes again, we'll hold the line. Lin Feng clenched his fists, resolution burning in his eyes. Moreover, after the beast tide, several mysterious realms have been unlocked. Excitement flickered in his expression as his thoughts raced. Even the Holy Guild from Eagle Nation has set their sights on this. There's no room for complacency. The human gene enhancement potion research must be expedited. Lin Feng resolved, his expression turning grim. This isn't just about me, it's about the future of Huaxia. Meanwhile, at the military base in Kyoto, the lights in the conference room burned brightly as senior officials anxiously awaited updates. Comrade Zhou Xingguo's phone is ringing. All eyes turned toward him, breaths held in anticipation. Zhou Xingguo glanced at the message on his screen, and his previously tense expression softened instantly. He exhaled deeply, a hint of relief easing his shoulders. Everything is fine. There's no problem. Tang Chang, seated nearby, let out a sigh of relief and immediately inquired, "What about Xiao Yao? Is she safe? She's fine too, not a scratch on her, Zhou Xinghua replied with a faint smile, as though a massive weight had been lifted from his heart. That's fantastic, Tang Chang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in excitement. The other leaders in the room exchanged reassured smiles, their tense expressions melting away. As long as Lin Feng is alright, there's hope for us yet, one of the senior officials remarked, his voice tinged with both gratitude and anticipation. Just then, Zhou Xinghua's phone buzzed again, the screen lighting up with a new message. His expression shifted dramatically as he read it. He nearly jumped out of his chair, his voice trembling with shock. The revolver of death? It leveled 5 mountains with a single shot? The room fell silent. Zhou Xinghua stared at his phone as if the world had momentarily frozen around him. Tang Chang, alarmed by his reaction, leaned in and asked urgently, "What's going on, Brother Zhou? Did something else happen?" At that moment, the door to the conference room opened, and a figure in military uniform stepped inside. It was Sun Dai, her short hair sharp and her movements brisk. She carried a laptop under her arm, quickly connecting it to the projector. "Ladies and gentlemen, General Zhang Zhan has just transmitted encrypted information containing critical images, videos, and documents. Allow me to present them now," she announced, her voice steady yet filled with urgency. The tension in the room immediately thickened. This could redefine the future of Huaxia's offensive weaponry. Sun Dai's words carried weight, sending ripples of unease through the gathered officials. Offensive weaponry? This wasn't just about forging advanced tools anymore. Was Lin Feng about to cross into new, groundbreaking territory? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhou Xinghua gestured firmly. "Sun Dai, proceed with the presentation." He settled back into his chair, his hands gripping the armrests as he steadied his nerves. "Brothers and sisters, the information I've just received pertains to a potion gun developed by Lin Feng." The other officials exchanged puzzled glances. Tang Chang furrowed his brow, unable to contain his curiosity. A potion gun? Isn't that just a standard medical supply dispenser? Could it be that Lin Feng used some kind of earth-shattering potion in there? This might just be the breakthrough we need. Zhou Zhenggui gave a bitter laugh. If it were just a simple supply potion gun, things would be much easier. But, let's watch the video first. Brace yourselves, everyone, and don't scream too loudly in surprise. Tang Chang wore a confident expression, while the other senior officials, seasoned and composed, patted their chests with assurance. "You always love to joke around. Fine, let's see just how special this potion gun is." Moments later, Sun Dai connected the computer to the projector, and clear images and video began to play on the screen. The senior officials, who had initially been lounging on their chairs with anticipation, immediately sat upright. The sound of tense breathing filled the room. On the video, the surroundings were chaotic and destroyed. A young man held a woman in his left arm while gripping a silver revolver in his right. Smoke rose from the barrel, indicating that it had just been fired. The entire room fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the young man in the video, Lin Feng. Beside him, the girl emanated a radiance that stirred envy in the hearts of the onlookers. Sensing the tension in the meeting room, Zhou Zhenghua cleared his throat. "Gentlemen, get ready. The real spectacle is about to begin." As the video progressed, the scene unfolding before their eyes left an indelible impression. Beneath the starry night, a villa stood alongside 5 towering mountains. But with the eruption of an overwhelming force, the villa and the mountains crumbled in an instant, reduced to ashes. Even the sky seemed to tear apart, with nebulae obscuring the heavens. This was all done by Lin Feng? What the hell? What kind of gun is that? It destroyed 5 mountains with a single shot? When did the world ever have such a weapon? This is straight out of science fiction. Except for Zhou Zhenghua, the other senior officials stood up in shock, their breathing quick and heavy. Tang Chang, who had thought he was mentally prepared, couldn't help but shift uneasily in his seat after seeing the scene. A small revolver capable of leveling 5 mountains? This was beyond absurd. Tang Chang struggled to contain his inner turmoil and turned to Zhou Zhenghua. "Brother Zhou, is this what you were talking about? Lin Feng's so-called potion gun?" Zhou Zhenggui nodded helplessly. "That's right. So, what do you think? Shocking, isn't it? If Huaxia had a weapon like this, even a simple revolver could easily defeat high-level professionals. Tell me, which country would dare provoke us then? Just imagine a low-level professional wielding this could one-shot a dungeon boss. The thrill of it all, it's simply unimaginable. Lin Feng, this kid is a true surprise factory," Tang Chang exclaimed, slamming the table in excitement, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Zhou Zhenghua smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of fervor. "You have no idea. The power of this gun is practically defying the heavens. Can we take another look at it?" Before he could finish, Tang Chang eagerly interrupted. "Yes, exactly. Can it be mass-produced? We should deploy it to the military. Just think about how much Huaxia's combat strength would soar. The senior officials around them nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with longing and anticipation. The atmosphere was electric, as if ready to explode at any moment. Calm down, Brother Tang. Zhou Zhenghua shook his head. Just now, Xiao Zheng informed me that this revolver is currently one of a kind. Due to its unique properties, mass production in the short term is nearly impossible. What? Just one? Tang Chang was taken aback, but quickly regained his excitement. Then can Lin Feng fire it again? Yes, Zhou Zhenghua replied, but he mentioned that the gun is still in its testing phase. After firing one shot, the wear and tear are severe. At most, it can only manage one more shot before breaking down completely. This is insane. It can fire one more shot? Tang Chang's astonishment was boundless. Does Lin Feng have other hidden tricks up his sleeve? The room was filled with disbelief. Zhou Zhenghua continued, Lin Feng also activated a skill called damage-free recoil, an auxiliary skill tied to his professional-grade equipment. When firing, he takes no recoil damage whatsoever. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell so silent that the sound of a pin dropping would have been deafening. Damage-free recoil, what did this signify? This is utterly heaven-defying. Even the best gunsmiths can't guarantee zero recoil damage, one senior official muttered to himself. Moreover, the skill is tied to the gun itself. Anyone who uses this revolver can achieve the same damage-free effect. Zhou Zhenghua's voice was as thunderous as a drumbeat, leaving everyone stunned to their core. The officials exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Tang Chang remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a measured tone. This potion revolver is too terrifying. For now, let's not make it public. Lin Feng has already helped us so much, let's leave him this personal weapon as a token of appreciation. That's exactly what I was thinking. Zhou Zhenghua nodded. The power of this gun is truly alarming. We must remind Lin Feng to ensure it never falls into the wrong hands. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. When mass production begins, there won't be any issues at all. The other leaders nodded in agreement. By the way, when will the second batch of human genetic enhancement serums be ready? We old folks are eagerly waiting. Tang Chang lifted his head to gaze at the starlit sky, his face full of anticipation. I heard that an elder, over 90 years old, drank it and could immediately perform Tai Chi with incredible vigor. It's truly enviable. The other leaders chimed in, sharing their amazement. Sun Dai, standing nearby, listened in utter bafflement, her mind racing with shock. A genetic enhancement serum that powerful? What an astonishing era we live in. It was almost as if it granted the power to bring the dead back to life. Jinshan Vocational College. The morning sunlight streamed into the campus as Lin Feng woke up from a deep sleep. Stretching lazily, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Just then, his phone buzzed abruptly, the sharp notification sounds shattering the morning tranquility. Breaking news! The 5 conjoined peaks in Jianghe City vanished overnight without a trace. Check out the live footage. Unbelievable. Reports claim a gap appeared in the clouds last night, and many witnesses captured photos of a man wielding a firearm. Media outlets are speculating that the government is testing a new type of weapon. Shocking. Fighter jets, helicopters, and military vehicles swarmed Jianghe City last night. Even Jinshan Vocational College's principal led the charge. Heading straight for the 5 peaks with elite combatants in tow, high-level transcenders flooded the area. What secrets lie behind this event? Lin Feng quickly skimmed through the news headlines, his thoughts racing. Now this is big news. However, before long, an official statement was released, wiping all related reports off the internet in an instant. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on, he muttered with a wry smile. After a simple breakfast, he couldn't suppress the urgency surging in his heart and headed straight for the pharmaceutical lab. Inside the lab, he neatly arranged the pre-prepared ingredients, then silently activated his innate talent and skills. 2 luminous halos, like ethereal soul rings, encircled him, radiating an aura of boundless power. The materials in his hands transformed rapidly. The advanced potion formula he had obtained from Zhang Zhan surfaced in his mind. Advanced Restorative Potion, Soul Rejuvenation Elixir. Capable of rapidly recovering mental energy in a short period. Ingredients required, cruiser flower. In 6 days, I'll be able to begin crafting super potions. The recovery rate of those low-grade potions was way too slow. He gritted his teeth, determined to produce a larger batch of advanced mental recovery potions this time. Perhaps they would significantly aid the creation of the second batch of human genetic enhancement serums. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng began the intense process of potion crafting, bolstered by his talent and skills. As he worked, the air gradually filled with the rich aroma of herbs, as if nature itself was applauding his efforts. Meanwhile, a dark figure silently appeared outside the lab, sharp eyes peeking through the crack in the door, watching Lin Feng's busy form intently, as though waiting for the perfect opportunity. At that moment, Lin Feng's destiny teetered on the edge of change. His hands moved ceaselessly, and he occasionally downed low and mid-grade recovery potions to maintain his energy. Time flew by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The lab was soon awash in a dense, fragrant mist, radiating a warmth that seemed to fill one's heart with strength and vitality. Above the skies, enormous plant-like phantoms began to converge. Moments later, several spectral vines emerged, spreading wildly as though cheering on Lin Feng's work. Just as this extraordinary phenomenon was about to erupt, a concealed formation instantly sealed it all away. It seems there are high-level formation masters and rune experts protecting this place, Lin Feng mused, his gaze steadfast. Before leaving the campus, he initiated the creation process for the second batch of genetic enhancement serums, feeling a slight sense of relief. This time, I'll go all out, he resolved. He decided not to portion the potions into small vials but instead filled 100 milliliter bottles, so he could gulp them down in one go. If the effects wouldn't dissipate easily, he would have stored them in barrels and drunk straight from there. After finishing with the potions, Lin Feng stepped out of the room to find Zhang Zhan waiting for him. Good morning, General Zhang. Lin Feng greeted him warmly. Zhang Zhan nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. You're as diligent as ever, Lin Feng. Diligence is my greatest weapon, Lin Feng replied with a calm yet determined smile. Zhang Zhan's expression suddenly turned serious. Lin Feng, I've received direct orders from the higher-ups today. You're allowed to keep the left-wheel Death God pistol for now, but if it goes missing, you must report it immediately. The gun's power is unmatched. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable, Zhang Zhan stated, his eyes clouded with concern. I understand. I'll be extremely cautious, Lin Feng replied earnestly with a firm nod. And, the higher-ups also hope that if such potent potion-based weaponry can be mass-produced, you'll report it at the first opportunity. Zhang Zhan's tone grew even heavier, and Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. If mass production becomes feasible, this would be a weapon capable of overturning the entire situation, Lin Feng mused to himself. Before him, enemy forces seemed utterly insignificant. Of course, he replied firmly. The incident from yesterday, it's already been dealt with by the state. Chen Pharmaceutical Group, suspected of transferring national assets, has been seized. Zhang Zhan exhaled a sigh of relief before continuing. The Luo family can no longer manipulate the situation. A weight lifted off Lin Feng's chest. The potential threat was finally neutralized. He had initially hoped to avoid direct conflict, but since the other side was insistent on pushing his limits, he had resolved to settle everything at once. Additionally, the situation at the front lines is dire. The senior officials are extremely interested in your second batch of human genetic enhancement serums. As your graduation approaches, they instructed me to ask if you'd like to relocate to a different site. The capital's Huaxia University has reserved an entire mountain for you. The surrounding 100 kilometers are under strict surveillance. A mountain? 100 kilometers? Lin Feng was surprised and felt a wave of emotion. Please extend my gratitude to the senior officials, but there's no need for such arrangements. I only require an ordinary pharmaceutical laboratory, he responded calmly. I have absolute confidence in my serum production. Zhang Zhan couldn't help but let out a faint wry smile. That's certainly the kind of confidence one expects from an SSS plus level pharmacist. If Lin Feng's words were to spread among pharmacists worldwide, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. For most of them, failure was a regular occurrence. But for Lin Feng, success was the only outcome. Very well. I'll relay your request to the senior officials, Zhang Zhan said, turning to leave. Wait, General Zhang, Lin Feng suddenly called out to him. Zhang Zhan paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Is there something else? There are two important matters I need to discuss with you. Lin Feng's tone grew serious, and Zhang Zhan's attention sharpened immediately. The first matter, please inform the senior officials of my decision. I will begin producing the second batch of human genetic enhancement serums at Jinshan Vocational Academy. The quantity will be 10 times that of the first batch. 10 times? Zhang Zhan's heart skipped a beat, and he almost forgot to breathe. The first batch had consisted of 6,000 vials, and now the second batch would amount to 60,000. It was an astronomical figure. Lin Feng, while the front lines are tense, you mustn't rush the serum production. Your health is the most important thing. Zhang Zhan's tone carried a deep sense of concern. Producing serums was not child's play. Excessive mental strain during the process could cause unimaginable harm to one's body. Zhang Zhan knew the senior officials also hoped Lin Feng would act within his limits. But Lin Feng simply shook his head, his gaze resolute. It's fine. Delivering these 60,000 vials to the front lines will greatly ease the pressure on our soldiers. As you can see, General Zhang, I've already developed an advanced mental replenishment formula. I plan to commence production of the second batch before leaving the Academy. When the time comes, I'll need you to ensure the surrounding area is secure. I suspect the resulting celestial phenomena this time will be even more intense. Zhang Zhan, having anticipated this, nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements. And the second matter? Zhang Zhan asked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could it be another request related to the serums? Lin Feng slowly pulled a sheet of white paper from his pocket. The paper was filled with the names of various medicinal ingredients. General Zhang, I'll need your help in gathering these materials. I trust you completely. After all, we're both working for the nation's cause, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. I've recently unlocked the blueprint for a super-grade serum. If I succeed in producing it, our soldiers' combat effectiveness will skyrocket. At that point, even the Beastman fusion technology of the Divine Guild will lose its edge. Zhang Zhan's expression instantly turned to one of shock. He understood why the senior officials were so urgently focused on the human genetic enhancement serums. On the front lines, the Divine Guild had deployed a significant number of Beastman combatants. The integration of animal genes had given their forces physical and combat advantages, leaving humanity at a disadvantage. But with the enhancement serums, human soldiers would see a massive boost in strength. As for the supergrade serum Lin Feng mentioned, it ignited a deep anticipation and overwhelming curiosity in Zhang Zhan's heart. This war, perhaps, could be turned around with this single creation. Lin Feng, what kind of serum is this? Zhang Zhan couldn't hold back his eagerness, his voice carrying the intensity of a volcanic eruption. Lin Feng, unfazed, had clearly anticipated this reaction. The serum is called Divine Milk Descent. What? Zhang Zhan was stunned, his heart skipping a beat. Then his pulse quickened. What kind of serum is that? To put it simply, it's a super recovery serum. It allows combatants to instantly return to their peak state, rapidly replenishing all their losses. Lin Feng's voice resonated like thunder, filling the room with an electrifying energy. Zhang Zhan took a deep breath, his mind racing with countless possibilities. Returning to peak condition? That meant enhanced mental strength, speed, defense, and even the ability to instantly heal minor injuries. This potion was nothing short of miraculous, a game-changing trump card. Compared to it, the top-tier recovery potions on the market were utterly insignificant. That's fantastic. I'll start preparing the ingredients immediately, but... Zhang Zhan took the note Lin Feng handed to him, and his face darkened. The list contained no fewer than 100 medicinal ingredients, half of which he'd never even heard of. I'll do my best to find them, but if I fail, I may have to rely on substitutes, Zhang Zhan said gravely. Thank you, General Zhang. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Zhang Zhan nodded and, in the blink of an eye, turned into a shadow that disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation, General Miss Li slammed the file in her hand onto the desk with a resounding thud, her face blazing with fury. Damn it! The Luo father and son are absolute fools. They had the opportunity right in front of them and still managed to botch it. Now they want to join the clergy guild? At that moment, a burly foreign man standing beside her handed over a new file. General Miss Li, take a look at this. She opened the file, her expression growing increasingly complex as she read. This? Are you certain this intelligence is accurate? The man nodded, his face solemn. This is frontline intelligence, obtained at great risk. It's absolutely reliable. Miss Li stared at the contents of the file, shock written across her face. When she reached the part describing a young man holding a woman with his left arm while wielding a revolver in his right hand, a shot from which obliterated 5 mountains in a single blast, her heart skipped a beat. This power. It's comparable to a nuclear weapon. If such a weapon were to fall into the hands of the Huaxia military, wouldn't it spell disaster for us? A wave of fear surged through her as she envisioned the devastation, a single shot wiping out an entire army, even a convoy of 100 armored vehicles standing no chance. According to frontline reports, this young man is closely tied to the recent anomalies in Jianghe City and the mysterious deaths of the Luo father and son, the man continued. And the woman with him is a counselor at Jinshan Vocational College, and also the only daughter of Zhou Zhenghua, Huaxia's supreme leader, he added, his words striking Miss Li like a bolt of lightning. The Luo father and son deserve to die. How dare they involve the family of Huaxia's leader? They were courting disaster. Miss Li bellowed, her anger uncontainable. However, without their recklessness, we might never have identified this young man as the SSS plus level genius alchemist we've been searching for, the man said, his voice low but resolute. Spies from the capital have reported that Hua Xia recently developed a new type of super potion. While details remain unclear, it is believed to be a strengthening agent, the man remarked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. This potion can reportedly restore a retired, 90-year-old combatant to their prime, healing paralysis instantly and even enabling them to jog and practice Tai Chi. A mix of longing and dread coursed through Miss Li. She knew a storm was brewing. For a moment, Miss Li was too stunned to speak, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. After a while, she steadied herself, her gaze sharpening with determination. "This young man is truly extraordinary," she declared, nodding firmly. "According to our spies, his name is Lin Feng, a third-year student at Jinshan Vocational College." Her voice grew steady as she continued, "The intelligence from the Luo father and son suggests that after graduation, he may be recruited by the state. If we don't act now, once he's in the capital, it'll be nearly impossible to make a move." The burly foreigner nodded in agreement, his expression grim. "Mobilize all our resources. We must find him. If he cannot be used by us, then under no circumstances can we allow him to become our enemy. He must be eliminated." Word of this spread like wildfire, and a secret directive was quickly issued within their guild. Assassins began to mobilize, slipping like phantoms into every corner of Huaxia. A factory worker in a pharmaceutical plant resigned that night and headed straight for Jinshan Vocational College. He was not alone, countless other seemingly ordinary citizens cast off their disguises, donned black tactical gear, and began to converge on the same location. Among them was a terrifying assassin, a level 67 operative. He examined the information in his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. A revolver capable of destroying 5 mountains in a single shot? Interesting. But such a weapon would never survive a second shot, it would undoubtedly explode under the strain. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan, en route to the capital, was calculating the severity of the situation when his phone suddenly vibrated. His face immediately darkened. Without hesitation, he redirected the plane, heading straight for Jianhe City. He dialed a hidden number. His voice was cold and commanding. "Hello, this is Zhang Zhan. I've received orders from the commander. Activate plan number 1 immediately. Head to Jinshan Vocational College. No matter what happens, ensure Lin Feng's safety. If you fail, you know the consequences." The call ended. Zhang Zhan's eyes glimmered with unwavering determination as he dialed Lin Feng's number again. At that moment, Lin Feng was lying leisurely in his dorm room, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, the piercing ring of his phone shattered his tranquility. Seeing Zhang Zhan's name on the screen, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Something serious was definitely happening. He answered the call, his guard instantly up. The moment the line connected, Zhang Zhan's voice came through like urgent drumbeats, anxious yet clear. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, his instincts screaming that danger was near. "Don't leave your room." Zhang Zhan's voice echoed in his ears. Before Lin Feng could respond, the call abruptly ended. Lin Feng immediately extended his mental awareness outward. The surroundings were eerily silent, but he knew all too well that assassins could already be closing in, lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, in the pharmaceutical building, a man known as Blood Red was fully prepared, gripping a crimson blade, his murderous intent palpable. His innate abilities were fully activated as he sent Lin Feng a brief message, a warning, urging him not to leave his room under any circumstances. "So, Luo Chen has decided to use my secrets as a bargaining chip," Lin Feng thought darkly. His originally foolproof plan had been thrown into chaos. Never had he imagined that, at the critical moment, he would have to rely on his revolver of death to utterly dismantle the enemy's schemes. The hidden undercurrents in Huaxia surged restlessly. Spies and assassins moved like ghosts in the shadows, and Lin Feng knew they had to be eradicated one by one. A flash of inspiration struck him. Sometimes, taking a risk was the only way forward. To eliminate the enemy entirely, he had to make the first move. With the revolver of death in hand, one shot is enough. If not, I'll fire 2. 5 bullets, there's no way I'll leave anyone alive. His resolve solidified. Lin Feng realized he could also use this opportunity to gain much-needed experience points. This operation could very well propel him straight to level 18, significantly boosting his strength. When it came time to craft the second batch of genetic enhancement serums, he would undoubtedly be even more formidable. "It's been a while since I last used the genetic enhancement serum. This time, I'll witness its true power." Without hesitation, he pulled out the serum he had prepared in advance. The air in the room grew thick with the scent of blood. Lin Feng uncapped the bottle and downed its contents in one swift motion. In an instant, a torrent of violent energy surged through his body, like countless ants gnawing at his insides. His breathing quickened, his heartbeat thundered in his chest, and then boom, the serum's effects exploded within him, amplified 20-fold. The sheer force of the outburst sent the room's furniture scattering. Blood energy erupted from his 7 orifices, surging wildly. His immense mental strength coursed through every cell in his body, disintegrating the aged ones. As his genes restructured, his physique grew leaner and more muscular. Gray strands of hair turned jet black in an instant. His depleted blood energy and mental reserves were restored in the blink of an eye. His pupils contracted sharply, then expanded, his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. Damn, that's incredible! Lin Feng couldn't help but shout with exhilaration. This is the power of a 20-fold genetic enhancement serum? My entire body feels brand new. I feel limitless strength, my mind sharper than ever, and my speed and defenses are off the charts. His heart surged with joy as he imagined going toe-to-toe with a colossal beast in close combat. Though he had crafted the serum himself and witnessed Zhang Zhan's impressive reaction to it, the first-hand experience far exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the thrill coursing through his veins. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've used the super serum formula. Level up to level 18. Level 18 already? Lin Feng was elated. He immediately pulled up his system interface. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Apothecary. Level, 18, 0/88000. Intermediate, unlocks 4th super serum formula at level 20. Health, 1800/1800. Speed, 2019. Strength, 2068. Defense, 2099. Mental power, 2339. Talent, Spirit of the Apothecary, SSS+. Skills, Halo of Focus, Divine Power Burst, Masterful Stitching. Unlocked formulas, 1. Death's Destruction, Destruction Serum, 2. Human Genetic Enhancement Serum, Super Enhancement Serum, 3. Divine Healer's Arrival, Super Recovery Serum. Unlocked Profession-Specific Equipment Blueprints, 1. Revolver of Death, Offensive. Profession-Specific Equipment, Revolver of Death, 5/6, Note, 18% wear. Equipment Abilities, 1. No Damage Rebound, Equipped. Experience Points, 34,000. My defense, speed, and mental power have all skyrocketed. Lin Feng thought, his fighting spirit igniting. Now, let's see how strong these assassins really are. After the incident with Luo Chen, Lin Feng resolved to carry more offensive serums with him at all times, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Low-grade Flame Toxin Potion, with 20 times effectiveness. Low-grade Frost Toxin Potion, with 20 times effectiveness. Low-grade Paralysis Toxin Potion, with 20 times effectiveness. These seemingly ordinary potions, once amplified 20-fold, instantly surged in power, rivaling even high-grade or top-tier toxins. If the hidden assassin possessed a high enough level, the task would become even simpler. 1 bottle not enough? Then 2. The number of potions could determine life or death, and whether the prey could withstand them depended entirely on a split-second decision. They're here. Lin Feng's spiritual sense was as sharp as a hawk's, instantly capturing a faint disturbance. In the distance, several figures were engaged in fierce combat. The assassins struck with the speed of lightning, killing almost instantaneously. Soon, the surrounding chaos would settle into silence. Sensing an increasing number of presences closing in, Lin Feng slowly stood up and walked outside. The moment he pushed open the door, a shadow burst forth like a thunderbolt. Wielding a blood-red battle blade, it was locked in combat with the assassins. Thanks to the protective runes of the formation, all the commotion within remained eerily silent. Principal Blood Crimson. Lin Feng's heart tightened as he saw Blood Crimson below, fighting alone against numerous assassins. These assassins were immensely powerful, their levels almost all around 60, while Principal Blood Crimson was only in his 50s, a clear disadvantage. He was covered in wounds, half kneeling on the ground. Blood Crimson, for your loyalty to your nation, step down, and we might spare your life. The leading man in black spoke coldly, his voice hoarse and mechanical. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Blood Crimson burned with rage. You puppets of the Divine Order dare to run amok in Huaxia? Do you really think no one can stop you? The man in black's gaze was icy as he rasped, if that's the case, prepare to die for standing in our way. His figure began to darken, and with a silver dagger in hand, he charged straight at Blood Crimson. But in the next moment, a cold snort rang out. I know you're here for me, but do you really think I'll let you get your way after killing my people? Lin Feng's voice boomed like thunder, cutting through the air and reaching everyone's ears. Dozens of assassins raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the young figure standing there. Lin Feng. He was the pride of Huaxia, a rising storm. So, you're Lin Feng? The leading man in black curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Lin Feng. Miss Li from the Divine Order went to great lengths, even exposing herself, just to get to you. Truly impressive. His words dripped with mockery. That's right, I am Lin Feng, Lin Feng replied without hesitation, a cold smirk playing on his face. The man in black's tone turned darker. Since you've willingly shown yourself, I'll give you two choices. First, watch him die. He pointed at the injured blood crimson, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. Second, come with us. His lips curled into a sinister smile, as if savoring the thought of Lin Feng's submission. Lin Feng glanced at them, his gaze unwavering. You want me to go with you? Let him go first. You dare make demands? The man in black snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a black energy force pushed blood crimson to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng quickly supported blood crimson, his voice filled with concern. Principal, are you all right? I'm fine, Lin Feng. Leave now. Blood crimson urged urgently, his voice tinged with unease. My life doesn't matter. As long as you hold out until General Zhang and the reinforcements arrive, we'll be safe. His tone was resolute. Upon hearing reinforcements, the man in black sneered. Your reinforcements have already fallen into our ambush. They won't arrive anytime soon. I've let him go. Now, will you come with me? His voice was low and thunderous. Lin Feng's smile turned icy, a hint of defiance flashing in his eyes. You've released him, but I choose a third option. You dare go back on your word? The man in black's gaze turned frigid, murderous intent emanating from him. I'm not leaving. None of you are leaving, either, Lin Feng declared firmly, his voice unwavering. The surrounding assassins immediately revealed sinister grins, like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Lin Feng, do you know my orders? If you resist, we have the right to execute you on the spot. The man in black's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. I'm giving you 30 seconds to reconsider. With your SSS plus talent, are you really willing to die? He sneered, as though savoring the moment of Lin Feng's surrender. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. I've already made up my mind. Today, I'll see for myself the so-called true strength you claim to have. The assassin's killing intent surged like a tidal wave. The man in black furrowed his brows tightly and asked, Are you absolutely certain? In the brief moment of their hesitation, Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand and threw out over a dozen vials of purple potion. The vials exploded instantly, releasing a pungent odor that permeated the air. What kind of nonsense is this? One of the assassins sneered in disdain. But in the very next moment, the true power of the potion was unleashed, its toxicity magnified 20-fold. Everyone, be careful, someone shouted in alarm. Quick, don't inhale the toxins. Panic swept over them as they desperately tried to evade the spreading poison. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle. Too late. Did you really think your high levels would protect you from these potions? Without hesitation, he retrieved more potions from his storage ring and hurled them toward the assassins. As the vials shattered, paralyzing fumes and freezing energy erupted forth, immobilizing the assassins where they stood. They were utterly trapped, unable to move. Blood Red, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, was utterly stunned. He had never seen potions with such terrifying effects before. Humph, Lin Feng, do you think this is enough to stop us? The man in black's face darkened ominously. It's a shame to waste your talent. If you served the Divine Guild, you'd have all the women, money, whatever you desired, he sneered. Shadow art. The man chanted, his body transforming into a shadow that slipped free from the paralysis. The toxic effects were expelled from his body in an instant. The other assassins quickly followed suit. Their bodies, now shadow-like, moved with uncanny agility, breaking free from the effects of the potions. A glint of resolve flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The battle had only just begun. Blood Red gasped in shock, his eyes widening further. This is a transference formation. It's the humanoid formation crafted personally by that level 80 formation master from the Divine Guild. Unbelievable. This kind of formation can transform every assassin, granting them immunity from one death, he thought to himself, but an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him like a flood. Lin Feng, quick! Run to the hidden compartment behind us and activate the formation to break through. Blood Red urged anxiously, but Lin Feng stood still, his gaze steady and unwavering, as if he were detached from the chaos around him. A faint smile curved his lips as he gripped Blood Red's arm and spoke softly, Principal, don't you want to see the power of a single shot from me? You've only scratched the surface. Now, let me show you what true strength looks like. Slowly, Lin Feng retrieved a revolver riddled with cracks from his storage ring. Its gold and silver barrel gleamed coldly, and the gun's abyss-like muzzle exuded an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Aim for the man in black, Lin Feng said coldly, his smile unwavering as he pointed the gun directly at the leader of the assassins. The man in black felt his heart tighten, his icy demeanor faltering under the oppressive, menacing presence of the gun. His legs trembled uncontrollably. The assassins, who had been poised to attack, suddenly found themselves frozen in place, as if a spell had been cast to immobilize them. Is this the revolver the higher-ups warned us about? The one capable of leveling 5 mountains, one assassin whispered in terror. If this gun goes off, the consequences will be unimaginable, another assassin thought. The man in black smirked coldly, his mind made up. Their mission was either to capture Lin Feng or eliminate him. He had already prepared to sacrifice himself if necessary. As long as the mission succeeded, the cost did not matter. Blood Red's gaze was fixed nervously on the revolver in Lin Feng's hand, a tide of unease surging in his heart. The bullets loaded into that gun contained destructive potions. If they exploded, the consequences would be catastrophic. Principal, after the meeting, I unlocked an additional skill in this offensive tool. It reduces wear and tear by 99%, Lin Feng said, with a confident smile. Even if I fire 5 consecutive shots and empty the magazine, the gun will remain in perfect condition. Now, watch closely as I show you the perfect fusion of potions and firearms, the ultimate destruction from a first-person perspective. His tone was resolute. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click! The trigger snapped, and the gun roared like a feral beast, unleashing an overwhelming force of destruction. From within the darkness, a spatial rift beast emerged, its shadowy form tearing the surrounding space apart. Everything within its reach seemed to be shredded by invisible hands. Faced with this apocalyptic force, the assassins trembled, their terrified screams echoing through the air. Don't even think about escaping. Lin Feng roared inwardly as the force of destruction exploded outward, engulfing the entire area. Boom! With the effects of the potion amplified 15-fold, the destructive force surged like a tsunami. The ground was torn apart, leaving craters several meters deep. Flowers, trees, and grass were reduced to dust. As the energy wave reached Lin Feng and Blood Red, a pair of massive silver hands materialized to shield them securely, like the descent of a divine entity. The surrounding assassins were flattened by the force, their formation crumbling like paper. Amid the booming destruction, the starry sky seemed to rip open, leaving a cloudless expanse for miles. All that remained was the suffocating aura of annihilation. That single shot shook the entire battlefield. Lin Feng gazed at the hollowed-out ground, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He raised the gun barrel to prevent further destruction to distant buildings, though the residual force had already obliterated the cafeteria and the sports hall. What kind of power is this? Shuai stared blankly at the devastated scene before him, swallowing hard as he struggled to believe his own eyes. Principal Shuai, can you let go now? Lin Feng turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips, his heart secretly filled with pride. Is this really the power of a revolver? Shuai eyes widened in shock, as if they were glass marbles about to fall out of their sockets, unable to process what had just happened. Of course. Lin Feng glanced around, finally feeling a sense of relief. As long as the pharmaceutical lab remained intact, everything else was inconsequential. At that moment, a surge of shadow assassins flooded into the area like a tide. Upon seeing Lin Feng holding the revolver, they froze in place. Was this destruction caused by a single shot? The leading assassin asked in utter disbelief. That's right, Lin Feng replied, nodding without hesitation. Hisses. The assassins collectively gasped, their eyes blazing with awe and terror, a mixture of shock and reverence. What about the foreign assassins? Someone asked urgently. They've already turned to ash, Shuai sneered, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, the air was infused with the faint scent of medicine. A wave of comfort swept through everyone present, and some even experienced breakthroughs, their levels rising dramatically. My level, sealed for so many years, has actually increased, one assassin exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with incredulity. Quick! Relay the message to General Zhang. The group quickly became a flurry of activity. Yet, at that very moment, a figure emerged, walking slowly toward them, icy eyes scanning the surroundings. No need. I'm already here. Zhang Zhan's voice boomed like thunder, commanding absolute attention. The assassins immediately saluted him, their gazes filled with deep respect. Search the area thoroughly. Leave no enemy assassin unchecked. Zhang Zhan ordered, his voice as steady and imposing as a mountain. At that instant, everyone felt an invisible force emanating from him, as though a single shot could tear apart an entire enemy nation. Send word to all nearby units. Work overnight to clean up and secure the aftermath. Zhang Zhan commanded, his voice cutting straight to the heart of the crisis. This single shot will stir up a storm, but as long as Lin Feng is safe, it's all worth it. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Before long, everyone sprang into action, ensuring Lin Feng and Shuai were safely relocated. Just then, a crisp, urgent voice echoed through the air. Is Lin Feng all right? Zhou Yao arrived breathlessly, her face full of worry. The explosion earlier had startled her out of a dinner meeting with her advisor, and she had rushed back without hesitation. "Advisor, I'm fine." Lin Feng sat in a chair, forcing himself to stay composed as he mustered a faint, strained smile. This time, the impact is even greater than last. Facing so many high-level assassins, even Lin Feng couldn't remain entirely calm. Yet, with his immense mental fortitude, he managed to hold his ground. According to intelligence, this operation was ordered by General Miss Li of Eagle Nation. They specifically demanded you join their Sacred Profession Guild, or face death as the price, Zhang Zhan said gravely. The Sacred Profession Guild can no longer hold back. The national leadership suggests we relocate you to the capital as soon as possible, where the strongest protection is available. With only 5 days left until graduation, this ambush served as a rare trial for Lin Feng. "General Zhang, I already promised to head to the capital after graduation. Let's stick to the plan," Lin Feng said with resolute determination, his gaze brimming with unyielding resolve. "I'm preparing the second batch of potions. A flower in a greenhouse can't withstand storms. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger." He slowly placed the revolver, his God of Death gun, on the table, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. "Even if the enemy dares to come again, I refuse to believe these 4 bullets won't send them to the afterlife." As Zhang Zhan's eyes fell on the revolver, his brows furrowed. Based on previous assessments, firing this gun even once would render it nearly unusable. Yet, despite some visible wear, the revolver before him seemed almost identical to its original state. This anomaly instantly piqued his curiosity. "Lin Feng, are you truly ready for what's ahead?" Zhang Zhan asked, his tone carrying a trace of concern. "Life and death are decided in a single moment. The more perilous the situation, the greater the opportunity to forge a true warrior," Lin Feng replied, his gaze unwavering, the fire of defiance burning within him. "But, wasn't this revolver only supposed to fire a second shot before breaking down? Why does it look like it's barely worn?" someone asked, their voice filled with confusion. Lin Feng smiled faintly, answering without hesitation, "I've activated the secondary skill of my offensive class artifact. Its code name, Durability Slayer." Durability Slayer? Does that mean the wear rate has dropped by 99%? The room fell silent, and shocked glances were exchanged among the group. "Exactly." Lin Feng nodded confidently. "Which means, I can fire it as much as I like, hundreds, even thousands of times, without any issue." "Unbelievable, Lin Feng. How can your professional skills be so heaven-defying?" someone exclaimed, their face full of astonishment. Standing nearby, Xue Hong had already heard the news. Though he showed no outward reaction, waves rippled through his heart. With a self-deprecating smile, he muttered, "Now even alchemists can defy the heavens. If this skill really extends the lifespan of this revolver of the God of Death, then this is absolutely insane." Zhang Zhan's eyes gleamed as he stared at the revolver on the table, its surface showing cracks from overuse. Excitement surged through him. That gun was like a seasoned warrior who had survived countless battles, always on the verge of collapse. Yet the destructive energy it contained made his heart tighten, as though an invisible force was pressing down on him. "That's right. And the added effects of this gun don't stop here. There's even more waiting to surprise us," Lin Feng said with a faint smile, as if everything was within his expectations. The room fell silent as everyone was lost in their own thoughts. They couldn't help but think to themselves, some gunsmiths can't even stack 2 skills on a single weapon, yet Lin Feng had done it effortlessly and even managed to make it operate independently of its master. "All right, since everything is in order, I'll report this to the nation immediately," one of the senior officials said firmly. Turning to Lin Feng, he added, "Before you graduate, the military will provide you with multiple layers of protection. While your freedom may be somewhat restricted, I trust that won't be an issue for you." Lin Feng nodded. A temporary lack of freedom was a small price to pay. He understood what truly mattered. He needed to craft more energy potions and prepare for the great battle looming on the horizon. At dawn, in the headquarters of the Clergy Guild in the Eagle Nation. In the conference room, the guild's senior officials gathered, each wearing a black robe embroidered with the emblem of a soaring eagle, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Sitting at the head of the table, Miss Li's face was dark as she spoke coldly. "After years of nurturing, we're now down to just one assassin. What has your intelligence department been doing?" Her furious voice echoed through the room, but no one dared to respond. Unease filled the air. They had already reviewed the intelligence reports. In the blurry surveillance footage, the assassin, who had been covertly stationed outside the school, was shown fleeing in panic, disoriented, desperate, and nearly breaking down. "A pharmacist with an SSS plus talent has emerged in Huaxia." Miss Li's voice was like a blade of ice, slicing into everyone's hearts. "He's a student at Jinshan Vocational College, and his professional talent has already been fully displayed. He didn't just extend the lifespan of Huaxia's leader, giving him renewed vitality, he also created a potion capable of fending off a Tier 4 beast horde. And, if that wasn't enough, he crafted a revolver imbued with destructive power. All of this has exceeded our expectations. If we don't act swiftly, the Clergy Guild's global standing will be at risk. As the chief commander of the Eagle Nation, I now declare, initiate the highest level directive. Miss Li's voice thundered through the room, heralding an impending storm. Recruit Lin Feng at all costs. If he refuses to join the Clergy Guild, extract his talent and secrets by any means necessary. If the worst comes to pass, eliminate him. Her words reverberated like a clap of thunder, signaling the start of a ruthless manhunt. This plan is absolutely confidential. No retreats, no mercy, she added icily, her eyes glinting with a sinister light. Let's proceed to a vote. Miss Li's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the room. Agreed. For the benefit of the Clergy Guild, the Merchant Alliance fully supports this. The Steel Association will spare no effort. One by one, the attendees voiced their approval. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Miss Li's lips as she relished her moment of triumph. This meeting had gathered the elite representatives of all guilds and associations within the Eagle Nation. Previously, the emergence of talented professionals in Huaxia had posed a threat to her, but none had escaped the assassin's blade. Only by eradicating them entirely could Huaxia's future be stifled and the Clergy Guild's dominance remain unshaken. Not long after the Eagle Nation issued its directive, Lin Feng stepped out of his laboratory, having just completed a batch of mental-enhancing potions. At the door, Zhang Zhan stood with a grave expression, his urgency evident. Lin Feng, we've received an emergency report, he said hurriedly. Speak, Lin Feng replied, his brow furrowing slightly as unease crept into his heart. The Clergy Guild has issued an order. Every guild and affiliated association within their territory is now hunting you down. Zhang Zhan's tone was heavy. If you don't surrender, your life will be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, a faint smirk appeared on Lin Feng's lips. I never expected the Clergy Guild of the Eagle Nation to take such an interest in a mere vocational student like me. It seems this revolver of mine really struck their nerve. Zhang Zhan had once informed him that this very revolver had nearly wiped out the high-level assassins the Eagle Nation had secretly placed in Huaxia, significantly diminishing the covert threat. They'll pay the price. Lin Feng's gaze was firm, and a fire ignited within him. His talent and potential would never be so easily suppressed. Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement, unable to suppress his thrill. He had long considered gathering all of Huaxia's assassins to settle things in one grand, decisive move. Will the Clergy Guild of the Eagle Nation send people to Huaxia to find me again? Lin Feng furrowed his brows, doubt clouding his mind. It's hard to say, Zhang Zhan shook his head, a hint of nervousness flickering in his eyes. The Clergy Guild holds a dominant position. Globally, once they issue an order, the bounty will flood in like a tide. With such a lucrative reward, someone is bound to take action. Even though the operation was secretive, once word spreads, it's only a matter of time before the world knows. He paused, his voice deepening. Originally, the country wanted to keep you hidden to allow you to grow, but this time, they've pushed you right into the spotlight. The Clergy Guild, feeling the pressure, will undoubtedly try to suppress Huaxia with all its might. Hearing this, not only did Lin Feng feel no fear, but an even greater excitement ignited within him. If a fight is inevitable, then so be it. Resources are meant to be seized, and a country's development must endure trials and tribulations. Even the Eagle Nation is no exception. He turned his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Zhang Zhan. General Zhang, do you think I fear them? Zhang Zhan was momentarily stunned before he solemnly shook his head. Not at all. That's good. Lin Feng's tone was sharp, like the edge of a blade. They're just the Clergy Guild. Watch how I deal with them next. Hearing the playful tone in Lin Feng's voice, Zhang Zhan couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected, you're exactly as I thought. Even the nation's leaders were worried and wanted me to gauge your reaction. Turns out, you're entirely on the same page as them. The leaders asked me to tell you this. Go ahead and act boldly. The nation has your back. Zhang Zhan's voice carried a trace of encouragement. The support of the nation was his confidence. Lin Feng nodded firmly, a blazing determination burning within him. As his power grew, his need for resources would become even more critical. At the same time, his bond with the nation would only grow stronger. After their conversation ended, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory. As soon as he opened the news feed, his attention was immediately caught by a trending headline: the cafeteria and gymnasium of Jinshan Vocational College vanished into thin air? This headline attracted widespread attention, with some speculating it was the arrival of extraterrestrial beings, others claiming it was the appearance of a giant of light, and even rumors suggesting it was the testing of a new national weapon. Not long after, the official government website released a statement, blocking related topics. However, this did little to stop the enthusiastic discussions among netizens. Combined with the previous bizarre incident of 5 mountain peaks disappearing near Jinshan University, the public's curiosity only grew. Meanwhile, in the Kyoto research base, a young man in a blue uniform, Quan Zilong, rubbed his eyes and unlocked his phone. The moment he saw the news, his heart jolted violently. When did Huaxia develop such an incredible weapon? Why haven't I heard of any new offensive weapons being developed in our research institute? Quan Zilong frowned, his mind racing with suspicion. Based on the news descriptions, he quickly concluded that the 5 mountains and the cafeteria and gymnasium at Jinshan Vocational College had all been destroyed by some kind of weapon. Rumors even mentioned that a bystander had survived the explosion and inhaled a strange medicinal fragrance, resulting in the sudden recovery from tuberculosis and the unlocking of a new career path, a life completely transformed. The internet was rife with wild rumors, but to Quan Zilong, these comments were like thunderclaps. His heart trembled as he thought, "This location is exactly where Master Shaolin instructed me to monitor. It's also where I shipped the custom revolver I manufactured." He had previously tried to follow up with the buyer, but after payment was made, the individual disappeared completely. The provided name and phone number turned out to be fake. At the time, Quan Zilong felt he had been deceived. Although the payment was received, the lack of further contact left him without any leads. Now, however, this location matched perfectly with the explosion site, forcing him to take it seriously. Even more crucially, the revolver he crafted wasn't just an ordinary firearm, it was a type of medicinal gun. It required a specific type of offensive agent to fully activate its potential. Could all of this be connected to the medicinal agents? He wondered, his thoughts swirling. The truth seemed to be on the verge of surfacing. Adding to his unease, he had caught wind of some covert information suggesting that high-level job changers were indeed active in Jianghe City. Could it really be that buyer who used the weapon we made? A wave of tension surged through him, and his initial concerns deepened further. Quan Zilong couldn't help but think, even if Master Shao and I had speculated, there's no way anyone on Earth could have developed the right type of agent for that weapon. It's even less likely that anyone could create an agent with such overwhelming offensive capabilities. Yet the evidence is right in front of me, and it's impossible to ignore. What puzzled him even more was the fact that the government had personally stepped in to handle the matter. Typically, when a criminal incident occurred, announcements would be made swiftly, and the suspects brought to justice. However, in this case, after 2 official statements, the matter was merely suppressed, as if something was being deliberately concealed. This matter is absolutely not simple. For safety's sake, I must quickly inform Master. With urgency rising in his heart, he immediately turned and rushed toward Shaolin's office. At this moment, Shaolin was fully immersed in studying a set of mechanical blueprints. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he looked up and said hurriedly, "Shao Quan, is something wrong? Why are you in such a rush?" Quan Zilong closed the door behind him, quickly walking to Shaolin's side with an excited tone. "Master, I've discovered something huge." Shaolin furrowed his brow slightly, his voice softening. "Shao Quan, speak slowly. Take your time. The sky hasn't fallen just yet. I've recommended you to my master, and the state has already approved your admission into the talent training program at the academy. But this impulsive temperament of yours really needs some work." Hearing the criticism, Quan Zilong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "Master, I know I was wrong. First, have some water." Shaolin poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Quan Zilong drank it in one gulp, and the turbulence in his heart gradually subsided. Finally, he could speak of the secret he was holding back. "Master, I've uncovered something earth-shattering. It's about that revolver you designed, the one capable of firing medicinal bullets." The expression on Shaolin's face changed instantly, and a tense atmosphere filled the room. Ever since the completion of that revolver, Shaolin's mind had been consumed by it. He often found himself lost in thought, waves of ideas crashing through his brain. A few days ago, as he revisited the blueprint, a groundbreaking revelation had struck him like lightning. The design of the gun was so precise it was suffocating, its ingenuity leaving one utterly astonished. Although the materials required weren't particularly rare, it was impossible for any smith of the current age to craft such a masterpiece. "Shao Quan, if you've discovered something, just say it already," Shaolin urged impatiently. Quan Zilong immediately reported, "Based on my analysis, there's a hidden master smith behind this, a super craftsman." Shaolin's heart jolted as though struck by thunder. If there's truly a super craftsman, his existence will cause a sensation in this country. Who would have imagined the revolver's power to be this extraordinary? A sudden thought flashed through Shaolin's mind. Could it be that the state has already combined the destruction serum with my revolver? Is that why it has such explosive might? Excitement surged in his chest, but he also realized that this supreme revolver, even if it could fire 2 rounds, would inevitably break down after enduring such immense power. Taking a deep breath, he knew he had to contact Zhou Xinghua immediately to report this critical discovery to the leadership. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinghua sat in his office, holding a cup of strong tea, ready to unwind for a moment. Suddenly, a crisp knock on the door disrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called out firmly. Sun Dai, dressed in her military uniform, strode in and handed over a file. "Commander Zhou, according to General Zhang's report and the Intelligence Department's assessment, the enemies who attempted to assassinate Lin Feng included a total of 17 individuals, all of them level 60 or higher. In the end, only one managed to escape, the rest were taken out by Lin Feng with a single shot." Zhou Xinghua's heart surged with excitement. He slammed his hand on the desk and stood up. "Excellent! Lin Feng has made a monumental contribution to our nation this time. Previously, he had been worried that the secret of the revolver might fall into enemy hands. He never expected Lin Feng to fire it again. This single shot was like a clap of thunder, striking fear into the long-hidden assassins and almost eradicating the internal threats to Huaxia in one fell swoop. Now, the Divine Guild is bound to be enraged. Zhou Xinghua grew increasingly animated, a sense of relief washing over him. Just then, Sun Dai handed him another file. "Commander Zhou, there's more. This one is concerning Lin Feng, and it's not good news. Please take a look." Zhou Xinghua's expression darkened as he read the file. His brows furrowed tightly. "The Eagle Nation has started blatantly suppressing us? They've deployed a large number of high-tech weapons along the coastline of the strait." The document detailed that the Eagle Nation not only possessed laser weaponry but also horrifying beast-human hybrid technology. This technology significantly enhanced their combat capabilities. Hundreds of their transformed operatives had already been transported to the Pacific region, their intentions clear: to intimidate Huaxia. Beast-human technology? So what? Huaxia has gene enhancement serums. Zhou Xinghua's eyes gleamed with determination. Once it's made available to the public, the Eagle Nation's despicable tricks won't last long. He recalled the miraculous effects of the gene enhancement serum: cancer patients recovering instantly, paralyzed elders regaining their ability to practice Tai Chi. Its potency was astonishing. Yet, his heart remained heavy with concern for Lin Feng's safety. What's the situation with Lin Feng now? He silently prayed, hoping for more good news. Zhou Xinghua's heart tightened. The Eagle Nation was undoubtedly preparing to act against Lin Feng, and the risks were only escalating. If Lin Feng couldn't endure the pressure, the nation would have to swiftly implement covert measures to protect him, even if that meant hiding him away. It would surely be better than leaving him exposed to danger. While he was deep in thought, his phone buzzed, and a new message popped up. Seeing Zhang Zhan's update, Zhou Xinghua couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. Good. This young man truly surprises me. The country needs talents like him. Zhang Zhan had conveyed Lin Feng's stance: young, passionate, and full of determination. This was precisely the hope for Huaxia's rise. At this moment, Zhou Xinghua urgently needed the gene-enhancing serum for 50,000 frontline job changers. Once the serum was in place, the so-called human-beast hybrid technology would be completely eradicated, and Huaxia would usher in its moment of ascension. Just then, his phone buzzed again. The message from Shaolin caught him off guard. "Shaolin, is there an urgent matter?" Zhou Xinghua's heart stirred slightly. Shaolin was asking if it had anything to do with the superweapon research in Zhanghe City. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "Brother Shao, some matters involve state secrets. I'm sorry I can't share them with you right now, but you'll know the truth soon." After sending the message, Zhou Xinghua immediately turned his attention to other pressing tasks. In the Alchemy building of Jinshan Vocational University, the campus was gradually returning to its usual calm. Under the cover of night, large military contingents arrived and restored all the damaged buildings by dawn. The Grey Masons and wall builders from the transfer city worked tirelessly and silently, ensuring everything was brought back to its original state. Looking at the restored campus, Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency in his heart. The beast invasion had caused significant destruction to Huaxia's infrastructure, stalling its development. In contrast, nations backed by divine guilds boasted towering skyscrapers and thriving industries. If the gene-enhancing serum could be rolled out to the entire population, even ordinary life-class professionals would experience a breakthrough. Craftsmen who could previously build only one wall a day might, with the serum's enhancement, be able to construct 2 walls. The efficiency of Grey Masons would also multiply. This meant the pace of genetic advancement across society would accelerate dramatically. Beyond construction, medicine, transportation, and various other fields would witness transformative changes. After the initial batch of the serum was used, Lin Feng learned that most recipients were industry veterans who couldn't afford any risk of failure. The results far exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. The future of Huaxia was standing on the brink of a remarkable rise. We'll have to tackle this in phases and address the most critical issues first. Lin Feng muttered to himself, the crunch of potato chips echoing in his room. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Hello? Lin Feng answered, his movements hesitating as his gaze fixed on the caller ID. Zhang Zhan. His heart skipped a beat. Hanging up the call, he quickly browsed through the incoming message. Missing 5 ingredients? His eyebrows furrowed as he read, aquatic wolfbane, earth bear's heart, fleshy flower, water spirit grass, and 1,000-year water willow. No problem. Lin Feng thought to himself. He instantly activated his system. Enter ingredient names. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Ding. The stitching sage is analyzing. Ding. Analysis complete. Base material, aquatic wolfbane. Formula 1, water spirit grass, crimson barnacle vine, adamantium wolf essence. Formula 2. Got it. Lin Feng exclaimed in excitement and immediately input the second ingredient. Ding. The stitching sage is analyzing. Ding. Analysis complete. Base material, earth bear's heart. Formula 1, savage bear heart, earth gold or red-eyed bear essence. 2 formulas cracked. A fire of excitement burned in his chest as he quickly entered the names of the remaining ingredients. With each entry, the formula information for all 5 ingredients appeared in succession. These formulas are definitely feasible. Lin Feng took a deep breath and promptly sent all the information to Zhang Zhan. Let's go to the alchemy lab to await the materials. He stood up, tidied himself, and hurried to the lab. In the National Treasury of Kyoto, Zhang Zhan suddenly received Lin Feng's message. His previously anxious mood instantly lightened. Fantastic! These materials can be found. A smile spread across his face. The requirements for the super enhancement serum keep getting higher, he thought, immediately beginning a search in the National Treasury. When the Treasury yielded no results, he quickly issued a global collection order. Huaxia's collection efforts unfolded swiftly. Within half an hour, most of the materials were gathered. However, the divine guilds of the Eagle Nation were still obstructing them, leaving 5 rare ingredients in shortage. Infuriating. Zhang Zhan was seething with anger. The divine guilds blatantly hindered Huaxia's efforts. However, since Lin Feng had devised substitutes for the missing materials, the delay was mitigated. Zhang Zhan quickly disseminated the information and mobilized a full-scale search. In less than an hour, all the missing ingredients were miraculously gathered. Looking at the mountain of materials, Zhang Zhan eagerly selected a portion and immediately arranged for military aircraft to deliver the supplies to Jinshan Vocational University. Not long after, Zhang Zhan arrived at Golden Mountain Vocational College. Lin Feng, who had been waiting in the pharmaceutical lab, greeted him upon sight. General Zhang, did you bring all the medicinal materials? Lin Feng asked eagerly. Zhang Zhan raised his hand, and the medicinal materials stored in his spatial ring appeared one by one. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Lin Feng's eyes as he quickly sorted and arranged the materials with precision. General Zhang, please wait outside for a moment. I need to begin the fusion process, Lin Feng said firmly. Zhang Zhan nodded and stepped out, observing quietly through the window. This time, Lin Feng wouldn't need all the materials. Instead, he chose to conduct the fusion process in the pharmaceutical building of Huaxia Capital University. This standalone pharmaceutical building had originally been reserved for top-tier alchemists, but Zhu Gui had strongly advocated for it to be allocated to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng began his operation, his innate talents and skill halos radiated instantly. The pharmaceutical lab lit up with fiery sparks, as if the entire room was about to be set ablaze. Activating the Master of Fusion skill, Lin Feng started combining the ingredients before him. Flames surged, and the liquid began to take shape. Done, he exclaimed, taking a deep breath. The process had completely depleted his mental energy. He immediately uncapped a prepared mental replenishment potion and gulped it down. Boom! The potion's 20-fold potency erupted within him like a tidal wave. His mental energy surged back, filling him to his peak state in an instant. Feels amazing. Next, the second batch. Determination burned in Lin Feng's heart as he resolved to finish all the medicinal concoctions in one go. He carefully laid out the ingredients for the second potion and activated his skills, diving back into his work with unwavering focus. Time flew by as the room filled with a rich medicinal aroma. At last, the bare heart of the earth was successfully refined. Excitedly, Lin Feng grabbed another bottle of mental replenishment potion and took a big swig. His mental energy instantly returned to its peak. With a firm gaze, he plunged into crafting the third potion without hesitation. Outside the window, Zhang Zhan's eyes widened in shock. As a seasoned warrior, he had encountered countless alchemists, but he had never witnessed such a frenzied scene. Lin Feng treated his mental exhaustion like a mere tool, replenishing it as if it were nothing, and continuing his manic work. I never imagined this kid to be so terrifying. Zhang Zhan marveled internally, his eyes glued to Lin Feng's every move. As time passed, night fell. Lin Feng's pace of production remained relentless. Finally, at 11 p.m., he set down his tools. Before him stood over a dozen potion bottles, most of them filled with 500 milliliters of energy replenishment elixirs. Now, it's time to start crafting the ultimate replenishment potion. God of Restoration, let's see how powerful your so-called divine aid really is. Lin Feng swiftly pulled out the remaining materials Zhang Zhan had brought and began refining them. Zhang Zhan, who had been waiting anxiously for hours, was startled by the intensity of the scene and quickly called out, "Lin Feng, you've been working for nearly a day straight. You need to rest." "General Zhang, don't worry about me," Lin Feng replied with clarity and resolve. "I'm in the zone now. I have to finish this in one go." His eyes burned with determination, his spirit ablaze as if the entire world were cheering him on. Zhang Zhan frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng in the lab, a tide of unease churning in his heart. Lin Feng's innate talents were like invisible hands guiding him, allowing him to progress at a breakneck pace in crafting potions. However, the mental energy consumption was equally intense, draining to empty in mere seconds. "What's happening?" Lin Feng was startled as he looked at himself. His level had surged to 18, and his mental energy should have been more than sufficient to craft intermediate potions. Yet, when attempting to create the ultimate replenishment potion, he could only maintain focus for 3 seconds. Deep breath, Lin Feng steeled himself, quickly pulling out a prepared potion. Inside, the green liquid of a mental energy replenishment potion shimmered brightly. Without hesitation, he drank it down. Gulp, gulp. The 500 milliliter potion was consumed in an instant, and his energy reserves were instantly brimming. "Ah, refreshing. Let's see if this little potion can stop me." Lin Feng scoffed, immediately diving back into the work. Inside the cauldron, flames roared as the potion ingredients churned, emitting a sharp burnt aroma. However, under Lin Feng's gifted control, the stench disappeared in an instant. The cauldron, though sturdy, began to show cracks under the intense heat. Yet, under Lin Feng's skill halos, it remained steadfast. "It seems this potion's efficacy is extraordinary, an ordinary cauldron can't even withstand it," Lin Feng thought, realizing the need for a more advanced tool. At that moment, the system notification chimed, "Ding! New task released. Want a strong and healthy body? Exercise is the only way." Task: kick your legs 100 times. Task reward: 1 chance at a supportive professional tool lottery. Due to the host's recent high training frequency, completing the task will grant an additional reward. Additional reward: 1 chance at a supportive professional tool trait lottery. Countdown timer: 30 minutes. What? A system task now? Lin Feng froze in surprise. "I'm still in the middle of making potions. What kind of nonsense is this?" As he glanced over the task details, a sly grin crept onto his face. That reward might just give me the alchemy furnace I need, but it was the additional reward that truly piqued his interest. "Although the task isn't difficult, I only have half an hour to finish it. Time is tight. This is a rare opportunity, and I can't let it slip away." Lin Feng's gaze turned resolute. He immediately retrieved over a dozen bottles of mental energy recovery potions from his storage ring, uncorking them all and setting them before him. Standing nearby, Zhang Zhan watched with a grave expression, unease swelling in his chest. "Drink!" Lin Feng wasted no time, fully unleashing his mental energy as he began downing the potions one after another. Time flew by like an arrow. 20 minutes passed. Under the intense impact of the concentrated potions, cracks spiderwebbed across the alchemy furnace as the potent energy rapidly dissipated. "This won't do. Push through for me," Lin Feng roared, pouring every ounce of his mental energy into the furnace once more. Outside, Zhang Zhan's heart raced, his breaths uneven. He watched as Lin Feng's alchemy furnace reached its breaking point, the cracks spreading like a web. His heart ached, but recalling Lin Feng's SSS plus level talent, he managed to ease his anxiety slightly. As time slipped by, 5 minutes later, Lin Feng's eyes lit up with delight, his concoction was finally taking form. Seizing a bottle of energy replenishing potion, he downed it in one gulp. Then, summoning his formidable mental strength, he carefully lifted the now solidifying mixture and skillfully rolled it into several marble-sized pills. "It's done!" Lin Feng exclaimed in excitement, gazing at the milk god's descent potions he had crafted with his own hands. At that exact moment, the alchemy furnace let out a thunderous crack, shattering instantly into countless fragments. This had been the top-tier alchemy furnace of Golden Mountain Vocational University. "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Zhan couldn't help but cry out, both exasperated and impressed by Lin Feng's reckless determination. This legendary furnace, once used to craft countless exceptional solid potions, now lay in ruins amidst a lingering cloud of medicinal fragrance. Crack, came another sharp sound as the furnace split apart, and Li Yinyan's heart tightened. That was the prized high-grade alchemy furnace he had painstakingly acquired from Shaolin, a masterpiece built specifically for crafting top-level potions. And now, in Lin Feng's hands, it had turned to shards. "Lin Feng, what the hell are you doing?" Shui Hong demanded angrily, his voice tinged with unease. "Hold on, let's see what he's up to," Zhou Yao said, her gaze locked on Lin Feng, her mind brimming with questions. At that moment, a mysterious panel appeared before Lin Feng, making his heartbeat quicken with excitement. Name, Milk God's Descent, Super Recovery Potion. Grade? Effect, so potent it causes mental dizziness and physical weakness, triggering a phenomenon where the energy of heaven and earth floods the user's body. Potion attributes, instantly restores all energy to peak condition upon consumption, with defensive capabilities stacking up to 22 times. What? Mental dizziness? This potion is insane. Lin Feng's imagination ran wild as vivid images flooded his mind. Ding! Friendly system reminder, there are 3 minutes remaining to complete the task. If not done in time, the additional rewards will be forfeited. The warning sounded in his mind, pulling Lin Feng back to reality. Without hesitation, he swiftly placed the finished potions into a storage case, then collapsed onto the ground and began furiously kicking his legs. What? What is he doing? Zhang Zhan froze, utterly dumbfounded. Lin Feng, are you okay? Shui Hong and Li Yinyan exchanged confused glances, their minds swirling with questions. Zhou Yao rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Is he actually kicking his legs? What kind of bizarre strategy is this? Ding! Congratulations, host has kicked once. Ding! Congratulations, host has kicked twice. Ding! Congratulations, host has kicked 100 times. Task completed. Host has earned 1 chance at the Supportive Professional Tool Blueprint Lottery. The system's voice rang out, and Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. Additional reward, 1 chance at the Supportive Tool Trait Lottery. This was an unexpected delight. Power coursed through him, and hope blazed in his heart. The potency of the potion filled him with anticipation. At this moment, Lin Feng had become the center of everyone's attention, a figure poised to trigger an upheaval at any second. Start the lottery. At Lin Feng's command, the 2 lottery machines roared to life, their spinning wheels heralding the beginning of the next chapter of his adventure. Stop! With his command, the machine instantly halted, the air filling with a tense anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the blueprint of an auxiliary professional tool, the Divine Alchemist's Furnace. What? The Divine Alchemist's Furnace? The name alone was so grandiose that it made his blood boil with excitement. This was a golden opportunity. Owning the Divine Alchemist's Furnace meant he could craft potions anywhere, with no loss in potency. This was the ultimate weapon for an alchemist. All his previous troubles would vanish, enhanced effects, significantly reduced mental strain. It was practically a divine tool tailor-made for someone like him, who urgently needed to mass-produce human gene enhancement potions. Moreover, the Divine Alchemist's Furnace was like a portable pharmaceutical lab. Just imagine, if he ran out of potions in the middle of an expedition into a secret realm, he could whip out the furnace and create fresh ones on the spot. What a thrill! As Lin Feng was immersed in his excitement, the system's voice chimed again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing an auxiliary professional tool skill modifier, Phantom Manipulator. Phantom Manipulator? This meant he could manifest massive, ethereal hands using mental energy to perform intricate alchemical operations, reducing production errors by 99%. This is incredible! Lin Feng was overjoyed. With this, crafting super restoration potions will be as easy as flipping my hand. However, just as he was reveling in his newfound fortune, the door burst open, and several startled pairs of eyes turned toward him. Lin Feng, are you okay? Zhou Yao asked anxiously. Did you overexert your mental energy, or was it the potion-making process that injured you? Another voice followed in concern. Lin Feng awkwardly stood up, forcing a wry smile. I'm fine. I just had a leg cramp and was using this method to relieve it. It's all good now. But the group still looked skeptical. Lin Feng, I noticed that the alchemy furnace is broken. Should I go find Master Shaolin to craft a new one? Li Yinyan suggested with genuine concern, his gaze falling on the shattered fragments on the ground, his heart aching at the sight. No need, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, brushing off the suggestion. I might just have my own alchemy furnace now. He swiftly changed the subject. Anyway, the potion is ready. Who wants to try it first? In his hand, a black pill the size of a thumb appeared, its rich fragrance wafting through the air, making everyone salivate. Name, Descent of the Milk God, Super Restoration Potion. Grade? Attributes, so potent it leaves you dazed, body weak, with an extraordinary phenomenon of heavenly energy surging through you. Effects, instantly replenishes all expended resources, restoring the user to peak condition. Health, defense, and mental energy may stack an additional 23 times depending on circumstances. Duration, 1 minute. 23 times? That meant the user's health bar would become as formidable as a boss monster's. Even a mere foot soldier's stats would suddenly rival those of the strongest enemy. Everyone stared at the black pill in shock, the potent aroma saturating the room. This potion looks kind of ugly, but it smells amazing, someone couldn't help but comment. Yeah, it better not be like the last one, the destruction potion, Lienian muttered nervously, shivering at the memory. One gulp of that, and you'd almost wish you were dead. Seeing their reactions, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. No need to worry. This pill is a super restorative, it's codenamed Descent of the Milk God. Trust me, once you take it, you'll experience an unimaginable surprise. His words carried the weight of a battle cry, igniting everyone's curiosity and anticipation. The room fell silent, the atmosphere so tense that the sound of their heartbeats seemed audible. Lin Feng's words echoed in their minds, something unexpected always brings extraordinary results. Let me try it. Zhou Yao suddenly stepped forward, her eyes resolute. Her voice was like a command, silencing the others who were about to compete for the opportunity. All eyes turned to her as she slowly extended her hand, taking the black pill from Lin Feng's palm without hesitation and swallowing it. The pill instantly dissolved into liquid, its potent energy surging through her body like a tidal wave. The strength of it made her gasp for air, her breathing quickening as a vortex of spiritual energy began swirling above her head. Zhou Yao felt an unprecedented power coursing through her. This energy, it's so intense. Zhou Yao's eyes widened, her breaths shallow, as her body began to weaken, becoming soft and pliant. How do you feel, Zhou Yao? Lin Feng asked with a sly grin, catching her as her legs wobbled. His tone was teasing. Do you feel like your whole body is brimming with strength, yet so overwhelmed it's gone weak? Before he could finish, Zhou Yao suddenly stood upright. Her body seemed to radiate energy, her 7 orifices almost glowing with power. Her entire presence was charged with a force so overwhelming that it left everyone around her stunned. I feel like I have endless strength, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Her aura was as fierce as that of a wild beast. My health bar, my defense, they're all skyrocketing. Unable to contain her exhilaration, Zhou Yao opened her status display for all to see. Character, Zhou Yao. Profession, Elemental Mage. Level, 39. Health, 2300/2300, plus 52,900. Magic Mana, 4666/4666, plus 107,318. Speed, 3019, plus 69,437. Strength, 3062, plus 70,426. Defense, 2059, plus 47,357. Mental Power, 3,339, plus 76,797. Talent, Elemental Perception, S. Skills, Radiant Impact, Waterfire Overkill, Reaper's Oblivion. Experience points, 31. Holy crap! The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes wide like saucers. The numbers on Zhou Yao's stat panel were utterly staggering, especially her mana bar, which was practically divine. This is insane. Zhang Zhan muttered, his face frozen in shock as he stared at Zhou Yao's magic mana. His thoughts raced, not even level 80 elites could compare to this. Standing before the crowd, Zhou Yao exuded an aura that was almost otherworldly, as if she were a goddess descended to the mortal plane. Her potential was only beginning to reveal itself. Boom! Blood Red clutched his head, his face pale as if the entire world was collapsing around him. He stared at the scene before him, his mind a chaotic storm. This is beyond ridiculous, he murmured to himself, disbelief etched across his face. The potion before them, if it ever made its way to the black market, would undoubtedly trigger a frenzied buying spree, an unprecedented rush for such a miracle. Lin Feng took a deep breath, inwardly relieved. This potion was overwhelmingly powerful, 23 times the effect of its normal counterpart. It was nothing short of a divine weapon in battle. However, the effects are time-limited, Lin Feng reminded himself. He knew the potion's power would only last for 1 minute, a moment short but exceedingly rare. 1 minute, that's practically a miracle. As the seconds ticked by, Zhou Yao's stat panel finally returned to normal. She stood frozen in place, her expression empty, like a deflated balloon, her heart overcome with a sense of loss. This feeling, I've never experienced such power before. Zhou Yao's voice was faint but carried the weight of her amazement. Seeing this, Zhang Zhan nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, even though some of the potion's effects faded, with a brand new refining furnace, the results could be earth-shattering. I made 6 in total. The instructor used 1, so the remaining 5 are for us to split, Lin Feng said, holding up the black pills one by one. The room was instantly charged with excitement. This is truly a life-saving artifact. Blood Red was overjoyed, imagining how easily he could have fought off enemies and fended off ambushes if he'd had this potion before. Zhang Zhan was equally eager, his eyes burning as they locked onto the pills. Zhou Yao, however, stood stunned, her gaze involuntarily fixating on the pills in Lin Feng's hands. For me, she asked, her voice filled with disbelief. That's right. 1 for each of you, to use when the time comes, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, his eyes resolute. Thank you so much. Zhou Yao was overwhelmed with gratitude. She took a deep breath, as if clutching the key to her destiny. By the way, General Zhang, there's one more thing I need your help with, Lin Feng said, turning to Zhang Zhan with a serious tone. Just say the word, Lin Feng. It won't be a problem. Zhang Zhan responded immediately, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I want to craft a second batch of human genetic enhancement potions before I leave the academy. I'll need an alchemy furnace, Lin Feng stated bluntly. You've unlocked the blueprint for the alchemy furnace? The room fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned sharply toward Lin Feng, their faces filled with shock. Yes, I just unlocked it, Lin Feng said with a calm smile, a hint of pride glinting in his eyes. This is incredible. Zhang Zhan's heart skipped a beat, his curiosity piqued. Nearby, Li Yinian overheard the mention of the alchemy furnace, and a fiery passion ignited within him. He was desperate to learn more. Well, since you're all so curious, I'll share a little, Lin Feng said with a sly smile, his tone tinged with mystery. This alchemy furnace can stabilize 99% of a potion's efficacy, ensuring no volatilization. With it, crafting a second batch of human genetic enhancement potions will be twice as efficient. The fervor on Zhang Zhan and Li Yinian's faces grew even more intense. Stabilizing 99% efficacy? This was the stuff of dreams. I've heard that name before. Li Yinian's voice suddenly grew somber as he recalled past events. Huaxia attempted to develop such potions 3 times but failed each time. Similar foreign projects also ended in repeated failures. Lin Feng, are you saying the potions you crafted are all human genetic enhancement potions? Li Yinian's face was etched with shock as waves of realization flooded his mind. That's correct, Lin Feng answered confidently, his eyes ablaze with fearless determination. At that moment, everyone felt a surge of anticipation and tension, as if the choices they made now might reshape the future forever. Suddenly, a cascade of memories from days long past flashed through his mind. He vividly recalled the old master in a wheelchair, who, after drinking a vial of some mysterious potion, miraculously stood up and performed an entire set of Tai Chi with incredible vigor, like a force of nature. At the time, he thought it was just a prank. Little did he know, the truth was far more astonishing. Could it be true? Is there really such a thing as a human genetic enhancement potion? Zhou Yao's breathing quickened, his face flushed with excitement. In his heart, he cursed himself for missing such a monumental discovery. Lin Feng, this human genetic enhancement potion you mentioned, is it the same one that our nation, Huaxia, had been researching before? Li Yinian's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng replied without hesitation, that's right. Just a few days ago, I completed the production of the first batch of genetic enhancement potions. Before his words fully landed, it felt as though the very air around them had frozen. Li Yinian, Zhou Yao, and Xiehong were overwhelmed, their minds erupting like fireworks, utterly stunned by the revelation. Before I leave the campus, I will begin work on the second batch of genetic enhancement potions. This will be my final gift to the school. At that time, all of you will have the opportunity to experience this power. Lin Feng's voice rang out with unwavering determination, as if paving the way for the future. If genetic enhancement potions could be mass-produced, wouldn't it mean Huaxia would soar to unprecedented heights? A fiery determination ignited in the hearts of Li Yinian, Xiehong, and Zhou Yao, so intense that they could hardly contain themselves. But you must promise me absolute secrecy. This concerns the very future of Huaxia. Lin Feng's expression turned serious, his gaze firm and resolute. He knew that the Divine Guild had already sensed something unusual. There was still a long road ahead before universal access to these potions could be achieved. The second, third, and even fourth batches would require significant resources. After all, Huaxia's population was as vast as an ocean, and his strength alone was limited. Since Lin Feng trusts us, rest assured, we will not divulge the secret. Li Yinian, Xiehon, and Zhou Yao nodded solemnly, their resolve unwavering. Zhang Zhan took the blueprints Lin Feng had downloaded from his system, his heart trembling as he glanced at the design. The structure was square and robust, reminiscent of an ancient cauldron, majestic and enigmatic. In 3 days, my skill will unlock, and I will commence production of the second batch of genetic enhancement potions. Lin Feng's voice boomed like a war drum, shaking everyone to their core. Ensure the apothecary's forge is completed as quickly as possible. If successful, the output of the second batch will multiply exponentially. This statement was like a bombshell, exploding and sparking heated discussions all around. Understood. I'll immediately consult Master Shaolin about the forge. Zhang Zhan, suppressing his overwhelming excitement, hurriedly left. At this moment, the flame of hope for the future had been ignited in their hands. As night fell, Lin Feng returned to his dorm room. He sat at his computer, scrolling rapidly through videos, keeping an eye on international developments. Ever since the Divine Guild had exposed his identity, bounties had been raining down like a torrential storm, a staggering 1 trillion yuan, dead or alive. This doesn't come as a surprise, Lin Feng muttered with a faint smile. He was well aware that an SSS Plus talent was a rarity beyond measure. Even a seemingly mundane profession like wall builder would be worth billions if enhanced to an SSS Plus level. As for him, a god-tier potion master, a 1 trillion yuan bounty was entirely within reason. The destruction potion is no joke. Whoever controls it controls life and death itself, he mused silently. Suddenly, faint footsteps reached his ears. His heightened spiritual senses, which had grown increasingly sharp with his rising level, instantly detected several swift-moving figures on campus. As expected, where there's a massive bounty, there are always bold contenders, Lin Feng sneered, his eyes narrowing like a hawk's. System, open the panel, he commanded in his mind. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Potion Master. Level, 18, 0/88000. Intermediate. Health, 1800/1800. Speed, 2019. Strength, 2068. Defense, 2099. Spirit, 2339. Talent, Spirit of the Apothecary, SSS Plus. Skills, Ring of Division, Divine Power Burst, Seamless Stitching. Unlocked recipes, 1. Death's Destruction 2. Human Genetic Enhancement Potion 3. Blessing of the Healer. Unlocked Profession Blueprints, 1. Reaper's Revolver. Profession Items, 1. Reaper's Revolver, 4/6. 2. Apothecary's Forge, pending construction. Item Augmentations, 1. No Harm Recoil 2. Precision Operator. Experience Points, 67,000. 67,000 experience points, still too slow, Lin Feng muttered, furrowing his brows. It's not enough to reach level 19. But once the Apothecary's Forge is complete, I'll be able to produce more genetic enhancement potions and usher in a new wave of growth. At the Kyoto Research Center, Shaolin had just used a human gene enhancement serum, granting him a brand new skill, forging power. This skill excited him to the point that he couldn't sleep all night. His forging speed increased by 30%, and the quality of his work improved by 20%. It was as if he had grown wings overnight. Awesome! My forging efficiency is going to skyrocket now. He clenched his fists in excitement, every cell in his body cheering with joy. Just then, his phone rang. Shaolin picked it up, and a digital blueprint appeared on the screen. His heart skipped a beat. General Zhang Zhan? He's asking me to forge something? He quickly opened the message to check the requirements and timeline, and his heart raced. It had to be completed within 3 days. It's been a while since the general last reached out to me. The last time, it was for that top-tier dagger. Shaolin's emotions surged as he opened the blueprint. Upon seeing the design for the alchemy furnace, his eyes widened in astonishment. This alchemy furnace is simply extraordinary. He took a deep breath, his heart pounding as he meticulously studied every detail. The furnace of the alchemy god? The name alone speaks volumes. With his emotions running high, Shaolin's resolve grew even stronger. He was determined to complete this task within 3 days and create a peerless furnace of the alchemy god. General Zhang Zhan, isn't he the shadow assassin? If he's asking me to forge this alchemy furnace, it must be for that master alchemist. Shaolin's thoughts raced as he remembered the destructive potion that was rumored to be unleashed soon on the coastal front lines of Huaxia. His blood boiled with urgency. Flashes of the revolver of the god of death he had once forged surfaced in his mind, reigniting the same fervor he had felt back then. Lowering his gaze to carefully examine the alchemy furnace design, he noticed an uncanny similarity between this blueprint and that of the revolver. Could it be that both the revolver of the god of death and the furnace of the alchemy god were creations of the same mastermind? Time was running out. Xiao Lin gritted his teeth and resolved to start immediately. He quickly called Quan Zilong. Not long after, Quan Zilong stormed into the room like a whirlwind, his face tense with worry. "Master, what's the emergency? Help me gather some matching materials." Xiao Lin didn't hesitate, handing over the blueprint of the alchemy furnace. Quan Zilong took the blueprint, and the moment he glanced at it, he froze as if struck by lightning. "This, furnace of the alchemy god? Why does it bear such a striking resemblance to that revolver of the god of death from before?" He muttered under his breath, but, seeing Xiao Lin's busy figure, decided not to interrupt. Instead, he turned and hurried off to gather the needed materials. An hour later, Quan Zilong returned, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. "Master, the forging materials are ready, but the beast metal from the golden horn beast is still scarce. Can we substitute it with something else?" Xiao Lin, who had been deeply engrossed in studying the blueprint, suddenly looked up, his eyes glinting with determination. "No. While the blueprint doesn't specify most materials, high-quality materials are crucial to the end product. Without the beast metal, the alchemy furnace's transformative abilities will be significantly weakened, lowering its tier." Quan Zilong frowned. "Then what should we do?" In that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Xiao Lin. He grabbed his phone and dialed Zhang Zhan. General Zhang explicitly instructed that this project must be of the highest standard. It concerns national security. The golden horn beast's metal can be found in a newly emerged secret realm in the Pingyang region. The only option now is for General Zhang to figure out a way to retrieve it. His voice was resolute, his will unwavering. At that moment, Xiao Lin's gaze burned like fire, brimming with endless determination. He knew that time waited for no one. Only by forging ahead with all his might could they prepare for the battle that lay ahead. As news of the new secret realm in the Pingyang region spread, Quan Zilong was stunned. Wasn't this the very place born from the beast tide, where the legendary destructive potion had been detonated? Ever since the secret realm appeared, the clergy guild of the Eagle Nation had set their sights on it, deploying their latest beast tech-enhanced job changers to guard the area. Although Huaxia had sent forces as well, they had suffered defeat against the overwhelming power of the beast tech warriors. It's said that all the job changers there are beyond level 80, lying in wait for us, Xiao Lin thought to himself with a sense of foreboding. If we go, it'll be like walking into a death trap. Despite his concerns, he relayed the information to Zhang Zhan. "General Zhang, this material is absolutely critical. Without it, the final product's tier will drop dramatically. At best, we'll only be able to produce a mid-tier alchemy furnace. Whether to proceed or not is your call." Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan stood by the window, sipping his coffee as he gazed at the sky. "Beast metal from a level 70 golden horn beast? I'm already level 77. With my full strength, I could storm the secret realm alone." But, his brow furrowed, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. According to the intel, several job changers above level 80 were stationed there, and if he encountered them, his life could very well be at stake. Yet, if he didn't go, the alchemy furnace would remain incomplete. Even if they managed to produce a lower-tier version, its effectiveness would be greatly diminished. After much deliberation, he decided to seek out Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, are you asleep? I have something to discuss." Zhang Zhan knocked on the door of the dormitory. "General Zhang, is it something urgent?" Lin Feng quickly opened the door. "Can we talk inside?" Zhang Zhan got straight to the point. Lin Feng nodded and swiftly closed the door. "General Zhang, go ahead and speak your mind." Zhang Zhan's expression turned serious. "I've already handed your blueprint for the divine alchemy furnace to Master Xiao Lin. However, he said it's missing a certain material that can only be found in a new secret realm in the Pingyang region. There are several level 80 transcenders from the clergy guild stationed there, so I'd like to borrow your revolver of the Godslayer." At this point, Zhang Zhan's tone softened slightly. Lin Feng immediately understood. "The revolver of the Godslayer, you say? Of course, you can borrow it." Zhang Zhan was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Feng to agree so readily. The gold-and-silver revolver of the Godslayer was taken out, but just as he was about to hand it over, Lin Feng suddenly spoke again. "However, General Zhang, I have one request." Zhang Zhan's heart tightened. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to make a demand. "What is it?" Lin Feng smiled and took out a pile of energy-replenishing potions glowing with a faint green light from his storage ring. "Please take these with you. If you encounter danger, they might help you." Zhang Zhan heaved a sigh of relief, the tension in his chest dissipating instantly. He had initially feared that Lin Feng would ask to accompany him, which would have been a heavy burden. After all, his mission was to ensure Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng's importance was unparalleled, and his growth had to be nurtured in a secure environment. Alright, I'll make sure this mission is completed safely. Zhang Zhan accepted the revolver of the Godslayer and the black ultra energy potions as a status panel appeared before his eyes. Weapon, Revolver of the Godslayer. Type, Offensive. Grade, Supreme Epic. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. Health damage, 8 million. Ammo capacity, 4/6. A status panel? Zhang Zhan froze in place. He saw there were 4 bullets remaining, but what truly stunned him was the astronomical health damage of 8 million. In that moment, his mind reeled as if struck by lightning. One alchemical bullet capable of dealing 8 million damage. It was terrifying, even against monstrous beasts. This was a weapon that could rival a level 80 transcender. Even transcenders using orc technology would struggle to withstand such devastating power. A surge of resolve ignited in Zhang Zhan's heart. This time, I must succeed. The world's top-tier powerhouses, those at level 90, were rare and often hidden, serving as their nation's ultimate trump cards. Thank you. With the added strength of this revolver, I'll strike swiftly and decisively. Before his words had fully landed, Zhang Zhan's figure vanished instantly into the night. Lin Feng watched his disappearing silhouette, muttering to himself, level 80 orc transcenders, huh? How many shots can General Zhang fire? And how many enemies can he take down with one shot? If he clears out enough of them, I'll be able to earn a ton of experience points. At that thought, a flicker of excitement rose in Lin Feng's heart. Not long after, a military transport aircraft sped toward the coastline of Huaxia. As the aircraft landed steadily, Zhang Zhan's senses immediately went on high alert. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder. General Zhang, we've been waiting for you, a voice called out. Standing beside Zhang Zhan was Wu Lei, his expression grave. Wu Lei, you leveled up again? Zhang Zhan was slightly taken aback. The man before him, once a familiar comrade, now exuded an entirely different aura. That's right. I've been fighting on the front lines recently and solo cleared a few secret realms, Wu Lei said excitedly. But those Eagle Nation operatives are just too audacious. They've stationed level 80 transcenders at the entrances to the secret realms, making it impossible for us to get in. Zhang Zhan patted his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with determination. You know where the Golden Horned Beast's secret realm is, don't you? The mention of the Golden Horned Beast made Wu Lei freeze. Of course I do. That secret realm is guarded by at least 2 level 80 orc transcenders, along with several level 60 and level 70 transcenders. A confident smirk crept across Zhang Zhan's face. With the revolver of the Godslayer in hand, do you think I can't take them down? Lin Feng made it clear, if one shot isn't enough, then I'll fire 2. If all 4 alchemical bullets were used up, he would simply make more. With this thought, Zhang Zhan was brimming with confidence. Alright, take me to the Golden Horned Beast's secret realm now. I'm going to solo clear it. His words rang out like the beating of war drums, reverberating in the air and heralding the bloodshed to come. Solo clear? Wu Lei was stunned, his face instantly darkening. General Zhang, are you joking? You're up against transcenders who are a full 10 levels above you, you don't stand a chance. Wu Lei's heart tightened as he hurriedly issued a warning. A level 70 plus combatant going up against an opponent at level 80 or higher was practically a death wish. What's more, the enemy also had the enhancement of orc technology, elevating their power to an incredible level. Commander Wu, have you heard the news about the 5 mountains near Jinshan Vocational University disappearing overnight? Zhang Zhan's eyes flashed with determination. He knew that without saying something persuasive, Wu Lei would never let him proceed. Wu Lei frowned slightly, his mind turning to that infamous event. It was said to have been caused by a single revolver. A single shot that leveled 5 mountains. It sounded like a myth. Of course I've heard about it. But what does that have to do with what you're planning to do? Wu Lei asked curiously. Those mountains were destroyed by a revolver loaded with a special chemical agent, Zhang Zhan said in a low, mysterious voice. Once you hold that gun in your hands, you'll understand its secret. With that gun, can I really succeed in crossing over? Zhang Zhan's eyes glimmered with hope. A battered, gold and silver revolver appeared before Wu Lei. Its surface was marred with cracks, evidence of countless battles. Wu Lei wasn't particularly surprised, at least not until he touched the gun. Instantly, a stats panel materialized before his eyes, and his expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. Item, Revolver of the Death God. Type, Offensive Weapon. Grade, Supreme Legend. Speed damage, 0. Defense damage, 0. Mental damage, 0. Health damage, 8 million. Chemical rounds capacity, 4/6. This revolver can deal 8 million damage in a single shot? Wu Lei's heart raced wildly, his disbelief evident. What kind of monster weapon is this? If I got hit by this, there wouldn't even be ashes left. Taking a deep breath, Wu Lei quickly handed the revolver back. But Zhang Zhan merely smiled, nonchalantly stowing the revolver of the death god back into his ring. His tone was confident. "Commander Wu, do you think I'd charge into the secret realm alone without a plan for turning the tables?" Wu Lei could only respond with a helpless smile. Not only could Zhang Zhan turn the tables, but with that gun, he could obliterate those level 80 clerical combatants in a single shot. What shocked Wu Lei even more was that the revolver still had 4 chemical bullets loaded. What's the story behind that gun? How can it possess such terrifying power? Wu Lei's mind was filled with questions. Zhang Zhan gave a faint smile and continued, "Commander Wu, do you notice the peculiar scent this gun emits?" Wu Lei fell into thought, recalling the faint chemical aroma from earlier. Could it be the destruction agent? Exactly. The bullets in this revolver are loaded with destruction agent, the same substance that decimated the Tier 4 beast horde. Zhang Zhan's voice boomed like thunder, shaking Wu Lei to his core. So that's why. No wonder it could destroy 5 mountains with one shot. Wu Lei was stunned, finally understanding the weapon's overwhelming power. But this revolver looks like it can barely withstand the strain of firing even once. Won't the recoil end up injuring the wielder instead? Wu Lei couldn't help but express his concern. Zhang Zhan responded with a mysterious smirk. "Commander Wu, there are many secrets about this revolver, but time is short, so I can't divulge them all now." Wu Lei understood the urgency. This was a rare opportunity. If they could harness the power of the revolver of the death god, future battles would take on an entirely different trajectory. "Please take me to the entrance of the secret realm. I must retrieve the golden horned beasts or materials." Zhang Zhan's eyes burned with unwavering determination, his tone brooking no argument. Wu Lei smiled faintly, thinking to himself, with this revolver, even those level 80 combatants are nothing more than rookies. He knew that eliminating high-level enemies would greatly aid the Huaxia frontline forces. "Let's go!" Wu Lei whistled sharply, and a massive fire dragon descended before him. Flames spewed continuously from its maw, resembling an active volcano. The surrounding area of the secret realm is heavily monitored. Riding my fire dragon will be faster and safer. As time passed, Wu Lei had noticed that, thanks to the feedback energy from the destruction agent, the fire dragon's level had skyrocketed, now reaching level 61. Its speed was as swift as lightning. "Take off!" Zhang Zhan leapt onto the fire dragon's back. At Wu Lei's command, the dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, spread its wings, and soared skyward. It accelerated rapidly, breaking the sound barrier like a missile streaking toward its destination. Within just 5 minutes, they arrived at the secret realm's entrance. The sea had returned to calm, and the seagrass and trees had regrown, as if nature itself were celebrating their arrival. However, at that moment, 2 foreign men cloaked in black and covered in tattoos opened their eyes. Their sharp senses immediately locked onto the fire dragon's silhouette. "Those damned Waxians! They really don't know fear," one of them said coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. "Daring to covet the secret realm of the Divine Guild? They'd better turn back now, or I'll make sure they disappear here for good." At that very moment, a shadowy figure descended from the sky. Zhang Zhan landed with a face full of defiance, a sneer curling his lips as he mocked. "Do you really think you have what it takes to kill me?" The 2 advanced class professionals exchanged glances before smirking sarcastically. They both raised their level plaques. One was an 80-level blood shadow warrior, and the other, an 81-level boxer. "Weaklings from Huaxia, you dare act arrogant with such meager levels before us? Die!" the blood shadow warrior roared, his body transforming into a mist of blood as he charged forward like a crimson storm. But just as their eyes were fixated on Zhang Zhan, his hand flashed, revealing a menacing weapon, a revolver known as the Reaper's handgun. In that instant, the atmosphere froze, as if even time had been gripped by an unrelenting stillness. "I hope your health bars can handle 8 million damage." Zhang Zhan's cold voice filled the air, the barrel of his revolver aimed straight at his 2 adversaries. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and the arrogance on their faces quickly turned into fear, their expressions frozen in a moment of sheer panic. "A revolver? This pressure, it's terrifying. I can't move," one of them exclaimed in shock. In that moment, a crisp click echoed as Zhang Zhan pulled the trigger. "This is the power of destruction," he thought to himself. The energy of the Reaper's handgun surged through him, an overwhelming force that seemed to make the entire world tremble. Beast transformation, the 2 enemies roared in defiance, pulling out purple potions from their storage rings. They swiftly injected the vials into their shoulders. Their bodies began to twist and tear, their clothes shredded into tatters as their muscles expanded grotesquely. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2 ferocious werewolves, their blood-red eyes radiating unbridled killing intent, with sharp steel-like claws glinting ominously. Huaxia human, we refuse to believe your attacks can penetrate our defenses, one of the werewolves howled arrogantly, but Zhang Zhan's revolver had already been charged. The destructive force burst forth like a tidal wave, ripping through the earth. Deep cracks, several meters wide, spread across the ground as if the very world was cheering for his power. The two werewolves were caught in the devastating energy, their bodies disintegrating into ash amidst their agonized screams. The unrelenting force of destruction annihilated everything around them, reducing the small island to rubble as though it had been nothing more than paper. High above, Wu Lei sat astride a fire dragon, watching the scene unfold with utter disbelief. His heart pounded as he stared at the carnage below. This is the fate of level 80 advanced class professionals? That shot was absolutely horrifying. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan remained standing, his expression calm despite the immense power he had just unleashed. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He holstered the Reaper's handgun into his storage ring and turned his gaze toward the utterly ruined island. Next, let's see if the level 70 Golden Hornbeast boss can withstand a single shot from me. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he charged into the entrance of the now destroyed secret realm. Ding! Congratulations on entering an unknown secret realm. Loading internal data. Please remain vigilant, as danger lurks around every corner. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was in his dormitory, deeply engrossed in studying his system interface. He opened the panel, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Host, Lin Feng. Class, Alchemist. Level, 18, 0/88000. Intermediate. Health, 1800/1800. Speed, 2019. Strength, 2068. Defense, 2099. Spirit, 2339. Talent, Spirit of the Apothecary, SSS+. Skills, Phantom Ring, Divine Power Surge, Seamstress of Life. Unlocked recipes, 1. Reaper's Doom, Destruction Potion, 2. Human Gene Enhancement, Super Gene Potion, 3. Descent of the Healing God, Super Healing Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Tool Blueprints, 1. Reaper's Handgun, Offensive. Alchemist Tools, 1. Reaper's Handgun, 3/6, note, 18.36% wear and tear. 2. Apothecary's Furnace, not yet crafted. Tool-linked skills, 1. Recoil Immunity, Offensive, Active, 2. Masterful Operation, Supportive, Inactive. I have to grow stronger if I want to catch up to Zhang Zhan. Lin Feng thought to himself, his determination burning brighter than ever. Experience points, 100,001. Lin Feng's eyes widened, his heart racing. An update appeared on his system interface. The wear and tear of the Reaper's handgun had increased, and one alchemical bullet had been expended. This means General Zhang Zhan just fired a shot. Lin Feng's thoughts reeled as he felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. His experience points had skyrocketed to 100,000. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng allowed a smile to creep across his face. That shot couldn't have come at a better time. With the potions he had crafted earlier, he had accumulated even more experience. Now, it was time to act. System, invest all experience points into a level upgrade. Without hesitation, Lin Feng made his decision. Ding! Congratulations! Your class level has increased to 19. A surge of immense energy coursed through his entire body in an instant. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out an exhilarated roar. So this is what leveling up feels like? It's incredible. System, open the panel. I need to see this. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 19, 0/108000. Intermediate, 4th super formula unlocks at level 20. HP, 1900 of 1900. Speed, 2319. Strength, 2368. Defense, 2399. Spirit, 2739. Talent, Spirit of the Alchemy God, SSS+. Skills, Ring of Distraction, Divine Power Burst, Holy Stitching Hand. Unlocked formulas. 1. Reaper of Destruction, Destruction Potion. 2. Human Gene Enhancement Potion, Super Enhancement Potion. 3. Descent of the Healing God, Super Recovery Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Equipment Blueprints. 1. Revolver of the Killing God, Offensive. Alchemy Equipment. 1. Revolver of the Killing God, 3/6, note, 18.36% worn. 2. Furnace of the Alchemy God, not yet crafted. Equipment Additional Skills. 1. Rebound without harm, Offensive, applied. 2. Hands of Precision, Supportive, not applied. Experience points, 12001. Awesome! Just one more level. Once the second batch of Human Gene Enhancement Potions is used, I'll have enough experience points to unlock the 4th super formula. Lin Feng's heart blazed with excitement. What could that 4th formula possibly be? As he brimmed with anticipation, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding! Due to the host's rapid leveling speed, a system mission has been triggered. Ding! New mission released. Baby is hungry again? Rapid growth truly can't happen without the help of milk. Your appetite has grown to drink more. Mission, consume 1000 milliliters of breast milk. Mission reward, 1 chance to draw a professional skill entry. Bonus reward, 1 chance to draw an offensive equipment additional skill entry. Lin Feng froze. What kind of ridiculous mission is this? A mission triggered? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected to receive not 1 but 2 chances at a draw. The first reward, a professional skill entry, was well within his expectations. But the second reward, an offensive equipment additional skill, caught him off guard and filled him with excitement. What could these additional skills be, he wondered to himself, though he had no time to dwell on it. Better to finish the mission first. Lin Feng decided firmly. Breast milk. That must mean cow or goat milk, right? But I'll need some help from the counselor. He thought about it, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. But for the sake of leveling up, pride was the least of his concerns. Quickly, he pulled out his phone, found the contact Zhou Yao, and typed out a clear and concise message, adding a urgent tag at the end for good measure. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao sat in the counselor's office. Her phone buzzed, and she glanced at the message, her brows furrowing slightly. Cow and goat milk? Didn't he say he didn't need it a few days ago? Now he wants it again. Men are so fickle. Shaking her head, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and promptly set off to buy it for Lin Feng. In a new secret realm, Zhang Zhan moved like a ghost, swift and lethal, surrounded by the aura of death. His dagger flashed, and vicious beasts fell without question. I'm almost out of energy. Time to take a potion. Zhang Zhan panted heavily, his HP bar down to less than 10%. Without hesitation, he grabbed a small vial of energy-restoring potion that Lin Feng had given him and drank it down. Boom! A surge of intense vitality flooded his body, like a roaring flame igniting within him, instantly restoring his strength. This feels amazing. He wiped his mouth, his body once again turning into a blur as he charged straight toward the boss, the golden-horned beast. But as he stepped into the next stage, he suddenly halted. A figure stood before him, his back facing Zhang Zhan. Clad in a white combat suit, a pair of boxing gloves hung on his back, and his entire body radiated purple flames. A man from Huaxia? Interesting. The figure sneered coldly. I didn't expect you to make it into this secret realm. Those gatekeepers must be complete fools. Level 83. A pugilist. Zhang Zhan's heart tightened. He recognized the figure before him, Justin Biro, a pugilist ranked in the top 10 of the Divine Guild. Zhang Zhan? Perfect timing. The #1 shadow assassin of Huaxia. What a coincidence. Justin grinned wickedly, clenching his fists as purple flames surged higher, shaking the very ground beneath them. Don't block my way. Zhang Zhan's surprise was fleeting. Without slowing his pace, he pushed forward, heading straight for the boss. However, Justin's level suppression was like an overwhelming avalanche, instantly slowing Zhang Zhan's movements. His health bar plummeted rapidly, and just as he was about to falter, Zhang Zhan downed an energy potion in one swift motion. The health bar surged from a mere 10% to a full 100% in an instant, as though he had been resurrected. A black shadow erupted from his body, forcibly tearing apart the constraints that bound him. Recovering so quickly? What kind of potion did you just take? Justin was utterly shocked, but what concerned him even more was Zhang Zhan's sudden rise in level. Only a level 69 player, and now you're suddenly level 77? What the hell kind of speed is that? He roared furiously, launching a violet fist that sought to expand the area of suppression. Once again, Zhang Zhan's speed was reduced, and the encroaching violet flames caused him intense pain. Those damned clerics from the Divine Guild are such a nuisance. Zhang Zhan bellowed, quickly gulping down another vial of potion. His health bar remained at its peak, and his speed gradually began to recover. Get out of my way. His sole focus was on obtaining the rare material from the golden-horned beast. Time was of the essence, he couldn't afford to stop. Do you think being a 5-star general from Huaxia means you can act all high and mighty in front of me? In our trap, there's no escape for you. Wasp Queen, take him down. In an instant, a yellow figure dashed into view. Antennae atop her head twitched slightly, her yellow and white eyes emanating a cold, piercing light. Her slender limbs looked as sharp as blades. Golden Seal. With a shout, the ground beneath her feet cracked apart. Golden energy crisscrossed like lightning, constructing an invisible ceiling space, trapping Zhang Zhan right in its center. Level 80. The Wasp Queen. Zhang Zhan's heart sank as he realized he was completely immobilized. The youngest 5-star general of Huaxia, is it? The Wasp Queen sneered, a mocking smile curling her lips. I heard you're only level 69. How did you suddenly jump to level 77? Did you overdose on potions? As she smirked, Zhang Zhan's body remained tightly bound by the seal. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. His health bar began to drop visibly, plummeting to a mere 9% in the blink of an eye. Stop struggling. I'll make sure your death is quick and painless, Justin roared with laughter as he charged toward Zhang Zhan. I really didn't want to use the ultimate replenishment potion Lin Feng gave me, but you've left me no choice. Zhang Zhan sighed deeply. With a flick of his wrist, his storage ring shimmered, producing a jet-black pill. Go ahead, take whatever potion you like, it won't save you. Your death is inevitable today. Justin and the Wasp Queen's brows furrowed as they simultaneously unleashed their skills, lunging at Zhang Zhan. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Zhang Zhan's body. He raised his head abruptly, feeling a fiery heat coursing through him. His cells seemed to ignite, his blood raging like a storm, and his nostrils flared, expelling a vivid red mist. His mental strength expanded tenfold in an instant, as though it were being torn apart. His eyes gleamed with a deep black light, and for a moment, it felt as though he had unlocked the full potential of his body. Possession of the strong, he roared internally, slamming his palm down as an immense surge of blood energy burst forth from his body. The vortex of potion energy caused a spatial distortion in the secret realm, pouring into him. Whoosh! Zhang Zhan's figure shot forward like a supersonic missile. His hands clamped firmly around Justin and the Wasp Queen's necks, lifting them off the ground like mere puppets. With a powerful swing, he hurled them like kites caught in a storm, sending them crashing into the dungeon's barrier walls. The deafening impact shattered the barrier, leaving gaping holes in its structure. This battle was far from over. Those who block me die. Zhang Zhan resembled a raging beast engulfed in flames, his entire being radiating an overwhelming thirst for battle. The two level 80 warriors, a fighter and a mage, had no time to react before being struck by his fists, sending them spiraling into chaos, blood spraying from their mouths. The energy coursing through Zhang Zhan's veins surged like a torrential flood, his blood boiling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Every movement carried the force to crush beasts 10 levels above his own. You're too weak. Boom! Once again, the duo was sent flying. Their health bars and defenses dwindled rapidly, leaving them utterly defenseless. Before Zhang Zhan's eyes, a glowing information panel appeared. Character, Zhang Zhan. Class, Shadow Assassin. Level, 77. Health, 22,620/22,620, plus 497,640. Speed, 36,012, plus 792,264. Strength, 12,062, plus 265,364. Defense, 8,059, plus 171,298. Mental power, 3,339, plus 73,458. Talent, Shadow Soul, SS. Skills, Precision Assassination, Shadow Vanish, Phantom Blade. Experience points, 3,133. When he saw an additional value of nearly 500,000 appear on his health bar, he was utterly stunned. What kind of concept was this? He was now stronger than any level 80 tank warrior. Though Lin Feng had previously mentioned that this supplement could enhance various stats, he hadn't expected it to be a 12-fold increase. He felt a surge of relief for having seen this pill used on Zhou Yao earlier. Now that he was experiencing it firsthand, the excitement was overwhelming. Zhang Zhan quickly regained his composure. The effects of the potion were limited, lasting only about a minute. He stepped forward, and in an instant, he appeared several hundred meters away. Justin Biro and Wasp Girl, already coughing up blood from his earlier attack, stared at the approaching figure in sheer disbelief and terror. What's going on? Are you telling me that just one black pill could make him this powerful? Run! He must have taken some kind of special drug, but enhancements like that always come with a cost. The two scrambled toward the boss checkpoint, but just then, a streak of blue light shot out like lightning from behind Zhang Zhan. A chill ran down their necks. The next second, the gleam of a blade was visible, and with a clean sweep of the dagger, their bodies crumpled to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Zhan collected their storage rings and strode directly into the final boss checkpoint. Before him lay a vast virtual space. A massive golden-horned beast loomed atop the mountainside, its sharp horn glowing with golden runes. It opened its eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tidal wave. With an earth-shaking roar, golden energy surged toward Zhang Zhan like a bulldozer. From the moment he had consumed the super supplement, Zhang Zhan had been meticulously tracking time. 20 seconds had passed since he killed the two, leaving him 40 seconds to slay the golden-horned beast and escape the secret realm. Kill! With a low growl, Zhang Zhan's figure vanished in an instant. Phantom Dagger, Precision Assassination. Two skills were unleashed simultaneously, their devastating power raining down like a storm. The golden horned beast's health bar began to plummet rapidly. Minus 50,000, minus 50,000, minus 50,000. A precise strike pierced straight into the beast's heart. Minus 1 million. The tenfold assassination bonus erupted, golden light flashing as the boss collapsed with a deafening crash, leaving behind a trove of materials scattered across the ground. Golden Horn Beast Gold 100, Golden Horn Beast Meat 10, Golden Horn Beast Horn 1. Zhang Zhan quickly swept the glowing materials into his storage ring and dashed toward the exit. However, just as he reached the threshold, the potion's effects wore off, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. His figure staggered slightly as he stepped out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the realm, Wu Lei was frantically maneuvering his fire dragon, spewing flames at the advancing transferees below. The dragon's body was already covered in wounds. Why isn't General Zhang out yet? I can't hold on much longer. The fire dragon let out a pitiful scream as it took another heavy hit. Suddenly, a figure burst out of the collapsing secret realm, weary yet exuding an indomitable aura. Zhang Zhan cast a cold glance at the mass of transferees before him. Their strength wasn't insignificant, but none exceeded level 50. He knew that the gunshot earlier had attracted this group of scavengers. General Zhang, get on the fire dragon. Wu Lei, atop the dragon, dove toward him. But before he could reach Zhang Zhan, a formation suddenly materialized. A robed formation master let out a sinister laugh. You dared to trespass here? Don't think you can leave so easily. Undead army, attack. At his command, several necromancers waved their hands, and the stench of decay filled the air as undead creatures clawed their way out of the ground. Their glowing eyes locked onto Zhang Zhan, surrounding him in an instant. Damn it! Wu Lei, outside the formation, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Standing at the exit of the secret realm, Zhang Zhan took a deep breath. He pulled out the revolver of destruction from his storage ring and said coldly, "If you're so intent on dying, I'll grant your wish." The next second, he decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! A thunderous blast erupted, and a wave of annihilation shot forth from the gun's muzzle. The formation master's sinister laugh froze mid-air, his face contorting in horror as if he'd seen a ghost. The surrounding transferees vanished into thin air, while the seemingly impenetrable formation shattered like paper. Ha, just one shot. Zhang Zhan smirked, indifferent to the destruction he had caused. This gun had been approved by Lin Feng himself. Since it was to be used against opposition forces, there was no need to show mercy. Witnessing the scene from above, Wu Lei was trembling violently. The fire dragon dove toward Zhang Zhan at top speed, but suddenly, a fragrant medicinal scent filled the air. Boom! The fire dragon and Wu Lei's levels skyrocketed, surging by 2 levels in the blink of an eye. Holy crap! Is this the power of the destruction potion? I've never leveled up this fast, not even soloing secret realms. And this guy just shot once, and I gained 2 levels. Suppressing his astonishment, Wu Lei quickly carried Zhang Zhan toward the coastline of Huaxia. Zhang Zhan sat atop the fiery dragon, swiftly consuming a restorative potion. Within seconds, he had returned to peak condition. Gazing at the coastline that was becoming increasingly distinct, he spoke calmly, "Wu Lei, I know your dragon can traverse dimensions. Time is of the essence, get me to Master Zhao's research center immediately." Before his words had fully dissipated, Wu Lei activated his skill. The fire dragon, like a bolt of lightning, vanished into the void. In the laboratory of Jinshan Vocational University's campus, Lin Feng took a deep breath, his heart racing with excitement. Everything is ready. All that's left is to wait for the divine apothecary furnace. His lips curled into a faint smile, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. With the divine apothecary furnace, my speed and quality in crafting will skyrocket. He couldn't help but envision the glorious moment, and instinctively opened his system interface. Only 2 potion bullets left? Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking to himself, looks like General Zhang Zhan has already used them. Meanwhile, his experience points had surged to an astonishing 65,000. This meant his recent second shot had earned him over 40,000 experience points. So close. Unlocking the 4th supreme formula is just around the corner. He was elated, immediately pulling out his phone to send a message to Zhang Zhan, eager to learn about his progress. At that moment, in Kyoto's research center, the fiery dragon's dramatic descent from the sky sent a shiver down Quan Zilong's spine. However, he quickly composed himself, standing firmly at the entrance. "General Zhang, Commander Wu, Master Xiao has been expecting you." Quan Zilong's voice was steady, though his eyes held a trace of reverence. As the dragon landed, the surrounding guards tensed up, their gazes sharp and alert. "Your Master Zhao's assistant, Quan Zilong?" Zhang Zhan glanced at him coldly. Yes, that's me. Quan Zilong straightened his back, though he couldn't help but feel the oppressive aura emanating from Zhang Zhan. Good. When you enter the Talent Development Academy of Huaxia Kyoto University, you might encounter even more brilliant talents. Zhang Zhan made a passing remark, then turned and strode toward the research center, leaving Quan Zilong momentarily stunned. Even more brilliant talents? Quan Zilong mused to himself, but quickly followed, leading Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei into the research center. Under Quan Zilong's guidance, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei soon arrived at Shaolin's research office. At this moment, Shaolin was fully geared, his face weary, standing before a massive furnace. The furnace was equipped with various intricate mechanisms, designed to handle a wide range of pharmaceutical processes. Unfortunately, we're missing beast gold from the golden-horned beast, Shaolin sighed, a flicker of longing in his eyes. The potent vitality of beast gold could withstand immense forging pressure, and as the royal family of metal attribute beasts, the golden-horned beast's materials were incredibly rare. Master Shao, I'm here as promised, with the beast gold material ready. Zhang Zhan retrieved the beast gold from his storage ring and casually tossed it to the ground with a heavy thud. Shaolin's eyes immediately lit up, his hands trembling with excitement. This is a blacksmith's dream material. General Zhang, I didn't expect you to actually find it. Without wasting another word, he gripped the beast gold tightly, and a soul hammer appeared in his hand. With a powerful strike, the seemingly indestructible beast gold softened like clay. Sparks flew as the hammer fell, and the entire room was filled with the intense atmosphere of forging. 2 hours later, Shaolin let out a burst of raucous laughter. Excellent! The toughest beast gold material, perfect for crafting high-flexibility equipment. With the forging complete, he immediately activated his latest skill, commencing the final creation of the divine apothecary furnace. Outside, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei waited, their hearts pounding with tension. Time passed, and the deep night gave way to the first light of dawn. After 2 full days and nights of relentless forging, Shaolin suddenly let out a thunderous cheer. It's done! It's done! This is undoubtedly one of my greatest works. He took a deep breath and activated his Omni-Spirit testing skill. The divine apothecary furnace was instantly enveloped in a surreal space, expanding rapidly until it loomed like a towering mountain. Around it, lakes and flames materialized, and suppressed beasts roared from the shadows. Just then, a violent suction burst from within the furnace, like a ravenous beast opening its maw to devour everything in its vicinity. The surrounding void seemed to be consumed by an invisible force. The terrifying suction made Shaolin tremble. In that instant, flames surged like a storm, engulfing everything. Even ferocious beasts over level 80 could only let out pitiful roars, struggling in vain against the inevitable. Boom! A ferocious beast was instantly reduced to ashes, transforming into brilliant red pills that shimmered like stars falling to the mortal world. Shaolin froze, his gaze locking onto the glimmering red pills. An uncontrollable wave of joy surged through his heart. Without hesitation, he picked up one of the red pills and swallowed it. In an instant, his entire body quaked as if struck by thunder, and it felt as though heaven and earth were cheering for him. Look, the alchemist's furnace is shrinking. His eyes were fixed on the object in his hands, a mysterious and powerful artifact, like the divine furnace of ancient Chinese deities. This is my most satisfying creation yet. His heart burned with fervor, his eyes gleaming with desire as he excitedly inspected the alchemist's furnace. His gaze locked onto 2 characters etched on its surface: Supreme Grade. Is this my first ever Supreme Grade artifact? He could hardly believe it, tears streaming down his face as he burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating like a great bell. Stepping out of the forging chamber, he immediately saw Zhang Zhan, who had been anxiously waiting. Wu Lei, standing beside Zhang, was also staring intently at the furnace in his hands, his eyes brimming with anticipation. General Zhang Zhan, mission accomplished. I've done it, he declared confidently, holding the alchemist's furnace with a radiant energy. Zhang Zhan took the furnace, observing it carefully. Though not an alchemist himself and lacking expertise in such tools, he couldn't help but be awestruck by its exquisite craftsmanship and commanding aura. This time, it's truly thanks to Master Shaolin. With this alchemist's furnace, Huaxia's pharmaceutical industry will enter a new era of breakthroughs. Zhang Zhan's voice was filled with respect. Shaolin smiled with satisfaction, his hearty laughter echoing through the air. There's no need for such praise. Everything I have was given to me by the nation. As long as the country needs me, I will always be at the forefront. His words were filled with unyielding patriotism, but suddenly, he furrowed his brow and asked with some hesitation, General Zhang, I have a bold question. May I ask for your insight? Zhang Zhan smiled and nodded. Master Shao, feel free to ask. This alchemist's furnace bears a striking resemblance to the blueprint of a revolver-style alchemy weapon I once crafted. Both are tools used by alchemists, and both were among my finer works. Xiao Lin spoke candidly. I want to know, General Zhang, have you heard anything about the alchemical revolver? And for which alchemist is this alchemist's furnace intended? His tone was eager, his heart secretly filled with anticipation. Zhang Zhan froze, a flicker of shock flashing across his face as if he'd realized something. The alchemical revolver. Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up with surprise as he gripped a battered, silver-angled revolver tightly in his hand. Is this the gun you meant, Master Xiao? His voice carried a note of expectation. Xiao Lin and Quan Zilong's hearts raced, the shock on their faces almost palpable. That gun, it's in your possession. Xiao Lin struggled to restrain his emotions, though his voice quivered slightly. You're saying you made this gun? Zhang Zhan asked slowly. Yes, I heard this gun was commissioned online, Xiao Lin replied, his tone firm. Beside him, Quan Zilong chuckled wryly. General Zhang, this guy's luck is unbelievable. Indeed, the craftsmanship of this gun could only come from a genius like Master Xiao. Zhang Zhan sighed, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. This revolver helped me obtain beast metal from the golden-horned beast. Without it, I would have been powerless. Xiao Lin and Quan Zilong exchanged bewildered glances, confusion swirling in their minds. General Zhang Zhan, may I ask, this alchemist, is he the SSS plus rank alchemist secretly wanted by the Eagle Nation? That's correct, though his identity remains classified. You'll meet him soon in the capital, Zhang Zhan replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. I need to deliver this alchemist's furnace to you right away. I'll take my leave. With that, he hurried off, leaving Xiao Lin and Quan Zilong standing there, their hearts pounding with excitement. Not long after, Lin Feng was already prepared in the alchemy chamber. He had neatly arranged his ingredients, waiting for the alchemist's furnace to come to life. Ding! Congratulations, host. The skilled divine power surge has been fully unlocked and is now ready for use. It's finally here. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resolve as he braced himself for the challenge ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of footsteps drew closer, and soon Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei appeared. Wu Lei, you're so nervous. What, are you meeting a legendary alchemist? Zhang Zhan teased. Of course. This is my first time meeting the fabled alchemist in person. Wu Lei replied, his voice trembling with a mix of excitement and nerves. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped out. Dressed in a pristine white alchemist's uniform, he cut a tall, striking figure, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary charisma. This is the creator of the destruction elixir, Lin Feng. Zhang Zhan introduced him proudly. Wu Lei froze in disbelief. The creator of the super elixir is a college student? And so young? Lin Feng smiled faintly, extending his hand. Commander Wu, it's an honor to meet you. Please guide me in the days to come. You're truly a young prodigy. I didn't expect you to be this outstanding. Wu Lei shook Lin Feng's hand, unable to hide the shock in his heart. General Zhang, my alchemist's furnace. Lin Feng began, but before he could finish, Zhang Zhan handed him a small, fist-sized furnace. This is the divine alchemy furnace crafted for you by Master Xiao Lin. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed, a warmth spreading through his palm as a vivid interface surfaced in his mind. In that moment, the glory of the future seemed almost within reach. Instrument, divine alchemy furnace. Type, auxiliary. Grade, supreme. Capable of completing processes, ingredient preparation, sieving, mixing, granulation, drying, pelletizing. Flame capacity, none. Maximum space, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1 to 500,000. Additional attributes, none. Current potion, none. Pharmaceutical progress, none. Manufacturing not yet started. A supreme-grade divine alchemy furnace. Lin Feng's heart trembled, his eyes alight with fervent excitement. This is no ordinary instrument. It's crafted from top-tier materials combined with Master Xiao Lin's unparalleled craftsmanship, simply invincible. His heart burned with anticipation, countless possibilities racing through his mind. I'll imbue it with a skill right now. System, add the auxiliary profession gear skilled godly manipulator. Lin Feng's voice rang out with resolve. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully adding the auxiliary profession gear attribute, godly manipulator. Ding! Attribute successfully added. Lin Feng gazed at the interface, his emotions surging as a bright smile spread across his face. Perfect. There's no time to lose, I'll begin immediately. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door to the pharmaceutical lab and strode in with determination. Meanwhile, outside the door, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei were anxiously watching. Zhang Zhan's heartbeat quickened, his spirits high. This time, there will definitely be astounding results. Inside the lab, Lin Feng swiftly arranged rows of mental replenishment potions neatly on the table before activating the Divine Alchemy Furnace. Under his control, the Divine Alchemy Furnace responded as if answering its master's call. In an instant, it expanded into a massive four-legged cauldron, landing with a thunderous boom that reverberated through the room. The cauldron measured a square meter in width and stood 2 meters tall, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that filled the entire lab. Lin Feng knew this pharmaceutical lab belonged to Dean Li Enian, specifically designed for crafting hazardous potions. The walls were reinforced with specialized materials, capable of containing even the most potent concoctions. Outside, Zhang Zheng patrolled the area, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he scrutinized the arrays and runes above. He silently mused, "This place is impenetrable. Not even the most extraordinary potions could breach these defenses." At the same time, the silhouettes of 4 top-tier formation masters and rune specialists flashed through his mind. They were here to safeguard the integrity of the lab, ensuring that no anomalies could occur. "Lin Feng, give it your all. This time, you're destined to create a miracle." Zhang Zhan silently cheered, his heart brimming with anticipation for the extraordinary moment to come. Inside, Lin Feng stood before the alchemy furnace, his eyes blazing with determination. His heart surged as he peered inside the furnace, only to be stunned by what he saw: a seemingly infinite space of 500 square meters. This wasn't just an alchemy furnace, it was the Divine Alchemy Furnace, brimming with limitless potential. "Let's begin." Lin Feng's excitement boiled over as he swiftly tossed the ingredients into the furnace. His movements were as fluid as the wind, and flames erupted within the furnace. Scarlet fires roared to life, dancing with vitality, instantly melting the ingredients into a seething pool of medicinal liquid. "Now, let's test out the new skill." He took a deep breath and activated all his professional skills in an instant. Halos of talent illuminated him, and his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. His perception heightened to its peak, and the world seemed to fall under his control. Exhilarating, he roared inwardly, feeling as though he had stepped into the realm of the alchemy god. His hands became ethereal, manipulating the ingredients with divine precision, as if he were a deity wielding control over life itself. Inside the furnace, the potion churned and surged like rolling waves, blending seamlessly under his intent. "Display the Divine Alchemy Furnace interface," he commanded, and the interface emerged, its information flickering before him. Instrument: Divine Alchemy Furnace. Type: Auxiliary. Grade: Supreme. Capable of completing processes: ingredient preparation, sieving, mixing, granulation, drying, pelletizing. Flame capacity: Red Lotus Flame, Advanced. Maximum space: 500 square meters. Scalable ratio: 1 to 500,000. Additional attributes: Godly Manipulator, Auxiliary, Active. Current potion: Enhanced Holy Hand, Human Genetic Enhancement Potion. Pharmaceutical progress: 15%. Already at 15%? Lin Feng's heart trembled, though his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. As expected, producing this batch of enhancement potions is incredibly demanding. With a wave of his hand, rows of 500 milliliter potion bottles appeared on the table, each emitting an enticing fragrance that seemed to beckon him. Outside the lab, Zhang Zhan felt a subtle tremor, a flicker of awe flashing through his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. Wu Lei, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed, as though he had just witnessed a miracle. Lin Feng, without hesitation, grabbed a vial of potion and downed it in one gulp. Then, he picked up another and did the same. Instantly, the entire alchemy chamber was filled with a rich, potent aroma, as if the scent was about to overwhelm the entire space. Within his body, the power of the potion erupted like an explosion. Spiritual energy surged to the top of his head, colliding violently with the surrounding arrays. "What the hell is going on?" Wu Lei exclaimed in shock, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the alchemy building, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue mage's robe furrowed his brows tightly. "What exactly did General Zhang Zhan call us here for?" An elderly man with a white beard standing beside him shook his head. "I don't understand either. Why set up such a high-level array in a university? Is something terrifying about to emerge from this place? Do you smell that?" The middle-aged man suddenly stiffened, taking a deep breath. The pervasive aroma filled his lungs, and his mind felt as clear as a thunderclap. "This is the scent of a supreme-grade potion. Zheng Han, did you catch that? The potency of this scent, it's extraordinary." The two men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with both doubt and anticipation. The elderly man's gaze sharpened like a hawk's, locking firmly onto the direction from which the scent emanated. "This is no ordinary location," the elderly man said in a low, steady voice. "General Zhang Zhan specifically gave us strict instructions." "Wang Feng, do you think a high-level alchemist brewing such a terrifying potion could cause a massive catastrophe?" The blue-robed man's brows knitted tighter, suspicion and unease evident in his tone. Before his words had fully landed, a vortex suddenly appeared at the top of the alchemy building, tearing apart the stillness of the sky. As the vortex expanded, ferocious beasts began clawing their way out, roaring furiously into the heavens with deafening cries. What is that? Spirit manifestations of the ingredients? What kind of madness is this alchemist up to? Their faces turned pale in an instant. Wang Feng, quickly, notify the array masters and rune masters below. Activate the seals and reinforce their strength. Zheng Han barked out commands urgently, his heart racing with both awe and anxiety. He knew they could hold out for a few minutes, but the situation unfolding before him filled him with immense pressure, cold sweat dripping down his face. What's this alchemist doing? Why hasn't he stopped yet? Zheng Han took a deep breath, hastily conjuring an array flag in his hand and hurling it upward. In that moment, the previously intact array seal was struck with such force that faint cracks began to appear. My ninefold sealing array, it can withstand even a level 70 advanced class professional, yet it's being breached by the phenomenon caused by this alchemist? Zheng Han's eyes flashed with disbelief, though deep down, he knew retreat was not an option. Wang Feng, drenched in sweat, frantically waved the runes in his hand, desperately trying to strengthen the seal. However, the newly reinforced array was once again cracked under the relentless assault of the beasts. Why is the rate of attack accelerating? Wang Feng's heart tightened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Above the alchemy building, spiritual energy swirled like a raging storm, enveloping the entire array. It was as though razor-sharp blades were ceaselessly slicing through the defenses. The two men exchanged looks, a foreboding sense of disaster welling up in their hearts, as if they were on the brink of an unprecedented calamity. Inside the alchemy chamber, Lin Feng resembled a mad alchemist, completely immersed in the flames of his divine alchemical furnace. He worked with a maniacal fervor, the light from the fire dancing wildly as he gulped down potion after potion like water, showing no hesitation. His skills and talent-based auras flickered incessantly, their glow dimming and brightening as if they were devouring his mental energy. Outside, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei watched in stunned silence, their hearts filled with shock. The dimming of an alchemist's aura signified that his spiritual energy was being drained at an alarming rate, akin to a mage running out of mana. This guy is drinking potions again. Zhang Zhan shook his head, seemingly accustomed to Lin Feng's crazed methods. Wu Lei, on the other hand, stood frozen, his mouth agape as though he had seen a ghost. He kept swallowing nervously, the aroma of the potions making his heart race uncontrollably. The sheer level of these potions, the immense power they contained, was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Time flew by, and night fell. Lin Feng had finished every potion in front of him. Wu Lei watched as he retrieved over 100 more vials from his storage ring, placing them on the table before resuming his relentless drinking spree. What kind of potion is this, to require such an insane amount of consumption? Wu Lei's mind was a whirlwind of questions, his eyes wide with astonishment. General Zhang, does Lin Feng always drink potions like this when he's crafting? Wu Lei turned to ask, his face full of incredulity. Zhang Zhan gave a wry smile and replied softly, it's not usually this extreme. It seems this time, the potion's demands are unusually high. Unusually high? Can you elaborate? What exactly is Lin Feng crafting? Wu Lei's heart tightened. Could it be something even more terrifying than a potion of destruction? Zhang Zhan shook his head, his expression heavy. It's not a potion of destruction. This potion, it will benefit every single citizen of Huaxia. It's an unimaginable potion of empowerment. Lei Wu's heart trembled, and he fell into deep thought. Enhancement potion, wasn't this the very project that Huaxia had attempted 3 times years ago but failed each time? It was a challenge that nations worldwide had also explored, only to meet with no success. Could it be? His heart began pounding violently. As they discussed, a crackling noise suddenly came from the pharmaceutical lab. Lin Feng swiftly replenished his spiritual energy, then abruptly stopped his movements. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It's finally about to be completed, he said. With a single command, the professional equipment panel of the pharmaceutical furnace of the medicine god appeared before his eyes. Equipment, pharmaceutical furnace of the medicine god. Type, auxiliary. Grade, exalted. Capable of completing processes, ingredient preparation, sieving, mixing, granulation, drying, regranulation. Flame capacity, crimson lotus fire, advanced. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalability ratio, 1 to 500,000. Additional attributes, divine manipulation, assistance, active. Potion creation, hand of enhancement, human gene enhancement potion. Progress, 99.999%. The moment Lin Feng finished reading the panel, the pharmaceutical furnace began to extinguish its flames. Immediately, the system's notification sound echoed. Congratulations, host, on using the pharmaceutical furnace of the medicine god to successfully complete the creation of the potion. It's done, Lin Feng murmured calmly. There was no panic in his heart after all, tasks always had deadlines. At most, it was just a matter of squeezing every last benefit out of the process. Open. At his command, an indescribable medicinal fragrance instantly filled the room. At that moment, a massive rift tore through the sky above the pharmaceutical building. The sudden phenomenon startled Lin Feng, and outside, both Zhang Zhan and Lei Wu froze in place as well. Inside the potion lab, which was shielded by a formation array, 4 formation masters and rune specialists trembled uncontrollably as they sensed an overwhelming surge of energy. What kind of potion is this? Just one breath of this, and I feel strength coursing through my entire body, Zheng Han exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Quick, Wang Feng, breathe it in. This energy is insane. Wang Feng took a deep breath, greedily absorbing the energy in the air. At the same time, a celestial phenomenon rapidly began to coalesce above the pharmaceutical building. The originally swirling vortex spun wildly, and a massive, plant-like figure emerged. Following it was a wolf-shaped ferocious beast, covered in sharp spikes, which lunged directly at the formation with terrifying force. Seeing this, Zheng Han's face turned pale, and his heart filled with dread. This is the flare wolf, a royal member of the wolf species. Using such a precious material to make a potion, just how terrifying must this potion be? Wang Feng, feeling the tremors, couldn't help but groan, his face ashen. The spectral image of the flare wolf reappeared, rising skyward. Its colossal form was like a towering mountain, relentlessly pressing against the formation. Already riddled with cracks, the formation now threatened to shatter completely. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. The shadow of a spatial rift beast materialized, charging forward like a relentless storm. The impact caused 2 of the formation masters and rune specialists to cough up blood, their faces pale with terror. This is the spatial rift beast from Huaxia's #1 relic. It's trying to break free. Their voices trembled, faces filled with disbelief. Each spectral figure reached hundreds of meters in height, and the continuous outpouring of medicinal energy was nearly tearing the formation apart. Boom! A stronger surge of medicinal power exploded, causing the spectral figures to expand tenfold in an instant, as if the heavens and earth themselves were collapsing. The 4 individuals maintaining the ceiling formation were paralyzed with fear at the sudden celestial anomaly. Even level 70 advanced professionals couldn't withstand the backlash, spitting blood as the overwhelming force left them utterly drained. The spirits of the medicinal materials surged upward, rushing into the sky. The fragrance of the potion spread rapidly, blanketing the entire campus of Jinshan Vocational Academy. In the dead of night, the overwhelming aroma woke the sleeping faculty and students, jolting them from their dreams and leaving them trembling with unease. Oh my god, what is that sound? Students scrambled about their dormitories, their faces filled with terror. In the principal's office, where preparations for the graduation ceremony were underway, Xue Hong was struck dumb by the sudden eruption of the medicinal spirits. His face was a mask of disbelief. This can't be real. Even a top-tier ceiling formation can't withstand the celestial phenomenon triggered by this potion's creation? His heart raced with shock, struggling to process the scene before him. At the same time, Li Yinian also witnessed the spectacle and felt his chest tighten. Without hesitation, he rushed madly toward the pharmaceutical building. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao, who had just entered the gates of Jinshan Vocational Academy carrying fresh milk, saw the formation shatter like fragile paper. Not good. Lin Feng's commotion is even bigger this time. This might cause another wave of mass panic, she thought, her heart sinking. She immediately darted toward the pharmaceutical building at full speed. Standing before the pharmaceutical furnace, Lin Feng felt a tremendous surge of medicinal energy sweeping over him like a gale. His body trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the overwhelming urge clawing at his soul and fixed his gaze on the vial of blood-red potion in his hand. Item name, Human Gene Enhancement Elixir. Grade, unknown. Spiritual attribute, blessed by the spirit of millennial flora, capable of inducing beastly phantoms. Effects, refines the body, eliminates obsolete and harmful genes, strengthens the program of healthy genetic sequences, and unlocks hidden human genetic potential. This elixir is 25 times more potent. 30 times the potency? Lin Feng murmured with a bitter smile, his heart surging with shock. Just imagining the effects of an elixir 30 times as potent enough to push anyone to the pinnacle of their abilities, even breaking through their limits, was staggering. Alright then, let's see how much I can produce, he exclaimed, his excitement barely contained as he placed the elixir vial into the furnace of the medicine god and began casting spells with his divine hand. In less than half an hour, bottles of human gene enhancement elixir began emerging like mushrooms after a rainstorm, neatly packed into cases. Lin Feng sealed the cases one by one, a smirk of satisfaction on his face. General Zhang, please deliver these human gene enhancement elixirs, he said with confidence. I've estimated the total 120,000 vials. Lin Feng's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the hearts of the two present. Distribute them to frontline soldiers and those in urgent need. This batch is far more potent than before, so be cautious during use. His tone was clear and firm, as if heralding an imminent tide of change. General Zhang was stunned. He slowly stepped into the pharmacy, his gaze piercing. The potency has increased? And the quantity has doubled? Are you performing miracles? He hurriedly stored the cases into his spatial ring, his heart filled with admiration. Outside, Wu Lei caught a whiff of the elixir's scent. His blood seemed to boil, an unprecedented sensation electrifying his nerves. Gene enhancement elixir? Is this really the elixir that even Huaxia's 3 major research attempts couldn't complete? His voice trembled with awe, his eyes sparkling with disbelief. Lin Feng, you've worked hard. The day after tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. I'll take you to Kyoto, General Zhang said, his face lighting up with excitement. Your parents are at the Kyoto military district, and the commanders have prepared a welcome banquet for you. Lin Feng froze for a moment before a wave of joy swept over him. Since the outbreak of the beast tide, he had been buried in work. The thought of reuniting with his parents in Kyoto filled him with elation. That's fantastic. I'll prepare properly and make sure my parents and the commanders can enjoy themselves, he said, nodding enthusiastically, his determination rekindled. As Wu Lei and General Zhang departed on the fire dragon, Shui Hong, Li Yinian, and Zhou Yao arrived, rushing to surround Lin Feng. Are you alright? They asked anxiously. Are you here alone? I just saw General Zhang. Where did he go? Shui Hong asked, puzzled. He just left to deliver the goods, Lin Feng replied with a relaxed smile. Deliver the goods? You mean the second batch of human gene enhancement elixirs is ready? Zhou Yao's eyes lit up with eagerness. Lin Feng didn't hold back. That's right. I just handed over 120,000 vials. What? 120,000 vials? That's an insane number. The three shouted in unison, their astonished gazes filled with unreserved admiration for Lin Feng. Get ready to embrace a new era, brothers. This is just the beginning. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as if he could already see the limitless possibilities of the future. When Lin Feng announced that staggering number, the trio stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The sheer scale of the human gene enhancement elixir's production was beyond their comprehension. This is just a small trick, Lin Feng said nonchalantly, casually pulling out 3 vials of the elixir and handing them over. Consider this a little early benefit for you all. Remember, find a secluded place when you use it. The potency this time is no joke. The words had barely left his lips when the 3 of them, trembling with excitement, took the vials. Their joy was almost uncontrollable. I never thought I'd witness such an achievement in my lifetime, Li Yinian exclaimed, his hands trembling as he cradled the elixir, tears streaming down his face. Lin Feng, you're incredible, Shui Hong stammered, gripping his vial so tightly he could barely speak coherently. As your teacher, I've given you so little support, yet I've received so many surprises in return. Shui Hong's voice quivered with pride. Lin Feng, thank you for your contributions to the nation and society. You are the finest graduate I've ever had. His words were firm and resonant. Though your identity is special, I'll hold off on announcing your rewards for now. But once the state approves, I'll hang your name in every classroom, yes, even in the restrooms. Lin Feng was startled by this sudden honor and quickly waved his hands. Principal Shui, I prefer to keep a low profile. This is already more than enough. No way. This is your well-deserved glory, there's no room for negotiation. Principal Shui's tone was resolute, leaving no chance for argument. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a sweet voice called out to him, Lin Feng, wait. He turned around and saw Zhou Yao, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she had hurried to catch up with him. Thank you for the potion, she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of concern. I went to your dorm, but you weren't there. I left the goat and cow milk you needed at your door. At the mention of the milk, Lin Feng felt a jolt of excitement. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward his dormitory. That's fantastic. Thank you, counselor. I'll head back now. In his heart, he silently vowed that the moment to complete his task had finally arrived. After Lin Feng left, Zhou Yao's gaze unconsciously followed his departing figure, a trace of longing flickering in her eyes. Ms. Zhou, I heard you're being transferred to Huaxia Capital University to teach? Shuai suddenly interrupted, breaking Zhou Yao's train of thought. Congratulations, she added, her tone laced with playful teasing. Li Yinian couldn't help but chuckle and chimed in, that's right, congratulations. Lin Feng is also heading to Huaxia Capital University's Talent Development Academy. Looks like you two will get to keep each other company. Zhou Yao was momentarily stunned before offering a slightly awkward smile. You all know about this already? I got the notice yesterday, Shuai nodded, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. And this time, it wasn't your dad pulling strings. They must have been impressed by your S-class talent. Zhou Yao, however, felt a twinge of doubt. She had originally thought she would be sent to the front lines. As an elemental mage with extremely powerful offensive spells, her S-class talent would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset in battle. Yet, unexpectedly, she was being reassigned to Huaxia Capital University. Well, hopefully that's the case, she replied, glancing in the direction of Lin Feng's dormitory. A subtle sense of anticipation welled up within her. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already reached his dorm, where he found the goat and cow milk waiting for him. Without any hesitation, he tore off the bottle's seal and began chugging it down. Gulp, gulp. He downed 50 milliliters, but to his surprise, the system remained unresponsive. Could there be some kind of trick to this? Lin Feng frowned, speaking to himself. After pondering for a moment, a sudden idea struck him. Sucking? He mimicked the act of sucking like a baby, but even after some time had passed, there was still no reaction. Do I really need a baby bottle nipple for this? The thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately placed an online order for one. The next morning, the delivery arrived on time. As Lin Feng left the pharmaceutical building with the package in hand, he noticed the once shattered array formation had been fully restored. For mages stood hidden in the shadows, the atmosphere tense and mysterious. Outside, students were enthusiastically discussing the strange events of the previous day. However, by this morning, the terrifying spectacle had completely vanished without a trace. Lin Feng walked alone across campus, heading straight for his dorm with the package in hand. Shadow assassins lurking nearby observed him with puzzled expressions. Zhang Zhan had already instructed them not to interfere in Lin Feng's personal affairs. At the entrance to the pharmaceutical building, a concealed scanner caught sight of Lin Feng's package, and the assassins exchanged bewildered glances when they saw the baby bottle nipple inside. Before long, Lin Feng returned to his dorm, closed the door, fitted the nipple onto the milk bottle, and tilted his head back to drink. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The sensation of sucking swept through him, bringing an unexpected rush of excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully sucking 50 milliliters of milk. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully sucking 100 milliliters of milk. Lin Feng's heart surged with elation, and he sucked with fervor. Within minutes, he had drained the entire bottle of goat and cow milk. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your task. You have earned one chance to draw a professional skill. Holy crap, I'm a natural-born genius. Lin Feng was ecstatic, especially when he realized he had unlocked a skill draw that came with an added offensive equipment bonus. Let's draw. Do it now, he commanded without hesitation. In his mind, two gacha machines began spinning, their motion captivatingly suspenseful. Stop! Lin Feng shouted, and the spinning machines gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the professional skill, Prolonged Potion Potency. Prolonged Potion Potency, any potion, once crafted, will have its potency preservation time extended tenfold. Holy crap! Lin Feng was utterly stunned. This means potions that originally could only last a year can now be stored for 10 years, and their potency will remain just as strong. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with boundless excitement. The future seemed to shine even brighter, all thanks to this one skill. Grinning with pride, Lin Feng let out a booming declaration. This means my skill can extend the shelf life of even the most difficult to preserve potions by tenfold. This is a national treasure level breakthrough. In foreign countries, only the top-tier alchemists from the clergy guilds can achieve a threefold extension. That's why their potions are always in such hot demand on the market, he continued, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light. But now, apart from me, who else can achieve a tenfold extension? This is a direct slap in their faces. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. The mere thought of reporting this breakthrough to the nation's leaders made his blood boil. With anticipation. Perfect timing, I'm heading to the capital anyway. I must share this incredible news during the welcome banquet. Just then, the system notification chimed, interrupting his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the attack class equipment skill, Silent Sigh. Silent Sigh? Applied to any attack class equipment, it reduces noise concealment by up to 99%. Lin Feng exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Concealment of this level? If I attach the skill to my gold and silver revolver of death, the sound of my attack would be as soft as a droplet falling into water, completely undetectable. In his mind, he envisioned a scenario: if an assassin wielded this gun for covert missions, they could eliminate their target with a single shot, utterly silent and perfectly executed. Without hesitation, he pulled out the gleaming, gold and silver revolver marred by visible cracks in wear. His eyes sparkled with resolute determination. System, attach silent sight to my revolver of death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully attaching the skill. Lin Feng stared at the damaged revolver in his hand, its fractures still visible, but now emanating an aura of immense power. He felt an electrifying surge run through him. Open the equipment panel, he commanded, eager to witness his weapon's transformation. This revolver of death is going to be my ultimate secret weapon. Lin Feng gripped the gun tightly, sensing the raw energy it now possessed. A confident smirk played across his lips. With this, I can strike without causing any commotion, ensuring my safe retreat. He carefully returned the revolver to his storage ring, his gaze firm as he thought to himself, System, open my profession panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 19, 0/108000. Intermediate. Health, 1900/1900. Speed, 2319. Strength, 2368. Defense, 2399. Mental power, 2739. Talent, Spirit of the Alchemy God, SSS+. Skills, Ring of Distraction, Divine Power Surge, Holy Stitching Hands. Unlocked recipes: 1. Death's Destruction. 2. Human Gene Enhancement Serum. 3. Descent of the Milk God. Equipment: 1. Revolver of Death, 3/6. 2. Alchemy God's Furnace, locked. Experience points, 72,001. 72,000 experience points already. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, his excitement surging. He knew that once the second batch of human gene enhancement serum was successfully produced, reaching level 20 would be just around the corner, and unlocking the fourth ultimate formula would no longer be a distant dream. Meanwhile, at the military base in Kyoto, Zhang Zhan barged into the leaders' conference room without any hesitation. Report! Beast tides are invading, foreign relations are in turmoil, and the national treasury is running dry. Zhang Zhan's words instantly thickened the tension in the room. The leaders' expressions turned grim. Tang Chang, in charge of domestic affairs, furrowed his brows deeply, his face etched with worry. We've nearly exhausted our medicinal supplies and food reserves. A life crisis is imminent. Zhou Xinguo muttered as he incessantly scratched his head, his frustration and anxiety plain to see. Everyone, I bring good news. The second batch of human gene enhancement serum is here. Zhang Zhan's voice was like an adrenaline shot, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. The leaders rose to their feet, their eyes alight with newfound hope. Wu Lei, who had followed closely behind Zhang Zhan, saluted sharply. Ah, Xiao Wu, you're here too, Zhou Xinguo exclaimed in surprise. The other leaders, however, were too elated to notice, their expressions akin to starving children finally seeing their long-awaited meal. Excellent! Lin Feng has truly outdone himself this time. Tomorrow night at the welcome banquet, I must personally reward that young man, Zhou Xinguo declared, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. We must ensure he feels appreciated. Tang Chang chimed in, and the other leaders nodded fervently in agreement. By the way, Xiao Shang, how's the serum supply looking? Tang Chang asked impatiently, his face full of eager anticipation. Zhang Zhan smiled faintly and continued, based on feedback from the first batch, we've significantly increased the production this time. Stop beating around the bush, just tell us. The leaders, like gunpowder barrels ready to explode, fixed Zhang Zhan with expectant gazes, the pressure palpable. If the serum production reaches 60,000 vials, we'll be able to initiate large-scale gene enhancement. Zhang Zhan's words reverberated through the room, igniting the charged atmosphere like a spark to dry tinder. There's hope after all, Zhou Xinguo exclaimed, slamming the table in excitement, his face lighting up with a long-lost smile. In the hearts of the leaders, a fire of hope had been rekindled. Zhang Zhan smiled faintly, his gaze sharp and piercing as he calmly swept his eyes across the senior commanders seated before him. Clearing his throat, his voice rang out powerfully, steady and resolute. To be frank with all of you, this time, we have a total of 120,000 doses of the serum. The moment the words left his lips, the entire conference room fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. The once smiling commanders were now frozen in place, their expressions as though their very souls had been sucked out. They stared blankly at Zhang Zhan, seemingly struggling to process the earth-shattering number he had just announced. At that moment, Sun Dai, who had just entered with a pot of tea in hand, stood dumbfounded at the doorway, her wide eyes brimming with confusion about what had just transpired. The air in the room was thick with tension, so much so that it seemed as if even time itself had come to a halt. After a brief pause, Commander Tang Chang was the first to recover from the shock. His voice trembled as he asked in disbelief, "How many? 120,000 doses? Is this kid some kind of super producer, like a cow that doesn't run out of milk?" Zhou Xinghua, equally stunned by the staggering figure, shot to his feet, gulped down a mouthful of hot tea, and exclaimed with urgency, "Zhang Zhan, order it immediately. 6,000 doses of the genetic enhancement serum, send them to the front lines without delay and instruct them to use it at once. Let those foreign fools see what true enhancement techniques look like. That half-baked hybrid beast-person technology they're using, it's nothing but a dead end." No sooner had Zhou Xinghua finished speaking than the other commanders nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with approval. Zhou Xinghua, impatient to act, strode to the crates filled with serum, grabbed a dose, and without hesitation, downed it in one swift motion. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room ignited like a spark in dry wood. The other commanders quickly followed suit, reaching for the serums and gulping them down. The military base echoed with thunderous roars, and strange phenomena filled the skies and earth, as if heralding the battles to come. After receiving their orders, Zhang Zhan and Wu Lei saluted crisply before marching out of the commander's office. A blazing fire of determination ignited in their eyes as they headed straight for the front lines. As they arrived, an urgent report came from the coastline. The Holy Eagle Nations Clergy Association had dispatched a large number of their job-changed personnel to reinforce their military base in the Pingyang region, drastically increasing the pressure on the front lines. Simultaneously, reconnaissance reports from the ocean depths revealed that the sea beasts had once again begun stirring, seemingly preparing for a large-scale assault. These looming threats weighed heavily on the 50,000 job-changed soldiers stationed at the front, burdening them with immense tension. Yet, Wu Lei's gaze fell on the serums stored in Zhang Zhan's spatial ring, and a flicker of hope and anticipation lit up in his eyes. He knew that the dawn of victory was within their grasp. Upon reaching the front lines, Wu Lei, brimming with fighting spirit, immediately issued a command: "Soldiers, assemble in 3 groups." The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched on their faces. Some couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "What now? Another big operation?" But as they entered the sealed chambers, they found Wu Lei already waiting inside. His voice boomed like thunder, "You lazy worms, can't you move any faster? Have you been slacking off in training lately? Stand in line, step forward one by one, grab a dose of the serum, and drink it immediately." Though puzzled, the soldiers suppressed their doubts and stepped forward one by one, clutching the serum in their hands. At Wu Lei's commanding roar, "Down it in one go," they tipped their heads back and drank. Boom! The moment the serum entered their bodies, their eyes widened in shock as an indescribable surge coursed through them. A brilliant red force erupted from every pore, the serum's potency magnified 30-fold, unleashing a vortex that swirled in the air around them. The surrounding atmosphere pulsed with palpable intensity. The power of the serum resonated along the coastline, conjuring terrifying projections of ferocious beasts. The shadow of a rift beast, with its lightning-like movements, roared to the heavens, shaking the hearts of all who witnessed it. The genetic transformations coursing through the soldiers' bodies were so overwhelming that some couldn't help but burst into ecstatic laughter. Their levels skyrocketed, their status plates climbing rapidly, with some warriors ascending 4 or 5 levels at once. As the first batch completed their enhancement, the second group stepped forward, followed closely by the third. By the time all 3 groups had finished, the 6,000 doses of genetic enhancement serum had been nearly depleted. Wu Lei took one of the remaining doses for himself. Tilting his head back, he drank it down. Instantly, an overwhelming heat engulfed him, as though an explosion of energy had detonated within his body. Boom! A swirling vortex of spiritual energy formed around him, and his level increased at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, a resting fire dragon sensed the surge of energy, spreading its wings and soaring into the skies. The serum's effects seemed to extend to the dragon as well, enhancing it further. "Magnificent!" Wu Lei roared. His military uniform tore apart under the strain of his surging power, revealing his rock-solid muscles. He threw a punch, feeling the boundless strength coursing through him, his blood boiling with exhilaration. "General Zhang, I feel like I've been reborn," he exclaimed excitedly. "I charged straight into the enemy camp of those beastmen without hesitation. Just imagining the look of shock on their faces when they see us, I can't help but laugh." The secret of the genetic enhancement serum was tightly guarded, but Wu Lei understood that it was only a matter of time before the foreign job changed personnel caught wind of it. When that day comes, the so-called Beastman technology they had been so proud of would no longer hold any advantage. At this moment, in the Pacific region, the transferees stationed at the military base under the Clergy Guild all looked up, witnessing the strange phenomena erupting along the Huaxia coastline. Reconnaissance planes were swiftly dispatched to investigate the unusual changes, but before they could approach, they were torn apart by the turbulent airflow of spatial rift beasts, disappearing instantly. The transferees within the base stood dumbfounded, their faces frozen in shock. A military officer in uniform quickly captured the scene on his device and transmitted it to the top brass of the Clergy Guild. Not far away, in the high-level office of the Clergy Guild, Miss Lee sat at the head of the room, surrounded by senior officials adorned with medals. You've all seen the video and intelligence reports. What are your thoughts? Miss Lee's voice broke the silence, her tone laced with authority. According to the feedback, Huaxia has already initiated its second batch of gene enhancement serums. While our research is still in its infancy with no significant progress, a senior officer spoke, his words striking the room like a thunderclap. If Huaxia completes this genetic enhancement on a large scale, their transferees will leave us far behind. It might not even take a year. The room fell into an oppressive silence, the tension palpable. Miss Lee waved her hand, projecting additional data onto the screen. These are the personnel we've lost in the Pacific region. Among them, 4 were above level 80. This is nothing short of a humiliation for our Clergy Guild. Our experts have surveyed the site and discovered traces of the serum along with clear signs of combat, she continued, her words dropping like bombs, igniting a wave of unease. There's a rumor that Huaxia's 5-star general, the shadow assassin Zhang Zhan, once used a single revolver to eliminate a large number of transferees one by one. This statement landed like a thunderbolt, causing an uproar in the meeting room. The expressions of everyone present grew grim, and the air thickened with tension. He emerged this time to seize the gold-horned beast's essence material, which is undoubtedly linked to Huaxia's new equipment. Our Clergy Guild's development is now under significant threat. A young clergy member, his eyes blazing with anger, spoke up fervently. At this moment, an elderly foreigner with white hair, seated in a corner, slowly stood up. His voice was low but carried an unmistakable authority. General Miss Lee, regarding the gold-horned beast's essence material, crafting weapons from it is immensely challenging. Huaxia still lacks an 80-level blacksmith, so it's impossible for them to forge any powerful weapon. As for that revolver, the bullets used are strikingly similar to the serum Huaxia developed to combat beast tides. And the true key lies in the creator of that serum. His voice trailed off, and the room collectively held its breath. Markro, the Clergy Guild's foremost beast researcher, another high-ranking official interjected, his face filled with reverence. We've already developed the initial generation of human-beast fusion technology. The talents and strengths of certain ferocious beasts can now be transferred. While not every transferee can adapt to the fusion, the results have shown significant enhancements, Markro continued, his resolute gaze shimmering with determination. Exactly. The threat we face now is the emergence of human gene enhancement serums, and at the core of it all is their creator. Miss Lee sneered coldly. According to our informants, the individual behind this serum is none other than Lin Feng, who possesses an SSS plus level alchemist talent. He has been deeply involved in the research and production of the human gene enhancement serum. We can't afford any further delays in our plans. We must deploy all our resources to eliminate Lin Feng directly. Her voice thundered like a war drum, galvanizing everyone in the room. Lin Feng is set to depart for Kyoto soon. I will activate our covert operatives within the military and our informants at Kyoto University. Action must be taken immediately. Miss Lee's piercing gaze swept across the room. Does anyone have any objections? The high-ranking officials all nodded in agreement without hesitation. Then, Miss Lee's lips curled into a sinister smile. In fact, there's another critical matter to announce during this meeting. Our second-generation human-beast fusion technology has completed testing and will soon undergo live combat trials in the Pacific region. Even with the advent of gene enhancement serums, they cannot compare to the genetic advantages of ferocious beasts. Her voice brimmed with confidence, as though victory was already within her grasp. Let us wait and see how Huaxia fails once again. Her declaration resonated like a verdict, filled with both anticipation and malicious intent. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was in his dormitory, packing his belongings. Sitting in his chair, he gazed out the window, where banners celebrating the graduation of students hung across the campus. Tomorrow was the graduation ceremony, and with his diploma in hand, he would embark on an entirely new journey. The third batch of super serums is ready for mass production. The necessary materials are here at Kyoto University, he mused to himself. However, presenting just this single gift to the leaders feels a bit underwhelming, Lin Feng thought, shifting his attention to the system interface. It had been a while since he last checked. He couldn't help but wonder, did he finally have enough experience points to level up? Open. With a single thought, he activated the system panel. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, pharmacist. Level, 19, 0/108000. Intermediate, unlocks 4th super recipe at level 20. HP, 1900. MP, 1900/1900. Speed, 2319. Strength, 2368. Defense, 2399. Mental power, 2739. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God, SSS+. Skills, Ring of Distraction, Divine Power Burst, Holy Stitching Hand. Unlocked recipes. 1. Death Reaper, Destruction Elixir. 2. Enhanced Holy Hand, Human Gene Enhancement Elixir. 3. Descent of the Healing God, Super Supply Elixir. Unlocked Pharmacist Equipment Blueprints. 1. Revolver of Death, Offensive. 2. Medicine God's Furnace, Supportive. Equipment. 1. Revolver of Death, 2/6, wear, 18.36%. 2. Medicine God's Furnace, activated, wear, 0.001%. Equipment additional skills. 1. Damage Rebound Immunity. 2. Wear Nemesis. 3. Masterful Operation. 4. Silent Sigh. Experience points, 572,001. What? 570,000 experience points? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. His heart pounded wildly with excitement. System, use all the experience points to level up my profession. Without hesitation, he issued the command. In an instant, a scorching surge of energy erupted within his body, the level indicator above his head flashing madly as all his stats skyrocketed. Crack, crack, crack. His blood surged, as if ready to burst. After over 10 minutes, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, savoring the thrill brought by his level increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 21. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 22. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shedding the intermediate profession title. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the advanced profession title. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking 1 super recipe slot lottery chance. Would you like to begin the draw? 3 levels in a row? And my title upgraded too? This feels amazing. Lin Feng was ecstatic. But what thrilled him the most was that he had unlocked the lottery for the 4th super recipe slot. System, begin the draw. His voice was firm and resolute. As soon as the command was given, the lottery machine in his mind began spinning. Stop, he shouted. The machine came to an abrupt halt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a super recipe, Beast Blood Frenzy. Beast Blood Frenzy stimulates human instincts, maintaining prolonged excitement and drastically enhancing all physical functions. The strength and duration of the effect depend on the potency of the elixir. Ingredients required: honeysuckle, snake grass, beast blood from level 10 to 20 creatures, etc. What the? Lin Feng's voice stretched long with disbelief. Beast Blood Frenzy. This elixir was the perfect complement to Descent of the Healing God, high quality, long duration, and an absolute game changer that could completely corner his opponents. Moreover, the elixir could be mass-produced with ease, and when combined with his talent amplification, its power would be nothing short of overwhelming. If I present this 3rd and 4th recipe, along with my newly unlocked skill Endless Potion Flow, to the heads of the council as a meeting gift, would they faint from joy? Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine the scene, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shaking off the thought, he once again checked his system interface, his heart brimming with anticipation. Host, Lin Feng. Profession, pharmacist. This time, his future seemed bound to shine brighter than ever. Level, 22, 0/258000. Advanced, unlock the 5th super formula at level 25. Health, 2000/2000. Energy, 2000. Speed, 4419. Strength, 4560. Defense, 4291. Mental power, 5732. Talent, Spirit of the Medicine God, SSS+. Skills, Ring of Focus, Divine Power Burst, Master of Stitching, Lasting Medicine. Unlocked formulas: 1. Death's Destruction, Destruction Elixir. 2. Enhanced Hands, Human Gene Enhancement Elixir. 3. Descent of the Healing God, Super Supply Elixir. 4. Beast Blood Boil, Endurance Amplification Elixir. Unlocked professional alchemist tools blueprints. 1. Revolver of Death, offensive. 2. Medicine God's Furnace, supportive. Professional tools. 1. Revolver of Death, 2/6, note, 18.36% wear and tear. 2. Medicine God's Furnace, activated, note, 0.001% wear and tear. Tool additional skill attributes. 1. Unscathed Rebound, offensive, applied. 2. Anti-wear star, offensive, applied. 3. Master Manipulator, supportive, applied. 4. Silent Sigh, offensive, applied. Experience points, 2001. These stats are getting more and more impressive. Lin Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. His eyes gleamed sharply, as if capable of piercing through any obstacle. Just one more batch of super elixirs, and my experience points will skyrocket. He calculated silently, his next target being the graduation ceremony where he would meet his parents and the top leaders. He could hardly wait to showcase his strength. Finally graduating, it's something to look forward to. Lin Feng packed his belongings and headed out with enthusiasm, ready for graduation photos, farewell meals, and, at last, the ceremony. Meanwhile, in her office, Counselor Zhou Yao held a sudden email in her hands. Her heart raced, and her eyes widened with disbelief. I'm being assigned to the Talent Cultivation Academy at Huaxia Capital University as a freshman counselor. Does this mean Lin Feng will still be one of my students? Her mind filled with Lin Feng's figure, and her emotions were a mix of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. Perhaps this was destiny? A faint smile of anticipation crept onto her face. At that moment, the office door swung open, interrupting her thoughts. Counselor Zhou, the students are waiting for you to join them for the photos. Zhou Yao blinked in surprise but quickly composed herself. Rising to her feet, she headed out, her heart secretly wondering what kind of story this new chapter with Lin Feng would unfold. The next day, Lin Feng was fully prepared. After bidding farewell to Li Yinian and Shui Hong, he walked straight toward the military aircraft. As he was about to board, Shui Hong and Li Yinian, with tears streaming down their faces, choked out, "Lin Feng, when you get to the capital, don't forget us." Lin Feng smiled faintly and handed them each a vial of his personally crafted gene enhancement elixir. Their complexions instantly brightened, and they seemed full of energy. Yet, their tearful gazes still tugged at Lin Feng's heart. "General Zhang, we're ready to depart," Lin Feng said as he took his seat. But Zhang Zhan replied, "Hold on, there's one more passenger." Lin Feng looked back in confusion, only to see a familiar figure approaching the aircraft. Counselor, he exclaimed. He had never expected Zhou Yao to be joining them. Covering her mouth, Zhou Yao chuckled softly. Lin Feng, surprised? Lin Feng's mind raced. Considering her connection to Zhou Xinghua, this wasn't entirely unexpected. But when Zhou Yao extended her hand for a handshake, her tone turned serious. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Zhou Yao, the new freshman counselor at the Talent Cultivation Academy of Huaxia Capital University." What? Lin Feng was stunned. 3 years of companionship, and now it would continue? Counselor, are you serious? Does this mean we'll be studying together for another 4 years? Zhou Yao nodded firmly. Yes, but don't overthink it. My father has already arranged a welcome banquet for your arrival. She cut off Lin Feng's questions as the military aircraft roared to life and ascended into the sky. Through the window, Lin Feng caught sight of Dean Li and Principal Shui on the ground, waving their goodbyes. They chased after the plane as if shouting, "Lin Feng! Lin Feng, how will we live without you?" The plane soared like an arrow, heading straight for the military base in the capital. At the military base in the capital, fierce winds howled, and tension filled the air. On the military airstrip, Zhou Xinghua, Tang Chang, and other high-ranking officials awaited the plane's arrival with anticipation. As the military transport plane landed steadily, their faces lit up with expectation. When Lin Feng stepped off the aircraft with Zhang Zhan, Zhou Xinghua immediately recognized him. A smile broke across his face as he extended his hand. "Lin Feng." "Commander Zhou, it's an honor to meet you," Lin Feng said, grasping his hand firmly. Tang Chang stepped forward, grabbing Lin Feng's other hand. "Commander Tang, it's a pleasure." Their gazes lingered on him, filled with admiration for the young man who had just begun to shine. Other senior officials also stepped forward enthusiastically, exchanging warm greetings. Lin Feng, having already learned their identities through Zhang Zhan, marveled inwardly. "Good, as long as you're here. You must be hungry. The welcome banquet is ready, let's go." Zhou Zhenghua spoke as he turned toward Zhou Yao in the distance. "Xiao Yao, how old are you now? Still hiding from your dad? How much longer do you plan to keep this up?" Zhou Yao reluctantly stepped out and playfully protested. "Dad, is this how you treat your precious daughter? I show up, and you almost forget me." Zhou Zhenghua scratched his head, secretly relieved that he hadn't actually forgotten about her. Otherwise, this welcome banquet might have ended in disaster. If she were truly upset, she might have run off to Gold Mountain Vocational College to work as a counselor, ostensibly to gain experience, but in reality, just to spite him. "Alright, my dear daughter, today I had your favorite braised noodle dish specially prepared for you." He grinned. "I had to plead with your Uncle Tang for a long time to get him to make it." In this moment, a warm and cozy atmosphere filled the air. Lin Feng quietly reflected that the days ahead would surely be even more eventful and fulfilling. Tang Chang smiled gently and said, "Xiao Yao, don't be difficult now. Forgive your father, sometimes he doesn't have much of a choice." Zhou Yao let out a few small huffs but eventually nodded. "Fine, just this once." Zhou Zhenghua couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the tension in the room immediately dissipated. Standing off to the side, Lin Feng watched Zhou Yao playfully banter with her father in front of the senior officials. A hint of surprise crossed his mind, but he didn't dwell on it and simply followed them to the private dining room reserved for the officials. Late into the night, they gathered around the dining table, talking freely under the faint glow of the stars and dim lights. Zhou Zhenghua, Tang Chang, and the other senior officials shared their concerns, especially when the topic of national pharmaceutical stockpiles came up. Zhou Zhenghua's expression turned particularly grim. The foreign clergy guild's growing threats only deepened the furrows on everyone's brow. "Lin Feng, having a genius like you in Huaxia is truly an honor for us," Zhou Zhenghua said solemnly, "but we hope you can help us navigate these crises in the future. Rest assured, we will fully support you in return." Lin Feng smiled gently and spoke candidly, "I understand all of your concerns, and I deeply appreciate your support. Today, I've also brought along a few gifts." "Gifts? What kind of gifts?" The attendees immediately perked up, their tipsiness vanishing in an instant. "The first gift. Zhang Zhan may already have some idea. After my professional level upgrade, I unlocked a third formula called Descent of the Dairy God," Lin Feng said slowly, his voice calm yet commanding. "This is a short-term explosive super potion. With my innate talent enhancement, its efficacy is estimated to increase 30-fold. The ingredients have already been prepared by General Zhang Zhan. Once my professional skill cooldown ends, I will begin production immediately." With each word, the expressions of the senior officials grew graver, as if a chilling wind had swept through the room, sending shivers down their spines. Is this true?" Zhou Zhenghua asked in disbelief. "A 30-fold increase in potency?" Zhou Zhenghua had heard rumors about this potion before, but he hadn't expected Lin Feng's talent to elevate its effects to such an astonishing level. If the people outside this room got wind of this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. The atmosphere grew tense as the other officials held their breath. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. But Lin Feng didn't stop. His voice thundered like a clap of lightning. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is another groundbreaking revelation about the super potion." Zhang Zhan and Zhou Yao immediately leaned in, their eyes sharp with focus. "Lin Feng, speak. We're all ears." Zhou Jinghua's voice was low and urgent, his breathing steady but heavy with anticipation. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Yesterday, my professional level advanced once more, unlocking a fourth super formula. This one is called Beast Blood Boil. Beast Blood Boil complements Descent of the Dairy God. They are synergistic potions." His words landed like a bombshell, exploding in the minds of his audience. Low-cost, scalable production, with effects that continuously strengthen over time. Lin Feng's voice was firm and resonated with unshakable confidence. Zhou Jinghua's face turned pale before flushing with excitement. He was so thrilled he nearly jumped out of his seat, a smile of disbelief spreading across his face. "This is incredible. Lin Feng, you've truly brought us a monumental surprise." He grabbed Lin Feng's hand tightly as the atmosphere in the conference room instantly escalated to a fever pitch. And, Lin Feng paused briefly, flashing a mysterious smile, "This is only the first gift I've prepared for you." "A second gift?" Everyone froze as if struck by lightning, their eyes collectively locking onto him. "Exactly." Lin Feng's smile grew even brighter. "Regarding the national treasury deficit and the blockade imposed by the Eagle Nation, I've activated a new skill called Lingering Potency. Any potion, once completed, I can extend its potency tenfold." Every word he said struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. Zhou Zhenghua froze on the spot, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. He hurriedly walked up to Lin Feng, wrapping him in a tight embrace, his emotions so overwhelming that he could hardly contain himself. "Lin Feng, thank you so much. You are truly a blessing for Huaxia." He patted Lin Feng's shoulder fervently, his words sincere and heartfelt. The other leaders nodded in agreement, their faces alight with fervor and anticipation. The support of these two supplementary potions would undoubtedly provide Huaxia a crucial lifeline under external pressure. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the jubilant atmosphere, and the door was suddenly pushed open. "Auntie, you can't go in," a voice, anxious and uneasy, called out, followed by the entry of a plainly dressed elderly woman. Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to the commotion, and he looked towards the doorway. The moment the elderly woman saw him, tears welled up in her eyes. "Xiao Feng, Mom!" Lin Feng's heart trembled as a surge of warmth enveloped him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards her and embraced her tightly. "Good boy, I was so worried something might have happened to you." Her voice quivered, brimming with boundless concern and love. At that moment, another figure entered, a youthful and energetic middle-aged man, none other than Lin Feng's father, Lin Zhang. "Dear, we must stay composed in the military camp. Our son isn't the type to cause trouble." He smiled, his eyes filled with pride. But when he saw Lin Feng and Chen Mei embracing, his smile instantly froze. "Xiao Feng, you're here." Lin Feng's heart swelled with emotion. His parents' arrival was like a beam of warm sunlight, illuminating the immense responsibility and mission he had just shouldered. "They knew you were coming to the capital and have been waiting all this time. She's been eager to see you. The 2 nourishing potions you gave them last time have already been used, and just yesterday, they took the human gene-enhancing serum. They've leveled up." Lin Feng was taken aback. Although his parents had awakened as farmers, with the boost from the gene-enhancing serum, their levels had skyrocketed. Even as farmers, the quality of the crops they grew at higher levels was worlds apart, and the quantity was incomparable. "Thank you." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, gazing at his parents as his heart settled. Just then, Zhou Zhenghua stepped forward, exuding an aura of resoluteness. "Mrs. Chen, Mr. Lin, greetings." Under the light, Chen Mei scrutinized the man in military uniform, whose presence was striking. Lin Zhang also observed carefully, his heart pounding. This man looked just like the commander he had seen on the news. Zhou Zhenghua, commander of the Huaxia military district. Zhou Zhenghua smiled faintly and extended his hand. "You're the commander?" Lin Zhang stammered in disbelief, his face full of astonishment. "I've only ever seen you on TV. I never thought I'd meet you in person today. This is incredible." "Yes, Commander Zhou. Hello." Chen Mei's voice trembled, so excited that she could barely string her words together. Zhou Zhenghua chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be so formal. I'm here today to thank Lin Feng, but more importantly, to thank both of you." This statement left Lin Zhang and Chen Mei stunned. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion. "Thank us?" Lin Zhang stammered, utterly incredulous. "Yes, Lin Feng's performance has left a deep impression on me. He is destined for great things." Zhou Zhenghua's words struck like a thunderclap, shaking the entire room. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This commander was standing up for him? He felt an unprecedented sense of honor and responsibility. "I will work even harder." Lin Feng's voice was resolute, his eyes burning with determination. "Good." Zhou Zhenghua nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The road ahead will be perilous, but I believe you can go far." The atmosphere in the room instantly heated up, and everyone felt a surge of strength and hope. "What are you all standing around for? Have a seat, let's talk," Lin Feng said with a smile, his tone light-hearted. "Shout I, head to the kitchen and prepare a few of our best dishes. Don't forget to bring out the newest bottle of Mao Tai," he instructed the maid beside him. The room's atmosphere immediately became lively. Tang Chang and the other leaders responded enthusiastically. "Are you Tang, Commander?" Chen Mei and Lin Zhang, spotting the elderly man in traditional Tang attire, were so surprised they could barely speak. "Indeed, I am Tang Chang." Tang Chang smiled gently, his gaze kind. "How have you been lately? Is life here treating you well?" Habits. Lin Zhang and Chen Mei nodded hastily, their hearts filled with gratitude. The other leaders reached out their hands one after another, warmly shaking the hands of Lin Feng's parents. Their effusive compliments made Lin Feng feel a bit embarrassed. He had intended to maintain a bit of mystery in front of his parents, but now everything was laid bare. As more and more dishes were served, the wine glasses were filled to the brim, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Tang Chang, showing genuine concern for the lives of ordinary people, engaged in a deep conversation with Lin Zheng and Chen Mei, carefully noting down their feedback. After several rounds of drinks, everyone was thoroughly intoxicated, and the guards escorted them out of the area. Lin Feng gazed at the brilliant starry sky and slowly made his way back to his residence. Just as he turned a corner and took a step forward, specks of light suddenly appeared on either side of the road, pulling him into their midst in an instant. A formation, a top-tier spirit locking array. This is bad. Under the cover of night, Lin Feng noticed a brawny man standing with his back to him. The man wore a Chinese military uniform, had thick brows and large eyes, and a cold smile played on his lips. Then, a horrifying transformation began. A blood-red sinew bone split open from his back, and a massive maw opened above his head. His thick arms tore through his uniform, and his steel-like claws gouged deep marks into the ground beneath him. Beastman technology. Lin Feng's heart sounded the alarm. Though he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, he had specifically taken an anti-intoxication potion, which rendered the drinks as harmless as plain water, leaving him entirely sober. He reminded himself silently, in a situation like this, I must remain vigilant. While there is absolute protection around me, the infiltration of spies is always a risk. Die, the opponent roared, lunging at Lin Feng with ferocity. An assassin. No, you're a performer. Lin Feng instantly saw through the man's identity, his heart tightening. Without hesitation, he retrieved a black super enhancement pill from his spatial ring and popped it into his mouth. As the opponent's dagger neared his neck, Lin Feng reacted instantly. With a crisp clang, the dagger was deflected harmlessly off his neck, as if it had struck steel. What? My skill couldn't kill you? The man was stunned, his disbelief evident. My Beastman bone blade, combined with my level 45 assassination strength, couldn't penetrate your defense? He stood frozen, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Feng, by this time, had steadied himself. The level indicator above his head glowed with a radiant 22, and the potion's effects surged through his body. A lapdog of the Divine Guild? You've been waiting for this moment, haven't you? But today, your plans are going to crumble. Lin Feng sneered coldly as his status panel automatically appeared before his eyes. Host, Lin Feng, Class, Alchemist. Level, 22, 0/258000, Advanced, unlocks 5th super recipe at level 25. HP, 2000/2000, plus 44,000. MP, 2000/2000, plus 44,000. Speed, 4,419, plus 97,218. Strength, 4,560, plus 100,320. Defense, 4,291, plus 94,402. Spirit, 5,732, plus 126,104. Lin Feng's gaze grew resolute, and the aura emanating from his body surged like a tidal wave, ready to face the life-or-death battle ahead. Talent, Spirit of the Alchemy God, SSS+. Skills, Split Ring, Divine Power Burst, Master Stitcher, Eternal Potion Effect. Unlocked recipes, 1. Death Reaper, Destruction Potion, 2. Reinforced Mastery, Gene Enhancement Potion, 3. Divine Healer's Descent, Super Recovery Potion, 4. Beast Blood Boil, Sustain Amplification Potion. Unlocked Alchemist Equipment Blueprints, 1. Revolver of the Death God, Offensive, 2. Furnace of the Alchemy God, Supportive. Alchemist Equipment, 1. Revolver of the Death God, 2/6, note, 18.36% worn. 2. Furnace of the Alchemy God, Locked, note, 0.001% worn. Attached equipment skill traits, 1. Counter with no damage, Offensive, attached, 2. Wear and Tear Bane, Offensive, attached, 3. Masterful Handling, Supportive, attached, 4. Silent Sigh, Offensive, attached. Lin Feng stared at the stats before him, his eyes gleaming with both shock and exhilaration. The 22-fold enhancement effect of the potion was akin to a nightmare-induced feast. Although the effect would only last for 1 minute, that was more than enough to unleash havoc. He moved his body, feeling the potion's energy surging within. His strength, speed, and most notably his spirit power had risen like a raging flood. His HP bar felt as though it were forged from steel. Even if slashed with a blade, it would take days to deplete. Let's go! Lin Feng roared, pushing off with his foot and vanishing in an instant, hurtling straight at the assassin. The opponent had no time to react before Lin Feng's hand clamped around his neck like a vice. Who else? Besides you, how many other spies are hiding in Huaxia? Lin Feng's voice was like the edge of a blade, sharp and merciless. The assassin's lips curled into a faint smirk, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Kill me if you want. I won't say a word. Oh, really? Lin Feng sneered coldly. With a sudden burst of strength, he gripped the man's arms tightly. A sickening crack echoed in the room as the assassin's arms bent unnaturally at a 90-degree angle. The sound of splintering bones was like music to Lin Feng's ears. You refuse to talk? Then I'll dismember you piece by piece. His voice was cold and ruthless as he seized the man's legs. The grinding sound of bones scraping against each other pierced the air as Lin Feng began to pull with brutal force. Crack! 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 The assassin's agonized screams tore through the silence, a desperate wail that seemed to rip the very air apart. Kill me! I'll never talk! A glint of madness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He relished dealing with stubborn people like this, their resistance only fueled his pleasure. The power in his hands was relentless, like a raging storm, sparing no mercy. "You'll regret this." Lin Feng's voice thundered like an explosion, shaking the air around him. His wrath, combined with the effects of the super enhancement serum coursing through his veins, formed an unstoppable force that descended mercilessly upon his enemy. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed like hammers pounding the air. Lin Feng's movements were swift and precise, every part of his body exuding a chilling precision. In the face of absolute strength, the assassin's so-called resilience was nothing more than a fragile facade. When the final bone snapped, the man collapsed, barely clinging to life before passing out completely. A minute later, Lin Feng regained his composure. With a single punch, he shattered the formation array that had been set up around them. The resounding boom reverberated in all directions, shaking the ground. "Damn it!" Zhang Zhan's expression darkened as he transformed into a shadow-like blur, rushing toward Lin Feng. When he arrived, he found Lin Feng unharmed, his body radiating a faint medicinal aroma. On the ground lay a grotesquely twisted figure, dressed in a Huaxia military uniform. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" Zhang Zhan asked anxiously. Lin Feng offered a faint smile and replied calmly, "I'm fine. Just ran into someone with ill intentions. I used a super enhancement serum and made sure not to kill him. You can interrogate him later for information." Zhang Zhan nodded, immediately summoning soldiers to take the unconscious man away. "As long as you're safe, I'll escort you back to rest. Tomorrow morning, a car will take you to Huaxia Capital University. If you need anything after enrolling, contact me anytime." On the way back, Lin Feng and Zhang Zhan chatted casually. The capital was the core of the nation, its security impenetrable like an iron fortress, drastically reducing any potential danger. Yet, Lin Feng yearned for freedom. Only in freedom could he grow and thrive. Back at the designated residence, Lin Feng quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, he bid farewell to his parents and the commanders before departing for Huaxia Capital University. His parents gave him countless reminders, their reluctance evident, but they chose to stay behind due to their discomfort with the new environment. Especially his father, Lin Zhang, who, after a conversation with the commanders the previous day, seemed to have unlocked his potential, gaining the skills and mindset of a born farmer. He was now fervently planning an ambitious agricultural project. Before long, Lin Feng's figure appeared at the gates of Huaxia Capital University. "Where's the advisor? Didn't we agree to meet here and go in together?" The previous night, after dinner, Zhou Yao had left early due to school matters. They had agreed on a time to meet, but she was nowhere to be seen. Just as Lin Feng was feeling puzzled, a soft, gentle voice reached his ears. "Xiao Feng." Lin Feng turned around to see Zhou Yao standing there. She wore a white floral dress, lightly adorned with makeup, her hair cascading over her shoulders. She looked like a spring goddess, her presence enchanting and heart-stirring. "Advisor, you look stunning today." Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. Zhou Yao rolled her eyes at him. "Are you saying I didn't look good before?" "Of course not. You always look great in anything, advisor." Lin Feng quickly added, silently sighing in relief for his quick recovery. Satisfied, Zhou Yao adjusted her dress and said, "All right, let's get you checked in." Lin Feng followed her into the campus, his heart brimming with anticipation. Zhou Yao had graduated from this university, so she must know every corner of it like the back of her hand. They hadn't walked far when a slightly chubby young man in a suit with a scruffy beard suddenly waved at them, stepping into their path. "Xiao Yao, it's me, De Zhuang." "Xiao Yao, don't you remember me?" he asked eagerly, his tone dripping with excitement as he hurried over. "Xiao Yao, when did you come back? Let me treat you to a welcome dinner. Are you staying this time? Are you taking a teaching position here?" Zhou Yao's brows furrowed as she replied coldly, "Yan Dazhuang, stop pestering me." With that, she grabbed Lin Feng's arm and walked briskly away, leaving Yan Dazhuang standing there, stunned. "Who the hell is that guy?" he muttered to himself, his inner rage simmering as he watched them disappear into the distance. "I've never seen him at Huaxia Capital University. Could he be a new junior student? But the freshmen haven't even started enrolling yet. Quick, dig into his background and deal with him for me." He turned to his two lackeys, giving the order with a sinister gleam in his eyes. The lackeys nodded immediately and quickly followed after him. Lin Feng and Zhou Yao walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at the heavily guarded entrance of a department complex. Barbed wires crisscrossed above, and within a few meters, armed guards stood vigilant, creating an intimidating atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. The lackeys, upon seeing this scene, stopped in their tracks, exchanged a few murmured words, and retreated quietly. Zhou Yao glanced sideways and sighed. "Lin Feng, if that fat guy gives you any trouble, just let me know, and I'll take care of it." Lin Feng's heart stirred. He asked, "Counselor, is he pursuing you?" Zhou Yao snorted coldly. He's just riding on his family's wealth, acting all high and mighty. Oh, no problem. I've got a knack for handling arrogant rich kids like him. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smirk as he began formulating countermeasures in his mind. A few of his concoctions would be enough to make their lives a living hell. As they chatted, they reached the entrance. A military officer standing guard snapped to attention and saluted before coldly stating, "Please present your proof and identification before entering." Zhou Yao slowly took out 2 documents. As she opened them, Lin Feng clearly saw the encrypted information inside. However, the seal on the papers looked freshly stamped, the ink still glistening and wet. "I see." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yao a few more times. "Come in quickly. Professor Zhu Gue is waiting for you." Zhou Yao retrieved the documents and handed one to Lin Feng. "This is yours. Keep it safe. I stayed up all night preparing this so you wouldn't miss your enrollment." "Stayed up all night?" Lin Feng's heart trembled as he realized the counselor's intentions in rushing over the previous evening. A wave of gratitude swept through him. Having a counselor like her felt like a blessing straight from the heavens. "Let's go. I wanted to keep things low-key, but Commander Tang had too much to drink last night and spilled the news about you to Professor Zhu Gue. He's been eagerly waiting ever since. The restorative potion you made last time, along with several of your other formulas, absolutely stunned him. He even threatened to go to Jinshan Vocational University to find you, but the senior officials stopped him. Now that you're here, he's thrilled beyond measure. This morning, he even said he wanted to take you as his mentor." "Mentor? Take me as his mentor?" Lin Feng was dumbfounded, waves of disbelief crashing within him. "Is my influence really this significant in the capital's academic circle?" A surge of joy bubbled within him as he seemed to glimpse a future filled with boundless glory. "Ha, Lin Feng, you're truly fascinating." Zhou Yao covered her mouth, her face lighting up with laughter. "Those who don't know you wouldn't be surprised, but anyone who does would definitely want to learn more about you." Lin Feng felt a twinge of unease, sensing an invisible pressure enveloping him. But there was no turning back now, he could only forge ahead. As they passed through verdant hills, a stunning sight unfolded before them, towering buildings concealed within an underground research city that looked like an awe-inspiring masterpiece. A wave of excitement surged in Lin Feng's chest. According to Commander Zhou's talk last night, this entire expanse of land was allocated for his use. Thousands of acres, in the sky-high land market of the capital. This was simply inconceivable. At that moment, a hearty laugh broke the silence. "Lin Feng, is that you?" Lin Feng turned around to see a middle-aged man in a white lab coat sprinting out of a pharmaceutical building. His full head of black hair and energetic demeanor made him a striking figure. Lin Feng froze for a moment, thinking to himself, "Is this really Professor Zhu? I remember he was supposed to be an old man with white hair." "Professor Zhu, hello. I'm Lin Feng." He quickly stepped forward, preparing to greet the renowned professor. Professor Zhu, after confirming his identity, rushed over and enveloped Lin Feng in a bear hug. "So you're Lin Feng, handsome and talented. I've been waiting for you forever. If you hadn't come, I was ready to personally hunt you down. Your talent is simply extraordinary. By the way, can I take you as my mentor?" As he spoke, Professor Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, thinking, what on earth is going on? He had assumed this was merely a joke, but Professor Zhu's expression was deadly serious. "Professor Zhu, you're overpraising me. I'm just a junior. If anyone should be taking a mentor, it should be me learning from you." Lin Feng replied earnestly. Professor Zhu burst into laughter. "I, Zhu Gue, believe in one thing: ability speaks louder than status. As long as you're capable, anyone can be my teacher. We'll discuss this later. For now, come with me. Let me show you your exclusive pharmaceutical lab and the materials we've prepared for you." Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his excitement surged instantly. Now that he had the divine alchemy furnace, the conditions of the pharmaceutical lab no longer mattered much to him. What he needed most were ingredients, and this batch of materials was precisely the rare resources he had asked General Zhang Zhan to prepare for the Descent of the Milk God potion. 2 hours later, Lin Feng smoothly completed all preparatory steps and was finally ready to begin the official alchemy process. The ingredients for the 4th potion were already delivered to General Zhang Zhan. They should be mostly ready by now. "I can make both the Descent of the Milk God potion and the Beast Blood Boil potion together this time. This will definitely earn me a massive amount of experience points," Lin Feng thought, unable to suppress his excitement. In his mind, he smirked, imagining the stunned expressions of those folks at the Divine Job Guild. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. "It's here," he exclaimed. A military helicopter descended slowly onto the nearby helipad. General Zhang Zhan, clad in his military uniform, disembarked from the helicopter, carrying a large box brimming with materials. He headed straight for the alchemy building. "Lin Feng, I've brought all the materials," Zhang Zhan declared with a serious expression. This time, the higher-ups are placing great importance. "On your work. The super potion Beast Blood Boil is urgently needed to replenish the potion reserves. They hope you can produce more in bulk." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Understood. But could I trouble you, General Zhang, to help me find some materials for the destruction potion as well? I want to create more potion-enhanced bullets." Zhang Zhan agreed without hesitation. "No problem. With the global beast activity surging and many secret realms being exposed, we'll need all the potions we can get." After a brief exchange, Zhang Zhan departed. Lin Feng opened the divine alchemy furnace, sighing inwardly, "My divine power burst skill hasn't recovered yet, but with the help of the divine alchemy furnace, making a batch of beast blood boil potions shouldn't be an issue." He quickly prepared the materials and began feeding them into the divine alchemy furnace, eagerly anticipating the moment of glory to come. All talents and skills, activate. Halos surged around Lin Feng like tidal waves, encircling him like an invisible shield shimmering with radiant light. The recently unlocked persistent potion power skill amplified his aura to an unparalleled height, making him seem like a deity of alchemy about to set sail. "System, open the profession tool interface for the divine alchemy furnace." His voice boomed like thunder, his expression resolute. "Tool, divine alchemy furnace. Type, support. Grade, supreme. Processes supported: ingredient preparation, sieving, mixing, granulating, drying, granule refinement, fire containment, red lotus flame, advanced. Maximum capacity, 500 square meters. Scalable ratio, 1:500,000. Additional attribute, divine manipulation hands, supportive, active. Potion in progress, Beast Blood Boil, Super Amplification Potion, progress, 2%. Whoosh! Lin Feng's mental energy was instantly drained, as though a galaxy had been sucked dry. Without hesitation, he grabbed a pre-prepared restorative potion and gulped it down. The sweet taste burst on his tongue, but before he could savor it, his mental energy was depleted again in a flash. "This speed, it's faster than a rocket," he thought, his expression tense yet filled with determination. "I refuse to believe that without the divine power burst skill, I can't handle making just a few potions." Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng chugged potion after potion. Time flew by in his eyes as the divine alchemy furnace roared like thunder, its vibrations echoing as if responding to his unyielding will. Meanwhile, outside the alchemy building, Professor Zhu Gui strolled briskly toward Lin Feng, carrying a large box and humming a light-hearted tune. "He's going to love these," Zhu Gui thought, his heart filled with anticipation. However, when he tried calling Lin Feng and got no response, his brows furrowed slightly. Could he be busy? Zhu Gui speculated as he headed toward Lin Feng's dorm. As he ascended the stairs and turned a corner, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy, his heightened spiritual senses slicing through the air like a blade. Someone's making potions. His heartbeat quickened, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. The entire building was designated exclusively for Lin Feng, and no outsiders could possibly enter. Could it be Lin Feng working on potions? Zhu Gui's expression shifted dramatically as waves of shock roiled within him. Unable to suppress his curiosity and anticipation, he hurried toward the source of the energy. Inside the alchemy room, Lin Feng was fully immersed in the fiery process of alchemical creation. Halos flickered, and the energy waves grew increasingly intense, building toward a storm-like crescendo. "This kid, he's really giving it his all. Makes us old folks feel ashamed." Professor Zhu Gui clutched the box tightly and hurried to the alchemy room's entrance. Peering through the specialized glass window, his gaze locked onto a familiar figure. "Lin Feng, it's really that kid. But why isn't he using those advanced devices?" Zhu Gui frowned slightly, a mixture of curiosity and doubt filling his mind. At that moment, a colossal object suddenly appeared before his eyes, a gleaming alchemical furnace. Zhu Gui's eyes widened in astonishment. This is an alchemical furnace? My God! The suppressed excitement in his heart was instantly ignited, and a curse slipped from his lips. So this is what he's been using to refine potions. With a furnace like this, the efficiency must be off the charts. But this furnace, it looks like the handiwork of that guy, Shaolin. Shaolin, an old friend of Zhu Gui, had been bragging just a few days ago about forging an exceptional grade alchemical furnace. Now, standing before this terrifyingly advanced furnace, Zhu Gui felt an overwhelming sense of awe. He leaned further in, his heart pounding like a war drum. The scene before him was one he would never forget. Beside Lin Feng stood a collection of potion bottles, some of which were astonishingly large, up to 1,000 milliliters. Zhu Gui's heart raced wildly as his eyes locked on Lin Feng. He watched as Lin Feng grabbed a potion bottle and, as casually as drinking water, downed it in one go. In the blink of an eye, the bottle was empty. What kind of operation is this? I've never seen anyone drink potions like this before. Zhu Gui's eyes bulged like glass marbles, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Even when drinking water, there had to be a limit, right? Yet Lin Feng seemed like a bottomless pit, gulping down one bottle after another without pause. This young man is absolutely insane. Zhu Gui couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was clear to him now he was getting old, and this era truly belonged to the younger generation. Just then, Lin Feng, who was guzzling potion after potion, suddenly stopped. He turned his excited gaze toward the alchemical furnace of the apothecary god, his lips curling into a faint smile. Alright, it's finally done. Even though the quantity of potions this time isn't much, the energy consumption was no small matter. Lin Feng issued a command in a low voice, activate. The alchemical furnace of the apothecary god slowly came to life, and a surge of vibrant, blood-like energy began to permeate the workshop. Zhu Gui's sharp sense of smell caught this unique scent. He took a deep breath, and it felt as though a fire had been ignited within him, his blood boiling over with vitality. What kind of potion is this? How can it make me feel like every drop of blood in my body is surging, as though dormant power is awakening within me? Zhu Gui's breathing became rapid, and an uncontrollable urge to fight welled up inside him. His gaze shifted back to Lin Feng, who was now staring in astonishment at the potion labeled Beast Blood Frenzy. Although only a small batch had been produced as a supergrade potion, it should have triggered some kind of celestial phenomenon. Yet, this time, there was nothing unusual. Let's test the effects of the potion, Lin Feng muttered as he picked up one of the completed vials. A holographic information panel hovered before him, displaying name, Beast Blood Frenzy, Super Amplification Potion. Grade, properties, effects vary depending on the user's individual condition. Effects, stimulates the body's primal instincts, ensuring prolonged excitement and even a state of blood frenzy. The intensity of the effect determines the duration. Upon activation, all bodily functions are enhanced. Amplification multiplier, 34x, duration of amplification, 7 days, potion shelf life, 8 years without potency loss. 34 times the amplification? A 7-day duration? And it can retain its potency for 8 years? Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. As he felt the unparalleled thrill from the potency of the potion, his excitement was palpable. This breakthrough in potion making is beyond extraordinary. Lin Feng thought to himself, his mind racing with possibilities. If he continued to hone his craft and accumulate experience, perhaps one day the amplification multiplier could reach 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Who could have imagined that an ordinary-looking potion could unleash effects at the level of an exceptional grade masterpiece? Such news, if spread, would undoubtedly cause an uproar wherever it went. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the wild joy bubbling up within him, and carefully packed the potions into a storage case. His fingers glided lightly over the case as he mentally calculated, just how much output did I manage this time? But as he counted, he froze. Based on his earlier estimates, this batch should have only yielded about 500 vials. Yet the number before him was utterly shocking. It was 4 times his projection, totaling a staggering 2,000 vials. This is insane. More is always better than less. I absolutely can't let this opportunity slip by. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart pounding as he reveled in the unexpected windfall. Now, let's test the effects of the potion. He reached out to grab a vial for a test, but just then, a commotion outside caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw Zhu Gui staring at him, wide-eyed and utterly dumbfounded. Well, since he's already seen everything, why not let him have a taste? Lin Feng thought, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. He decided to let this unexpected visitor experience the explosive power of the potion firsthand. He stored the potion case into his spatial storage ring, unlocked the door, and stepped out with a smile. Professor Zhu, what a surprise to see you out here. Lin Feng greeted him warmly. Zhu Gui suppressed the shock in his heart and responded with a smile. Indeed, I have quite a collection of formulas, but my capabilities are limited. There are some potions I can't produce on my own. He paused slightly, a gleam of anticipation flashing in his eyes. There are also some that I've already mastered, and I'd like to let you try them. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the bag Zhu Gui was holding, and a surge of excitement welled up in his chest. Absolutely. Professor Zhu, if you ever need help producing any potions in the future, just let me know. I won't hesitate to assist. It's all for the country. For that, I, Lin Feng, will never back down. His words were firm, brimming with confidence. However, Zhu Gui's curiosity seemed insuppressible. He eagerly asked, Lin Feng, what potion were you just making? I just inhaled a bit of it, and it feels like my entire body is surging with energy. Lin Feng smiled faintly and decisively pulled out a vial of potion from his pocket, handing it to Zhu Gui. Professor Zhu, no need for words. Try it and see for yourself. At that moment, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. The power of the potion was about to be revealed. Want to give it a try? Zhu Gui's eyes were fixed on the potion in Lin Feng's hand, his gaze burning with intrigue. What kind of potion is this? I've never seen anything like it. Could it be? His heart raced, his breathing quickened, and an uncontrollable excitement bubbled up within him. Professor Zhu, this is an extraordinary potion. Hurry up and drink it. Lin Feng's voice was like a war drum, urging him on. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Gui opened his mouth and took a sip. The potion slid down his throat like sweet nectar. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a volcano erupted within him, an overwhelming surge of power roaring through his body. A wave of heat burst forth, his cheeks trembled, and his blood boiled as if on fire. What on earth did I just drink? I feel like I need to let this out. He clenched his fists, as though he was about to tear the sky apart. Lin Feng watched Zhu Gui's fervor with a shock in his heart, realizing that everyone reacts differently to the potion. Zhu Gui's eyes sparkled as he swiftly pulled up his data panel to check. Character, Zhu Gui. Profession, Alchemist. Level, 65. Health, 6500/6500, plus 5290. Mana, 6500/6500, plus 6077. Speed, 6222, plus 6543. Strength, 6555, plus 7642. Defense, 3457, plus 4778. Spirit, 6687, plus 7459. Talent, Heart of Mastery, S. Skills, Frenzied Potion Hand, Activation Probability, Formula Perception. Experience points, 3111. This data, could I be seeing this wrong? He rubbed his eyes and muttered in disbelief, my stats are skyrocketing? Is this an added effect? Lin Feng noticed his reaction and immediately asked, Professor Zhu, how does it feel? Have your stats improved? Zhu Gui took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Lin Feng, where did you get this formula? This is beyond incredible. He couldn't wait to show Lin Feng his data panel. Seeing those stats with the plus, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Although he had anticipated the increase, the most astonishing part of this gene-enhancing potion was that its effects would last for an entire week. This meant that for 7 days, the user would enjoy this explosive surge in power. Professor Zhu, this formula was unlocked when my profession leveled up. It's called Beast Blood Frenzy, Lin Feng explained confidently. I can share some details with you. Zhu Gui stared at him, his breath quickening. A super formula? I've seen many before, but I've never encountered one this powerful. Lin Feng, tell me more about it. Lin Feng generously explained the effects of Beast Blood Frenzy, and Zhu Gui's eyes lit up with a feverish excitement, as if his very blood was igniting once again. Actually, with my talent and skill enhancements, this potion can amplify its effects 32-fold and remain active for up to 8 years without diminishing. Lin Feng's words struck Zhu Gui like thunder. What? A 32-fold effect that lasts for 8 years? I thought an SSS plus talent was already miraculous, but today I've witnessed the truly unimaginable. Even the super alchemists from the Divine Guild can't guarantee such lasting potency. This is too important. I must report this to the national leadership immediately, Zhu Gui said excitedly as he pulled out his phone. Wait, Professor Zhu. Lin Feng quickly stopped him, pressing down on his hand. This secret is better kept under wraps. Staying low-key is wiser. I'm not afraid of conflict, but this might bring unnecessary trouble to you all. Zhu Gui fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, I will keep this secret. Amidst the frenzy surrounding this potion, the flames burning in their hearts grew even fiercer. The challenges of the future awaited them, ready to be conquered. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but a sense of vigilance quickly rose within him. He was well aware that he was unwelcome in this new environment, particularly with the hostility lurking in the shadows. What do you want to talk about? And who are you? Lin Feng asked calmly, with a trace of disdain in his tone. The group exchanged glances before stepping forward. Leading them was a burly man with a face full of scars. He smirked coldly. We're the bosses around here. We heard you've arrived, and there are some things you need to understand. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he realized trouble was brewing. It was clear these men were here to cause problems. Yet, he had no intention of backing down. A faint, cold smile curled on his lips. Do you really think I'd be afraid of you? Well, look at that, quite the tough guy, aren't you? The burly man sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. But that's not for you to decide. Come on, let's see what you've got. Lin Feng shouted, his voice fierce as an arrow loosed from a bow. His figure shot forward like a streak of lightning, giving his opponents no chance to react. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch straight toward the burly man's face. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the man was struck. Staggering backward, a look of disbelief spread across his face. You little punk! How dare you hit me? He roared, fury and fear mingling in his eyes. I don't need a reason to hit you, Lin Feng replied coldly, a wry smile on his face. Without hesitation, he followed up with a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. Seeing this, the others quickly drew their weapons and charged toward Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Channeling his inner strength, he moved like the wind, weaving effortlessly between their assaults. Too slow, he taunted, his movements as swift as a flash of lightning. He counterattacked with precision, his fists and feet striking with crushing force, leaving his opponents no room to fight back. Ah! A desperate scream pierced the air as one of them crumpled to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth after a devastating punch from Lin Feng. This is what happens when you mess with me. Lin Feng's voice boomed like thunder, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding onlookers. In the end, the remaining men stumbled back in terror, frantically begging for mercy. We were wrong. Please, spare us. Lin Feng stared at them coldly, a deep sense of satisfaction swelling within him. This was the power of strength, the ability to crush all threats before him. Remember, don't ever mess with me again. His words were laced with icy finality as he turned and walked toward the training center, his mind already formulating his next move. He was determined to rise to prominence in this academy, to rapidly enhance his skills and master more recipes and techniques. He would be a pillar of strength for the nation to face the challenges that loomed ahead. On this path, he would fear nothing and press forward with unwavering resolve. Get lost! Lin Feng roared mercilessly at Yan Dezhuang. This chubby guy was the one who had crazily pursued the counselor just yesterday. A newbie dares to act so arrogant? Yan Dezhuang and his lackeys blocked Lin Feng's path, sneering coldly. Hey, this kid, could he be here for Goddess Zhou? What a delusional fool. Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking to himself, how can college students have such poor manners? I'll say it one more time, get lost. Yan Dezhuang shook his head furiously, rolled up his sleeves, and charged toward Lin Feng. You dare insult me? Do you even know who I am? My dad owns Jingdu Fireman Forging Company. We've got money, lots of it. Lin Feng ignored his nonsense and continued walking straight toward the conference center. You really don't know your place. Yan Dezhuang shouted angrily, and his lackeys rushed forward as well. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. He abruptly spun around, grabbed one of the lackeys by the wrist, and applied a slight amount of force. Crack! The lackey instantly bent over in pain, clutching his arm. Another lackey tried to jump in, but Lin Feng swiftly kicked him to the ground, knocking him unconscious. Yan Dezhuang froze in shock but quickly regained his composure and furiously swung his fist, which glimmered with a golden light. Take this! Lin Feng smirked coldly and met him head-on. Boom! Their fists collided, and Yan Dezhuang dropped to his knees in agony, screaming, How could you be this strong? I'm an 18th level fist warrior, Lin Feng replied indifferently, preparing to finish him off. Lin Feng, if you dare hit me again, you'll pay for it. Yan Dezhuang threatened, but Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Without hesitation, he delivered a brutal kick. Ah! Yan Dezhuang howled in pain. His leg bent awkwardly, rendering him completely incapable of fighting. Too noisy, Lin Feng said coldly. At that moment, Zhou Yao approached from behind, her face showing a hint of surprise. Lin Feng, just go. Let me handle this. Lin Feng turned to look at her and said firmly, Counselor, don't waste time. Let's go. Zhou Yao sighed and nodded. Fine. They brought this upon themselves. As the two walked away, Yan Dezhuang, still lying on the ground, pulled out his phone, seething with rage. You lousy bee. Don't think you'll get away just because you're the campus belle. Wait and see. Before long, Lin Feng and Zhou Yao arrived at the conference building. As they entered the meeting room, they immediately attracted countless stares. Lin Feng faintly felt the pressure. There were hundreds of freshmen in the hall, each more talented than the last. Counselor Zhou, please go up. A pot-bellied man in a uniform approached with a condescending smirk. And this student, kindly find a seat quickly. Lin Feng shot him a cold glare before locating his assigned seat and sitting down. He could feel the curious gazes around him, but behind him, a chilling sense of murderous intent suddenly surged. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a burly man wearing metallic gloves glaring at him with a ferocious expression. So, you're the one who bullied my brother? You've got a death wish. At that moment, a fiery battle spirit ignited in Lin Feng's heart. Brother Tian, we've known each other for so many years, and I've never asked you for anything. Do you see that guy over there? Sitting beside the burly man was a bearded young man with long black hair and black gold glasses perched on his nose. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his fists clenched in anger. When Zhou Yao's name came up, his voice turned deep and resolute. Fine, even if it's not for you, I'd settle the score with him for my own reasons. Zhou Yao is my junior. When I heard she went off to work as a counselor at a vocational college after graduation, I thought I'd lost my chance. But now she's back, this is my opportunity. I've never tasted the thrill of conquering a counselor with a new title. Sitting in front, Lin Feng, with his sharp senses, easily overheard their conversation. When Zhou Yao's name was mentioned, a trace of disdain flashed across his face. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and mutter under his breath, a bunch of idiots. Don't they know the counselor's true identity? If Commander Zhou finds out, they'll be skinned alive. The meeting concluded quickly, and Lin Feng followed the crowd back to the Talent Development Academy. This heavily guarded facility housed the nation's top-notch pharmaceutical labs and alchemists. The academy spanned thousands of acres, boasting state-of-the-art equipment and abundant resources. When he arrived in his classroom, Lin Feng took a glance around. There were only 15 alchemists present. Standing at the lectern, Professor Zhu Gui cleared his throat. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhu Gui. After the introduction, he thoroughly explained the training plan for the next 4 years, promising that everyone would become talents urgently needed by the nation. Then, with a sudden change in tone, Zhu Gui's voice rose sharply. According to the schedule, today we will conduct a pharmaceutical test. I will grade each of you. Get ready to begin. The air instantly grew heavy, and a tense atmosphere filled the classroom. Everyone's heartbeat quickened, their eyes gleaming with determination and anticipation. Lin Feng smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this is exactly the kind of challenge I've been looking for.